master of lies, and maybe a baby killer too. Still, Haddock gazed at Robert with soft, wet eyes.
The fun house. What happened between you and me was duty. I didn't lay down that strap as hard as I could have. Every lash gave me a goddamn headache, Robert. And I respected the way you defended your father. When you spoke your mind, you knew good and damn well you could say the wrong thing and swing from a rope. But you said, "Yes, sir, that white bitch is lying." The room spun until the warden winked again. I've even told the story a time or two, how you spoke your mind. Half the town, including the sheriff, knows she only made it up to cover bruises from her drunken boyfriend, and the other half are swamp trash who couldn't spell investigation with a dictionary. Now, there's plenty I don't like about your daddy, who is a communist, make no mistake, but the Constitution says free speech, and I'd be a hypocrite to lay a finger on you over a lie. I'm saying all this, Robert, because you need to understand. I'm not a monster. Like all God's creatures, I've made mistakes. I made my worst one when I was younger than you.
Robert thought of Warden Haddock as the boy in knee pants, holding the baby he'd killed on his lap. With a smile,
I'm only saying this because if you can get your heart around this endeavor, being my spotter, we can be a great help to each other, Robert. You can help me clear the stink out of Gracetown School for Boys, and I will ask the judge to let you out early.
He pushed a form toward Robert and turned it right side up so Robert could read it. Petition for early release, followed by, on the next line, Stevens, Robert E. Jr. It was the first time Robert had ever seen his name from a typewriter, so official and important. Only the blank signature line waited. The white paper shimmered like gold.
Spotting is an honor system, Robert. Boone says spotters sometimes don't tell all they could. See it as being tattletales. Start to feel like they're hunting down innocent boys.
He searched Robert's face, nodding, when he found the floating boy from the infirmary in Robert's eyes. Oh, God help him. Maybe Warden Haddock saw Mama, too.
So you'd better know this. There's nothing innocent about Haynes. They say one thing to your face and whisper how to die in your ears when you're sleeping. They want you to keep 'em company. What's 6 months or a year or 10 years to a haint? The worst haints are children, always bored and wanting to play. Haints only want what they want, not a damn thing you want. They can't be bargained with, can't be trusted. Haints will sure enough get you killed.
Robert's memories of the pathetic Haints he'd seen must have been plain on his face.
Ah, I see, the warden said. They were already getting to you, trying to make you feel sorry.
He didn't want to get stabbed in the back, Robert said, thinking of the white boy in the kitchen. He tried to make himself believe the boy was a bully like Lyle McCormick, or the ones who yelled nigger as their shiny yellow school bus rolled past him in glory on the road. But more likely, that white boy in the kitchen had been just like him. Another boy who had waited to get whipped at the funhouse and wanted to go home so bad that his stomach burned. Tears came to Robert's eyes before he could stop them. Robert flinched when Warden Haddock reached toward him. A fresh white handkerchief lay in his hand, embroidered like a doily Mama had put under drinking glasses for company.
"Wipe those tears, son,"
Warden Haddock said.
"Those are the last tears I want to see. Don't worry. I'm not sore at you for crying. At least now you see how Haints will trick you, fool you with their form. I've been working here long enough to tell you no boy has been stabbed to death in that kitchen. I bet it was a big knife he made you see, huh? He's just telling you spook stories.
Yes, it had been a big knife, like a butcher used to chop through bone. But the boy had died somehow, hadn't he? He wouldn't be a haint otherwise, and Robert had felt the past flashes of pain as soon as he'd walked into the kitchen. More than one boy had been stabbed there. He had to keep reminding himself that Warden Haddock's lies sounded so sweet and true.
You know how he probably died,
the warden said, again, as if he could hear Robert's thoughts.
I'd wager $100. He died running away. Now, this is where my hands are tied. The state says we can't tolerate running. How would that look? The state can't leave boys in our care, and then we let them run loose. And sometimes boys who run die. It's a nasty fact. They have poor judgment. Cross the street wrong, get hit, or dragged trying to jump the train, fall in a ditch. There's hypothermia in the cold, heat stroke in the summer, and sometimes a dog will catch 'em before the dog boys can pull 'em back. That's an ugly business. But even with all that, they still try to run. It's the scourge of my work here, Robert. My duty in the funhouse was to try to save your life. And now we'll start again on a different foot, you and me.
Warden Haddock reached down and raised another Coke bottle from his lower desk drawer. He extended his half-empty bottle across the desk, waiting for Robert to clink it.
Let's collect those haints,
Warden Haddock said.
Once and for all.
Robert hesitated, knowing with every part of him that he should not toast with Warden Haddock. He finally did because the warden's eyes narrowed, his anger ready to return, and his leather strap was in plain view on the wall. The ting of their glass bottles as they touched was off-key in Robert's ear, making his stomach roll. It felt like the worst thing Robert had ever done. He imagined Mama screaming out in pain. Music was her place with Robert, not the warden's. Was there a way to take it back? But what if I only see one, sir? That one in the kitchen?
Oh, you'll see more than one,
Warden Haddock said.
If you're half the spotter Boone says you are, I guarantee it. Especially if you want that early release.
Robert glanced down at the form again, typed up with his name. He thought of his soft bed and glorious rabbit stew served in his favorite bowl. No more funhouse. Ever.
And,
the warden went on, hesitating, as if he hated to put the next part in words.
That's the only way to be extra sure that nothing happens to your friends. The warden's spotter gets extra protections, Robert. You'll see that right away.
Robert heard the threat in the words the warden had disguised as a favor. Warden Haddock lifted up a large mason jar from somewhere under his desk and displayed it on the desktop. It was empty, except for about 2 inches of red-gray ash at the bottom, so fine it could be dust. The jar was maybe 8 inches high, with a sealed top and a raised image of a king's crown on the glass. The word crown stabbed through the glass below the picture. Haddock kept his hand across the top of the jar, like he thought it might fly away.
This was a jar for a pint of liquor,
Warden Haddock said.
But now it's my collection jar, Robert. Take a good look at it. Believe it or not, that's about 10 years' work. We haven't got far, as you can see. We've only collected a handful, but once you set Boone loose with his traps, we'll have more. They leave evidence behind once they're gone. That's how I'll know you're doing your job right. Each one you help Boone catch, that's a day you go home early. But don't you worry. Like I said, this place is stinking with haints. You can help Boone catch 20, 30 without half an effort. Once you've caught 10, I'll take off a full month's time.
The ash sat dead in the sunlight, burning through Warden Haddock's window. Robert peered more closely to see if even a fleck would stir, but none did. The ash was truly dead. "What happens to them?" Robert said.
Nothing happens. They're just the way they're supposed to be. Gone. Like it says in the Bible, Robert. Does the Bible talk about haints roaming free? Does Jesus say, bless these haints and let them prosper?
Robert wasn't sure, so he shook his head. He didn't think so.
You're damn right it don't. Haints are unruly, Robert. A good church boy like you can see that. You can't capture a person's soul in a jar. The soul belongs to God. This is just what's left. The parts that should have been gone already. A shadow of the flesh.
Robert felt himself nodding his head. He had heard Pastor Jenkins say, ashes to ashes, dust to dust at Mama's burial as they lowered her wooden casket into the ground. Maybe Warden Haddock didn't lie about everything. He had told the truth about killing his baby sister, after all. But 10? Could he betray the Haines he'd seen in the funhouse? The boy who died of pneumonia, floating in the infirmary? The charred boy who'd walked near his bed? Could he betray all of them so he could get out? Robert started counting the Haints he'd seen in his head, adding up the cost of his freedom.
I'll even help you. Since sometimes it's hard to tell Haints and the living apart,
Warden Haddock said.
I'd like you to start with this one. He's awful dangerous. He died in the 1920 fire.
Warden Haddock picked up a photograph from the pile on his desk. This time, he stood up and walked behind Robert's chair, leaning over him to place the photo practically under his nose. All of Robert's skin prickled with the warden so close, like a bear was standing behind him. When Warden Haddock rubbed Robert's shoulder, Robert's eyes stared at his long, pale, pink fingers instead of the image on the photograph. The warden wore a gold wedding band. Robert wondered if the warden's wife knew him even a little bit.
Go on, Warden Haddock said. Take a look.
The photograph was charred blackness, a burned shell of a wall, and a circular heap of bones tangled together. The charred bones reminded Robert of a football game when both teams piled on a ball that had gotten loose, except they were in a perfect O shape and swirls like the pattern on a peppermint lollipop, because Boone had driven Robert through the ghost fire. He knew things the photo didn't say. They had all hugged each other when the fire surrounded them. They had died together, not apart, but he couldn't see faces. The faces had been burned away. Robert started to say, and then Warden Haddock let go of Robert's shoulder and pointed to the center of the pile with his index finger.
Middle of the pack. That's the one. Name's Kendall Sweeting. Must have died from suffocation from the smoke. Hardly had a burn on him. Maybe the rest were trying to protect him. He was the youngest in the shed. God as my witness, Robert. I want this one most of all.
Robert followed Warden Haddock's finger to a clear portion at the center of the circle where a child was curled on his side as if he were in a womb, his face upturned, perhaps posed that way. He might have only been sleeping. Robert's throat drew shut, as if he too were gagging on thick smoke. He could not breathe, could not remember ever breathing. The boy in the photograph was blue. 23. Robert could barely catch his thoughts after he left the warden's office and told Mrs. Hamilton everything was fine and saw relief soften her kind face. His shock at seeing Blue in the photo made him doubt the sight of the twilight sky above him and every blade of grass beneath his feet. Warden Haddock wasn't lying this time. Robert had seen with his own eyes. If Blue wasn't alive, if Blue wasn't real, could he trust in anything he thought he saw? He had touched Blue, talked to Blue. Robert's skin rang with the memory of Blue's fingers around his ankle in the cornfield, and the way he'd laughed and laughed. Who was real and who wasn't then? What about Redbone? Did Redbone know Blue was long dead? Of course he did. So many things made better sense. How Redbone had lied to Boone the first night and said he'd been the one telling stories about boys running away, not Blue. How Boone had ignored Blue when he took him and Redbone out to the funhouse. How Blue had slipped out to the cornfield. And Redbone's last words to him had been, "Don't say anything about Blue." Robert wondered if Redbone might be a ghost too. And who else? Was he a ghost himself? Robert didn't want to be near the other boys until he saw Redbone, so he stood waiting for him beside Twin Pines outside of the cafeteria near the supper line. He stood near the garbage dumpster that was so close to the cafeteria door that it was hard to separate the smell of their dinner and rotting food, both clogging his nose. He'd been hungry most of the day, but now his appetite was gone. As they passed him, two boys he'd warned in the cornfield when Boone and the watchers were near nodded and said, "Hey, Robert." But Robert barely noticed them. He also barely noticed when Cleo brushed past him with a rough bump of his shoulder and a sneer. He'd been afraid of Cleo in the cornfield, but not anymore. Robert didn't glance Cleo's way, staring straight ahead, and he barely heard Cleo say, "Yeah, you better not do nothing," before he moved on. Robert stood statue still, while all around him boys jostled and joked in line for supper. Robert kept looking for Redbone, afraid he'd see him, afraid he wouldn't. But he was more afraid he might see Blue. As soon as Robert thought Blue's name, Blue appeared like the ghost he was in a row of boys walking toward him, grinning from ear to ear. But when Robert gasped aloud, choking on his own tongue, he realized the boy was much younger than Blue, and he and his friends had nearly identical plaid shirts he had never seen Blue wear. No, it wasn't Blue. Robert reassured himself 3 or 4 times to try to calm his heart. Robert had considered Blue almost a friend, at least on the way to being one. But now, every moment he'd spent with Blue felt like a violation. Blue had locked them in the freezer, slamming the door behind them, and then what? Floated in the air? Marched back and forth through the wall until he was bored? And in the locker room, he'd appeared like a phantom from behind Robert's locker door. And then there was the cornfield. Robert had known something wasn't right about Blue being in the cornfield the moment he'd felt his touch.
"Stevens!"
Boone called. Robert spun, afraid everyone within earshot knew. He might have jumped 10 feet high if his muscles didn't feel like rocks. No. This was all wrong. He was supposed to see Redbone first, not Boone. He wanted to undo and unsay everything that had happened in the warden's office. Boone wore a leather pouch around his neck. He gestured.
"Come on,"
he said, and pushed through the line toward the cafeteria's double doors. He stopped walking and turned, frowning when he saw Robert hadn't moved.
"Show me where he was at. It ain't gonna hurt you none."
All eyes were on him now. Robert had imagined a meeting in secret at the rear kitchen door, not a proclamation in front of every boy in line. Robert darted toward Boone to keep him from saying the awful thing out loud, that he was a haint tracker. He helped the warden hunt down boys who had already died. boys the warden himself might have helped kill, like he'd killed his sister. Some of them did seem to know, the way they cleared a path for Robert and stared questions at him. Even the boy who reminded him of Blue was staring. "Let's go," Robert whispered, mostly to be away from their eyes. Inside the doors, heat and the smell of over-steamed vegetables swamped Robert as he followed Boone to the building's left side, away from the cafeteria and toward the kitchen and back. Redbone was in his white cap, pushing a mop. Warden Haddock had already put him back in the kitchen. Redbone stopped mopping when he saw Robert. Boone was so intent on walking to the big metal vat against the rear wall that he didn't tell Redbone to get back to work. Boone surely hadn't seen the loathing in Redbone's face. Robert gave Redbone a shrug he hoped would look like an apology, but Redbone's dark eyes sharpened on him as if he knew his every secret thought.
"Where was it again?" Boone said. "Show me where you saw that haint."
Why had he said it aloud? Redbone's face changed to a pale shade, melting away into an expression that reminded Robert of Papa's when he had sat at Mama's sick bed.
"That floor's wet,"
Redbone called out.
"I just mopped it." "Don't seem wet to me,"
Boone said, and kept walking, and Robert had to follow. He couldn't make himself look at Redbone. The floor wasn't a bit wet, or even clean. It had tracks through spilled flour in places. But Boone didn't catch Redbone in the lie because Boone was only interested in the vat where Robert told him a haint had stood. Why had that white boy shown himself? Why hadn't he been more careful? White boys didn't belong in the kitchen, not even as haints. Robert tried to convince himself this was all the haint's fault. He even tried believing Warden Haddock's claim that the haint hadn't been stabbed in the back. He only showed himself that way to make people feel sorry for the victim of such a low-down, cowardly act, or to try to scare him. All the storybooks and picture shows were about haints scaring people, hurting people even.
"Tell me where he was at, and I'll sprinkle all around. If I had enough powder, I could do the whole kitchen."
Boone surveyed the floor and finally frowned.
"He said he mopped this damn floor."
But instead of yelling or threatening to send Redbone to the funhouse, Boone reached into his pouch, the floor forgotten, and pulled out a salt shaker full of red-brown powder. "What's that?" Robert said, although he knew everything except its name.
"Gopher dust,"
Boone said.
"Fresh batch I just scooped from my grandmama's grave. That's what draws 'em. Sprinkle gopher dust where you saw 'em last, and they'll come right back. Must smell like frying bacon to a starving man. Long as the trail's fresh, they'll come back and get caught. And they sure enough turn to dust, like a little anthill."
Robert felt sick to his stomach as he remembered the warden's proud jar of dust. "If you're dead, stay dead," Blue had said, with his own mouth. "Right there," Robert said, all the while praying that Mama had never come near this spot, that she had stayed far away from the kitchen.
"Speak up, boy, I can't hardly hear you."
Robert didn't move his arm from his side as he stuck out his index finger ever so slightly to point to the corner beside the vat. Robert could still remember the boy's freckles as clearly as the knife. That's where he was standing. And then he walked through the wall.
"That right?"
Boone caressed the wall nearest the corner as if he might find a soft spot and walk through the wall his own self.
"This spot here?"
"Yes, sir." Robert wasn't sure. He hoped not, but it might be. Boone rubbed his palms and paced like he was about to feast on the beef stew simmering in the large pots on the oversized stove. The carrots had been overcooked to a dull, sickly shade, nothing like orange, and the meat alongside them had turned gray. The smell made Robert feel sick. This day, this week, this year made Robert feel sick. Boone was squatting in the corner, and ordinarily, Robert might have laughed because his pants were tugging down low past his butt crack. He looked back at Redbone to see if he might be smiling, but the crushed look on Redbone's face lashed Robert, so he turned away as fast as he could. Redbone would never be his friend now. Tears nearly snuck from Robert's eyes, but he wiped them away while Boone wasn't looking. Boone was shaking powder from the salt shaker, oh so carefully. He could have been drawing a picture with the grave dust, the way he took his time.
"This here's my trap,"
Boone said, and backed up a step, still shaking dust out in a careful way so he wouldn't spill a fleck.
"And I'll lay out a trail from where he was standing. Right here?"
Robert nodded. Right next to the big pot, like he was stirring it. Robert had to admit, he felt a twinge of excitement now. The way he'd gotten past feeling bad for the rabbits Papa had hunted with him and concentrated instead on the thrill of finding their hiding places and timing the buckshots just right. Once he'd shot a rabbit's head clean off, leaving the rest perfect for stewing, and Papa had put his hand on top of his head and said,
"Great shot, Robert."
Not Robbie, not Junior, which he hated, and reminded him too much of Uncle June, but his full name spoken aloud as if to remind him they were both the same. Boone surveyed his work when he was done. A thin, barely visible line of dust about 12 inches long led from the spot in front of the vat to the corner of the wall, where, indeed, Boone had drawn what looked like a loose circle. The trap was obvious if you knew what you were looking for. The haint might catch the scent and follow it to the circle like a lit match. "What happens now?" Robert started to ask, but his words were snatched away by a keening scream between his ears like nothing he had ever heard before. Heard wasn't the right word, because it wasn't his ears. It was in the place where he'd heard Mama's voice in the funhouse. A secret place beyond hearing. But it wasn't Mama. Not this time. The sound was barely human, but Robert knew in his bones that it was the boy with the knife in his back.
"Well, I'll be God damned,"
Boone was saying. Robert thought he was hearing the sound too, but instead, Boone was pointing at the wall.
Look here."
Boone raised such a fuss that other boys gathered behind them, curious. At first, Robert didn't see anything except the circle in the floor, but then Boone raised Robert's chin to look up, and he saw what looked like pale dust motes gathered in the air above the circle, with lazy swaying as they floated toward the floor. The way Papa had described snowfall. These fell with a loose order inside the circle, never outside, clinging more tightly as they fell, until they grew to a small pile, an inch-high gathering of gray, dead dust, with a peak at the top like a mountain. And small as it was, it seemed like a mountain, because the air had conjured it.
"He was right here,"
Boone said, slapping Robert's back so hard that it hurt. But Boone hadn't meant any harm, because his face was full of that too big grin.
"Must have been standing close by the whole time. I ain't never seen one caught so fast. Ain't never seen one, not like that."
Boone looked at Robert with wide-eyed wonder, the way a small child might.
"I knew it,"
Boone said, nearly whispering.
"Soon as I drove you through the flames. Most boys, they don't feel a thing. Maybe just get an itch, but you felt it all right. You felt every lick.
Boone watched and waited to see if more dust would come or the pile would grow, but it had all happened within a few breaths. If neither of them had turned their heads, they would have missed the falling dust and only seen the pile left behind. Boone's hands were shaking as he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a laboratory tube and a brush like the one Mama used to paint her cheeks, and a miniature dustpan. Working carefully again, like an artist, he swept up the dust and shook it into the jar, hissing behind his teeth if he dropped a single speck. The dust wasn't as impressive in the jar, a thin layer across the bottom, but it was perfectly visible. Boone admired the jar in the light, and all of the boys behind them tried to see it too. At the bottom of the tube, the prick of a miniature firefly's flare came and went so quickly that Robert was sure he was the only one who'd seen it. He couldn't have named the color. Not golden, not bronze. Something in between. Robert turned to look for Redbone among the watching boys, but Redbone was gone.
"Look it. He's a haint catcher,"
Boone said.
"All of y'all hearing bumps and jumping at shadows can rest easy now. We won't have no more haints in the flour bags and under your beds."
The boys, now 10 or 12 of them at least, let out a cheer. The sound of their celebration helped unlock Robert's stomach and make it seem less like he might throw up. Instead of thinking about the white boy with the knife in his back, who had actually died long ago, Robert took in the happy eyes and smiles all around him. Would it matter if Redbone wasn't his friend? He would have many friends now. When Boone looked down at him, Robert wondered if it was sweat or happy tears falling from the big man's eyes.
"Warden Haddock's gonna be so pleased,"
Boone said.
"When the warden's happy, we all get a piece. And you gonna eat, have all the sweets you want. No more cornfield, no more kitchen. The only job you got now is catching haints."
His face glowed. Before Robert could finish fixing his plate of stew and runny mashed potatoes, the younger boy, who'd fooled him because his height was so close to Blue's, was tugging on Robert's shirt to ask if he could sit at his table. "Haints keep me up all night," the boy said. Up close, he was gap-toothed, nothing like Blue. "Me too," said another. "Bad enough we stuck in here, but we got haints too." Robert had filled a table before he took his seat. A crowd of boys raced for the seats nearest to him, then at the edges, until all 8 seats were taken and a few boys were left standing with their trays, jostling for space behind him.
"You got some nice boots,"
a cross-eyed boy told Robert.
"Where'd you get 'em?"
"From my papa," Robert said. He was glad to speak of Papa with pride instead of shame. Every boy agreed they were the finest boots they had ever seen.
"You gotta have good boots to be a haint catcher, you know,"
one said wisely. Robert told the boys how he'd caught the kitchen haint, although it was a flimsy story because he'd only pointed the way. He remembered how Redbone exaggerated his stories and added, "I could smell where he was, like a coal burning in the stove." 2 or 3 boys gasped like it was the most amazing thing they had ever heard. In return, the boys told Robert how the captured haint had surprised them around corners and hidden in the cabinets and whispered curses in their ears. How once it had spilled a whole bag of rice on the floor and gotten 3 boys sent to the funhouse. How it had left a burner lit and caused a grease fire. Every wrong they could imagine, it seemed, was laid at the feet of the haint Robert had caught. Robert almost believed every word. Sleep was impossible. Robert didn't feel natural sleeping on his stomach, but his back was still sore, and the awful heat in the dormitory still hung everywhere, made worse because every breath he took felt used up by someone else, and Robert's mind was racing in circles. All he saw when he closed his eyes were those odd flecks of dust falling from the air into a pile, and he heard the awful scream. He remembered the freckled face of the boy with the knife in his back. A stranger had stabbed that boy to kill him, but Robert might have stolen his soul. Thinking of it, Robert trembled despite the heat. "I'm sorry," he whispered through tears. Redbone had not looked Robert's way once before bed, avoiding him in the shower room, the radio room, and the dorm before the lights went out. Robert had hoped to explain himself to Redbone, but what could he say? He was a Hank catcher. Everyone knew it now. And what if Mama was drawn to that spot like the stabbed boy? Would he return to the kitchen tomorrow and find another small pile of dust? Robert was so anxious to know that he wanted to fling off his thin blanket and sneak out to the kitchen to see. Only his memory of the funhouse kept him in bed, his mind wide awake and worried. Although Robert was on his stomach, his scarred back sweating in the dark, he felt someone above him, just out of his sight. The tiny hairs across the back of his neck quivered, and the sweat on his back changed to ice water. He hoped it was Redbone ready to talk to him at last, a daring move after lights out. But even before he turned his neck slightly to try to see, straining his muscles, he knew it wasn't Redbone visiting his bed. Robert's eyes looked up. Only his eyes moved, and he was relieved no haints were floating above him in retaliation. But then he saw a kneecap. Someone was sitting cross-legged on his headboard. Someone small with impossible balance. And he didn't have to look further to know it was Blue. Blue still smelled like the cornfield. Now that Robert noticed it, he smelled faintly of soot. "Don't you touch me," Robert whispered, "or I'll call for Boone." He sounded braver than he felt. His heartbeat was banging hard against the mattress. "That was wrong," Blue said, not a whisper, but not loud. "What you did to Clint?" Well, if that didn't beat all. A Haint telling him he was in the wrong when a Haint had no business trying to talk to living folk. Robert was ready to tell Blue to go back where he'd come from, but hot shame clamped his mouth. Another tear came to the corner of his eye. "I tried to tell you, didn't I?" Blue said. "Haddock's the worst of the worst, and now you doing just like he said. So that makes you the worst of the worst, too." "Leave me alone," Robert whispered. "That was real dumb, making it look so easy," Blue said. "All you had to say was, 'Oh, the ghost was here, not there.' Played him along. But I guess you wanted to look good, huh? Lick Boone's shoes. Now it's gonna look way worse when you can't find no more. He's probably gonna send you to the funhouse pretty quick." "I know where there's plenty more," Robert said. He didn't want to say it. He knew Blue was right. But he didn't want any Haint to have power over him. Blue leaned over then, his neck impossibly long as he forced himself into Robert's view. Blue's face waved in front of him like a snake's head at an impossible angle, and Robert squeezed his eyes shut to try to keep from fainting. "Go away." Hadn't Blue told him? He only had to tell a Haint to leave him be. Had that been a lie? "You scared?" Blue was closer than ever. If Robert had opened his eyes, he might see Blue's eyes staring right back at him. The sooty smell was stronger now. "Shut up, for I call Boone on you two." Robert could only manage a whisper. Robert heard a clang so loud that he almost fell out of his bed. 2 boys near him stirred in their sleep, but they didn't wake. He wondered why everyone didn't sit up, but then he realized no one else had heard it, just him. Blue had made the noise somehow, tweaking Robert's nerve endings just enough to make his eardrums vibrate inside. What else could he do? "Okay, stop," Robert said, his eyes still squeezed shut. Sorry, I won't tell Boone." "You sure are dumb," Blue said, as if Robert's dumbness were as big and vast as the night sky, admiring it almost. "Not the dumbest I've ever seen, but pretty damn dumb. And I've been here 30 years. 31, really. You know what we call y'all? Thumpers. 'Cause we hear those heartbeats going boom, 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 boom. Like yours, right now." He laughed. Robert opened one eye just a little, and he saw Boone's teeth in the moonlight, hardly an inch from his face as he laughed. Those teeth looked too white and sharp, like a wolf's fangs, but maybe he imagined the pointy tips. Haints weren't like Count Dracula, were they? He squeezed his eyes shut again. When he opened his eyes, Blue's teeth didn't look like fangs anymore. They were only baby teeth. He looked younger all the time. "You got a problem now, all right," Blue said. "You give him a taste, but they can't have no more. Clint's the only taste they get. You could live the whole rest of your life and never make up for what you did to Clint. Not in 100 years. You might go to hell already." Robert smothered a sob into his pillow. Part of his anguish was feeling sorry about Clint, especially now that the haint had a name. But mostly he was scared of the funhouse, and more distantly, he was afraid of the hell he'd heard Pastor Jenkins talk about from the pulpit. "Have you seen hell?" Robert heard himself ask. The clang assaulted the inside of Robert's ear again, burning where he couldn't touch it. "What you think? Dang, you're dumb. Did he show you his photos of the fire?" "I bet he did. He's so proud of it. You think that wasn't hell? Burning alive?" "Was Clint in the fire?" "Shut up," Blue said, hissing soot into his face. "You don't get to ask about Clint. We ain't none of your business. Don't you say his name again. Do it. I dare you." Tiny drops of pee escaped between Robert's thighs, but he clamped his bladder tight before he could wet his bed. He held his breath, but he couldn't quiet the thump-thump in his chest he was sure Blue could hear. Each heartbeat seemed to shake the world. "Since you're so dumb, I'll put it like you can understand," Blue said. "If you tell Boone where to put down any more of his poison dust, you so much as point in my direction, or anyone else, I'll make sure your mama gets trapped too. I'll call her right to the spot." "No," Robert said, too loudly, sitting up in bed. A boy across the room shushed him with an angry shh. But Robert was the only one in the dorm sitting up in the rows of beds. Blue wasn't sitting on his bed's thin brass headboard. Of course not. He was floating above it, legs still crossed like he was at a campfire. "You heard me," Blue said, bobbing as he floated. "And there ain't nothing you can do about it. She follows you around. But you know that, don't you? You can feel her, can't you?" Robert felt himself nodding his head. "She don't belong here," Blue said. "She ain't like us. She didn't die here. That's why you can't see her like you see me. She's just fighting to be here, trying to look after your dumb ass instead of moving on, like she should. She smells sweet as cream. Nothing evil about how she went. Bet she went with all of y'all around her saying, "Oh, Mama, how we love you so much." Didn't she? Holding hands and singing songs. It would be a mighty shame, wouldn't it, if she got caught in a trap that wasn't meant for her? If your mama was in Haddock's jaw too?
Robert nodded again. Tears flooded his face. Blue's mockery of Mama's dying was unbearable. "Please don't," he whispered. "Please." Blue grinned. Still nothing but baby teeth. How had he ever thought Blue was the same age as Redbone? Blue had been only 7 or 8 when he died. Nowhere near 12 like him.
"Please, please,"
Blue said, mimicking him behind his smile.
"You no Haines catcher now, are you? Now the Haines got you."
Robert breathed faster, trying not to sob too loudly, his throat afire with grief and dread. Blue stared at him a while and finally seemed to feel sorry for him.
"Do what I say," Blue said, "and I'll leave your mama be."
Robert nodded so hard and fast that he dizzied himself. "What can I do? I never wanted it. He made me—"
"Shut up," Blue said,
with that hiss in his voice again. The grin gone.
"I'll help you stay out of trouble with Haddock. You messed up bad already. But I'm gonna fix it so Clint ain't in that jar for nothing. I'm gonna get him out. And every other boy he's caught so far."
"They're not gone?"
"No thanks to you," Blue said. "But they gotta be buried and prayed over, or set free in the creek."
The word "set free" electrified Robert. Of course. But
none of them will want to go while Haddock's still here, before he's paid for what he's done.
this time, the pounding of Robert's heart had nothing to do with fear of punishment. The idea dawning on him was so awful that his heart sped just to imagine it. The fire?
That's right, Albert Einstein. Course he set that fire.
But why?
Blue scowled at him. There you go being dumb again. 'Cause he's a killer, fool. He's a raper and a killer. He's been a killer his whole life. He poisoned his daddy's favorite hunting hound. He smothered his baby sister with a blanket. You haven't figured that out yet? Why you think he stays on here where nobody troubles him? Where he has say over everything? He took it too far, killing us all at once like that. People noticed. So now, he does it a little at a time. And he's scared to death of the hints coming back, in case we might tell, in case we prove it.
Can you? Robert whispered. Can you prove it?
No, I can't. But you can.
Prove it how? Robert said.
He showed you pictures, didn't he?
Just one. The one with you. The circle all around you. Everybody burned up. Blue didn't say anything for a few seconds, and Robert expected to hear the terrible clang again from the way his face turned so hard.
That ain't the only one. There's more. The ones he looks at in private. The ones he doesn't want anyone to see. He's got his own dark room in his shed 'cause he can't take that film to a 5 and dime. Him with naked boys and other ones from the fire, posing and grinning. He can't help it, see? He needs to look at all his pictures every day. He's too scared to keep them at home, 'cause he thinks his wife might find them. So he locks them in a drawer in his desk. Nobody has the nerve to go near his drawer. Not even his secretary. Not even me. He's got a heat trap under his desk. Everyone's scared of Haddock. Robert was scared of Haddock, too. And more scared now that it was dawning on him that Blue expected him to somehow steal the warden's most precious hidden possessions. So, for now, you keep playing along, Blue said. Act like you're out hunting hates. I'll try to find you at least one more. One of the SOBs who used to work here died in the fire too, but by accident. He didn't know if he chopped open that door the flames would come flying out. He's not so bad now, I guess. Keeps clear of us. But he did plenty of bad while he was living. I'll let you know where to tell Boone to put the dust down, so it won't catch nobody but him. When? You just got to wait. You'll see me when it's time. Then Boone will keep on hooting and hollering, and Haddock will feel like he's on top of the world. Then, you gotta get those photos in his jar of dust. You'll climb out his window when he isn't looking. Blue made it sound like he only had to snap his fingers. Blue might as well have said he would need to storm Omaha Beach without an army. Then what? Robert said. What you think, dummy? Blue said. Then I'll help you run away.
Part 6. Lower Spruce. 24. Gloria was shaking again by the time she got back to her cramped room at Miss Lottie's and burrowed beneath a quilt to cry. A slow unraveling. This guilt was a new feeling, inflaming her grief about her family's dead and missing. A hot spear stabbing every pain she tried to bury. She saw Mama's slack-jawed face on her deathbed pillow, where Gloria had sat and stared too long, wanting to look away and yet not able to, chronicling each missing movement and breath, while Robbie wailed and kicked the wall, and Papa paced the garden outside Mama's window saying, "Oh, dear God, oh, dear God," in a stranger's helpless voice. Until Mama died, he had never stopped believing she would get better. Papa had been good at everything outside of the house, but almost nothing inside except to threaten a whipping. He could not make himself wash Mama when she was too weak to use the outhouse or the corner tub, so Gloria had wiped away Mama's watery stool and seen to the folds between her legs when Gloria had needed the back porch Robert Stevens to help her. Instead, he had leaned on her. He had come home less than before, working longer hours. "We'll need the extra money," he always said, and moved his meetings farther away. A sob tore at Gloria's throat as she remembered how she'd been robbed of school, which Mama had said was her only chance every day for the last 3 months of her life. Her last words to her before her mind was gone. Don't quit school. Go to college. When Mama was senseless with pain and medication, Gloria had begun lying to her, promising her she wasn't missing class. Every lie to Mama haunted her now that Mama was gone. Gloria had been so good a liar that Mama had believed her. It was a new, loathsome idea. She could lie to her own dying mother. Gloria wailed, her face hot in the pillow to stifle the sound. Because that wasn't even the worst. The worst was how instead of freeing Robbie like she'd promised Papa, she'd ignored the advice from Mr. Moore and even John Dorsey, who had known better too, but hoped to make up for a boy in Live Oak he couldn't save. She had stirred up the courthouse, which meant she might have stirred up the town.
This day felt worse than Mama's dying. She hadn't caused Mama to die. If she and Robbie had stayed on Lower Spruce in Miss Lottie's house, they never would have met a McCormick on the road. Thinking of Lyle touching her while Robbie watched with shock, then the way Lyle had pushed her up against his gate at night and rubbed his body against hers, made her remember the deputy on the road and the plans in his mind. She smothered herself in the pillow to try to contain her scream. Gloria only quieted when she was afraid Miss Lottie might come to check on her. She couldn't stand the thought of adding a single ounce of burden to Miss Lottie.
Hurry, check the back.
A man's voice. When she opened her eyes, the sky had dimmed through the sheer curtains, and she heard a burr of voices from the living room. June and Miss Lottie, but also others witnessing trouble. Gloria sprang up and tottered to the doorway. The living room was crowded. Except for June and Miss Lottie, all of them were peeking through the front window facing the road. Mr. and Mrs. Hatchett and Leroy Jenkins, the pastor's brother. June took off running, full out running toward the kitchen, the other way. Mr. Jenkins was heaving up and down with a wheeze at the window. He'd been running too.
All of y'all get away from that window,
June barked, angry.
Get down low.
What's going on? Gloria said. No one answered, which made the scene more troubling. Mrs. Hatchett took Miss Lottie by the arm to lead her to the couch. Miss Lottie looked tired, as if she'd been asleep too.
Gloria, go fetch Miss Lottie a glass of water. Go on.
Gloria worried for Miss Lottie and wanted to demand to know what the fuss was, but the fear in the room was thick and urgent, so she turned to follow June to the kitchen.
Truck, down at the corner,
she heard Mr. Hatchett report.
Big red one.
Told you, Mr. Jenkins said, still breathing hard. There's 5-6 riding back. A strange truck in Lower Spruce might mean the Klan. In the kitchen, June was pulling down the blinds to block the jalousie windows in Miss Lottie's rear kitchen door. He'd grabbed his shotgun from its hiding place behind the fridge, had it propped on his shoulder, finger on the trigger. Gloria's heart clamored. They said there's a truck, Gloria told him, though he looked like he already knew.
That light,
he said, pointing, and she flipped the kitchen switch off. The kitchen went dark, and the crickets chirped more loudly through the open windows, but there were no other sounds. The curtains glowed faintly with gray light. Gloria hazarded a peek from the window's opposite corner. Nothing was moving between Miss Lottie's clothesline and the mango trees where her truck was parked. Even June's work shirts hanging from the clothespins were petrified and still.
What you doing, Glo?
June said. Gloria let the curtains fall shut. She'd forgotten about Miss Lottie's water. Sorry, She reached into the fridge for Miss Lottie's cold mason jar. Her fingers were shaking again.
What I mean is, what you doing?
Uncle June said.
You better decide. You gonna curl up and cry? You gonna go hide under the bed?
Is it the Klan? She said, speaking her worst fear. What will they do, Uncle June?
You done crying? Tell me yes or no.
From the living room, Miss Lottie's phone jangled. Mrs. Hatchett answered, and she sucked in her breath from whatever she heard. Then she slammed down the phone. No doubt someone had called with a threat or bad news. Miss Lottie asked who had called, and Mrs. Hatchett said no one. I'm done crying, Gloria said, although her eyes wanted to flood.
All right, then. You carry Miss Lottie her water, June said, real calm like. Don't get her excited here.
Yes, sir. June spoke so quickly she had to strain to hear him over her heart's pounding.
Then you take her to her room. Make sure she's clear of that window. Keep the lights off, or they'll see you better than you'll see them. That old oak blocks her window pretty good, so you peek out from time to time. See what you see.
Gloria nodded.
Look for fires, June said. If you hear gunfire, try to see the muzzle flash.
Uncle June was telling her the things he would tell a soldier, she realized.
You know where Mama's pea shooter is?
The laundry basket was in Miss Lottie's room, on her bed. She'd carried it in herself when they returned from the courthouse. "Yes, sir." Gloria's slamming heart made the room seem dimmer. Papa had taught her how to shoot squirrels and rabbits with buckshot, but she wouldn't trust her aim with the pistol. Shooting into the dark?
Don't even think about firing that gun at a white man, unless you're about to die first. Not 'cause you got scared and jumped.
"Yes, sir."
But if you got to shoot, don't shoot blind, eyes open, and keep shooting. And all of us will get to the truck. I parked it out back. Tank's full, and I've got the key in my pocket. I've been staying ready for these SOBs. If you see me run for that truck, follow behind. No matter what, you get Miss Lottie to that truck. That's your only job, even if you gotta carry her.
"Why don't we just go now?"
"Too late now,"
Uncle June said. Outside, a vehicle's tires growled across the road. A man yelled something Gloria couldn't understand, but she knew the angry sound. The strange truck might be right in front of the house.
"Remember what I said,"
Uncle June said, hushed.
"You squeeze that trigger by accident, they'll burn down Lower Spruce. But they might anyway. So don't fire it until we're all done for. All you can do then is take a few of them, too. God sorts out the rest."
"Yes," Gloria said, fully agreed. She wished the deputy from the road in Live Oak would come, a wish so fierce it sped her heart. But then she saw ashes, a heralding, not a memory, and her heart iced. There would be burning tonight. What would Papa do if he were here? Gloria knew the answer. He would run. Papa had run already. Running had been the answer for Robbie all along, and she'd been foolish enough to go to the courthouse.
"Go on,"
Uncle June said.
"Get Mama out of the front room."
"Where's Wayman?" Gloria asked. June and Wayman were not Miss Lottie's biological children, but she had raised them both since the time they were Robbie's age. While they were gone for the war, at times Gloria had wondered if Miss Lottie would worry herself to death. June was kin, and Wayman found his way to her somehow. They both talked about how she cut switches from her yard to keep them in line, as if she'd done them a great service. Just like Miss Lottie said her mother in her slave cabin had cut switches to beat her children because she said it was better if it came from her instead of Massa.
"Wayman can take care of himself,"
June said.
"Go, Gloria. Hurry."
Miss Lottie walked slowly, so Gloria tried to take her time walking with her, despite her anxiousness. Gloria flicked off a bare bulb in the hallway, and the house beyond the kitchen went dark, except a faint glow from the windowless bathroom. Gloria held Miss Lottie's slightly trembling hand as she led her through the dark. She knew the house from memory enough to reach Miss Lottie's open doorway. Her room was an inky cavern. Miss Lottie had so many clothes that 2 racks of dresses lined her bedroom doorway to make a path to her pink canopy bed, a long-ago retirement gift from Councilman Powell. So high, she needed steps to climb to it. The bed was more regal than the bed where Mama, said Miss Lottie, had kept Ma'am's feet warm. Gloria led Miss Lottie through her collection of memories to a bed. "Where's my water?" Miss Lottie had sworn she didn't need more after 2 sips, but now she sounded panicked. Gloria had kept the mason jar, knowing better. "I've got it." Miss Lottie drank in thirsty gulps, her hands struggling with the jar's weight, so Gloria helped her steady it. "Do you need your heart pills?" Gloria said. "They in the bathroom?" Miss Lottie shook her head. "Stay here," she said. "With me." Outside, a white man was shouting. He was too far to make out his words, except niggers. "Is Wayman in the kitchen with June?" Miss Lottie said. "Did he come back yet?" "Yes," Gloria lied. The easiest thing to say. Uncle June had said to keep Miss Lottie calm. Headlights swept across Gloria's face through the open blinds, as if God wanted to shine a light on her lies. And Miss Lottie knew. Gloria saw it in the flash of her wide, probing eyes. Gloria rushed to the window to close the blinds like Uncle June had told her to. The headlights were coming from the back, not the road. Who was driving in Miss Lottie's yard? Once the blinds were closed, Gloria rushed back to the bed to find the laundry basket, feeling for the ribbed wicker. She banged her ankle on Miss Lottie's steps to the bed, but she barely felt the pain while she looked for the gun. "Gloria," Miss Lottie said sternly, "is Wayman here or not?" More angry shouts outside. "No, ma'am." Gloria did not want her dying words to be a lie. "What?" Miss Lottie's voice rose in alarm. "Wayman's not here, not yet." "Then why'd you say—" But Miss Lottie did not finish. Anguished, worse than a rebuke, Gloria wished she could take back the truth when she heard Miss Lottie's whimpering sobs. She had seen Miss Lottie weep only once, at Mama's funeral. Miss Lottie's crying twisted her insides with shame and dread. Gloria wrapped her fingers around the butt of the .22. She didn't have the time or light to check the chamber, so she went to the window, led by the moon. "This loaded?" Gloria said, hoping Miss Lottie could hear her over her crying.
5 shots. Bullets in my closet, top shelf. In my hat box."
Miss Lottie held back her sob.
"You see anybody?"
Gloria looked for movement in the shadows. No, the silent hulk of Miss Lottie's truck waited in the moonlight, ready. We should have run. Gloria saw herself in the truck at another time, racing the truck along the railroad tracks, past rows of slash pines, Miss Lottie beside her, racing toward the woods. Someone waiting in the shadows.
"Where's Robert Stevens?"
In the backyard, a stranger let out a yell. Gloria almost dropped her gun when her knees buckled in fright. The voice sounded not farther than 10 yards away, maybe 15. Instinct made her pull back from the window, but she remembered Uncle June saying to watch for fire. She peeked out again, trying to see past the tree. Glass broke from the other side of the house, probably the living room window. Out front, Mrs. Hatchett screamed, and her husband told her to stay down. Someone was out back. Someone else was at the front. Maybe the house was surrounded. Cold facts came to Gloria lining up.
"Gloria,"
Miss Lottie said, still a whimper.
"you smell kerosene."
"No, ma'am." But the entire room might smell like kerosene. Gloria's nose was plugged with her own hot breath as she panted by the window.
"You tell me the truth,"
Miss Lottie said.
"I can't smell anything. I was in my bed, and I thought to myself, who's that fussing outside? Who's out there yelling to raise the dead?"
"You mean now?"
My mama say, "Lottie, you smell that kerosene? They pour it to make the fire burn quicker. They'll pour it on your skin, you give them a chance. Then you'll be blacker than black."
Miss Lottie was talking out of her head, and white men were circling the house. The world folded in on itself, and Gloria held her breath until her dizzy feeling passed. She'd almost forgotten the lesson she'd learned from Mama's illness. People seemed fine, until they weren't fine at all. Just like towns, like Gracetown. Gloria watched the truck, waiting to see if Uncle June would start shooting or give her a signal. To keep from being afraid, she felt herself wanting it to happen. The nozzle of her gun tapped lightly against the edge of Miss Lottie's closed window. "You're not in old times with your mama anymore, Miss Lottie." For a moment, Miss Lottie was silent, mulling that over.
"Don't die in no fire," she said. "Anyway but that."
"Yes, ma'am," Gloria whispered, not sure what she was promising. She was just glad Miss Lottie sounded in her right mind again. Maybe the broken window had taken her mind back to the old days, like Wayman sometimes jumped when he heard loud noises since the war.
"They don't care who it is, man woman or child, Miss Lottie said. Once it starts, they don't care. They'll treat you like you ain't from the same God as them, like they the devil. Gloria thought of the hard-eyed deputy on the road who wanted to drag her to the woods. I know, Miss Lottie. If you gotta run, go on and run, Miss Lottie said. Uncle June said, and I'm telling you, don't wait on me. Please, Gloria. Please, child. She was begging. It's bad enough Wayman's out there. They burned it all. My grandpa's house, his barn. I was a child. I was fast, and so was Mama. So we lived. We ran to the woods and hid. That's what you'd better do. You only live through it if you're quick. They're not going to burn us, Gloria said. How do you know that? Miss Lottie hissed, both a whisper and a shout. Gloria didn't know how she knew, but she did. She saw fire, plumes of black and gray smoke, and excited golden flames. But the fire was not destined for Miss Lottie's. A fire was burning somewhere else. Was Robbie on fire somewhere? The reformatory? But no, that didn't seem right either. That fire had been in 1920. This one was new. I just know it, Gloria said. Same way I always know. Mama used to ask me things. That satisfied Miss Lottie. She went back to her quiet whimpering over Wayman. She told Gloria that Whites had remarked to her that Wayman had changed since the war, how he unnerved people as he paraded to church in his army uniform every Sunday. Wayman said he liked to remind people he had shed blood, and he might shed blood again. Is Wayman all right? This was the first time Miss Lottie had ever tugged on Gloria's knowing like Mama used to. Gloria tried to know about Wayman, but part of her didn't know how to try. Her flashes came on their own. The harder she tried, the less she knew. I can't see that now. I can't see everything. Another window broke. It might have been the window in Gloria's room, right beside them, where she had been sleeping until only minutes ago. Gloria peeked through the blinds again toward the truck. Still, no Uncle June. No headlights, no engine. But the light-colored shirt at the end of the clothesline was flapping unnaturally, coming to life. Gloria peered more closely, trying to see. Was her eye fooling her? A shadow bobbed in front of the shirt, closer and closer. Rapid footsteps crushed twigs and leaves as someone, a man, was running toward her, right at her, as if he could see in the dark. What was the point of yelling a warning? Gloria raised her pistol and backed up 2 steps, waiting for the window to break. She kept her hand steady on the trigger by remembering Uncle June's advice. She couldn't shoot just because she was scared. If he just threw a rock, she would not shoot. If he just yelled out epithets, she would not shoot. But if he had a gun, or tried to climb into the room, or if she saw fire, "Let me in," the man said at the window. He tapped hard, but not enough to break it. Gloria's plans left her, trigger finger tightening. "It's Wayman," Miss Lottie said. Before Gloria could move, Wayman already had coaxed the window halfway up. When Gloria added her strength, the window squealed in its frame, raised high enough to let wiry Wayman through. Then they both slammed the window behind them. Wayman locked it. "Goddamn crackers! One of them tried to come right out back," Wayman said. He saw the gun in Gloria's hand and snatched it from her. "Girl, give me that for you hurt somebody." Then he stumbled out of the bedroom, crashing through Miss Lottie's clothes racks. Miss Lottie called after him, but his footsteps were racing to the front of the house. Wayman smelled like smoke. The Klan had burned down her cabin. Gloria guessed before she saw the thin gray smoke rising out from the McCormick's way. Her knowing sharpened.
and she fixed on a sadness that told her everything she owned was gone. But she had to wait through the night to hear the story, because the cars and trucks never stopped their ruckus up and down the street. Gloria thought Sheriff Posey might come, but Miss Lottie told her he wouldn't unless someone got killed, and maybe he wouldn't come even then. They all agreed his deputies probably were the ones making the most noise. Gloria wondered if the deputy who had taken Robbie to the courthouse was outside with the rest of the angry white men. When no fire came at Miss Lottie's, Gloria slept beside her in her bed fit for a queen. At first daylight, Gloria woke beside Miss Lottie and walked past Mrs. Hatchett sleeping open-mouthed on the couch and went outside to join June and Wayman on the front porch. It was strange to see so many people milling early in the morning, up and down the street in the sad sunlight. No one going anywhere. Men in sleeping clothes in their yards or on their front porches at every house. Wayman had put on his Army private's uniform, his Sunday clothes, and sat on Miss Lottie's porch rails with his legs swinging, a sentry daring someone to trespass. Uncle June stood beside him with his shotgun in plain view. Across the street, Clyde Frazier, the barber, had his hunting rifle, and Mr. Hatchett paced his porch with a baseball bat over his shoulder. Lois Spruce wasn't ducking and hiding anymore. Let the Klan come, then. The last of the whites were congregated near a truck at the far end of the street, about 10 or 12 who looked like teenagers. A few of them had shotguns or hunting rifles. It felt like a standoff in a Western picture, except everyone had been up all night and was too tired for shouting. Still, no sign of the sheriff. But she saw the smoke's haze to the east. She turned away, trying to ignore the acid twist in her belly. "What are they doing?" Gloria asked. Wayman spat.
"Wishing they had more nerve. Look at 'em. What we been so scared of?" "We'll see,"
Uncle June said, watching. Then Uncle June and Wayman shared a look, and Gloria figured what was coming. "Just say it," Gloria said. "You think I don't see the smoke?" Wayman looked surprised, mopping his face with a handkerchief, and soot came off. In the daylight, she could see his hair was flecked with white ash. He nodded, glad she had guessed so he would not have to tell her. "What happened?" she said.
"I was cutting grass over on Grove Street when this guy, Jake, grabs my arm and about pulls me off my feet. Looks scared, like Manton Moreland and King of the Zombies."
"Just get to it," June said.
Jake says, "Klan's headed down to your little cousin's house." And I say, "Come on with me to see after her then." And he just looks at me like I'm crazy. These scared country Negroes, I swear. I didn't know if you was in that cabin or not, so I went as fast as I could.
He told her how he'd borrowed a friend's car and driven out in time to see 2 or 3 trucks turn off McCormick Road to the rutted dirt path that led to her cabin. He'd parked behind a fallen tree and gone the rest of the way on foot. The trucks had parked at the front of the cabin, so he'd gone around back and whispered her name, tapping on the windows, trying to rouse her.
"I saw this on the wall and snatched it through the window,"
he said. He picked up a small gold-tinted picture frame he'd been keeping beside him on the railing. Mama and Papa's wedding photo had been on the nail next to the stove. The frame's glass was cracked, but the photo was untouched. Mama had a laurel wound into her hair, and Papa's hair and mustache were styled like Nat King Cole's. Wayman must have carried it with him through the woods and through Miss Lottie's window, and had kept it with him to give to her when she woke. Wayman had never done such a kind thing for her. Gloria hugged him. When soot rubbed off on her, she wondered which room the ashes had come from. Which memory was touching her lips?
"That's all I got. Sorry, cuz,"
Wayman said. Gloria nodded, trying not to think of her bedroom, or Mama's clothes, Or Robbie's toys? And the other photos, lost. Thinking would make it real. She'd promised Robbie she would bring him home, and now she had no home to bring him to. She pulled clear of Wayman's smoky scent.
Then I got the hell out of there. I stayed hid while it burned in case they'd leave. Thought I could go in and save some things. But they stayed to watch. All of them took bets on if you were hiding and you'd come running out on fire. She'll come through that window. No, it'll be the door. I tell you, if I'd had June's gun, we'd all be burned up,
Uncle June said.
Or swinging from a tree. Red McCormick finally drove out. Told him to go home before they burned down his turpentine farm. He was mad in a hornet. He had a truck. Made him douse it with water. Dumb as hell, setting a fire so close to McCormick land,
June said, shaking his head. Did he ask after me? Gloria said.
Nah. They just said, nobody's home. But I didn't know my own self till I saw you.
They fell into a hard silence, all of them realizing how close she'd come to dying. What would the men have done to her if she'd tried to escape? Or if they'd seen Wayman? Gloria let herself remember Mama's bookshelf behind the dinner table. Her Zora Neale Hurston, W.E.B. Du Bois, Langston Hughes, Lewis Carroll, and Anna Julia Cooper books, some of the pages marked with old receipts, grocery lists, mementos. Gone. Gloria would remember one shelf, one cabinet, at a time. That was as much as she could let herself think of it. Already her stomach was withered. Uncle June reached over and tousled Gloria's hair like a boy's, and Gloria ducked her head away.
We can't take none of it with us,
he said.
That's what I'm always trying to tell Mama. Shoot, one match and Mama's house would go up like the 4th of July,
Wayman said, peeking over his shoulder at the window, not wanting Miss Lottie to hear.
Mama all right?
Uncle June asked Gloria, already moving on from the fire. Gloria nodded, sleeping.
Then we blessed it wasn't worse.
Oh, shoot, Wayman said, peering down the street. He jumped down from the porch. At the intersection down the street, Sheriff Posey's car was pulling up beside the pickup truck. His sheriff's car had a gold stripe across the side that made it noticeable from a distance, shiny in the sun. His lights and siren weren't on.
Took his damn time, Uncle June said. He's probably the one who sent these crackers out here,
Wayman said. He whistled to the neighbor and pointed toward the sheriff. Up and down the street, the men lowered or hid their weapons. Grudgingly, June set down his shotgun across Miss Lottie's empty porch rocker, out of sight from the road. Sheriff Posey wanted to run for governor one day, or so Miss Ann said, and he comported himself as if he already had the position. He wore a dark suit and tie, with only his gray Stetson as his police uniform. He walked down the street instead of riding in his car, touching the brim of his hat as he passed one house and then the next, on the way to Miss Lottie's. The Hatch's big-bellied yellow hound followed him, sniffing after his two-tone boots.
Shouldn't y'all be getting ready for work?
Sheriff Posey called out as he walked.
Kinda late in the day to be out on the front porch, ain't it?
No one answered him. The air was already hot before 7 a.m., so Sheriff Posey was sweating by the time he reached the end of the street at the edge of Miss Lottie's grass. He folded his suit coat over his arm. His face looked as if he was smiling, even when he wasn't. A face where you couldn't guess his age. The broken living room window was staring right at him, but he ignored it.
They'll be looking for you at the mill any minute, J.W., Sheriff Posey said to Uncle June.
He did not greet Wayman or speak to him, and Gloria was glad. Wayman had bowed his head to hide his glare, but he might say anything. Gloria kept quiet, too.
Can't leave my godmama's house with hooligans breaking windows up and down the street,
Uncle June said.
We've got property damage all up and down. They were shouting and raising a ruckus all night.
Sheriff Posey glanced back at the pickup truck and the gathered white men and boys as if he had just noticed them.
Don't you worry none about those fellas back there,
he said.
I'm sending them back on home. You send them home, Sheriff, and we'll go to work, all right?
Uncle June said. Gloria wondered when the sheriff would say something about the fire. Sheriff Posey sighed. He took off his hat and rearranged it on his head. Gloria understood why he was nicknamed Bird. He was fidgety, his eyes skirting here and there.
From what I can gather, lots of folks are wondering why Robert Stevens hasn't been brought to justice. That was a nasty business, what happened at Pixie's. But here we are, a year later, and no trial. If you could help us find him, I'm sure they'd settle down.
Now he was looking straight at Gloria. He didn't do what they say. Everybody knows it. Gloria had been afraid to say it to the judge, but Gloria was too weary to be afraid. She had lost Papa, Robbie, and her home. What else could they take?
That's what the trial's for,
Sheriff Posey said.
She'll say her side, he'll say his.
Wayman chuckled beside Gloria, almost out of her hearing. No jury in Gracetown would side with Papa's word over a white woman, even if half the town knew she was lying.
We ain't seen Robert Stevens since he left,
Uncle June said.
Might be in New York. I hear Chicago,
the sheriff said.
Then you know better than I do, sir,
June said.
He might be out in California,
Wayman said.
Lots of folks go out there, too.
Sheriff Posey gave Wayman a sour look.
War's been over for 5 years, boy.
Miss Lottie was right. Few things riled white men more than a black man in an army uniform. Maybe it was knowing they might have killed white men overseas, even if they were Nazis. Or the white girlfriends in France so many Negro soldiers had stories about.
Yes, sir,
Wayman said.
But looks like a new war's coming.
Sheriff Posey's lips formed a tight line and his face got redder. Before he could say anything, Uncle June said,
Papers say Korea's heating up. Then both of you go on and re-enlist.
Sheriff Posey said.
Anyway, you should all think real hard on getting out of Gracetown till this business with Robert Stevens is settled. Take this gal and the old woman, too. Nights will get a whole lot quieter for everyone in Lower Spruce.
None of them answered. Mild voice or not, they knew the sound of a threat. Gloria was so angry that her teeth clamped tight. Sheriff Posey backed up a step, as if he could see Uncle June's shotgun waiting on the rocker, or the little pea shooter in Wayman's pocket.
By the way,
Sheriff Posey said to Gloria,
I'm sorry to report there was a fire last night. Looks like your daddy's house got burned to the ground. Nothing but ashes left. Thank goodness you were here. Safe and sound. I'm guessing maybe you left something cooking on the stove. Those grease fires get out of hand fast. Wasn't no grease fire,
Wayman said.
Ask Red McCormick. Might be he saw Mr. Earl and some swamp boys out there last night.
He didn't say Klan, but he didn't have to. Sheriff Posey froze, surprised. He wasn't used to answers to his lies. He turned to scan the street, where everyone was posted on their porches or by their windows. Miss Lottie and Mrs. Hatchett were awake now, listening by the living room's broken window pane. Sheriff Posey suddenly busied himself with wiping his shoe in the grass. Gloria hoped he'd stepped in dog shit.
Y'all hear me now?
Sheriff Posey called out.
It's time to get dressed and out to work.
No one moved or answered him. He hadn't come to hear their complaints about broken windows or threats keeping them up all night. He hadn't come to promise justice for the fire. Sheriff Posey went on, his voice angrier.
If I come back and see y'all here in an hour, I'll have my deputies run you in for vagrancy. See how you like it when you get locked up like her brother. And locked up is where he's gonna stay until somebody helps us find his daddy.
He spoke more loudly so the crowd of whites could hear at the end of the street. Gloria was so angry. The world went red. Then Sheriff Posey turned to look at her and winked. A true politician. He was performing for his audience.
Be smart, Sheriff Posey said, gentler. I'll see he makes it to trial, and the trial's fair.
Sheriff Posey took his time during his long walk back to the intersection, careful not to show fear. As he walked, he signaled to the waiting white men and boys at the end of the street. Most of them climbed into the truck, and a few walked to their cars. A chorus of car doors slammed just out of sight.
Fool,
Miss Lottie muttered from the window.
Ain't fit for a badge. You shouldn't have named Mr. Earl.
Uncle June chided Wayman. Mr. Earl, who ran the tack and feed, was clanned to his bones. Negro farmers drove to Mariana or Quincy when they needed feed, fearful Mr. Earl might poison their stock.
But I did it, huh?
Wayman shrugged.
He's the sheriff, ain't he? Fighting crime? Now you sound like a damn fool.
Slowly, as the whites left, neighbors waved at June and went inside. Gloria had not moved since Sheriff Posey's wink, rigid with anger, but she realized she was grateful to him for confirming everything she had learned yesterday. Gracetown would not free Robbie. She could stop wasting her time with lawyers and judges. Gloria waited until she saw the sheriff climb into his car, and then she said, "Uncle June, you worked at the reformatory, didn't you?" Uncle June's jaw tightened. He wasn't proud of his time at the reformatory. He'd never told her what he'd done, but she felt something near his mind almost as bad as his war memories. Worse, maybe.
"Few months,"
June said, voice low. "So you know how boys would run sometimes." Uncle June looked at her.
"If they wanted to get whipped, shot, or ripped up by dogs."
Knowledge of things he'd done flared quietly, but she didn't want to know. Not yet. But those boys, they didn't have help, did they? They didn't have someone who worked inside once who could tell them how to go, or someone to drive them away once they were out. Wayman let out a joyful hoot, patting Gloria's back too hard.
"You sure is kidding, Robert Stevens. I'll say that much."
June glanced back at Miss Lottie. If he was looking for an objection in her face, he didn't find one in Miss Lottie's steely eyes.
"Told you,"
Miss Lottie said to June. "She's just like Bob
and her mama."
June turned back to Gloria.
"No, I guess they didn't have nobody helping them like that."
Gloria gazed at the smoke rising, where her home and family had once lived. For the first time, she understood the liberation of having nothing left to lose. "We're going to help Robbie run," Gloria said.
"'Bout time,"
Wayman said. Maybe he and Uncle June had argued about it already. Uncle June glared at the morning, making sure the last trucks at the end of the street had driven away.
"It won't be pretty. We can't count on no one else. We sure we're ready for that?"
"Damn right," Miss Lottie said. Deciding was that easy. But the rest, Gloria knew, would be oh so hard. 25. Miss Anne showed no surprise, only relief when she opened her kitchen door and saw Gloria waiting on the rear stoop. Without a word, she stepped aside to let Gloria in, lingering to scan her backyard for spies, watching beyond her prized rose bushes that ringed the house. The kitchen smelled like brewing coffee, but no one else was up. Only Fred's wife, Nell, had a job, but Miss Ann always got up early and dressed as if she expected visitors. Gloria could tell by the stricken look on Miss Ann's face that she knew about the trouble on Lower Spruce, and she might even know about the cabin. But Miss Ann didn't say anything, gently closing and locking her door with a sad sigh Gloria barely heard. "Can I use your phone?" Gloria said, keeping her voice low. "I want to call that place. The social worker said I have to get on the list to see Robbie on visiting day." Miss Ann didn't ask why she couldn't use the phone at Miss Lottie's house. Instead, she led Gloria to the wooden telephone chair just beyond the kitchen entryway. She gestured for Gloria to sit down. She didn't want to be too loud either. Miss Ann picked up the handset on the small tabletop and dialed the operator. "Hi, Maddie," she said. And Gloria thought about how all the Gracetown ladies knew each other. And Miss Ann was friendly with the woman who had lied about Papa, too. "Good to hear your voice. Gracetown School for Boys, please." After the operator's answer, Miss Ann handed the receiver to Gloria. The ring was loud and grating, as ugly as the place itself. When the phone stopped ringing, Gloria noticed tears in Miss Ann's eyes. But no time to worry about it. The woman who'd answered was already in a bad mood, and she was repeating herself because Gloria missed what she'd said after the distraction of Miss Ann's tears. Gloria straightened her shoulders to sound more confident. "I need to make an appointment on visiting day, please." "Your name?" Gloria's confidence melted. Not for the first time, she wanted to lie. "Gloria Stevens," she said. "I'd like an appointment to see Robbie Stevens, please." Robbie, not Robert, not Papa. In the long silence, Gloria noticed Miss Ann flick a tear away while she pretended to straighten an old framed map of Florida hanging on the wall. "Too late to book an appointment for tomorrow," the woman said. "Tomorrow's full." "But the social worker, Mr. Lohman, he said I could see him." Lohman had also said something about how she would need to rush to make an appointment, but she'd been so busy with Live Oak and John Dorsey and the courthouse and worrying about Lower Spruce and her cabin burning down that she'd forgotten to plan for visiting day. "Now tomorrow you can," the woman said. "I don't care if the man on the moon says it. You'll have to wait a week." She was so snappish that Gloria thought she might hang up on her. "Can I get my name on the list for next week?" Gloria said, biting back tears. This was wrong in every way. She wanted to see Robbie tomorrow, to tell him he would be all right because they were going to figure out how to break him free. She had hoped she might even be able to share seeds of the getaway plan Uncle June was mulling over based on what he remembered about the grounds. Uncle June had promised to help her draw a map. The woman's voice became muffled, and Gloria realized she was talking to someone else, muting the phone. Then she was back. "Oh, no. We don't take new appointments until Monday, and you have to come in person to put your name on the list." Drive to that awful place just to put her name on a list? The Gracetown Reformatory was a state school, not just for the county. Parents who lived hours away couldn't be expected to come in person just to make an appointment for a visit. This woman didn't want her to make an appointment. The woman probably expected Gloria to be too scared to come in person. And maybe she should be scared. "I can't make an appointment to see my 12-year-old brother until Monday for next week, and I can only make an appointment in person," Gloria recited to make sure Miss Ann heard. Miss Ann's mouth dropped open, indignant. Not liking the sound of her own words, the woman hung up. Gloria wanted to scream or cry, but somehow she only slipped the phone back to the cradle, her hand trembling with rage and disappointment, and too many other emotions to name. She thought of Mama's photo albums and Sunday dishes, and carefully folded hand towels embroidered with strawberries she'd kept in the drawers by the sink burning in the fire and could barely catch her breath. "You lure a fly with honey, Gloria," Miss Anne said, her voice sounding far away inside Gloria's boiling thoughts. Siding with a stranger, of course. "I only mean, you know how—" "Yes," Gloria said. "I know what you mean. I'm supposed to pretend like it's fine." "I know it's not fine," Miss Anne blurted. "Fred came home drunk as a skunk a couple hours ago. He was out all night in Lower Spruce. He told me he went to see it didn't go too far. But I don't believe it, and I'm so ashamed. Daddy would—" She didn't finish, wiping away another tear. Fred had always been trash. Mr. Powell had known it better than anyone. Gloria was not surprised and had nothing to say, so she stood up to leave. "Wait," Miss Anne said, grabbing her arm, and Gloria's flesh turned taut as she waited for Miss Anne to go on. Miss Anne braved the anger in her eyes. "What will you do now?" "Miss Lottie can drive me," Gloria said. "I have to see Robbie. I have to get on the list. I won't wait until Monday." "I don't think you should go there, Gloria," Miss Anne said. "I think you should keep out of sight altogether for a few days." She hushed her voice. "Is it true you hired a communist lawyer with the money I gave you and went to the courthouse?" "The NAACP isn't communist," Gloria said, yanking her arm away. "You sound just like all the rest, Miss Anne, and that lawyer didn't charge me a cent." Miss Anne's eyes fluttered with embarrassment. "My phone was ringing off the hook last night from people asking me about you and a lawyer at the courthouse," Miss Anne said. "Gloria, who was that you mentioned on the phone? Mr. Lohman?" "He's a social worker who drove Robbie to the reformatory. He's from New York." "Yes, I know that name. Jan and I went to a meeting of Christians and Jews in Tallahassee, and I think he was there. His wife's name is Rachel. If they're the same ones, they must be. She was telling me how her kids get teased. Let me call her. Or better yet, I'll try calling him. Please let me do something to help." Gloria didn't remember Lohman's number or have his card, but she remembered the agency he worked for, so Miss Anne took Gloria's place in the telephone chair to try to get through to him. Gloria knew she could make the tedious call herself, but she was tired. "They wear you down one wrong at a time," Mama used to say. "Yes, Mr. Lohman," Miss Anne said, so giddy that she nearly giggled. She clutched the bulky phone receiver close to her ear. As soon as she introduced herself, Gloria heard Mr. Lohman's faint voice say, "Why, yes, Miss Powell. It's indeed a pleasure," like he was Cary Grant at a cocktail party. He went on some about his wife, but Miss Anne cut short their small talk. "Mr. Lohman, I have a frustrating dilemma. It's about Robert Stevens, Jr., the boy at the reformatory. I have his sister Gloria here with me." The line went silent as he listened. David Lohman's fingers tightened across his coffee mug when Ann Powell mentioned Robert Stevens's name. The son's name carried his father's every bit as much as Ann Powell's name carried her late father's in the circles he was navigating in Jackson, Gadsden, and Leon counties. Rachel couldn't stop talking about how kind Ann Powell had been to her, that they might actually have lunch at the Silver Slipper, like it was an invitation to the White House. Driving home from that meeting, they both had confessed they finally felt a slim claim to their community, a promise to the end of their son's misery at school. At least one day, bit by bit, they might fit in. His heart had soared at the sound of Ann Powell's voice. "Wait until I tell Rachel," until she said why she was calling, and he realized her call might be related to the gossip about Klan activity and a fire in Gracetown last night. As he listened, Loman massaged his temples with his thumb and index finger. His heart quickened in his veins beneath his skin.
"Is that right?" he said, his mouth dry. "No, that's not the procedure. She should have been able to get on the books by phone."
He hated his perfunctory words, as if the issue were banal bureaucracy and not the lingering stranglehold of the Confederacy. "We're hoping you can help us," Aunt Powell said. "This is a terrible ordeal for them."
"Of course,"
he said brightly.
"Anything I can do."
Shit. He had made a promise now. She went on. "Mind you, nothing has been proven about the accusations against his father." Loman was shocked to hear his doubts about the case against Robert Stevens echoed by a woman, especially a white society woman. "Many of us here believe he's innocent. But that's not even the point. This is a child, and he needs to see his family."
"Understood."
"Can you get her on the list for tomorrow?"
"Miss Powell, I certainly will try."
"I've known him his whole life. He's a good boy, Mr. Loman."
"He seemed like a fine boy to me, too." Ask her about it."
His tongue felt bloated and dry.
"I heard—"
How could he put it? Were there polite words for siege and terrorism?
"There was some excitement last night."
"I heard there was a rainstorm. I heard the new DeSoto is out. I heard the Dodgers lost in extra innings. I heard the Ku Klux Klan nearly burned down the colored neighborhood in Gracetown, and I'm afraid they'll come for my family next." "Yes," she said, clipped, but did not elaborate. "That's all the more reason we need your help. I'm worried about his sister's safety. She looks like she hasn't slept in a month. She only wants to see her brother and make sure he's all right. I can go with her."
"No,"
Loman reminded her.
"The visiting areas are segregated by race."
For the first time, she went quiet. "Even if I want to see him too?" She'd grown up in the Jim Crow South her whole life, and she sounded like segregation was just dawning on her.
"Yes, Miss Powell,"
he said.
"You too. Colored means colored, unless you want to apply for an exception from the warden, and I don't recommend we involve him. Let's try hard not to."
Too late, he thought to jump up and close his door, the receiver's wire tugging across his neck. His colleagues were fielding calls about other families' miseries, but you couldn't be too careful. She sighed. "I can only imagine what you think of us down here."
"Segregation isn't unique to the South,"
Loman said, thinking of how often he'd seen colored children chased from his Lower East Side library.
"Just more flamboyant."
She gave a thin, sad laugh. "That's a way of putting it, all right. I'll tell you honestly, Mr. Loman, this doesn't feel to me like the country we say we are."
"No,"
he said, his head slumped at the memory of the white-only signs he'd had to explain to his boys, and they'd said, "But isn't that like the Nazis? And how could it be so? And why didn't they just take the signs down?" Loman would have said so much more to Aunt Powell if he hadn't been worried J. Edgar Hoover might be listening. Rachel thought it was a silly worry, but it wasn't silly to him. His cousin Josh, a screenwriter in Los Angeles, had just been thrown in jail for refusing to testify for McCarthy's witch hunt for radicals and communists. "You're a radical if you sneeze," Josh had complained at his father's funeral. "Anyhow, he doesn't belong in that place," Aunt Powell said. "Maybe no children do. Locking up children is barbaric."
"I agree."
He had so much more he could say. According to the files he'd studied after he was hired, the Gracetown Reformatory had been riddled with complaints since the day it opened. Loman realized he had lied to that child while he'd driven him to that place. He'd lied to himself. The reformatory was still flogging children when the state had outlawed flogging adult prisoners years ago. Warden Haddock often lashed those boys personally, and he did far worse, if the whispers were true.
"I'll call the warden's secretary right now,"
he said. By the time Loman hung up, his nervousness had transformed to resolve. Smart people of good conscience lived everywhere, if only you looked for them. No wonder Rachel had been so excited when she showed him the bulletin about the meeting. He'd spent his childhood on picket lines with his father, but instead of feeling inspired like his brother, he'd noticed the toll at home. At his father's funeral, trying to collect his favorite memories, he always came back to that Dodgers game because there had been only the Dodgers game, unless he counted the silent dinners with his father's thoughts miles away. How could Loman have married Rachel if he thought he could do that to her? Or to their boys, if he were labeled a radical? God only knew what could happen to his family. The deputy in Gracetown practically had called him a commie on sight, but doing nothing wasn't a choice anymore. After a year of keeping most of his thoughts to himself, he had an ally, so he dialed the number for the reformatory. Doris, Haddock's secretary, could be standoffish, but sometimes she cracked a smile when she saw him. Without any fuss, he would ask Doris to add Gloria Stevens' name to the next day's visitor's log, and the old woman, too. The log was on Doris's desk, so all it would take was a flick of her pen. She might grouse about the short notice, and he would smooth it over with a joke. Like always, the phone stopped ringing, but no greeting came.
"Hi, Doris. This is David over in Children's Services," he said.
The line was still silent, although the silence was alive. Someone breathing?
"Hello? Doris? This is David Loman. I'd like to get Gloria Stevens on the visitor's log tomorrow."
He sounded less casual the second time, more like reading lines from a script.
"You don't say."
The voice was a deep-voiced man, not Doris, not close to Doris. Breath rose so quickly in Loman's throat that he almost gasped. Haddock! Until that moment, Loman hadn't realized that Fenton Haddock, honest to God, frightened him. But his fingertips tingled across the phone's receiver. He'd only dealt with the man twice, once to introduce himself, and once to bring a mother's complaint that her son's back was scarred from a beating. Both times, Haddock had listened intently and smiled wide, but his pale blue eyes had twinkled with an unsettling blend of bemusement in one blink and barely muted rage in the next. A likely anti-Semite, yes, but Haddock's eyes brought to mind a word he'd learned in Intro to Psychology at NYU. Psychopath.
"Good morning, Supervisor Haddock,"
Loman said, trying to recover.
"I thought Doris must have a frog in her throat."
He had learned in elementary school that even bullies liked jokes. But not this bully. Not that joke. The silence was heavy with irritation.
"We're calling to get Gloria Stevens on tomorrow's visitor's log. She wants to see her little brother."
He added "we" for extra weight, although he knew his boss Martinson would string him up for making this call. Everyone had been talking about Gracetown over coffee that morning. The Gracetown NAACP had called to complain about the danger to children at 9 o'clock sharp. Haddock cleared his throat loudly, taking his time. Mocking him, Loman realized. Bastard. Haddock's reformatory was too big, had too much local influence, made too much money. Even Governor Warren needed a drink when Haddock was on the line, his boss had said.
"Deadline's passed, I'm afraid,"
Haddock said with a smile in his voice. "I know that, Supervisor," Loman said, although the reformatory made so many exceptions that it was a deadline in name only.
"He's a good boy. No other trouble. And it feels like Judge Morris overstepped a little here. So we're asking as a favor to the state of Florida."
His voice sharpened a bit at the end when he invoked the state, Martinson would be livid if he had to hop on the phone with Haddock to clean up an unauthorized request. Martinson liked to save his favors.
"Well,"
Haddock said, and Loman imagined his eyes laughing at him, then glaring.
"You know, I'm always happy to accommodate the state, Mr. Loman. 2:00, after church. Tell her don't be late."
Loman exhaled with a silent prayer.
"Thank you, Supervisor. She might bring an old woman with her, too. We appreciate—"
The reformatory superintendent hung up before Loman could finish. Loman pushed his chair away from his desk to give himself a foot's distance from the telephone. Despite the growing heat in his office from the morning sunlight filling his east-facing windows, he felt chilled to his toes. Gloria had no time to celebrate the news of her 2:00 visiting time before a knock came at Miss Ann's front door. When the knock sounded, Gloria had barely finished the toast and orange juice Miss Ann had fixed for her at the kitchen table. Disdained, Miss Ann looked at the clock on the stove. 9:30. Too early for salesmen, and too late for the milkman. "Someone gonna get that?" Mama yelled from upstairs, excited and confused by the knocking. "Daisy's come home! Someone let Daisy in the house!" Gloria wondered if one day she would be like Mama, an old woman always missing Robert long after he was gone. "I'll go shush her," Gloria said from habit, standing up. Miss Ann turned back to her from the doorway. "No," she said firmly. "Stay here." Gloria sat again. A chair gave her a clear view down the empty hallway to the living room, but the front door was out of sight to the right. Miss Ann scurried back into her view from the hidden foyer and raised her finger to her lip for Gloria to see. "Shh." Then she ducked back to open the door. "How are you, Bird?" Miss Ann said loudly. "The sheriff!" Gloria jumped to her feet and scurried farther out of sight, her back to the refrigerator door. She jumped when the tea kettle on the stove whistled behind her. She reached over to shut off the burner so quickly that she nearly seared her arm on the hot kettle.
"Been better, tell you the truth,"
the sheriff said. Was he in the house? Would Miss Ann be clueless enough to offer him coffee or tea? "I'm sorry, Sheriff," Miss Ann said. "Fred told me what he was up to last night, and we'll pay for any property damage. He's upstairs sleeping off whatever he was drinking. It sounds like a whole bunch of them were up to no good."
"Actually, Ann, I'm not here about Fred. I'm looking for Gloria Stevens. They say she works here as your house girl."
Gloria felt rocked. Wasn't it enough he'd just seen her on her front porch at dawn? Or had he been afraid to make her go with him then? Maybe he'd waited until she left. Maybe a deputy had followed her when Uncle June dropped her off at Miss Ann's in the truck. "Is she in some kind of trouble?" Miss Ann said.
"No, but other lawmen are burning up my lawn after last night, and they say I'd better ask her where her daddy's at. Right now, this whole thing's a lost ball in the high weeds. If folks in town feel like I can't bring them justice, they try to get it their own way."
The cold seeping through the refrigerator door froze Gloria in place. She wanted to run, but she expected a deputy's knock at the kitchen door behind her. "He rode off and left them in the night," Miss Ann said. "I'm sure she has no idea."
"If it's all the same, I'd like to bring her to my office."
He would hurt her, or another sheriff would. What if he called in the sheriff from Lake County, whose deputies had beaten confessions from 3 men and shot one dead in the woods? That got her moving. Gloria made it halfway to the back door. "Gloria quit working for us after her brother got locked up," Miss Ann said. "I haven't seen her today." Miss Ann was lying to the sheriff for her, and she'd said it just as smoothly as if she lied every day. Gloria decided not to try to flee outside where another deputy might see her. Instead, she moved to the pantry, careful to pull the frayed rope handle slowly, so the door would not click too loudly into place. In the dark, tight space, her breathing grew faster. A broom handle was jammed between her shoulder blades, but she did not dare move, or she would knock over the pantry's tightly packed tin cans and jars of preserves. She tried to hold her breath so she could hear their conversation through the thin wooden door.
"Any idea where she might be?" the sheriff was saying.
"I don't have the faintest, Bird. I just know she's very upset with her brother locked up. Taking a child away from his family is excessive for a schoolyard kid, isn't it? And Lyle McCormick 3 times that boy's size."
"That may be, but I don't make the law. I only enforce what they tell me to."
"Seems to me this whole fuss has more to do with Red McCormick's money and Robert Stevens Sr. than it does with his children." Miss Ann's voice turned fiery in the way she usually reserved for Fred. "I'm going to write a letter to the newspaper."
"Ann, I wish you wouldn't do that," the sheriff said. "I'd hate to see you get mixed up in the hurt feelings around this whole mess. That's just pouring gas on the flames."
"I know the Stevens family," Miss Ann said. "I'm already mixed up in it. Their mother, God rest her soul, gave them both piano lessons in this room. They're like family."
"She knows more than she's saying, Ann. I'm supposed to let a fugitive run loose?"
"You don't have a case, Bird. You know you don't. Show me a deputy or councilman who thinks Robert Stevens gave her that black eye. Tad's been beating her bloody for years." To Gloria, the floor seemed to shake. Yesterday, Miss Ann had sounded as meek as a mouse, and now she was testifying to the sheriff's face. The sheriff said something in a whisper Gloria couldn't hear, no matter how she held her breath silent. Then the sheriff said,
"Sorry again to bother you, Ann."
And Miss Ann closed the door and locked both locks. The sound of Miss Ann's quick, rapid breathing filled the house. She sounded scared, or angry, probably both. Gloria didn't peek her head out of the pantry until Miss Ann came and called for her. Gloria didn't come out until she saw with her own eyes that the sheriff hadn't followed her. "Son of a bitch," Miss Ann said. The first time Gloria had heard a cuss. Miss Ann paced the kitchen, grasping her flaring dress with her palm so hard that she might rip it. The nerve! That goddamned son of a bitch! That sorry excuse for the law! What did he say? At first, Miss Ann shook her head as if she didn't want to repeat it. Gloria thought it might be something about Miss Channing. But she was wrong. He said, "Remember what happened to your father." William Powell had driven his car into a ditch on a rainy night, and Papa had said it was the Klan as soon as he heard the news. Councilman Powell had signed a petition against lynching, and his name had been in the Tallahassee Democrat, not just the Gracetown Herald. He'd met with the governor and called the Klan an embarrassment to business owners in the New South. "Was it a warning?" Gloria said. "To help keep you safe?" "I don't know," she whispered. The way he said it, the way his voice changed, Gloria, it sounded like an actual threat. Against me. I'm shaking. The sheriff was always on the side of white people, Papa had said, until white people tried to help Negroes. Miss Ann clasped Gloria's elbows, and Gloria clasped hers back. They stared at each other wide-eyed with growing understanding of how deep their troubles went. Heavy footsteps on the rear staircase made them jump and look up. Fred was leaning on the railing halfway down the stairs, unshaven and bleary-eyed, still wearing last night's rumpled clothes as he watched them. He lit a cigarette.
"Turns out, you're not the smart one," he said. "Matter of fact, I see you're dumb as shit." He could be talking to either of them, or both.
Miss Ann moved in front of Gloria an impulse to protect her, and for a terrible moment, Gloria expected Fred to go running outside to tell the sheriff she was hiding there. But Fred only gave her a dead-eyed look, not blinking, before he turned around to go back upstairs. 26. The Reformatory. All morning, boys came to Robert to tell him their hate troubles, even the teenagers who looked like men. Even 2 white boys stole away from their side of the campus to meet him after breakfast to tell him which lockers were haunted, where they heard whispers in the cornfield, which mules could talk like humans, and which tractor powered itself when no one was driving. Robert couldn't keep track of all the promises he made to check out this place or that. It was a fine morning until Robert saw Boone waiting by the cafeteria door with his leather haint satchel. Robert's stomach bloated into his throat when Boone gave him that too-wide grin.
"Warden Haddock's tickled to death," Boone said. "Let's head on over to that old fire spot and see what you see."
"I can't," Robert said, before he'd thought up a good reason. Boone's grin vanished, replaced by glowering eyes. "I need time. It's too quick. Like when a car is out of gas." Boone scowled, only halfway believing him.
"How much time you need?"
Robert remembered Blue hovering over his bed like a vulture. Blue had said he would find him another haint to track, but when? Maybe only a day? A day in between, I think. Boone leaned over so his eyes were only an inch from Robert's, as if he could see his lies.
"You get 1 day,"
he said.
"Go wash dishes in the kitchen then. But don't you let down the warden after you got him all excited. He'll skin you alive out in the funhouse."
Robert promised he wouldn't, but he could barely look Boone in the eye or hide the way his stomach clamped at the idea of making Warden Haddock mad. During band practice, Mrs. Hamilton announced that they would spend 20 minutes polishing and repairing instruments, so Robert volunteered to polish the brass instruments on the rack on the rear wall, while Mrs. Hamilton tinkered with the piano strings to coax them back in tune. Mrs. Hamilton was strict during practice, but she allowed them to talk during chores, so the hum of conversation started right away. When someone sidled up to Robert, he said without looking up, "No more haint stuff today. Tell me tomorrow."
"Mrs. H said to put a few drops of oil on your trumpet keys so they'll stop sticking."
To Robert's surprise, Redbone was beside him, offering him a small plastic bottle. Robert hesitated before he took the bottle. "You still mad?" Redbone shrugged.
"Blue said you're too dumb to know any better, so I guess not."
He said it quietly, just below the other boys' playful chatter. The mention of Blue's name both electrified and angered Robert. Blue's neck had stretched abnormally long, like an ostrich's, and his teeth had seemed sharp at first glance. Maybe Blue had been playing tricks on him, changing how he looked. "You should have told me," Robert said. "I had to hear from Haddock." Sickly alarm rose in Redbone's face.
"What you mean?"
"He showed me a picture of him from the fire. You should have told me he's like that." He didn't want to say dead.
"Did you tell on him?"
Robert shook his head no, and Redbone's shoulders fell with relief. Redbone glanced around, but the room was too noisy for eavesdropping. "You would have believed me?" Robert couldn't lie and say he would have, but he felt betrayed. He rubbed the tarnished bell of the old bugle he was polishing, almost hard enough to dent it. The bugle was just like a trumpet, but without any keys. Robert could play it as easily as a trumpet, his lips tripping across the notes. But Mrs. Hamilton said it was only good for playing reveille and at funerals. She said she didn't like the sound of a bugle anymore.
"Blue said not to tell nobody,"
Redbone said. "He's the only one I see.
Mostly. He says he has to try real hard with me, and sometimes I can't see his face. It's all blurry, a shadow. But with you, he said he doesn't have to try at all. Redbone ran his claw listlessly across the trombone, and Robert wondered if he was envious over Blue. I wish I couldn't see him, Robert said. Should he say it? He felt he shouldn't, but he couldn't help himself. You know what he wants me to do? Redbone nodded. Shoot, I wouldn't. Robert wondered if they were both thinking about the same thing, if Redbone knew about the photos Blue said the warden had hidden in his desk. He asked you too? Redbone spoke from behind his teeth, nearly impossible to hear. Oh, sure, he tried to make it sound so easy, but no way I could get close enough to get inside that desk. I told him only a fool would try it, and he said he found his fool. You let him put you in a trap. An explosive clattering on the floor made them both jump. Boys laughed as a cymbal rocked from side to side with a racket before it stilled. Mrs. Hamilton called out a reminder to be careful, but she didn't sound angry. Band time was the only time they weren't scared. Mrs. Hamilton would never send one of them to see Warden Haddock. She hadn't said it, but they knew. You should have told me, Robert said again bitterly. How'd I know you was going to start hunting Haints? He made me, Robert said, not speaking the warden's name. Why would I want to? Boone said I had a nose for it and told him, and then he said I had to. Robert didn't care that he was whining. He didn't mention the warden's early release form, but what difference did it make? He'd never had a choice with a strap on the wall. You got all of them singing your name now. The great Haint catcher. Shut up, Robert said, ashamed, then softened his voice. They just blame Haints for every little thing. Robert wanted to tell Redbone he'd missed him, but instead he said, Why'd you get so sore at me? Redbone shoved one hand in his pocket and rocked back on his heels. I thought you would tell on Blue. You already told me not to talk about him before. Redbone shrugged. Sorry, but I don't know you that good yet. Well, I didn't. I ought to tell on him, Robert said. After what he said about my mama? Redbone couldn't deny it. Blue must have told him everything. He says an eye for an eye is even in scripture. He's mad as a hornet you put his friend in the jar. But I think if you try to do what he says, you could end up at Boot Hill, Robert, buried under the ground. So they both knew Warden Haddock was a killer. I know, Robert whispered. But Blue says he'll make you pay if you don't. Schoolyard taunts from a Haint. If Robert hadn't been so miserable, he might have laughed. Redbone shook his head the way an old man might. He's helped me out of jams lots of times, but I guess a Haint can't be a real friend. He don't care a lick what I say now. Won't listen to nothing. I don't know him neither. Not really. Redbone's grief wavered his voice. I thought he was nice at first, Robert said. Even after the freezer, I wasn't too mad. No one stays nice, Redbone reminded him in a faraway voice, speaking to himself just as much. Anyhow, I'm sorry I played along when Blue wanted to trick you, like he was just another kid. Nobody else could see him, and I don't know. When he talked to me, I felt like more than just another sorry nobody counting off time in here. He's been the best thing about being here. And when he tells how he dies, it's the most awful story you ever heard. I never want to see Blue go in that jar, but it's his fault we got sent to the funhouse. Not yours. Robert nodded and savored 2 good breaths before his ribs started cramping again. What am I gonna do? Robert whispered. He didn't care that he sounded like he was crying. Redbone had heard him do worse than crying. All around them, instruments peeped and squealed, while boys enjoyed their moment without troubles.
Many boys were practicing their scales like their lives depended on it.
I don't know,
Redbone said. Now his voice was an old man's too.
but we'll figure it out.
We was a mighty and beautiful word. All around him, among the oak, pecan, mulberry, and cedar trees on the hill that overlooked his campus, Fenton James Haddock heard the complaints of the dead. The grave sites were pits in the soil, imperceptible unless you knew where to look. But every insect at Boot Hill hissed in a frenzy, as if to try to drown him with their rage. A slight burning sensation on the soles of his feet made him shuffle from side to side.
Oh, those bones under the soil were mad.
Lucy deviled him at home, too, but his baby sister's dissatisfaction was more inchoate, veering between anger and playfulness, as she'd been in life, giggling one moment and then screaming when he tugged on her thin strands of hair or slapped her cheek to make a perfect outline of his fingers in bright red. Watching her skin return to milky porcelain had been his favorite magic trick.
"Fenton, why's the baby screaming?" his mother had called out to him, pretending she didn't know, unwilling or unable to rise from her whiskey nap.
In some ways, Boot Hill was the place that knew him best and honored him most. The soil recognized his footsteps, and warblers in the treetops sang his name. A cloud of mosquitoes and gnats followed him. So Haddock opened his bottle of 612 insect repellent and lathered his bare arms where he'd rolled up his white shirt sleeves. Mosquito bumps were already rising. No matter. If angry spirits couldn't do more than rile up a few mosquitoes, let them have their taste of his blood. Fair was fair. The slight elevation at Boot Hill gave Haddock his best view of his campus, which was why he took a long uphill walk from his office with his thermos of coffee in the mornings. He surveyed the Negro dormitories he had helped lay bricks for, the infirmary he offered patients to, the kennels, God bless those dogs, the kitchen, he found one there, the fun house. He could just make out the white steeple of the white boys' church past the baseball field on the far end of the campus, closer to his administration building, which he could not see from this distance at all. Years ago, the reformatory grounds had been half this size, and now they stretched 1,000 acres between the campus and the fields. What other state-run school could boast its own printing press? The bushels of corn his boys harvested? Their famed Christmas display? How many other schools taught their boys to be bricklayers, butchers, and farmers in addition to his harsher lessons on becoming men? And a haint was trying to wrest it all away. The mealy-mouthed governor, who grasped at his skirt after every complaint from a parent or an investigator, would try to take the school from him at the first whiff of an opportunity. Gossipers and reporters from the Gracetown Herald had written the governor letters with sob stories and accusations, hinting not only that Haddock should be removed, but that the entire reformatory ought to be shut down. The fire had been 30 years ago, with the Second World War and the atomic bomb behind it. But the memory rang fresh at the town council and governor's office. The damned fire. Haddock spit bitter coffee into the soil.
"What you go and do that for?"
he said. He'd been drunk on cheap corn liquor when he lit that match. No question about it. He'd blamed intoxication, so he'd given up corn liquor and whiskey, or even wine with his dinner, or a Falstaff at a ball game, suffering every missed sip. But he couldn't blame drink for how he'd balled Lucy's blanket between his hands and shut her up crying for good when he was a boy. Even sober, And he was never drunk at work. He'd been furious at those boys, goading and defying him when he was a dorm master with Peach Fuzz. He'd whipped some of them in the fun house 2 or 3 times over, and they still kept trying to run. Since those white boys wanted to act like coloreds so bad, let them be locked up in the shed with the coloreds. Let them piss on the floor, sleep on the cold ground, and feel their stomachs howl with hunger. Let them pound on the wood until their hands bled. Let them choke on black smoke and scream until their throats burned to ash. No, he couldn't blame the drink. Even now, knowing the consequences, he could feel the young man he'd been arguing how he was right to do it. For a long time after, no boy had tried to run. With all the grumblers and agitators gone, hadn't the rest fallen in line? With less energy spent on chasing runaways and more on building the school, look how far they'd come. The state football championships, the Christmas parades, God help him. If Haddock could go back in time and counsel his younger self, he might light that match stone sober. The real truth, this place had told him to burn the shed. From the moment he'd set foot on the reformatory's grounds, fresh from the turpentine camp he'd hated after high school, this place had found his dreams and shown him how he didn't need to tolerate shit from anyone ever again. This place has shown him images of how these boys must be molded and corrected. And sometimes correction wasn't pretty. If he could change only one thing, he would have kept Robichaux from breaking that door down, so the flames wouldn't have eaten his friend's face and sent him screaming in circles, clutching at his burning ears. But other than Robichaux, God rest his soul, the memory of the fire helped Haddock sleep at night. He'd been 4F on account of his bad knee after Grandpa thrashed him when he was 10, which pained him even now standing so long on the hill. But he envied the men who traveled overseas, where killing was just another day's work, where you got a medal for it, if you did it in high enough numbers, or with a brave enough story. He could have had a silver star pinned to his lapel. Instead, he was worrying about what would happen if anyone found out how he'd soaked the wall with kerosene before he lit the match.
"What you got to say now, you low bastards?"
he'd called inside to them, and their pounding fists against the planks, with the first wisps of smoke, had rolled like glorious thunder. No surprise that one of the Haints was after him now. Kendall Sweeting. That was the one. Haddock remembered him well, with his odd, careful speech from the islands, like he thought he was King George of England. He'd seemed like a little black gnome at first, a man dressed as a boy, that fussy little imperious boy who hadn't learned yet how to talk to white men and had petitioned for a meeting with him. By right, Sweeting used to say. He should meet with the superintendent. By right. He shouldn't be at the reformatory. By right. Of course, Sweeting was the one. If Robichaux hadn't held his strap hand back, Haddock might have beat Sweeting to death on the funhouse table instead of locking him in the shed. All week long he'd surveyed those boys' faces, white and colored, and collected each one who'd cut their eyes at him, or laughed at the wrong time, or was uppity, like Sweeting. 25 of them, all locked up in a hothouse with no windows, built of aged but sturdy Florida pine. When Robichaux and the others wanted to tip over to Leon County to get beer, like they always did during the Friday night shift, Haddock had stayed behind with his private corn liquor jug. That was his favorite time, when almost everyone was gone, the time he came alive. After the fire, when the burned shell of the shed still smelled like frying ham. He'd photographed Sweeting at the center of the circle, with other boys fanned all around him, and no hint of a burn on his skin, no blisters or boils or pooling charred blood. Haddock had expected Sweeting to sit up from where he lay and say, by right, Haddock should get the electric chair. And Sweeting knew his weakness, the photographs. Haddock could have buried them in the woods or put them in a safe deposit box in the bank, or even under the loose floorboard in his bedroom closet he used when he brought them home over a long weekend. But he liked to see at least one photo every day, or all of them if he could, and that meant keeping them at arm's reach, at his desk. Sometimes he only unlocked the drawer to see the envelope and feel the rush of electric joy. But it was so much sweeter to peek in for a glimpse in the light. He often woke from nightmares about his photo collection blown up as banners, swinging from the telephone poles at the Christmas parade, the whole town gasping and pointing. But he could not let go of the fire, the dead boys, the boys without clothes. The first time Haddock had found his desk drawer not only unlocked but open, he'd thought he'd only been careless and cursed himself the whole day. The next time, he found his packet of photographs sitting on top of his desk in plain sight, and he'd known it was the work of a haint. But the third time, the boldest time, Sweeting had shown himself by leaving his own photo in the ring of charred bodies on top of Doris's desk. She would have been sure to see it if she hadn't arrived late that morning on account of her son's visit from the doctor for flu. Haddock had never come closer to a heart attack, pain cramping his chest. Sweeting's photo had been on top, but even worse ones were tucked underneath. Haddock had barely had time to sweep the photos under his arm before the dormmasters came in for their staff meeting, and Doris arrived red-cheeked and full of apologies. He'd asked Boone to lay fresh Hank traps under his desk, without telling him why, and since then, his photos had been untouched. But Sweeting, a ghost, had almost ruined him. 3 times this year alone, Haddock had taken his packet of photographs to the clearing in his yard, where he burned leaves each fall, ready to drown them in gasoline. But he'd only made himself burn one. The boy he'd thought was only unconscious, before he pulled off the boy's pants and grabbed a broom handle to teach him a lesson. That was the only memory that made Haddock feel sick. He should have checked for a pulse first. He was not a desecrator of corpses. He had been the one to dress Lucy with such precision and detail for their immortalized photo with her on his knee, her dress sleeves puffed just so, her wispy hair brushed and neat. Could Mother? His father? Certainly not. They couldn't even watch him dress her, just as they'd never noticed her enough in life. He had more respect for the dead. Rustling fluttered above him. Squirrels? Haddock's ear caught any sound of scurrying or motion, sometimes boys hid in the trees to elude the dogs, or while they waited for the nerve to run. And sometimes a muffled crack sounded high above Haddock, left of him, and he raised his eyes just in time to see a sharp branch from a nearby pine come flying toward him from above like a spear, heavy with green needles. It stabbed the soil at least 6 inches deep, barely a foot from him, standing as upright as the broom handle, until it fell over from the needle's weight. It was a long branch, 4 feet tall. It would have hurt him, maybe killed him if he hadn't dodged it. Although his heart was wound up, his breastbone constricting enough to notice, Haddock laughed. He backed away from the canopy of treetops overhead until he found clear sky, slightly unsteady on his feet. "You there, Sweeting?" he whispered.
That was you, wasn't it?
Another hearty laugh swelled from his chest. He ignored the barely hidden hysteria in his own voice.
I'm not gonna let you do that, son. You're not gonna kill me or drive me crazy. If Lucy couldn't do it after all these years, you don't stand a chance in hell.
But his voice quavered. He might be surrounded by them. How many were buried out here in the woods? Haddock was glad to see the white truck pulling past the colored boy's dorm below, headed toward the rutted path to climb up to Boot Hill. The truck rounded the red clay walking path, flanking the Negro schoolhouse toward the mud hole, gaining speed as it got closer. Good old Boone was on his way. Boone had called him at home at dinner-time last night with the news. Robert Stevens caught a haint on the first try. Boone had helped Haddock set traps over the years, and occasionally they'd seen tiny dust piles waiting the next morning that might be a haint or might just be plain dirt. But Boone had said,
"Boss, it was the damnedest thing I've ever seen."
And the grandson of a bona fide Gracetown roots woman had seen a lot.
"We've got a haint catcher now,"
Haddock whispered to the woods on Boot Hill, his nervous smile splitting into a grin.
"Drop those branches while you can. Maybe break a window in that truck when he gets here. Hell, have a damn ball. But you're gonna be in my jar soon, along with all the rest of you. Then what will you little bastards have to say, huh?"
He raised his voice at the end, more anger than mirth, and a flock of pine warblers flapped away from the treetops, thrashing the branches. Haddock's boots were still clean because he'd walked on stones and grass patches alongside the mud, but mud splashed the truck's undercarriage as Boone drove toward him on the uneven road. Haddock made his way down the deer trail to meet the truck, balancing himself on pine trunks as his knee tried to give under him. He wasn't long past 50, but he could already imagine the time ahead when his bad knee would force him to walk with a cane. And Robert Stevens, Jr. had the gall to kick Lyle McCormick, the town's leading rusher, who'd already signed with Florida State, in the knee right before his senior year of high school. What were the odds of it? The boy appearing just when Haddock needed him most? Maybe Boone had summoned Robert Stevens somehow. Maybe they both summoned the boy together. Boone swung his girth out of the truck by the handrail. His leather pouch was cupped in his hand instead of where he usually wore it around his neck.
"Boss,"
Boone greeted him, already grinning. After a haint left Haddock's photos out in plain sight, Haddock had punched the burly Negro across the jaw and reminded him of his promise to cleanse the grounds, the reason he'd hired him. Boone had averted his eyes like a whipped dog whenever Haddock came near, but now Boone's eyes were fixed with glee. If he'd had one, Boone's tail would be wagging.
"What you got for me?"
Haddock said. Only a few steps uphill winded Boone. He was more muscled than fat, but he had never learned to carry his own weight.
"See for yourself, sir,"
Boone said. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a small tube from the high school chemistry lab.
"It ain't much, but you'll see. Look there at the bottom."
In the past, Boone had brought him dust piles half an inch thick, but barely a quarter inch of film lay across the tube's flat bottom. Maybe not even that. But Haddock's disappointment vanished when he held it closer to his face. This was different. Pure golden brown dust that turned darker or lighter depending on how he angled it in the light. He had dust like this in his main collection jar, but not all of it. Too much of that dust was red, like the soil on the grounds. But now he knew the difference between debris and haint dust. He wondered if Boone had tried to fool him with fake dust a time or two, but he decided to let that suspicion rest. Boone had found him Robert Stevens, and that made up for a multitude of sins.
"Told you, boss,"
Boone said.
In all my years, I swear, I'll never forget that swirling from thin air. Even Nana couldn't do nothing like it.
His panting was from excitement now.
Where's Stevens hunting today? Back in the kitchen?
Boone frowned, his grin forgotten. His stare fell to his feet.
He said he needs a day after to rest. Just one day, he said. So he'll see more.
He spoke low to the ground.
Repeat that, please.
Haddock tried to keep anger from his voice, sweet as candy. Boone didn't repeat it, not daring to.
And you said all right?
Haddock said.
Like a vacation.
Boone winced at the word vacation, as what he'd done dawned on him. Haddock had told him he was in a hurry to clean out the Haints, his #1 priority, he'd said.
I'm sorry, boss, but yes, I did. Let me explain. He did so good at it, no trouble at all. I thought it couldn't hurt to rest him up. Sometimes Nana didn't get up for days at a time after she read cards, especially when folks' fortunes was hard to see. Hard on the spirit, I mean, if their futures wasn't clean. So one day off, well, I hoped that would be all right with you. A reward.
Boone had reasons for everything he did, as diligent with a carrot as a stick. Haddock nearly had come to blows arguing with his swamp redneck cousins over the intelligence of Negroes, since white trash forever liked to say they're so dumb. They'd said as much about Robert Stevens Sr. when Haddock had pointed out the holes in the rape story, primary being that not a soul worth trusting had seen him with Lorraine at Pixie's that night, and that Negroes were not served there. He was supposed to believe Stevens had been passing by in his car everyone knew on sight and offered a drunk white woman a ride? What Negro man in his right mind would offer a ride to any white woman, much less a councilman's girl, even if she was only Tad Hurley's mistress? Whites thought Negroes were dumb because they didn't let them say their piece, or didn't listen when they did. But Haddock had been working alongside Negroes his whole life, and any white man who underestimated one might end up with a bullet in his back. Negroes were talented pretenders. Robert Stevens Sr. wasn't dumb, and neither was his son. Maybe the boy really thought he needed a day to rest, or maybe he wanted to quit catching Haints.
Next time,
Haddock said,
get my permission.
Yes, sir, boss. Haddock tilted the test tube, and the dust seemed to spark in the sun. The hairs on Haddock's neck stood tall. Overhead, pine needles hissed and swayed, as if an army of squirrels were marching across the treetops. Boone looked up at the racket, too. Haddock nearly warned him to watch for flying branches, but thought better of spooking him. Still, Boone wrapped his arms around himself as if he were cold. He could feel those angry spirits, too.
Stevens seemed at peace with it,
Haddock said.
What he's done? Seemed real proud of himself,
Boone said.
He was telling all about it at dinner. Boys was saying where to find Haints under their beds and whatnot. He was laughing and grinning.
Haddock nodded, more at ease. That was typical of the boys. Give them special privileges and attention, and they would betray anyone, much less the dead. Stevens hadn't seemed at peace in his office, but maybe he'd told Boone the truth about needing to rest, or...
You don't think one of 'em got to him, do you?
Haddock asked Boone.
A Haint.
Lucy's spirit was just a baby, but she knocked picture frames off his dresser and made his bed's headboard shake. A Haint or two might have given Stevens a sleepless night. From Boone's blank face, he hadn't considered it.
Every action, Boone, has an equal and opposite reaction,
Haddock said.
That's science, and that's Haints, too. They ain't gonna just sit still for it. They won't be idle. If I was a haint, I wouldn't let the new haint catch asleep another wink.
Worry crept across Boone's face.
You right. Nana used to say spirits she crossed bedeviled her sometimes. He might not tell you, so watch him real close. Pay attention to everything. You know I already do that, boss.
Out of the blue, Haddock thought of Kendall Sweeting, almost as if the young man he'd been, the one who'd set the fire, had whispered in his ear. If any haint was troubling Stevens, it was Kendall Sweeting.
Does Stevens have friends yet?
Haddock said.
He stays close to August Montgomery. That's about the only one.
Of course. Stevens and the bright-skinned one they called Redbone had gone to the funhouse together on Stevens's first night. They were blood brothers now.
That's the one we'll use, then,
Haddock said.
They'll do things for friends they won't do for themselves, as long as Stevens chases haints like he's supposed to. Hands off, Redbone. Otherwise, Redbone pays, and if Stevens tries to cross you or con you, Redbone really pays.
Haddock could devise a number of punishments for Redbone beyond the funhouse, or more time on his sentence, especially if he used a broomstick. Or he could give Redbone to Cleo, who was happy to do anything to avoid another night with Haddock in the shed. And Cleo was good with a knife. He could rip a hog's belly from end to end without blinking.
Only if it comes to that,
Haddock said for clarity.
Don't jump ahead of me, Boone. Gotcha, boss,
Boone said. He scratched the bridge of his nose, glancing toward the pitted soil without headstones. That was another thing about Boone. Nothing that should remain unspoken needed to be said. If Haddock was still a drinking man, he'd rather share a beer with Boone over at Pixie's than the swamp scum he'd hired as dorm masters for the white campus, Negro or not, any damn day.
You done real good with this one, Boone. Yes, sir. I pegged him,
Boone bragged.
He's part bloodhound. Saw that right off.
Just when you thought you understood Negroes and their place in the world, a special one came along and made you rethink everything you knew. Haddock had seen how scared McCormick and those Juniper Street blowhards looked when they heard reports of Robert Stevens and his union meetings right under their noses. That was power. As Gramps used to say, once you saw a talking dog, you never looked at a dog the same way again. Robert Jr. had a different kind of power. Haddock had felt an odd pull to him right away. He wanted to tell him things. He'd wanted to open his heart to this boy who stood one step closer to God's mysteries, the way Catholics confess sins to their parish priests. Haddock was mostly Baptist, and Baptists only liked telling other people's secrets. But Haddock had felt unburdened when he showed the Stevens boy the photo of Kendall Sweeting and the fire. He wanted to show him more, so much more. Because what could Stevens say or do? Even if he had the foolish courage to try to tell, who would believe him? But someone might. And even if they didn't, any wild claims from Robert Stevens Jr. might give fuel to those who wanted to shut down his school or run Haddock away from his duty to his boys. Telling Stevens about Lucy had been an indulgence, a moral and rational weakness, like keeping the photos close in his drawer. Grief and shame stirred and tightened beneath Haddock's breastbone, the way he'd felt when he stared at the photograph of the broomstick. His conscience had compelled him to burn. Boone had his own ugly secrets from the hunts after boys ran. But Haddock didn't want to air out his new plans at this restless graveyard. He didn't want to hear his plans with his own ears. He'd told Stevens he could get an early release, and Stevens had sat there with wide, believing eyes despite Haddock spelling out to him how he'd killed Lucy. Not all of the words, but enough. Stevens had seemed to know as soon as he'd seen Haddock's photo with his dead baby sister on the wall, his confession in plain sight. Haddock had come close to confessing the first time Stevens had set foot in his office, with those scrawny arms and knobby knees, pissing in his pants. On Stevens's next visit, after he did confess, Haddock's hand had itched with the desire to spread his entire photo collection across the desk and show each one to this boy who saw Haints. If Stevens had the wisdom of a grown man, he would have blubbered, "Don't tell me no more. Please, don't tell me." A grown man would have expected to be shot on sight. How many ghosts would Robert Stevens catch before he would have to die? 27. Robert waited all night for Blue to appear and tell him which Haint he could point out for Boone. But Blue never came, unless he was the tree branch scraping against the dormitory window in the wind, or the shadow that flew across the ceiling once. But it was probably an owl hunting in the moonlight. When the sky grew lighter and Redbone finally stirred and sat up in his bed, Robert gestured a shrug. Did he come? Redbone shook his head. Blue was right. He'd come up with his first Haint too fast, and Boone would expect him to catch one right away. He might go to the fun house again if he didn't catch another one today. It was Sunday, church day. Could he ask God to help him find a Haint who deserved to go in the jar? Was it a sin to ask? The church bell tolled as if to answer him, and Robert could have sworn he felt Mama say, "It'll be all right, Robbie." Or his ears only wanted to hear her. Robert looked out for Boone, nervous, but only Crutcher came to snap his ruler against the wall to get them out of bed. After he and the other boys were in button shirts and ties, which hardly dressed up stained pants and scuffed shoes, Crutcher lined them up for the walk to the church. "Superintendent Haddock believes the house of God belongs to everyone," Crutcher said, overhearing them as they marched 2 by 2. "Today he'll preach the word to you boys himself. That's the kind of man he is." Robert knew what kind of man Haddock was. He was itching to share a look with Redbone, and knew Redbone felt the same, but they both stared straight ahead, across the field that looked like a grassy version of the Red Sea between their campus and the white side. Robert had been afraid he might go to hell for setting foot on any church on these grounds, but he would go for sure if Haddock was preaching. "Silent reflections on God's blessings as we walk to church," Crutcher said. "No talking." Their walk in the hot morning began, everyone fidgeting and no one speaking. Robert tried, but he couldn't think of a single blessing to be thankful for. Not even Papa and Gloria, who seemed too far away to be real. Thunder rumbled above, a low growl. The sky was graying as dark bloated clouds floated past the sun, trapping soupy heat below. Robert's armpits were drenched with sweat after only a few yards. A colored boy stood alone in the high, empty grasses 30 yards ahead, arms outstretched like a scarecrow. He was dressed like a deacon in a dark suit, white shirt and tie. His shirt ruffled in the warm breeze, but the boy didn't move, arms frozen akimbo. Robert knew it must be Blue before he was close enough to see his face. Still, the sweat under his shirt turned cold as he and Redbone walked past Blue without stopping or turning their heads. The bell kept ringing, past counting. "You see him?" Robert whispered. Redbone nodded. Blue matched their pace, walking beside them, or floating anyway. Robert looked away from Blue's bare feet skating across the grass, flying, because it made him feel like he was Alice falling down an impossible rabbit hole, like in Mama's book. "Did I look like Jesus?" Blue said. I bet I did, didn't I?
The belly of a gray cloud sparkled white. Lightning would strike them all before they made it to the church. Robert was sure of it.
Don't be sore,
Blue said.
We can still be friends. You just have to do what I say now.
Red Bull made a snorting sound, and Blue looked hurt. The only sound other than Blue was the tolling bell, which finally came to a rest. It must have rung 20 times.
Don't you want Haddock to pay for whooping you?
Blue said.
Get what's coming?
I need another one, like you promised, Robert mumbled, staring at the ground.
Oh, you'll see him,
Blue said.
At the church. He kneels at the altar every Sunday, like he can make up for all he's done. Name's Rubbershow. He's more decent now than he was, but better to be sacrificed in a church than in the kitchen. Tell Boone where you see him, but only him. You put anybody else in that jar, and I'll make you sorry, all right.
What does he look like? Robert said, impatient with Blue trying to make him feel bad. No talking, Crutcher called from behind them. The boy behind Robert kicked the back of his heel to shush him.
You know him,
Blue said, while Robert limped through the pain in his foot.
Haddock's gonna be so happy. He'll think nothing can touch him. And that's when you're gonna use his spare key to find his snapshots in his drawer. And you're gonna take them. Every single one.
Robert shook his head. Hell no. The plan sounded more dangerous all the time.
Yes, you are,
Blue said in a sing-song. And when Robert looked up to challenge Blue, Blue was gone. Robert couldn't guess how long Blue had been nothing, except a voice in his ear. Robert had never visited a finer church, identical to the church on the white side of the campus. The white paint looked fresh from the top of the steeple to the wide double doors. The shiny golden cross above the doors was as tall as a tree. Miss Lottie's church was filled with memories and people who loved him, but those pews were shabbier. It had only a handful of worn Bibles and hymnal books, and no stained glass rinsed color into the gray morning light. This sanctuary had carpeting, and these pews had thin cushions instead of bare wood. The church's prettiness was startling. Inside the church, the organ set high beside the pulpit was fitted with large pipes to make it louder as Mrs. Hamilton, dressed all in white, played Amazing Grace, Mama's favorite hymn. Robert hoped the haint Blue wanted him to catch wouldn't go near the massive pipes because he doubted Mama could resist them. Mama was probably wrapped inside the brass, making the powerful music swell. Mama had said most people didn't know Amazing Grace had been written by a slave ship captain who saw the error of his ways. Anyone can change with help from God, she'd said. The first rows of pews were filled with a dozen colored employees in their Sunday best with their families, including babies. That was a surprise. After Crutcher led the boys to their rows, he joined a round-faced woman holding a young girl's hand and kissed her on the cheek. Even Boone was dressed for church in a tight-fitting suit with straining buttons, although he had no family with him. Robert was sitting at the edge of his pew across the aisle, so Boone tipped an imaginary hat to let Robert know he was watching and tapped a leather pouch hidden just under his suit coat. Robert only mouthed the words to the hymn while the others sang. He looked up and down for the haint Blue had promised him, but the only people kneeling at the altar were two colored boys in tatters, giggling while they took turns blowing on the nearest candle to make the flame dance. Even Redbone didn't see the boys, only Robert. Was he supposed to point out one of these boys to Boone? If so, which one?
Maybe even Blue didn't know they were there.
"Please remain standing," an officious-colored woman said at the shiny wooden pulpit, "as we prepare for a special address from Superintendent Fenton J. Haddock." Warden Haddock appeared from where he had been sitting just out of sight, wearing a preacher's crimson robe embroidered with a yellow cross. His robe was far too short for his long legs, barely reaching his knees. Robert noticed rumbling thunder above again, closer than it had been. Warden Haddock's boots boomed across the wooden planks. Then he clasped the woman's hand with a smile and took his place at the pulpit. Mrs. Hamilton's organ went silent. "Good morning, Gracetown School for Boys family," Warden Haddock said. "Good morning, Superintendent," the church said in unison, although Robert called him Warden instead of by his proper title like the rest. That was what he was, wasn't it? "Today, we greet the promise of not only a new week, but a new era," Warden Haddock said. "An era of trust and growth. An era when we can truly leave the darkness of the past in the grave where it belongs and walk together to a better future." His eyes came to Robert's and stared, and Robert's fingers tightened on the smooth wood of the pew in front of him. His knees trembled with relief when Warden Haddock looked away from him. "No more whispers. No more questions from Tallahassee. Only all of us, hand in hand, making the Gracetown School for Boys the marvel it deserves to be in this great state and nation." Thunder outside mingled with the happy amens and applause inside the church, most loudly from the employees' pews. The grown-ups stared at Warden Haddock as if he were Jesus in the painting hanging above him, except Mrs. Hamilton, who could barely keep the scowl from her face on her organ bench. Maybe she had expected him to talk about God. Maybe she didn't know yet that Warden Haddock wasn't fit to speak God's name. "So on this Sunday, during this moment of reflection and prayer," Warden Haddock's voice retreated into a tunnel, muffled noise, when Robert smelled smoke so strong that it stung the lining of his nose. His eyes followed thin wisps of smoke twirling beneath the pulpit, and then to the left end of the altar. There, on his knees, sat a grimy white man with smoke rising from the back of his faded blue groundskeeper's uniform. His hands were clasped in prayer as he stared up toward the ceiling, as if he could see the sky. Robert couldn't help gasping loudly enough for Redbone to hear and stare at him with confusion. Robert gestured toward the praying man. "Don't you see?" Redbone leaned over slightly to look, but he only shrugged and frowned. "What?" Robert checked again to make sure the man in smoking clothes was still there. The back of his head was peeling and burned in patches as smoke rose from his scalp. His ear was burned away. Robert squeezed his eyes shut to see if the white man's image would fade away, but the smoky smell was only stronger. A cough forced itself from Robert's throat. Then Robert whispered his name. "Robichaud." The man snapped his head around so fast that Robert jumped and coughed again. The man's face was shadowed beneath his forehead, so Robert couldn't see his eyes or tell if he had eyes at all. Still facing Robert, the kneeling white haint rose to his feet, more than 6 feet tall, and growing as he straightened his spine one bone at a time. Was he 7 feet? He looked like he could fill the church. The man's mouth dropped open in an accusing "oh" that could be rage or anguish or both.
Robert tried to back up so fast that his legs caught on his pew seat, and Redbone had to hold him steady so he wouldn't fall.
"Cut it out," Redbone hissed. "Boone's looking."
Robert glanced toward Boone, who was studying him with eagerness. Then Robert looked back at the altar. The white man was gone, only his smoky odor left behind. Robert glanced around the rest of the church to be sure the giant white man wasn't hiding behind him.
"What?"
Boone mouthed when Robert looked his way again.
"Hate,"
Robert mouthed back.
"Where?"
Boone mouthed, massaging his leather pouch. Thunder boomed above. A window in the rear rattled. A young boy whimpered, and Robert heard the thwack of a ruler as a watcher corrected him.
"Our shared mission, to carry out God's duty to right the paths of troubled boys."
Warden Haddock's voice floated at the edge of Robert's awareness. Robert raised his finger and pointed to the farthest left corner of the altar, near the gold-colored vase holding artificial flowers, faded gray from time. Robert could still see the haint when he closed his eyes and remembered. Yes, he'd been standing next to the flowers.
"Altar,"
Boone mouthed. Mrs. Hamilton followed Boone's gaze and realized he was talking to Robert. A frown soured her face. Robert nodded to Boone, ignoring the questions in Mrs. Hamilton's eyes. Boone jumped to his feet, making his way through his row to get to the left side of the altar. Robert hadn't expected him to move so fast, or to try to catch a haint in the middle of the Sunday service. Mrs. Hamilton watched Boone with interest, trying to guess what communication was flurrying between them. From the pulpit, Warden Haddock noticed Boone's sudden motion too, but he never missed a word of his talk.
"Through discipline, and that God-given feeling of self-worth from a job well done."
Boone posted himself at the end of the altar, as if he were only listening to Warden Haddock's talk with enthusiasm. But Robert noticed him pull out his leather pouch. Gently, like salting his food, he shook powder to the floor, checking with Robert again. Robert pointed to the space directly in front of the potted plant, and Boone sprinkled dust there too, inches to the left. Too late, Robert remembered the boys he'd seen playing with the candle at the altar's opposite end. They were gone now, but had they been close enough to be caught in the haint trap too? He barely had time to wonder before a horrible screech circled the room. Robert stared with amazement, while the giant haint appeared in the rear of the church on the carpeted center row, pulled backward toward the altar as if a truck were dragging him, arms flailing. His charred fingernails caught the rounded edge of Robert's pew, clasping hard, and for a horrible moment Robert thought he might climb up to sit beside him. His face was charred to the bone. Robert pushed himself against Redbone, away from the long, scrabbling fingers. Could no one else see? Not even Boone? The warden? Robert checked the faces around him, and no one else seemed to see the terrible spectacle of the man being pulled toward Boone and his trap. With another terrible screech, the man's fingers wrenched loose, and he tumbled to the front of the church with a thunk, thunk, thunk on the floor as he turned end over end before he vanished to nothing. The row of candles at the altar whiffed out at once. Warden Haddock stopped in mid-sentence, and people did look at the aisle after they heard the thumping that might have been running footsteps. But now, nothing was left to see, except Boone was grinning. Robert followed Boone's gaze to the altar cushion, where sunlight streaming through the stained glass showed a small cloud of ash, as if someone had beaten a rug, but it swirled a spiral pattern, like the one in the kitchen. all of the ash clinging and settling. Warden Haddock was looking too from the pulpit. His face turned chalky white.
Hallelujah,
Warden Haddock said, fevered, raising his arms. His voice was so loud that some of the employees in the front row jumped.
a new day is arriving before our very eyes. Hallelujah,
Boone echoed. Robert was afraid Warden Haddock would ask him to stand up and point him out to the entire congregation as the new Hank catcher. And then, how would he meet Mrs. Hamilton's eyes ever again? But Warden Haddock just stared at the little sparkling ash cloud most of the people in the church could not see. Warden Haddock's face wrenched as if he might cry.
Children, say, I believe,
Warden Haddock said. Everyone repeated the warden's words, except Robert, who could not make his lips move.
Say, the past belongs in the past. I rebuke evil spirits who dwell in history.
Robert felt unsteady and had to sit down, although everyone else was still standing. He was trembling like he had when Blue locked him in the freezer. Warden Haddock whipped the congregation into a frenzy of amens and yes, Jesus. But Mrs. Hamilton stared at Robert, still trying to guess what was troubling him. She didn't play the organ again. The rest of the service passed in a blur until the congregation showered Warden Haddock with applause. The colored woman got up to make announcements. The following student should report to the recreation hall at 2 for visiting day. Robert was so eager to leave the church that he almost didn't hear her say his name. 28. A crooked Sunday tie, a wide grin, an unbruised face. When Gloria first saw Robbie, she only let herself notice everything right with him, the things she'd prayed for since his confinement. He was alive. He was healthy. He wasn't blabbling with fright. He was sweaty, but he was clean. His cheeks might be fatter than the last time she'd seen him. She pinched his cheek and rubbed his knotted hair and laughed as she hugged him and swung him from side to side. But when Robbie winced while Miss Lottie circled her palm across his back, Gloria noticed Robbie's sleep-starved eyes, his stiff shoulders, and something else. He avoided her eyes. "What happened to your back?" Gloria said. She wanted to scream and throw chairs. Had the Negro guard reading a magazine with his chair tilted halfway over in the doorway been the one who hurt Robbie? If so, she wished she could knock his chair over with her mind. Nothing. Robbie pulled away from Miss Lottie and sat on a wobbly chair at the wooden table meant for small children. The visiting area was a playroom with cartoon murals on the wall and board games with torn covers stacked on the back shelf. Another colored woman was visiting her weeping son on the opposite side, and he had climbed into her lap despite the petite chair. So far, his mother just kept saying, "It's all right. God will get us through." The boy looked only 9 or 10. Robbie wasn't weeping on the outside, but he was just as miserable. "Brought you some of your favorite food," Miss Lottie said cheerfully, and he watched while she unwrapped her foil, which was leaking on the tabletop. A turkey wing, greens, macaroni and cheese, cornbread, and that hunk of sweet potato pie like I promised. Didn't have to make most of it myself, the way folks brought food plates yesterday. Gloria gave her a worried glance, but Miss Lottie didn't say why people were bringing plates. Because of the cabin burning down. Because of the Klan. Most of them didn't have money to give, so they brought food instead. Like a repast. "Is Thanksgiving?" Without a smile, Robert sounded mocking. "It sure is for us, Robbie." We're so glad to see you." Miss Lottie had to be instructed to leave the fork and butter knife she'd brought at the desk, so Robbie clawed into the food with his fingers. For a long time, he concentrated on eating. Gloria itched to correct him about crumbs and juice he should wipe away with the crumpled napkin Miss Lottie offered him. But the intensity of his hunger kept her quiet. She and Miss Lottie looked at each other with the same mind. Let him eat in peace. Let him enjoy something. Already Robbie was a different boy. The deputy and the judge and the warden had stolen away the brother she knew. Even if he'd been the same boy, the life he'd known was burned to the ground. What would she give to curl in Mama's lap? But she would not cry, although her insides were rending, and the sobbing boy across the room captured the exact sound of her pain. She would not cry. Robbie was the prisoner, not her. She would walk free after their visit, even if a part of her would still be locked inside with him. "They feed you in here?" Miss Lottie said. Robbie nodded, still filling his mouth by the handful. "Not good food. Not like this." Gloria and Miss Lottie laughed too brightly to create a sound other than crying, and the sad pattering of rain against the window. "At least he's got his appetite," Miss Lottie said. "They let me work in the kitchen." Well, then he stopped, not wanting to tell. "What, Robbie?" Gloria said, leaning closer. "I had to pull weeds in the cornfield 2 days, but then I got back in the kitchen." Gloria felt rage again, remembering the boys she'd seen loaded on trucks as labor, but she made herself smile. He knew where the cornfield was. Good. That would make it easier to help him understand the plan Uncle June had worked out with her. "What do you know about a kitchen?" Gloria said, making small talk. "You're not back there cooking, are you? No wonder you're so hungry." Robbie had sometimes helped Mama stir flapjack batter so he could lick the bowl, but he was a stranger in the kitchen. There, a small smile peeked from the corner of Robbie's mouth. Nah, just dishes. But it wasn't just dishes. Every word Robbie spoke rang with deliberate silences. Gloria couldn't contain her question anymore. "They beat you, Robbie?" He looked up startled. She saw him want to lie, but that was the thing about her and Robbie. He could lie to Mama and Papa to keep out of trouble, but not to her. Maybe it was because she so often knew things without being told. So why lie? Robbie nodded. Under the table, Miss Lottie squeezed Gloria's hand so tightly that it hurt. "Bad?" Gloria said. Robbie shrugged. He didn't want to say how bad, with Miss Lottie there. "Where? You're back?" Robbie nodded again. "It's not just me," he said. "Lots of boys get beat." Gloria stood up so quickly that her knees banged against the tiny table. After a glance at the doorway, where the guard still sat tilting back on a chair, she went to Robbie and lifted up the back of his shirt. At first, she didn't see any evidence of a beating, so she lifted higher, revealing crisscrossing patterns of at least a dozen lash marks. The blood had dried, but thin scars remained. The grooves seemed shallow, so maybe they would heal. Maybe he would not carry the marks the rest of his life. If not for last night's meeting with June and the Bible in Miss Lottie's lap, Gloria might have stormed to the husky Negro man guarding the door and said things she would regret. Instead, she took a breath to make her hand stop trembling as she touched her brother's skin. Miss Lottie looked to Gloria's face for her reaction, but she would not lean over to look at Robbie's back. She didn't want to see. Gloria lowered Robbie's shirt with care. "Why'd they beat you?" Gloria said. Robbie shrugged, a kind of lie. He knew full well and didn't want to say. Gloria tried to make herself know everything, but Robbie felt like a wall. She only knew he was surrounded by danger, with no room for mistakes. Be sure you don't act up or sass back, Gloria said.
I didn't do nothing wrong, Robbie said, his voice rising with anger. The watcher in the doorway glanced up from his reading. Course not, Pumpkin, Miss Lottie said.
I know, Gloria said. I'm sorry. None of this is your fault, Robbie, okay?
2 minutes,
the guard called out. Gloria panicked until she realized he was talking to the mother in the other corner, and her son wailed more loudly. Gloria hated to feel glad for someone else's sorrow, but the clock said she still had 10 more minutes with Robbie, and she would wade through a river of tears for every second of her time with him. Gloria glanced back at the distracted guard again and whispered, I talked to Papa. Robbie's eyes grew wide. His smile beamed. He knows? Yes. And I got money to find a lawyer, so don't you worry. This will be over soon. No need to smother his smile by telling him about John Dorsey and the courthouse and Miss Lottie's broken window, or that his baseball mitt had burned up. No need to tell him that she was on the run from the sheriff herself and was sleeping on a cot in Miss Ann's basement, where even her brother didn't know she was there. But she had to tell him the rest, and they didn't have much time. Gloria looked at Miss Lottie and nodded. Their signal. Miss Lottie moved her Bible from her lap to the tabletop, one hand planted firmly on top. With her other hand, she pulled out a small jar of petroleum jelly Uncle June had told them to give Robbie. So your legs don't get ashy in here, Gloria explained, sliding the jar next to him. And Miss Lottie wants to sing you some church songs and pray. I just came from church, Robbie said. They got one here. Kind of. He wanted to speak of it so badly that Gloria could almost see a man kneeling at an altar. A shadow. Almost see something that seemed nothing like church. Gloria stared at Miss Lottie to make sure they were ready. Miss Lottie's eyes glittered with encouragement, eyes young and defiant inside her folds of wrinkled skin. Gloria glanced back at the guard, who was staring at his watch, counting down the seconds before he would separate the weeping boy from his mother. Gloria slid the Bible from beneath Miss Lottie's hand and slowly fanned open the pages. Miss Lottie brought this black leather-bound Bible with her to church every Sunday, although she could barely read it. Gloria saw the small crease she had made in the pages, but it wasn't time for that yet. She jumped instead to the book of John, to the passage she had underlined.
That's time.
The guard stood up to come inside the visiting room. Gloria's heart wailed in her breastbone. She wanted to fling the Bible closed, feeling exposed. But what was wrong with reading a Bible? The boy did not take the news well. His sobbing turned to shrieking. His mother told him he would be all right, but the guard was annoyed and pulled on him sharply. Lord have mercy, Miss Lottie muttered, appalled at the boy's treatment. Gloria wanted to jump up and help his cowed mother defend him and tell the guard to take his hands off that child. But she could only think about the Bible in her hands and the things she needed to say. Can you listen to me, Robbie? Every word? Robbie nodded. Like her, he ignored the sobbing beside them. Gloria leaned close to him and read the passage she had chosen for their mission. The Father hath not left me alone, she read, and Robbie blinked, both of them already fighting tears. For I do always those things that please him. As he spake these words, many believed on him. She skipped a sentence and took a breath to speak the important passage as fiercely as she dared. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Free. The word was breath and light. Together, they drank the word, basked in it. Robert understood. Robbie looked ready to tell her everything he had withheld. His wall tumbled down. Near them, the child was shrieking in terror, and his mother was begging for mercy on him. But the world felt emptied, except for her brother.
Free,
Robert murmured, tasting the word. Hands still shaking, Gloria flipped ahead a few pages until she found the crease in the onion skin-thin paper she and Miss Lottie had hidden there. She moved the Bible to show Robbie the hidden paper and its pencil markings. A series of drawings a young child might have made. A house, a tree, an ear of corn, a river, a train car. Robbie knew then. A map. He was so startled that he jumped. On cue, Miss Lottie began to sing, her voice uneven but sure.
Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water.
Mama and Papa had taught them how slaves who planned to escape hid their plans in their songs. Did Robbie remember that wade in the water was a spiritual about running away? They had sung the song together in the children's sketch at their church on Founder's Day, pretending to cross the river with knapsacks across their shoulders, where Mama still conducted the children's choir. Oh, she hoped Robbie remembered. He did. He smiled only a little, but his face glowed. He bounced in his seat. Gloria shook her head, and his bouncing turned to gentle rocking. "That's the bad place," Gloria whispered in code, pointing carefully at the map. "But they named it for a good place. You know what I mean? A place that's supposed to be fun, but it's not. I think you've seen it, Robbie. What kind of monstrous place would call a whipping shed the fun house?" But that was what June had told her. Miss Lottie sang louder. The guard was in the doorway with the departing mother, but Gloria and Miss Lottie might both go to jail if he heard a word of what she said. And who knew what might happen to Robbie? Robbie nodded. "I've been there." "Uncle June said to tell you hi," Gloria said casually. "He said he knows the grass grows high against that fence by the bad place. Real high." "Yeah," Robert said. He looked so excited that Gloria was afraid the guard would notice. "Sometimes it gets broken," Gloria said. "Over by the chairs, on the colored side." He nodded. He knew the chairs. Robert's eyes tracked her finger as she moved it to the corn cob. "There's a big corn patch out there, huh?" "Yeah," Robert said. "I've been there, too." This was the hard part. She had to be specific without getting caught, and she could not leave him with paper that anyone might see. Uncle June had said that boys sometimes tried to escape through holes in the fence, but when they got to the cornfield, they made the mistake of heading toward the road and the farms scattered at the edge of Gracetown, trying to reach the famed peanut mill to hide. Too many neighboring motorists and eager farmers were ready to collect the $50 reward if they caught a runaway. And sometimes drivers patrolled the road. Uncle June said Robert should go the opposite way, toward the woods, toward the creek, which he could follow to Miss Lottie's waiting truck. "You think you might have to pull some more weeds?" Gloria asked, tapping the corn. "Yeah," Robbie said, but she could tell he was only playing along. "You could get lost out there," she said, "if you go the wrong way." She dragged her fingertip from the cob of corn to a tree at the top of her map. Robbie's brow knit with confusion. She'd been afraid to draw a forest, which would look more obviously like a map. But the tree wasn't a good enough symbol. She would just have to say it. One last glance for the guard, who wasn't visible in the doorway, and she whispered it all to Robbie in a single breath while she hugged him close. "Uncle June's gonna cut the fence by the funhouse Follow the cornfield fence, but out of sight. Don't follow the fence to the road. Go the other way toward the woods. The water's only waist-high in that part of the creek. Walk up the creek, upriver, not downriver, to the railroad trestle. The creek passes under it.
Wade in the water,
Miss Lottie sang. Oh, Gloria had almost forgotten. She leaned close again. Rub that Vaseline over yourself before you go. All over, even your hair. Don't forget. Uncle June said it was a myth that dogs couldn't track through water, but Vaseline might help, especially if you got a head start. But when? Robbie whispered. Next Sunday, instead of going to supper, while it's still daylight but almost dark. Uncle June said most of the boys were so hungry that no one ran at supper time. If he timed it right, Robbie might have an hour or 90-minute head start, long enough to get to the truck before anyone realized he was late for dorm check-in, before Haddock would go for the dogs. Robbie's heartbeat was shaking his tiny body. Or was it hers? Gloria quickly pulled away, breathless, expecting Sheriff Posey and his deputies to storm into the room. Robert's face, so excited before, looked crestfallen. You can do it, Gloria said, meaning the long wait, not the escape itself. It sounds hard, but just look at the Bible. She tapped the drawing with her fingernail, from the funhouse to the cornfield, to the woods, to the creek, to the train car. Just walk 2 miles in Jesus' shoes. Why so long? Robert whined. Gloria had expected arguments, but the new Robbie had outgrown fear. Or his only fear now was the reformatory, making an uncertain escape through the cornfield and a creek a happier thought. We need time. She coughed the words and turned her head away from the doorway, mouthing their destination. Chicago. Robert's eyes widened. We all need to be ready, Robbie, for the day you can come home. Tomorrow, Robbie whispered. Too soon. Wayman and June were waiting for their wages, and Miss Lottie needed to settle her house to leave without arousing attention. They knew Gloria's $250 from Miss Ann wouldn't get them far, but it would buy them all train tickets to Chicago and lodging for at least a couple of nights. It would buy food. Then they could find Papa. Wednesday, Robbie bargained.
5 minutes,
the guard called, back in place in his chair in the doorway. He was no longer reading. His arms were folded across his chest as he stared at them. Had half of her time vanished so soon? Or was the guard suspicious? Damn it! The guard had given them his full attention just when Gloria wanted to warn Robbie about the danger of the dogs. Uncle June had said to be sure he understood he had to stay in the creek, or else he would be caught. Even with the Vaseline, the dogs were likely to catch his scent as soon as he set foot back on land. He said he'd learned in the war that dogs could track better with a water trail. I know it's hard, Robbie, Gloria said, but you'll be home soon. Be patient. There's Haints here, Robbie whispered. Miss Lottie stopped singing, but caught herself and hummed while she tried to listen. Ghosts aren't real, Gloria said, repeating the tired story adults told children in Gracetown to help them sleep at night. But why were adults so eager to make children forget the lessons they themselves had learned when they were young? That's not true, Robbie said. You know it's not. His belief vibrated from him. Mama's here sometimes. Gloria had envied Robbie's stories about Mama's gentle ghost coming to visit him while he slept, since Gloria had never once sensed her. Was she too old to see Haints? At least she didn't have to worry that somehow Mama's spirit was tangled in their cabin's ashes. Gloria grinned, trying to cheer Robbie, squeezing his hand. Well, see, she's guarding over you. I'm not scared of Mama, he said. It's the other ones. But Haints can't hurt us, Robbie. They can too, Robbie said, Certain. They can lock you in the freezer. They can get you whipped. They can make you do things you don't want to do. Like what? Flashes of Robbie's terror undulated between them in mute waves. Robbie shook his head, unwilling to go on. Back to the silence where he had started. She would get him out today if she could. Okay, Robbie. She sighed in his ear. Friday. At least Wayman and Uncle June would have their pay by then. Wayman wanted to wait until Saturday to cut the fence, when there would be less traffic on the road, but he would have to take a chance and cut it sooner. Robbie still looked disappointed. When they were silent for a long time, Miss Lottie stopped singing and took Robbie's hand and held it to her cheek, and Gloria held his other one. They sat in stoniness, like Gloria had sat at Mama's bedside during the wake. Her mind tossed, wrestling to remember who she was in this vengeful new world. She'd expected to feel good after this visit with Robbie, or at least better. Instead, Robbie's scarred back and unspoken horrors were proof that the baby brother she had come to visit was gone. At any instant, the guard would bellow that their time was finished, and Robbie might say a stoic goodbye, or he might wail and scream, or she might, or they both might, and Miss Lottie's tired heart might falter from the strain of being chased since the time she could walk, and Papa might hang from the courthouse tree. Each one of Gloria's terrors felt as real as the ticking of the clock on the wall. 29. After Gloria's visit, Robert was so excited he could hardly get to sleep Sunday night. When the heat finally drove him to doze off, he had nightmares, dreaming he was running alongside the tall grass of the fence by the funhouse, tugging the wires and searching for the hole, but he never found it, not even when his hands bled. In his dream, he was trying to catch a train on the other side of the fence, as if there were no woods or creeks to cross. He woke with a gasp. Being awake in the dark was worse, searching for signs of blue, expecting to see sharp teeth or two big glowing eyes. Then daylight came. A few boys in the row closest to the church altar had seen the swirling dust, just like Warden Haddock had. So Robert caused a commotion wherever he went on Monday. His best day at the reformatory so far. Everyone smiling and patting him on the shoulder. More dessert than he could eat at supper, since 5 boys offered him their butterscotch pudding in exchange for a story. And, best of all, permission to roam the campus with Redbone in search of Haints as their only job. Once they were free to talk, Robert and Redbone mostly made up Flash Gordon adventures so they didn't have to think about the dead boys. Robert didn't mind that he had to ignore every Haint who surprised him around a corner, or in a reflection shimmering in murky sink water, or barely visible in the dark spaces and room corners and cubby holes where Haints apparently liked to hide. Never mind that the scars on his back still ached when he bent down or flexed his muscles. Never mind that Boone and Warden Haddock would expect another offering soon. Monday, nothing bothered Robert. Not the cold water in the shower, or the rain-slick grass and cloudy skies, or the horrible taste of the morning oatmeal. Everything was different, because for the first time, Robert knew he would not have to stay at the reformatory for 6 months. Even better, he would not have to sneak into Warden Haddock's drawer like Blue wanted him to. He only had to put off Blue for a few days, and then he would run away. He was going home, better than home. He was going somewhere new. Chicago. Robert had never heard of a Haint being able to follow anyone out of the state. No matter what frightful images Blue tried to make him see in the cornfield or the woods, he would not turn back. He would run every step until he saw Miss Lottie's waiting truck by the railroad trestle. When Robert closed his eyes, he could see Gloria's drawings on the map. Robert dreamed about his escape most of the day Monday, while he and Redbone played hooky from the world. Being paired with Redbone to walk the campus with no one else within earshot seemed almost like being free. But Tuesday was different. Tuesday arrived with sad gray light and thunder rumbling the sky, and Robert felt certain that Blue had been staring at him all night from the shadows. He couldn't see Blue, but he felt his stare. He called for Blue, a whisper, just in case he might offer him another haint to catch. Robert's stomach locked up as he realized how far off Friday was, somehow farther than yesterday, more dream than real. If Blue didn't sacrifice another haint, Warden Haddock might take him to the funhouse again, and Blue could appear at any moment making demands and threats against Mama without another offering. Anything could happen in the next 3 days, and Robert felt like a kind of liar, or at least a bad friend, because he hadn't told Redbone he would be running away, or offered him a chance to come. Robert's stomach twisted when Redbone cheerfully joined him after breakfast with the pen and notepad he'd begun carrying, so he would look busy while he roamed the campus with him. Robert wanted to pretend to look for haints near the funhouse so he could check the fence to see if a hole was there, if he dared. But Boone met them outside of the cafeteria with an assignment. He said some white boys had complained about haints on the other side of the campus, so he and Redbone should go check out the baseball bleachers. He handed Robert a written pass.
"Be back by lunch," he said. "Nobody better catch y'all goofing off."
And so they were off, just like that, wandering at their own pace toward the church and the dormitories beyond it on the white side of the campus. The other boys were headed to the cornfield or the kitchen, or to the butcher's block or the hen house, or to lay bricks or tend mules, or one of the other endless chores they were assigned that gave them blisters, calluses, and sore muscles. But he and Redbone were lucky for another day. And no sign of Blue yet. Still more luck. Robert almost held his breath until they were past the church and the sharp memory of the giant tumbling haint. Miniature train tracks ran between the pines, too compact for a real train. Nearby, linked mini train cars were large enough for little kids to ride in, tied to an engine car painted bright red. If the cars had been running, bells ringing, this would look like it belonged in the Main Street Christmas parade. And here it was, sitting quiet in the warm drizzle while the tracks wound in a large circle among the pine trees. On the white side, the reformatory felt more like a place for play than for work. The grass beyond the train tracks was clipped short, just like in downtown Gracetown. Above the ridge, a fenced enclosure looked like a large dog kennel, but it was actually pinning in a swimming pool, larger than Robert had ever seen, equipped with a diving board. The water rippled in a kind of blue that belonged in a painting, a color of water he had never seen. "Look at this," Redbone said. "They're living like kings over here. A damn pool like they're training for the Olympics." "They go to the funhouse, same as us," Robert said. "Die like us too sometimes." Most of the haints Robert saw were Negro, but not all of them. White boys died here as well, even if they were allowed to go swimming or ride the miniature train first.
"So? It still ain't fair."
True, Robert didn't see as many haints on the white side. None on the train, anyway. None at the pool enclosure, with its ring of empty chairs for observers. He walked to the pool fence and peeked down as far as he could into the unnatural blue, looking for shapes that didn't belong. He even stared at the waving ripples of water from the rain droplets. The haint at the church had taught him that a haint could take many forms. Nothing unusual was in the pool. But there, at the baseball diamond 50 yards farther down the slope, he saw a vague image of a solitary person sitting at the top of the stands. He'd have to get closer to see if he was a haint. Probably. No one would be sitting up there in the middle of work time, even a white boy. "You see anybody sitting over there?" Robert said, pointing. Redbone gave half a glance and shook his head. Robert had asked him a dozen times yesterday, and Robert could tell he was already irritated by the question, even if answering it was his only real job. "You do?" Robert shrugged, but the figure was clear as they walked closer. A teenage boy. Robert didn't want to betray him by pointing him out if Redbone couldn't see him. "I gotta tell you something," Robert said. The words popped out without planning. "Tell me then." Robert glanced all around to make sure no one was listening. He and Redbone seemed so alone on the vast, well-tended campus that he might have tried to run right then if Gloria hadn't already told him the plan. And he couldn't trust that the haint in the bleachers wasn't a regular boy who would tell the warden. Hell, a haint might whisper his secret to the warden to get even. "A secret," Robert said. "But if you tell anyone, we could die. Both of us." Redbone's eyes mooned. "Worse than Blue?" "Not worse. Better," Robert said. "But you can't tell. You have to swear to God."
"Oh, okay. Swear to God,"
Redbone said carelessly. Robert held Redbone's arm to keep him from walking ahead of him past the pool toward the baseball field. "I mean it, Bone. Swear it on your life. Your mama's life. It's the biggest secret you ever heard." Redbone nodded, sober.
"Swear on my life,"
he said.
"I won't tell."
Robert told him in pieces while they walked, from time to time falling silent to make sure no one was coming near. While Redbone listened, not asking questions, taking it all in, Robert told him every step of his plan for Friday, even if a hurricane came. Instead of the supper line, he would go to the kitchen as if he were looking for a haint. He would go to the very back near the freezer and the rear door. With the supper lines in front, no one would see him leave by the rear. And even if they did, so what? He could say he was haint tracking and tell anyone to leave him be. Then he would walk toward the fun house like he was tracking. No big deal. Why else would anyone want to go to the fun house? Once he got there, he would hide behind the narrow building, which no one used in the daytime, and peek right and left to make sure no one was watching. Then go to the high grass by the fence and look for the promised hole. "I wanted to try to find the hole today," Robert said, "but Boone sent us here."
"Maybe it's better to keep clear till it's time to go,"
Redbone said, voice smooth and untroubled.
"Don't draw nobody's eye. I've never seen no hole. Maybe they're gonna cut one from the other side."
Robert had worried that Redbone would be too excited or might get angry or scared, but he was only talking it through the way they had talked about Flash Gordon stories they would write. Redbone was used to laying plans. He had been laying plans for years. He thought more like Robert did than any other friend he'd had. And Redbone was smarter than any of his school friends, too. It was almost worth coming to the reformatory to have met him. "I had a bad dream I couldn't find it," Robert confided. He'd tried to forget Sunday night's dream about shaking the fence until his palms bled, with no way out. He tried not to believe the dream was a message from the future, like Gloria said her dreams were sometimes.
"It'll be there,"
Redbone said then, quietly.
"Probably, but maybe not yet."
They walked in silence for a while, the bigness of the plan rattling their heads.
"We should use a code to talk about it,"
Redbone said.
"Like Joe Friday, starting now."
"Good idea." The silence became solemn while they thought about it. Operation Freedom and Project Escape wouldn't work, but those were Robert's only ideas. He was too excited to think of others.
"Christmas,"
Redbone said.
"That's what we'll say."
"I sure can't wait till it's Christmas," Robert said, raising his voice so that it skated across the water of the empty pool behind them. They both laughed, although Redbone smothered his laughter behind his arm to leave no witnesses. Robert suddenly missed Blue, the old Blue. If the old Blue were here, he would push the joke further and further, and laughing from his tummy would feel good. But they stopped laughing at the same time. The living weren't allowed to play the same games as the dead.
"He's not gonna let you,"
Redbone said quietly. "Who?" Robert said, although he knew.
"He's not gonna let you run off till you do what he says first."
Robert glanced around again, and no one else was in sight except the Haint sitting in the bleachers. He had changed positions from center left to dead center, sitting at the top. He wasn't a regular boy for sure, since he moved too fast. But could he be Blue in disguise? "Who says he even knows?" Robert said. Redbone gave him a look, biting, almost angry. Then he sighed.
"Come on."
"Did he say something to you?"
"He knows everything here,"
Redbone said.
"Everything."
"Are you going to tell him?"
"Hell no, but I don't have to. He probably knew before you did, soon as they drove up. He's a Haint. You thought you could keep a secret from him?"
Embarrassment flashed hot on Robert's cheeks. He'd misjudged. How much he could evade Blue then. What else had he misjudged? Even a small thing would get him caught.
"You better be sure Haddock don't know too,"
Redbone said, lowering his voice when he said the warden's name. "No chance," Robert said, his fervent hope. But what if the guards had searched Miss Lottie's Bible? What if they had found the drawing and realized it was a map?
"Better hope not,"
Redbone said.
"I'd rather meet Blue in a bad mood than those dogs."
Friday seemed like an even more impossible time away. Robert felt dizzy. They stood at the red clay entrance to the baseball park, facing home base with bleachers on each side of them. The Haint was still there. Robert didn't look closely at his face, but he pretended to scan the places where he saw nothing but empty rows. "How many Haints we got now?" Robert asked Redbone. Anytime they logged an imaginary Haint, Robert was hoping to throw Boone off the trail of real Haints he'd seen. Blue had warned him not to capture anyone else, and Robert never wanted to see anyone else turn to ash before his eyes. Redbone flipped through his notebook.
"We said 3 yesterday."
"I could say I saw one at the pool."
"So Boone has to crawl out on that diving board and put down his dust,"
Redbone said, and they laughed. Laughing felt reckless, so they both stopped right away, looking over their shoulders. Again, Redbone's eyes looked straight past the Haint in the bleachers. "He's gonna know," Robert said, realizing he had misjudged Warden Haddock as much as he had Blue. "When there's no ash pile, he's gonna know. We can't do it 3 or 4 times. He'll know after 1 time. He'll look me in my face and see with those
devilish eyes,"
Redbone said, and nodded, although they didn't tell each other their stories about being with Haddock. Neither of them wanted to. He had to get past Warden Haddock, too, not just Blue. His escape was a fairy tale.
"You gotta come up with a story and stick with it,"
Redbone said.
"Say you're messed up since church, 'cause the spirit can't dwell in God's house, but you're praying you'll feel better."
Ooh, that sounded good. Clever words flew out of Redbone's mouth like rainwater. Robert tried the words on, remembering the frightening sight of the Haint tumbling end over end down the aisle, shaking the church floor. He could sound convincing to Warden Haddock. He could, if it meant he could run away on Friday. He could even endure the funhouse again, if it meant he could run away on Friday. "Do you think I can do it?" Robert said. "Christmas?" Redbone knocked his head back, as if giving it thought for the first time. His pause made Robert's heart pound.
"You damn well better do it,"
Redbone said.
"'cause now I gotta go too."
He sounded like he had no choice, almost sad, annoyed even. "Not if you don't want to," Robert said. He'd hoped that Redbone would want to come because he was a quick thinker. Maybe that was why he'd burned to tell him all along. But the plan might not work for two. Gloria hadn't said he couldn't bring someone with him when he ran, but she hadn't said he could. She'd trusted he would have the good sense not to tell, and Robert felt he'd let her down. But he could have convinced her if he'd had time. He could have.
"You don't know how it goes here,"
Redbone said, his voice still sad.
"They'd put me out in the box. They'd whip me and starve me to try to make me tell where you went. They do it all the time when somebody runs."
"You could say I didn't tell you."
"Wouldn't matter if you did or didn't. Punishment's the same. They make you an example. If you run away, this is what happens to your friends."
"Worst of the worst of the worst," Blue had said. Blue had been right. Robert couldn't think like them enough to imagine how low their wrongdoing could go. Redbone slapped his forehead with his palm.
"Oh, damn. I get it now."
"Get what?"
"Boone's been grinning at me, telling me, 'Have fun.' I thought he'd been switched with a robot or something. He's been so nice."
He stopped himself short, his eyes filled with new, scary realizations.
"Haddock wants us to be friends."
"Why?"
"So you'll think twice about messing up,"
Redbone said.
"Or running. Trust me, if you get in trouble, I'll be the one who pays first."
"You sure you don't see another Haint here?"
"'Cause Haddock's gonna want his ashes, Robert. Remember, they're already dead."
The boy in the bleachers was wearing a gray baseball jersey with the number 13 in white. Robert tried not to look at his face, but he couldn't help seeing his hair matted to his forehead, his missing jaw glistening red in the sun. Dogs had gotten to him. He was half eaten. Robert looked away, feeling his throat fighting vomit.
"Blue said I can't,"
Robert said.
"He'll hurt my mama, Bone." "Tell your mama to go away,"
Redbone said.
"She'll go if you say so."
"How do you know?"
"Blue told me she has to fight to be here,"
Redbone said.
"Most times, Haints can't go to places they've never been, unless there's an object, like something they own. That's you, I guess. But if you tell her to go away, I bet Blue can't hurt her."
"Won't matter. Boone's Haint dust is good for 3 days. That's what he said."
"Boone can't hardly count to 3. Well, he got it from his grandmama, and I bet she can count to 1,000,000.
Redbone stared around him, trying to spot a Haint on his own.
"Then you better cry your eyes out when you tell Warden Haddock you're trying your best,"
Redbone said. "Would you tell on me?" Robert almost wanted to say it would be okay to tell if Haddock was hurting him enough, but he was afraid to. He was afraid to ask what the box was, or what Boone and Blue had meant when they said the fun house wasn't the worst. Redbone shrugged.
"You never told about Blue, so I'm not gonna tell anything about you then,"
Redbone said.
"But if I see any Haints, I'm telling where they are, except Blue. And if they punish me too bad—"
He didn't finish. Maybe they were both realizing at the same time that he would tell on Blue if he had no choice.
"I'll do what I have to do. Then maybe I'll be the new Haint catcher, since maybe your luck ran out."
Even standing side by side with Redbone, Robert felt miles away from him. He had never felt that way about a friend. And wasn't Redbone Blue's friends too? This new, harder kind of friendship cut through the skin like Haddock's whip. "What if Blue hurts my mama's spirit 'cause of you?" Robert said. "What if he lets Haddock trap her?" "You should have heard the things he said, Bone."
I'm not trying to hurt nobody, Redbone said. I won't tell on you, not ever. But I want to remember who I am when I leave this place. Some boys, they get this look in their eyes, and you know they'll be old men still in this place, till the day they die. I might go to the funhouse, or stay in the box a night or two, but I won't go to the shed. So that's that. You should be ready to give Blue up too if you have to. Your mama would want you to do it no matter what. She wouldn't want Haddock to touch you. No mama will want that. We just gotta get by day to day.
Robert knew he could ask about the most terrible places and punishments, but he didn't want to know. He had vague shapes and outlines in his mind, but he didn't want to see the pictures hidden in Haddock's desk, even in his head. Until Christmas, Robert said.
Yeah,
Redbone said, cheerless.
Till Christmas.
Was Blue's spirit hovering somewhere near them? Invisible? Was that what Redbone had meant when he said Blue knew everything? The next time Robert checked the bleacher, the hate in his mangled face were gone. He had only wanted Robert to see his injury, to be a witness.
You need to call out for Blue, Redbone said. Call him by his real name, Kendall. That's how you know he'll come for sure. He told me they love having their names called. He said for them, it's a feeling like we don't even know about. Like a new life, almost. It's like hearing it from outer space if someone calls them.
Why should I? Was Redbone already laying a trap for Blue?
Tell him you're ready to hear his plan for getting in Haddock's drawer. A good plan. You have to do what he says, Robert. It's the only way he'll let us go.
Tuesday night, Redbone and Robert were still wrapped in their bath towels, straight from the shower, when they found Boone waiting in the hall beckoning for them. They looked at each other. Redbone was as clueless and wary as Robert, and then followed him, dripping down the hall toward the lobby. Robert's bare foot slipped slightly on the floor as he tried to catch up to him. Boone hadn't hollered at them with threats about the funhouse, so maybe it wasn't that. But Robert thought about how the whip would hurt against wet skin. In the hall, 3 boys from the teenage wing stared from a distance in a huddle. Boone hesitated by the front door, as if he were about to walk outside.
Y'all didn't see. No other hands.
His voice suggested a last chance, but Robert and Redbone both shook their heads. One of the watching teenagers sucked his lip, angry. Robert had never met those older boys, so why did they care? After dinner, Boone had made a ceremony out of sprinkling his hate dust near a brick pile not far from the cafeteria after Robert lied and said he'd seen a hate there. A crowd of boys had waited around him, holding their breath, but Robert had ducked away, even though Redbone had whispered that it would be better for him to watch too. Did the ash come? Robert said, trying not to sound like he already knew the answer. Boone gave Robert such an ugly look that he wanted to give up Blue right then.
Come on, then,
Boone said, and he opened the door to the twilight. Robert's feet were more tender because they were damp, so the sharper stones and twigs poked like straight pins as he kept up a fast pace to follow Boone across the field. All around them, boys with late passes were streaming back to the dormitories. Only Robert and Redbone were walking away from the laughing, away from the rest. The air was soupy and warm, but Robert felt cold in his wet towel, as if everyone was seeing him naked as they stared. But they were walking away from the funhouse. That was what mattered. Instead of veering right, Boone veered left and led them through an open gate toward the horse stables Robert had not visited yet. Here, the air smelled like hay and manure. None of the horses were in sight, which at least might have been an unexpected treat. But Robert had heard them snuffling and pawing at the ground behind the barn walls. He thought it was his imagination at first, but the horses stirred as they passed, a chorus of worry. Robert had ignored his fear as much as he could. At least we're not going toward the funhouse, he told himself again, but the horses' nervous whinnies felt like the worst kind of luck. His damp back shivered with the breeze upsetting the leaves, hissing at him from above. Were Redbone's eyes glistening in the dimming daylight? Grass gave way to rocky soil, and then soft dirt, and then concrete, warm from the sun. Robert thought about everything his feet touched to try to keep from being afraid. "Tell him, Robert," Redbone said. "Tell him what you were telling me about how it was so unsanctified at the church. You said you saw the devil's shadow, remember?" "Yes," Robert said. Admiring Redbone's quick thinking, Robert wished he had added more details in his earlier report to Boone. "I left that part out by accident, sir." He tried to imagine a Flash Gordon story of a great battle between good and evil, except it would be a story about him. "The devil got the upper hand at the church, Mr. Boone. While you and Superintendent Haddock were looking at the dust, I saw something out of the corner of my eye on the wall. The devil's shadow. It was going quick as lightning, but I knew right then he'd come to try to stop me from finding Haints. And I'm praying him away, and I just know I'll find another Haint tomorrow. But I'm not strong enough to fight off the devil himself in 1 or 2 days, Mr. Boone. Maybe I could lick him in 3 or 4. "Maybe you know a potion, sir," Redbone said. "A potion that could help him beat the devil down. I'm praying too, but some hoodoo would sure help." "Yes, sir, sure would," Robert said. "That would speed it up." In the past 2 days, talk of hoodoo had created a kind of secret club between them, with Boone telling stories of learning to mix teas and salves at his grandmother's knee, boasting of his skills as a Hank catcher in his own right. But Boone didn't look back at them as he led them across the concrete. Boone's walking slowed as his breathing got louder. Nothing they said would turn him around, so they fell silent. Robert hoped they hadn't made him madder with what might have seemed like obvious lies. Finally, Boone stopped walking beneath the stand of pines. Robert looked at Redbone, confused, until he saw where Redbone's eyes were staring. 2 wooden doors, like cellar doors, were lined up side by side in the midst of the pine needles, propped up by about 6 inches to show the darkness below. 2 eyes stared out at them from the closer prop door, but Robert couldn't make out the face in the dark. His chest began heaving as he understood. The box. "Guess you're feeling good and sorry you ain't found no more Hanks, huh?" Boone said. Robert and Redbone both swore how sorry they were, how they would do better, how the devil had bested them in their hunt. Robert's bare knees trembled beneath his towel. The underground space looked so tiny. Would they be forced to spend the night there? Or longer? "Shut up," Boone said, and no living thing within earshot made a sound. Not even the unlucky boy who was locked in the box. The crickets and nearby horses were silent too. "Don't make no promises to me. Talk to him," he said, pointing toward the box and the staring eyes. "'Cause until you find me another Hank for Warden Haddock, that's where he's gonna stay." Robert couldn't grasp Boone's words at first. Someone else was in the box, because he hadn't shown Boone how to find the Haints. "The worst of the worst of the worst," Blue had said. Again, he tried to look at Redbone, but Redbone's eyes were locked with the boy in the box. "We're sorry," Redbone said to the boy. "We didn't know he was locking somebody up." "We'll try harder," Robert said, his throat lined with sand as he spoke the lie. "You'd better." The boy's rough voice came, vicious. Robert knew his voice. It was Cleo. That was why the teenagers had been staring at them back at the door. They already knew.
"What you look so sad for?"
Boone said.
"Didn't you tell me how he was bothering you out in the cornfield the other day? Ain't that so, Redbone?"
Redbone's mouth fell open, shocked.
"No, sir,"
he said.
"I never said—"
But he looked mortified that he had contradicted Boone, so his words fell away. Cleo had threatened them in the cornfield, true, but Robert had never told anyone, and he doubted Redbone had either. Why would Redbone be a fink and tell on Cleo when everyone knew that was the worst thing to do? If you finked on a bully would hurt you.
"Tonight, he's the only one out here,"
Boone said.
"There's nothing in the box except a bucket to piss and shit in, and he's gonna be mighty hot when the sun comes back out. And every minute he sweats in there, and his stomach rumbles 'cause he ain't got no food, and his throat burns 'cause he ain't got no water. He gonna be madder and madder, and he ain't never gonna forget why he got put in there. 'Cause y'all are playing around. Keep it up, and tomorrow night I'll throw Redbone down in there with him."
He said this directly to Robert, as if Redbone weren't standing beside him. Blue's name stirred in Robert's throat, and Redbone seemed to see it. He bumped hard against Robert, as if to knock Blue's name away.
"Just give us a chance, Mr. Boone,"
Redbone said.
"Don't put him down there. Cleo didn't do nothing to be down there like that. I never said to put nobody in the box. You worry about your own self,"
Boone said, grinning sideways at Redbone in the meanest way Robert had ever seen.
"That's what I'd do if I was you."
Boone nodded toward a steel water pail not far from Cleo's coffin-like cage, this time looking back at Robert. His mean grin softened to a smile that didn't look real, not with the way his eyes gleamed in the lamplight. Robert realized he didn't know Boone at all, that Boone could do much worse things than laying stripes in the funhouse.
"Go on. Give him a scoop of water if you feel so bad. But remember, he's down there. You better show me a Hank tomorrow, yeah?"
"Yes, sir," Robert whispered, and he rushed to the pail as if giving Cleo the water quickly would somehow make him forget his anger, make it better to be in the hole alone in the dark. One lamp on a post cast enough light for Robert to see that the water in the bucket wasn't clear like he'd expected. Pine needles floated on top, and a big black drowned beetle on its back. When was the last time this water had been changed? But Robert pulled out the scoop and tried to fill it with only clean water, without bugs.
"Hurry up,"
Boone said.
"I ain't gonna stand here all night."
Robert spilled half the water in his scoop in his rush to pull it out, but he kneeled beside the raised opening of the box and saw Cleo's angry jawline. Not much more in the dim light. He could smell Cleo's sweating skin, gleaming with the heat still trapped in the box from the long day. Robert offered the scoop to him. "I'm real sorry, Cleo," he whispered. "I didn't mean to—" Cleo knocked the scoop away, and it landed with a clink on the concrete ground. Then Cleo spat at him. Most of the warm spit missed, but some of it hit Robert's ear. The bad ear.
"You're dead,"
Cleo hissed at him.
"I'm gonna kill you both."
"We'll get you out of here, I promise," Robert said, finding words somehow, voice gentler, like a parent's, hoping there was something he could say or do to quiet Cleo's rage. Gloria could look in anyone's eyes and know almost anything about them, and maybe this was how she felt every day. He stared straight to the heart of Cleo's life story, all of it bad and sad and wrong. And now all of the blame was on Robert somehow. "Cleo's going to kill us," he thought, trying on the words, his head almost quiet. He could see his future plainly, in Cleo's eyes. 30. Tuesday night. Because their feet were caked with mud and pine needles, Boone said they could shower again after the visit to the box. Redbone decided he'd rather join the laughter with the boys, listening to the last few minutes of Jack Benny and Rochester's raucous, throaty voice. "I'll never give up a chance to laugh," Redbone told Robert after he changed into his pajamas. But Robert couldn't imagine laughing at anything. So he went back to the bathroom, since all the boys were gone, and he wouldn't have to be naked in front of anyone. Maybe Mama would come to him. Maybe she would look more like Mama this time, not just a tapping sound on the pipes. She always came when he needed her most. His throat ached from the effort of keeping his sobs stifled. His heart still hammered from the idea of Cleo locked in that dark hole like an animal. No, worse than an animal. No one would even keep a dog somewhere so terrible. The horses in the stable would have a more comfortable night. The bathroom was a sad collection of corroded sinks and leaking shower heads with too few toilets lined against the tall, narrow rear windows. Hardly any privacy for boys who needed to sit and take their time. Robert took advantage of the empty bathroom to visit the toilet first, and not a soul disturbed him. He pressed his feet against the slick tile and curled his toes, ignoring the smell of pee and a stain that looked to him like blood. By the time Robert flushed the toilet, he didn't feel like crying as much. His senses were also coming back to him. He couldn't visit with Mama. Redbone had said that it was hard for her to come to a place so far from anywhere she'd ever been, and he should send her away if she did. He might have to give up another haint to Warden Haddock, and Mama shouldn't come anywhere near him in case Boone tried to lay down his dust in places of his own choosing. He was beyond Mama's help. "Don't come to me anymore, Mama," he whispered. "Wait till I'm gone from here." The pipes were silent. Maybe she had heard him. Maybe that one thing was all right. The water from the shower head only dribbled and wasn't warm. But at least he didn't have to share. The cool water felt good on such a hot night. So he let the fat droplets douse his hair and face before he picked up the shriveled soap bar to wash. Only then did Robert understand why he was really in the shower room, who he really wanted to talk to. "Kendall," Robert whispered in the empty shower stall. "Kendall Sweeting." He shivered a bit when he called Blue by the name Warden Haddock had used. He thought of the dead boy in the photograph's charred fire circle, curled up like he was in his mother's womb. He called Blue's name 5 times, 6 times, and heard nothing in response except the laughter from the radio room echoing against the bathroom cement wall. "Come on, Blue." "Kendall," he said. "You gotta talk to me." Again, Blue did not come. The faucet complained in a howl when Robert turned off the water. He kept from crying by telling himself that he could call for Blue all night, now that he knew which name to use. But he would have preferred to see him in the light instead of the room's darkness, where Blue looked more like a ghost. All of the towels were already damp, so Robert felt dissatisfied and only halfway dry as he rubbed a thin towel across his skin. He was drying his legs when he saw steam rising from the neighboring shower stall and the hazy figure of someone standing beside him. Had someone come in to shower while he wasn't looking? No, the water wasn't on, and even if it had been, it wasn't hot enough for natural steam. And the cloudy shape was too small to be Mama. Finally, Blue had come. Robert thought he should peek around the stall's wall to see more clearly into the phantom steam, but he couldn't make himself go any closer to Blue. He liked the short wall between them. In fact, although he'd called for Blue, Robert's damp legs felt weak and trembly. As the steam grew thicker, impossible to see through. Robert was sure he would pee down his leg and need to rinse himself off again. "Blue," he whispered. "I was a long way from here," Blue said. His voice was coming from the shower stall, but it also seemed to be nestled inside Robert's head. Robert tensed as Blue snapped. "You can't have more of us, if that's what you're asking. No one else deserves to be in that jar. Even Robichaud didn't deserve it. Any one of us is better than 10 of you." Tears came after all, as Robert poured out the story of how Boone had marched them out to see Cleo in the box, and how Redbone would be next if they didn't find more Haints. "Cleo looked mad enough to kill us, Blue," Robert said. "Being dead isn't so bad," Blue said blandly, and Robert cried harder. Redbone was supposed to be his friend. Just come up with a story to stall. Redbone's a whiz at talking stories. I'm working on getting you the key to Haddock Straw. By tomorrow, if I'm careful. The dust isn't as strong anymore, and I'll bet Boone will forget to refresh it. Finding you is the smartest thing Boone has ever done. Did you know that? Are you even listening? I can't stall anymore, Robert said. They know I'm lying. But Blue went on as if Robert hadn't spoken. So, if I get you the key by tomorrow, Thursday at the latest, you'll have plenty of time to swipe the package of photos and that jar of ash so you can meet your sister. Isn't that what you want? To meet your sister by the railroad tracks Friday night? His voice seemed a shout to Robert. You thought I didn't know? Robert heard the smile in Blue's voice. Blue's laugh spilled from the ceiling. Shh, Robert said. He rushed to the next stall to try to shush Blue, maybe even try to shake him. But the steam broke apart like parting curtains, and Blue wasn't there. I'll do what you say, Robert said to the empty stall. But you have to help us too. If you don't... He almost told how Redbone might give Blue up. Hell, how hard would it be to tell Boone to come sprinkle his dust in this shower stall? The first stall he'd used when he'd arrived, he reminded himself. The one where Mama had found him in the pipe. If I don't, what? Blue's voice said in his ear. Robert whirled around, terrified at the idea of Blue standing behind him. But when he whipped around, Blue wasn't there. Just the empty bathroom and the row of sinks. Except, in the reflection, in the cracked mirror above the sink, Blue was standing beside him. He was dressed in a blue work shirt, so big on him that his head barely poked out, like a turtle's. Gasping, Robert took a step back, looking right and left for Blue. But the only Blue was in the mirror, staring intently at Robert with glowering eyes. You'll tell Boone about me? He said, the voice still close to his ear. You'll bring him in here? To trap me? No, Robert said, swatting Blue's voice away from his ear. You know I can't. Only because of Mama, although he didn't say it. But I called you, Robert said, fumbling for any words that might sway Blue. I called your name. Now Blue looked intrigued. So, if something happens to me or Redbone, who's gonna call your name then? Does anyone remember you except me and Redbone? And Haddock? Blue's head lolled to one side, his ear resting on his shoulder. He stared at Robert from that odd pose in the reflection for a long time, no longer sneering. His head had fallen too far, with no bones to hold it. Was he trying to scare him again? Or just thinking it over? You need me, just like I need you, Robert said, lowering his voice so no one in the hall would hear him, and so Boone wouldn't come running with his leather pouch. I'm the only one you can talk to whenever you want. Redbone can't even hardly see you sometimes. Blue pursed his lips. He didn't like hearing that. Or Maybe he didn't like that Redbone had told him so much.
"So you need to be nice to me, Blue," Robert said firmly.
Blue's reflection disappeared. An empty space. A corner of the mirror cracked away, shattering a triangle of glass tinkling into the sink. "Stop it," Robert hissed, rushing to retrieve the broken pieces. He wrapped them inside a crumpled paper towel he found in the trash can and buried it at the bottom. Would someone notice the new damage to the mirror? He hoped he wouldn't get blamed for it. He turned on the faucet to wash any other slivers down the sink. "You want Boone to come in here? I know you don't, so stop doing haint stuff." "That's an ugly word," Blue said. This time he was sitting on the floor of the shower stall behind Robert in solid form, like any other boy, watching him work to clean up his mess. "He ain't evil-sounding word, like I'm a jumpy trying to walk in your skin the way talkers see in the old stories. I'm not the one who set the fire, am I? Am I the one dragging boys out to the shed?" The island lilt in Blue's accent was clear now. Blue was revealing more of his true self. "What should I call you then?" "Trapped," Blue said. "Dirtied. We died dirty. Until you fix it." Robert wrapped his towel around his waist and sat beside Blue, careful not to touch him, so he wouldn't feel that too cool skin that wasn't living flesh. Even the space beside Blue felt colder than the rest of the shower stall. "I can't do anything until Friday," Robert said. "Until it's time. You said you'd help me." "Sure I will. Any small thing'll get Haddock to go running out of his office. I can set the dogs off barking and yelping. I'll scare 'em so bad. Dogs lose their mind around hints. I know he'll come look after his dogs. He'll think someone gave them rat poison. Then you can get into his window. But I need someone else," Robert said. "For the jar." Blue shook his head firm. "Blue, listen. Redbone's going with me," Robert said. "I told him all about it. He's so smart, we're sure to get away. You said I just have to set the ashes loose in the creek, right? And then they'll be set free?" "That's right." "And you'll be set free too?" "I'm already free," Blue said. "I'm more free than you. We have a pact. We all stay until Haddock's gone. We stay until everyone knows how dirty we died." "Then it doesn't matter who goes in the jar, right? They'll come right back out." "Only if you get away," Blue said, shrugging. "We will. You said you'd help." "I'll try. But the running and hiding, that's up to you. Two's not easier than one. You think you're the first two who ever tried it? One wants to go this way, the other wants to go that way. The dogs barking and snarling behind you all the while." The cold floating from Blue seemed to gather in Robert's chest. He remembered Haddock telling him how boys got killed trying to run. "Can you keep the dogs off?" Robert whispered. "Not if they're on your scent in the woods, especially Haddock's." "Can you slow them down at least?" "I can fool them from time to time, but those are tracking dogs. Haddock trained most of them, so they want to hurt you. That's all they want in the wide world. And the dog boys, the dormasters, the farmers, everyone, they love the hunts. $50 per boy, dead or alive. It's like they're on holiday. All the whooping and hollering." Robert's bare back trembled against the damp shower wall. Did Gloria and Uncle June know how hard it would be? Had they planned it out as well as they should? What if there was no hole in the fence? What if the dogs started chasing them as soon as they were in the cornfield? Robert's plan to run terrified him anew, but that was Friday's terror. First, he had to get past Wednesday's. "Someone has to go in the jar tomorrow, Blue," Robert said. "Just one more. Maybe that will get me all the way to Friday. Somebody brave has to go in just for a couple of days. Blue chuckled, his voice turning sour again. A couple of days. You say that like you know anything. You don't know. You think any of us want to be locked up again? Like that? You said they're trapped already. Isn't a pack the trap too? That's different than the jaw. In the dark, shrunk to ash and screaming? He sounded angry now. Robert had heard the boy in the kitchen scream, and the giant haint at church. He couldn't say Blue was lying, or that what he was asking was fair. But I'll let them out, Robert said anyway. You said I can. Who's the bravest? See if they'll do it. Otherwise, Boone might make me go to the fire spot. So, Boone laughed. Memories. That's all you saw there. You'll never find us at the fire spot or the fun house. They're profane to us. You got lucky in the kitchen. That's all. The infirmary, Robert said. I saw one there, and at the ball field. Number 13. Blue was silent at that, his eyes narrowing like he might break the mirror again. Or worse. I don't want to hurt nobody else, Robert whimpered. But if I can't get somebody for the jar, Haddock's gonna kill me. Or Redbone, or both of us, I know it. You think I want to end up in one of those photos in his drawer too? For a long time, the bathroom was silent, except for dripping from the shower head in the stall where Robert had washed himself. Finally, Blue said, You know where the old well is? Robert shook his head. He'd never seen a well on the campus. By the butcher's? Blue said. Out in the back, by the cedars? You'll see it. Okay, Robert said, sure he would find it. He had heard enough horrible squealing of pigs to know where the butcher's block was. He won't like it. But there's one, maybe, Blue said. He was almost 21 when Haddock shot him dead running. He doesn't scare easy, always bragging he was a grown man. Maybe he'll go to the well if I ask him. Maybe he won't be afraid of the jar. What's his name? Robert said, remembering Redbone's advice about calling Haints. Again, Blue was silent. He didn't want to give out the name. Henry Jackson, he said. He went by Hank, but called for Henry Jackson. No one's called his name in years, probably. It has to be tomorrow, Robert said. By dinner, please. Boone's gonna want to set his trap. And he has to see the ashes come. Tell Hank I'll let him out Friday. I promise. Maybe he will. Maybe he won't, Blue said, shrugging. I'll try to dare him into it. He has to do it, or I can't help any of you, Robert said. Boone never waits any later than 6 to put down that dust. I'll push him off as long as I can, but he has to come by 6. This time Blue didn't answer. What's in that goofer dust? Robert whispered. Why does it make y'all come back? Grave dust, Blue said. You can't understand. It's just dirt to you. I could try, Blue sighed. It smells like rest, but it's a false rest, a fishing lure, and it's a hex instead. Most people hex the living, but Boone and Haddock hex the dirtied and the dead. Robert heard footsteps approaching quickly outside of the doorway. As soon as Robert rushed to his feet, he saw Redbone facing him. Robert's own reflection was clear in the mirror behind Redbone, but Blue was no longer visible beside him. Here, Redbone said. He looked older since he'd visited the box. Tired. Robert couldn't help looking over his own shoulder to see if Blue was still there behind him, despite his missing reflection. But Blue wasn't in sight. Blue had been Redbone's friend first, but now Blue was shunning him. If Redbone knew Blue had just been with him, he might yell for Boone as loud as he could to avoid going to the box. "Who?" Robert said, his voice thinned by his pretending.
"Who you think?"
Robert shook his head, hoping he didn't look like the liar he was. "It's just Mama," he said. "Like you told me. I was asking her to stay away." Redbone's face softened a bit. He would never betray his best friend's mama. At least not yet. Would he? For a moment, Robert's heart caught when Redbone didn't say anything. Then Redbone took a step back to give Robert privacy.
"Oh, okay. Be sure to call for Blue and tell him we need a haint. Call him all night if you have to. You heard what Boone said."
Robert nodded and promised he wouldn't stop calling for Blue until he came. He wished he could calm Redbone's anxiousness and tell him he and Blue already had a plan to collect another haint. But not here. Not in the shower stall, where Mama had come to comfort him in the pipe. Not where Blue's presence was still so fresh that the tiles beneath Robert's soles were as cold as the water at the bottom of the well. 31. No one was bringing food plates, even calling Miss Lottie's house to check on Gloria, since the deputies had begun patrolling Lower Spruce. Neighbors stayed in their houses, peeking out of their windows at every strange car that rolled down the street at random hours of the day and night. Some with police stripes, some without. Miss Lottie had predicted that the patrols would let up after the memory of the courthouse visit died down. But Gloria was still living like a fugitive. And wasn't she one? With the sheriff looking for her? Gloria had spent 2 uneasy nights in Miss Ann's basement, but she hadn't felt safe there. She hated being on alert for creaking stairs signaling that Fred might be coming downstairs to cuss her, threaten her. Or worse, she'd spent last night with the Hatchets, who lived 2 houses down from Miss Lottie, but deputies had knocked that morning, asking about her, while Gloria slipped out of the back door, careful not to rile the laying hens in their coop. Mrs. Hatchet was afraid to let her spend the night again because she didn't like lying to the police. So Gloria was back at Miss Lottie's, the one place deputies might not think to look for her because it was too obvious. While Miss Lottie prayed, Wayman and Uncle June kept their guns close. Someone had thrown rotten eggs against Miss Lottie's door before screeching away at dinner time. So the sour smell had sunk into the porch's floorboards and seeped through the door into the house despite Uncle June's scrubbing. Rotten eggs smelled like death. The smell made Gloria angry, mounted upon her anger over Robbie's imprisonment and her father's banishment. Papa used to say he was so mad that he sometimes got headaches, and now Gloria felt an ever-present tightness at her temples that made it easy to snap at Uncle June or Miss Lottie or throw dishes in the sink too hard, chipping them. It was all so unfair. Only 3 more nights, Gloria promised herself. 3 more nights, and they would pack up Miss Lottie's truck and drive out to meet Robbie at the railroad tracks in the moonlight. 3 more nights, and she would leave Gracetown behind forever.
"What about this one?"
Miss Lottie said, holding up another dress for Gloria to examine. This had been their ritual for the past hour, as they tried to forget about the patrols and the sour smell invading every corner of the house, despite the rosewater perfume Miss Lottie had sprayed. Gloria's decisions about what to preserve from her old life had been wrested away from her by the men who had burned down her cabin. But Gloria caught Miss Lottie's eyes chronicling everything in her room she would lose. After the sheriff learned they had helped Robbie escape, a mob might come burn down Miss Lottie's house too. This dress was faded pink, a bit more fashionable than the others Gloria had seen, but it still looked like it belonged to a flapper during Prohibition, with puffed sleeves and a large collar, and it was much longer than a modern dress. Mostly to humor her, Gloria held the dress up to her chest and examined herself in Miss Lottie's bureau mirror, another once ornate gift from the Powells. Where would she wear this? Gloria realized that many of Miss Lottie's dresses must have belonged to the Powells, too. How else would Miss Lottie have afforded the clothes? I think I like this one, Gloria said, barely avoiding a lie. Put it in your pile, then. You can make your final choices before we go. Don't you want to keep your favorite dresses for yourself? Gloria had never been interested in looking at clothes, no matter how often Mama had asked her to go window shopping with her on Main Street to stare at dresses they could neither try on nor afford. Gloria had always felt foolish, standing on the sidewalk, staring at the clothes on white-dressed dummies, while she saw the frowning reflections of white people passing behind them. If Mama had seen the frowns, she'd never let it bother her, taking her time to stare as long as she wanted. Can't take it with you, child, Miss Lottie said quietly. If I make it to Chicago, I won't need much. Gloria tried to unhear the word if. She wanted to say, You'll make it, Miss Lottie, but she couldn't be sure. In her only vision about their escape, Miss Lottie had not been driving the truck. Neither had Uncle June nor Wayman. She had been driving the truck, and she had learned from Mama that she should listen when someone talked about dying because death was as real as breathing. Death might be more real than living, since life was over so soon. And a coat, Uncle June called from the hallway. That's all we need in Chicago come winter. They say it's cold enough to freeze a... Keys jingled from the kitchen, and the back door hinge creaked. Gloria clutched at the dress's fabric until she heard Wayman call, Just me. Relief flooded from Miss Lottie's lungs. Wayman had been out to the cornfield. He'd said he wouldn't cut the hole in the fence yet, but he'd borrowed a car to drive back and forth past the cornfield to do what he'd called recon, short for reconnaissance, another word from the war. Wayman was excited as he filled a water glass from Miss Lottie's chilled mason jar and gulped it down before refilling it. Miss Lottie and Gloria sat at the kitchen table to listen while June stayed by the rear window, watching. Anybody see you? June said. Wayman shook his head. Nah, it was real quiet. Hardly nobody else on the road. Maybe we ought to just have him meet us at... No, June said. Just 'cause you don't see nobody don't mean they ain't watching. And we can't change the plan, Gloria said. We already told Robbie to go to the creek. Wayman nodded toward June. So Thursday before dark, you and me'll go out there, just the same as I did today. We'll take Clive's car again. June looked angry suddenly. You didn't say nothing to that drunk fool, did you? No, I didn't say nothing. How come you always asking did I say something? They stared each other down for a moment, their eyes boiling with old memories. Wayman looked away first. It ain't like that time at the base. You gonna hold that over my head forever? I didn't say nothing. I just pay him for gas. He don't ask where I'm going. Can I finish? Stop it, Miss Lottie said. She rested her head in her hand as if to block out the light. I swear and be damned if you two jackasses don't stop all that fussing. I'll drive us out in Clive's car, Wayman went on, and you'll hop out into the cornfield. It ain't gonna be nothing for you to crawl under that barbed wire out front. But the fence on the reformatory side, that one's tougher. Wire cutter's gonna work. Should, June said, thoughtful. I'll just need time to cut a hole big enough. But not big enough for nobody to see it before it's time, Wayman said. Robbie's small, Gloria said. I'll let you out, drive off, Wayman said. I'll go a ways down the road. Then I'll turn and drive back. If you ain't back yet when I whistle for you, I'll drive off and come back again. You can't park, June said. No matter what, those farmers will call the warden before you can count to 3. What did I just say? Wayman asked. I'll drive off. With a silent sigh, Gloria surveyed Robbie's escape team an old woman who looked ready to faint, and 2 grown men who argued like schoolboys. God help us, she thought. In the kitchen light, the plan seemed foolish in every way. If not for the hope she'd seen in Robbie's eyes, she would have called it off. Instead, she said, "We have to make sure old Susie is ready by Friday. That engine keeps clicking and goes off on a dime. We can't be stranded out there."
"I'll fix it,"
Uncle June said.
"I just got the parts from—"
A knock on the door interrupted him. The front door. Then the doorbell rang. It wasn't the proper code. Uncle June had told the Hatches to knock twice, pause, and then knock twice again, so they would know who was there. Gloria leaped to her feet, and June's shotgun had appeared from nowhere in his hands. He beat Wayman to the kitchen doorway and gestured for him to stay back.
"I'll get it,"
he said. Wayman nodded, reaching for his waistband.
"I got the window."
Gloria grabbed Miss Lottie's hand and squeezed. Miss Lottie did not squeeze back. All at once, Gloria's mouth and throat felt sucked dry. No wonder Wayman had been so thirsty. Constant worry stole everything from you, even the spit in your mouth.
"Can I help you?"
Uncle June said, slightly gruff but polite. No hint of danger. The stranger at the door spoke with clear confidence, her voice raised loudly enough for all of them to hear. "Why, yes, I'm so sorry to disturb you after dinner time," a woman said. "Is this the family of Robert Stevens, Jr.?" "Robbie?" The stranger's voice sounded like a War Department notification. Gloria tripped on the hall rug in her hurry to get to the living room. The woman's voice went on. "My name is Marion Hamilton, and I'm the director of the Negro Band at the Reformatory. Robert is one of my star students." "Is one of her students," the woman had said. Not was. He couldn't be dead, could he? Surely she wouldn't have chosen that word if Robbie was dead. The woman standing silhouetted in the porch light could have been Mama, from her hair to her shoulders to her posture. If she hadn't spoken and said otherwise, Gloria would have believed she was seeing Mama's ghost. Gloria could only stare.
"Something bad happened to him?"
Uncle June's voice came out small, from a cavern of waiting grief. He sounded helpless, despite the shotgun just beyond the door. "Oh, no, I'm sorry, nothing like that," the woman said. The living room's foul stink, which seemed to have wrapped Gloria in a cobra's grip, let her go. She could breathe again, and move, and think. "Sorry for the smell," Gloria said. "People came and threw spoiled eggs and drove off." She felt a sting of self-consciousness, eager to let the stranger know that this was not how Robbie lived, in stink and clutter. Gloria's cheeks went hot when she realized the woman could see inside the living room, at the stacks of newspapers and magazines climbing the wall. Now that the woman was no longer in mystery and shadow, Gloria noticed the crispness ringing from every part of her, the gleaming part in her well-oiled hair, the tightly wound French braids, her blouse and collar, starched and free of wrinkles. She spoke like she'd been to college, or somewhere even more exotic than college, carrying music in her words, like a march that must be followed. Gloria felt only 12 inches high in front of her. Was this woman writing some kind of report on Robbie? Had their family just failed a crucial test? "Some of you came to visit on Sunday, but I see him every day, so I thought you might like to know he's all right," the woman said. She cast a quick glance over her shoulder toward the road. For the first time, she seemed uneasy. "May I please come in?" "No," Gloria started to say, but June was already stepping aside to give her room.
"Yes, ma'am,"
June said.
"Watch your step."
Miss Lottie did not like strangers in her house, especially sedity strangers, as she called the Negroes who lived in the new houses on the hill built from VA loans. But although she was watching from the hall, Miss Lottie did not complain as the woman came inside, where the sprawl of clutter was in plain view. "Marion Hamilton?" Miss Lottie said. You one of Bo Crutcher's grandbabies?" Mrs. Hamilton smiled. "I am indeed, ma'am," she said. "I'm the eldest." "You the lady who went to war?" Miss Lottie said. June looked surprised by the question. "Me again? My late husband and I enlisted together. We hoped it would make a difference at home." Wayman poked his head out from the hall.
"But it didn't work out that way, huh?"
No one answered that. Mrs. Hamilton pursed her lips. Her face seemed to lose color.
"Sorry for your loss,"
Uncle June said. He cleared away a folded pile of blankets from Miss Lottie's couch to make room for her to sit. The couch, like every other surface, was mostly for storing things. If Mrs. Hamilton was shocked by the condition of the living room and its collections of Coca-Cola bottles and piles of mail, she kept it from her face. The room looked like a long life turned inside out. "You say Robert's doing fine?" Gloria probed. Mrs. Hamilton smiled. "He's a natural on the trumpet. I hope he'll keep up his music study once he's out." So many surprises at once. Learning that Robert played the trumpet, which he had never mentioned, and hearing a stranger talk about him getting out. Gloria couldn't help exchanging glances with Uncle June and Wayman. Did she know about the escape plan?
"Why you calling on us?"
Wayman said pointedly.
"What do you want? Did Haddock send you?"
Uncle June said, and noted her surprise that he knew the name of her boss.
"I used to work out there. Groundskeeping crew."
"No one sent me," Mrs. Hamilton said. "I'm here on my own accord. She paused, choosing which words to share. "I'm a long-time admirer of the work of his father to try to make Negro lives better in northern Florida. He once helped my father get a job, so since I have an inside view, I thought you'd appreciate hearing that someone is looking out for him." "Looking out from what?" Gloria said. "The reformatory can be a dangerous place, especially for colored boys," she said. "He told us he got beat," Gloria said. Mrs. Hamilton gazed down at her folded hands, as if she had held the strap herself. "Yes, I know," she said, raising her eyes to Gloria's. "He spent the night in the infirmary. That's where I met him to recruit him for the band. I'll do my best to see it doesn't happen again. The last time Superintendent Haddock called for him, I accompanied him to his office. I'll advocate for Robert at every opportunity." Uncle June was agitated, shifting from side to side.
"What did Haddock want him for?"
"I'm not quite sure," she said, and hesitated. "I thought I might ask you. The superintendent has taken a special interest in him. I admit I tried to listen through the door, but I couldn't quite make out what it was." Uncle June took a step toward her, so sudden that she jumped.
"What did that SOB?"
"He didn't hurt him," Mrs. Hamilton said. "But the superintendent has excused Robert from regular work detail. The rumor is, strangely, she almost smiled, Robert's helping the superintendent find ghosts. That's what all the boys are saying."
"The hell you talking about?" Wayman said. "What are you really doing here, lady? Did the sheriff send you? That boy don't play no trumpet. You need a better story than that. Ghosts? You must think we're some real dumb country folks, huh?"
Gloria's ears were buzzing with a rush of blood as her heart sped. She gazed back at Miss Lottie, who was still standing in the hall entrance. Miss Lottie took a step closer to her. "He said he was seeing Haynes," Miss Lottie said. "He looked scared out his mind."
"Mama, don't listen to this boat,"
Wayman started, but Gloria cut him off. "If he says he's seeing Haynes, he is. You don't know, Wayman."
"I don't know what? Crazy talk?"
"You ain't from here," Miss Lottie told him.
"You was too old when you moved in with me, so you don't know about Gracetown. Young people here, they can be touched by spirits. Y'all are touched by something, all right,"
Wayman muttered. "Robbie could feel Mama's ghost," Gloria said. "He said it all the time."
If any place ever should be haunted, Uncle June said quietly, it's that one.
Wayman looked at all of them, lips curled with scorn.
I'm not listening to this,
he said, and retreated to the back of the house, walking with exaggerated heavy footsteps toward the kitchen and complaining all the while about backward country folk. "How long did you work there?" Mrs. Hamilton asked Uncle June. Uncle June flinched at the question.
5 months, 3 weeks, 6 days.
"And then you left?"
Yes, ma'am. I was sorry I ever set foot there. My advice is, once Robbie's out, you should get out too. That place."
He shook his head, not finishing. "My brother is Robert's dorm master," Mrs. Hamilton said. "And I understand. I feel like Percy's been working there too long, too. He told me after a time you start to have
dreams,"
Uncle June finished.
"You wake up mad, pictures in your head, you do things, and later it seems like it was somebody else. Not at first, but by and by."
All at once, Gloria knew that Mrs. Hamilton was who she seemed to be. The woman's presence radiated courage and honesty and raw strength she had not known since Mama. Maybe Uncle June knew too, because she had never heard him talk about his time at the reformatory beyond a clipped word or two. He had never told her anything about dreams. "Thank you," Gloria said, near tears. "Thank you for coming to tell us about Robbie." "He calls himself Robert now," Mrs. Hamilton said. "Like his father."
"And that's all?"
Uncle June said.
"You just came to give us a report? You sure Haddock ain't done nothing else to him, except set him off after Haints?"
"As sure as I can be," Mrs. Hamilton said. "But I heard your family tried to use an NAACP lawyer to get him released. And I've heard about the backlash, how the Klan burned down his house. It's a disgrace through and through. As an admirer of your family, I just wanted to offer my services in case there's anything I can do to help." "Help us get him free," Gloria thought so fervently that it felt like a shout. Instead, Miss Lottie said,
"The sheriff won't let Robbie's sister Gloria alone since we went to the courthouse. They trying to use these children against their daddy. I can barely sleep at night 'cause I'm afraid she'll be locked up too."
Mrs. Hamilton brought her eyes to Gloria, shining with kindness. "You need a place to stay," she said, as if she had torn the thought from Gloria's mind. "And I have a spare room. I would be honored, young lady, if you would stay with me." Sunny Hill, a sign promised in the headlights as Mrs. Hamilton drove Gloria to the new Negro housing development near the county line, far from downtown Gracetown. Lights glowed in evenly spaced squares and rectangles from windows in 2 blocks of houses that looked identical, painted the same variations of lighter and darker brown. As Mrs. Hamilton squeezed her DeSoto into the narrow carport of a house on the corner, Gloria saw a splash of a lighter color bordering her bright shingled rooftop. Mrs. Hamilton's yard had no grass or any growth except weeds and saplings planted in rows, half-starved and browning in the summer sun. Like lower spruce, the road was packed dirt, but the newer cars in the driveways, fresh paint, and patterned curtains in the windows, like in a Sears catalog, felt as far away from Miss Lottie's street as Chicago. As soon as Mrs. Hamilton's car rocked to a stop and Benny Goodman's orchestra on the radio went silent in mid-flurry, Gloria heard someone playing a piano a few houses down, tapping out the notes in a scale slowly, uncertain. Gloria was carried away by the music, imagining herself squeezing her narrow hips beside Mama's thicker ones on the piano bench at Miss Ann's house, Mama's hand over hers, guiding her fingers along the grooves of the keys. Gloria felt a grief so sharp that her breath hitched. "You all right?" Mrs. Hamilton said. Gloria nodded. She didn't trust herself to speak without tears. "Well, I doubt that's so, but sometimes we say a thing to try to believe it," Mrs. Hamilton said. "How many times a day do people ask me how I'm doing, and I say, 'Just fine, and you?' As if that wasn't the biggest lie ever told." She gave a sour laugh, shaking her head. "Come on inside. I won't ask you any more foolishness like that." Despite her sad heart, Gloria smiled a little. A small dog was barking from across the street, from inside the house, paws scrabbling on the window. Gloria had never known anyone who pampered a dog inside. Even during winter, Papa's dog, Freedom, had slept under the cabin with a blanket. This dog was trussed up with ribbons like a doll. She couldn't wait to tell Miss Lottie that now she'd seen a sedity dog, too. "You like dogs?" Mrs. Hamilton said. "No, ma'am. Especially big ones." "Me neither," she said. "Not one bit." When Mrs. Hamilton opened her front door, Gloria smelled paint and promise, the way the new house Papa had been building by the lake had smelled. But she stopped shy of the doorway. Gloria felt like a hex on everyone she touched, anywhere her feet walked. "You're not scared of the sheriff?" Gloria said. "Did you break the law trying to get an attorney?" Mrs. Hamilton asked. "Did you set fire to your own house?" "No, ma'am." "Then why should I be afraid of the sheriff?" "And you're not scared of losing your job?" "I don't work for them," Mrs. Hamilton said. "I'm a volunteer. If the wrong person caught wind, could they get mad and tell me to stop coming? I suppose so. But no, I'm not afraid." No, that wasn't the worst that could happen. Not to Robbie. But maybe it would be all right, since Robbie was running away Friday night. The thought was so big that Gloria ached to say it aloud. Miss Lottie had whispered in Gloria's ear while she was packing her suitcase. "She seems all right. But don't fool yourself into thinking you can tell her. You better not, no matter what, yeah?" Uncle June's cheerless stare had echoed Miss Lottie's feelings as she helped Gloria hide in Mrs. Hamilton's back seat, where she had lain flat, so no passing deputy or neighbor would see her through the window. "Don't tell about our plan," his eyes had said, and she had nodded. But as soon as Gloria's foot touched Mrs. Hamilton's polished wooden floor, she wanted to tell this woman everything. Gloria scanned the living room's perfect order, not a flower petal or a sofa cushion out of place, and ached to share the plan, to see if Mrs. Hamilton would spot any imperfections that might hurt Robbie. She saw a framed photograph on the fireplace mantel, just like the mantel at Miss Ann's house, except smaller, of a uniformed Negro man with an American flag behind him, and another of both of them in uniform smiling at a table in a music club, and thought, she was in the army too, and we could use another helper on the inside, and almost had to clamp her hand over her mouth to keep quiet. Mrs. Hamilton seemed so much like a younger version of Mama that Gloria wanted her to know. Maybe she could tell her about the escape plan, but not today. She would obey Uncle June and Miss Lottie tonight, but it might be safe to tell by tomorrow, she told herself. The only way she could push the ready confession out of her throat, out of her head. A piano was nestled in the corner, beyond a small dining table that looked well-kept but older, perhaps a family heirloom. The piano had a candelabra. On a glossy wooden shelf in the living room was a record player, combined with a radio dial, and the biggest speakers Gloria had ever seen, almost a foot high. A bookshelf was crammed with record albums. But what was... "You have a television set?" Gloria said, surprised. She had seen one only in a shop window. Even Miss Ann didn't have a television yet. The picture tube and wooden box stood on 4 legs across from the living room sofa, not much bigger than the radio. Gloria stared at her dim reflection on the darkened screen. "That was a gift from a friend in California," Mrs. Hamilton said, chuckling. "Nearest station's Jacksonville. Too far for a signal, so I guess I'm waiting to see what the fuss is about." Gloria couldn't stop staring at her face, elongated and aged. "Go on," Mrs. Hamilton said. "You won't get a station, but you can turn it on." She pointed to a silver-colored dial. "Turn it to the right." Gloria turned the dial, felt it click beneath her hand. The screen flared bright white so suddenly that she took a step back. Then the image settled to wavy gray lines with a hissing sound from the speaker. She watched the chaotic screen, hoping to see a glimpse of a face. The screen reminded her of how her head felt when she tried to see the future and couldn't. But wait, hidden in the wavy lines, a solid dark form seemed to be taking shape. Gloria was almost sure she saw a railroad trestle. Blinking turned it to wavy lines again. "Guess we've got to wait for the times to catch up," Mrs. Hamilton said, and turned the television off. The image vanished to a star burning in the center of the screen before it went dark again. Had Gloria's vision been a sign? Should she? "I want to tell you," Gloria began, but headlights lit up the front window. Gloria glanced around the sparsely furnished living room for places to hide and saw none, unless she crouched on the other side of the piano. Mrs. Hamilton leaned over her couch to look outside her window. "That's just Percy, my brother," she said. "I'll put you in your room until I see what he wants." Her room. No one had ever called an entire room hers. They hurried to the narrow hall while Gloria clung tightly to her suitcase stuffed with Miss Lottie's old clothes and the photo of Mama and Papa on their wedding day. Mrs. Hamilton closed the door of the room, which was the same size as Miss Lottie's sewing room, but empty, except for a 4-poster bed and a new chest of drawers. Mrs. Hamilton's tiny house was full of empty spaces, with so much room to grow, looking ahead instead of behind. While Mrs. Hamilton greeted her brother, Gloria glanced through her window and saw the house next door, built close, separated by a picket fence. Her window was locked, but she could climb through if she needed to, even if she left her suitcase behind. But nothing she heard set her on edge. The brother sounded so jovial, laughing over a plate of food she'd saved for him, that Gloria expected Mrs. Hamilton to call her out to introduce her. But she never did. So Gloria sat on the made-up bed and its taut floral bedspread to wait. Before she knew it, she was lying down fully clothed, her eyes heavy from lost rest. She might have dozed off, but their conversation woke her. "All this foolishness with ghosts?" she heard Mrs. Hamilton say. "Why can't he let the boy serve his time without all those hoops to jump through? Then I suppose he'll blame the boys if, what, they don't find ghosts?" "Boone's all wrapped up in it, too, with his hoodoo talk," the man said, his mouth full. "It's none of our business. Don't bring none of it home with you, Marion. Told you that. Might as well quit right now." "Was that why you took him to the whipping house? This ghost business?" Gloria smothered a gasp. This was one of the men who had whipped Robbie? "Had nothing to do with it," the man said. "He was talking about running, asking about it anyway. So that's that. Never hurts for them to learn early. Good dose of medicine, that's all." "Haddock whipping him until he needs actual medical treatment? That's medicine?" "Better than dying. Haddock's right. A Negro boy without better sense won't live long. That's his daddy's bad influence, not knowing when to keep his mouth shut. If it wasn't for me speaking up for him, Haddock might have beat him twice as long." Mrs. Hamilton was silent for a moment. Maybe she'd been thinking about telling him about Gloria and changed her mind. "Well, one thing you're right about," Mrs. Hamilton said. "I will have to leave before long, if it means I start sounding like you." "Don't forget, those boys are locked up for a reason," he said. "Every single one." Gloria sat upright again, too angry in her bones to keep lying down. If not for worries that he might turn her in, she would have rushed out to tell him Robbie hadn't done anything to be locked up. And if he had, then Lyle McCormick should have been locked up too. Mrs. Hamilton's voice softened. Deep inside, you still know better. The man exhaled a laugh, dismissing her.
Tell Mabel this potato salad is dry.
Tell her yourself, Mrs. Hamilton said, and their voices grew muffled as they moved closer to the front door, and then out of the house. Gloria paced the room agitated. Imagine a Negro man whose family owed them a debt talking about Robbie and Papa that way. Gloria felt such loathing for the man that she tried to see a glimpse of him through the window, but she couldn't see anything except a sliver of the empty road and the house next door. But at least Mrs. Hamilton wasn't like him. She told herself to slow her breathing. Robbie had someone at the reformatory on his side. A polite knock at her door, and Mrs. Hamilton poked her head in before Gloria could answer. I thought I might find you at that window, she said. Don't worry, he's gone. I'm sorry you had to hear all of that. I keep to myself when I'm out there. They all sound the same, like they're talking about movie gangsters instead of children. Gloria tested telling the secret. Robbie should run away. Mrs. Hamilton's face cracked to alarm. She rushed to Gloria and grabbed her shoulders. No, she said firmly, as if Gloria had told her the entire plan. Never say that to him. He can't talk about running, can't even think about running. They hunt down runaways, Gloria. Do you hear me? Kill them sometimes. Just because the lawyer didn't work out at first, don't lose hope. Trust in the system to find a way to get him out. Gloria's knees trembled from a combination of disappointment and renewed terror at their plan to free Robbie. Yes, ma'am, she whispered. Mrs. Hamilton searched her eyes like she was looking for the truth before she let Gloria go. Mrs. Hamilton offered her food, but Gloria wasn't hungry. Then Mrs. Hamilton gave Gloria a folded wash rag and towel and told her to knock on her door if she needed anything. She said she would be listening to music in her room and that Gloria should let her know if the sound was disturbing her. Gloria lay in the strange new bed with a mattress harder than she was used to, maybe because it was so new. A brass band played a march through the wall on Mrs. Hamilton's record player, like it was the 4th of July. The system, Mrs. Hamilton had said. Trust in the system. The words lanced her. How could she trust in a system that would lock up her brother over nothing? A system that would leave arsonists unpunished after they burned down her house and chase Papa out of town. Gloria felt safer than she had in nearly a week, but she had never felt more alone. Part 7. Boot Hill. 32. Wednesday. The stone block well, about 3 feet high, was set back from the butcher shop in a clearing near a stand of cedars, ringed by dead leaves and pine needles. Robert took a step closer to the well to try to peer down beneath the faded wooden hutch, but the opening was covered with a tarp like a lizard's skin, cracked from the sun. Would the haint try to come from inside the well? Should he move the cover? Robert tried to remember every word Blue had spoken, but he wasn't sure, so he backed away a step. The well gave off a feeling he didn't like, in a way that reminded him of the knife pricks he'd felt when he first walked into the kitchen. Maybe some boys had thrown themselves into the water down there, or been thrown. The skin-like tarp wasn't moving, but the well felt restless enough to shake the ground. The uneven ring of stones looked like a hoodoo circle from Boone's conjure stories.
What time did Blue say it would come?
Redbone asked. It is a person, Robert corrected.
A haint, you mean?
Blue said they don't like being called haints, Robert said.
Redbone spat. I don't like being called nigger, but that's life. And death, too, I guess.
Cut it out, Robert whispered. With you running your mouth, I wouldn't come either.
Redbone tipped an imaginary hat toward the well. What time is this poor, sad soul coming to meet us, Robert? We supposed to stand here and wait?
Blue didn't say when exactly. I just told him Boone checks by supper time.
Supper time?
Redbone groaned, leaning back as if to curse the sky. He ran his fingers through his short-cropped hair.
I gotta wait the whole day to find out if I'm going in the box?
We don't want to bring Boone till we're sure. I don't even know where to put the dust.
If it was you was the one going in, I'd bet you'd know.
Robert's jaw tightened with irritation. But he knew Redbone was only scared of how pathetic Cleo had looked down in the box, without food, water, or a bed. And Redbone didn't even know the worst of it. Robert hated every moment he stood in this place. The slaughterhouse 15 yards behind them reeked of shit and rotting meat and blood, and a hog was snuffling against the wooden planks, trying to get free. Robert didn't want to imagine himself as that hog in a pen, but he felt the same desperation to be free, and a dread hanging over him, as grim as the butcher's knife. Why did the well have to be so close to the slaughterhouse? The hog would scream, the haint would scream, he would scream when the dogs caught him after he ran. Death was everywhere, a taste like poison in his mouth. He didn't want to be here. Blue had said the haints had cursed the fire spot and the fun house, but this spot felt cursed too. A lone green clover was pushing through the decay, circling the well near Robert's feet, so he squatted to pick it up, hoping it was a lucky one with 4 leaves. But it was a regular one, of course. He and Redbone had spent an hour near the well that morning, trying to call for the ghost, and nothing about this place felt lucky. Robert tossed the clover away. He had to try again. He had to try to convince this stranger to sacrifice himself so he and Redbone could sleep safely in their beds another night. It wasn't fair, but it was a fact. Robert blinked to keep from crying. He couldn't stop his nose from running, the snot thin and warm. "Henry Jackson," Robert said, calling for the dead man again. "Please come out. Please come to this well, Henry Jackson." Redbone shuffled beside him, unsure what to say. "Yeah, man. If you could, please." "You have to call his whole name," Robert reminded him. Redbone gave him an annoyed slap against his shoulder and sighed. "Henry Jackson!" He called so loudly that Robert jumped. Redbone cupped his mouth with both hands, shouting toward the well. "Come on back! Henry Jackson! Henry!" "Sounds like you're slapping a hog." Redbone's voice lingered in the treetops, and Robert was sure no Hank could have missed it. His sore eardrum popped, and a strange silence wrapped around them, filling both of Robert's ears with deep and steady nothingness. No birds singing, no leaves whispering, no whir of insects. Something seemed to be holding its breath. "Please come, Henry Jackson," Robert whispered, coaxing. A large twig snapped from the tree line in front of them. Redbone heard it too. He looked at Robert, then shielded his eyes from the sun to stare toward the cedar trees. A twig spiraled from a higher branch and fell to the ground. Was it a coincidence, or... There! A man stood back beyond the trees, half hidden behind 2 trunks on either side of him. He was a young Negro man, with a billed cap, tall, but too far to see his face. Was he real? "Hello?" Robert called out. A shriek as loud as an air raid siren made Robert cover his ears. Redbone grabbed his arm hard, startled, but the shriek was behind them, not in front. The hog pounded itself against the wood slats, shaking the whole shed as boys inside yelled to hold it still. The hog's next shriek, full of terror and agony, sounded like a child begging for its life, while one of the boys laughed. Then the hog went quiet, silenced by a blade. When Robert looked between the trees again, the man he thought he'd seen was gone. Now he couldn't remember which trees he'd been standing between. They all looked so alike. "Did you see him?" Robert whispered to Redbone, hoping.
"Where?"
Redbone said, anxious.
"At the well?"
Robert pointed toward the cedars. "He was far back. I couldn't really tell." Redbone sighed and shook his head.
"Damn it. Do you know where to put the dust?"
"He was going so fast," Robert said, although the whole truth was that he had turned his head because of the dying hog. As Redbone's eyes got teary, Robert's heart raced. Maybe it wasn't him. He's supposed to come to the well. It's still a long way till supper, Bone.
"Hey!"
A boy of about 14 leaned out of the slaughterhouse through a window without glass. His shirt was covered in blood. Robert wondered if he was a friend of Cleo's, since Cleo worked there too.
"What y'all doing?" the boy called out. "Y'all catching haints?"
"You seen one?" Redbone said.
"Sure I did. A haint turned over the slop bucket last month and I got beat for it."
Robert and Redbone had heard dozens of stories like it, most of them doubtful, but Robert would have been desperate enough to ask for the exact place if the story weren't a month old. Boone's haint dust wouldn't work that far back. When they didn't answer him, the boy ducked back inside the slaughterhouse to return to his bloody task.
"Henry Jackson!"
Redbone called out again, his voice hoarse. Another man appeared, rounding the corner of the slaughterhouse at a fast pace, and Robert held his breath until he realized it was only Crutcher in his suit coat and vest. Crutcher dressed like he was invited to a fancy dinner party every day, no matter how hot it was. He looked angry, so they both took a step back at his fast approach. Robert couldn't forget how Redbone had said Crutcher had dunked his head under hot water in the sink.
"You boys, what are you doing here?"
Crutcher said. "We got a pass to—" Robert began.
"I know about that bogus pass, but what are you doing here?"
Crutcher cut him off.
"You've got Boone fooled, but I won't have you here with your theatrics distracting these other boys who have real jobs to do. Move your hoodoo coon show somewhere else."
He checked his pocket watch, which swung from his vest.
"In fact, you should be in the schoolhouse getting your lessons. This is shameful. I'm telling Boone no more of this during school hours. You need to put some learning in your empty heads so you can be something in this life."
Robert and Redbone stood frozen, trying to think of what to say to his stormy face. He clearly did not believe in haints, but what other excuse would he listen to?
"Sir,"
Redbone began, and fumbled for words.
"We just need to move along," Crutcher said, "or I'll take you to the funhouse myself."
The sun felt hotter, burning Robert's arm as he and Redbone mumbled, "Yes, sir," and backed away. Robert took a last look at the well, in case Henry Jackson was floating beside it or standing tall beyond it with the trees. It would be such a simple thing if Henry Jackson would come like he was supposed to. So simple. Please come, Henry Jackson, he thought. Crutcher was watching them, so they walked away so fast they were nearly running. Robert felt like he was racing toward a burning field, away from air and breathing. For the first time, Robert heard Redbone stifle a sob. "If that was him behind the trees, I'll show Boone where he was," Robert said. "Okay?" Redbone didn't answer, pulling far ahead, walking alone. Dinner was runny stew and cornbread missing its flavor. The silence between him and Redbone made Robert's stomach tight, so he only ate a bite or two before he pushed his tray away. He didn't touch his chocolate cookie. so Redbone took it, and Robert didn't mind. A few boys had asked if they could sit at the table with them, but they had said no. No one else could hear what they had to say.
"You know what I gotta ask you," Redbone said, "in case it's not there."
Robert knew, but he didn't want to. He tried to pretend Redbone wasn't thinking about turning on Blue, or that he wasn't thinking about it himself. He would hate to betray Blue, who had already been wronged by Haddock and the guards, like the other Haints. But on the good side, with Blue gone, he wouldn't have to sneak into Haddock's office. He could offer Haddock the ash from Blue, and that might make Haddock happy until Friday. It wasn't his fault all of those Haints had been caught in the jar. He wasn't the one who'd killed them. If only he hadn't seen Blue in the bathroom, so close to where Mama had been. More than 3 days might have passed since she'd been there. But how could he take the risk of trapping her by mistake? Robert stared at the table. Letting Redbone down felt worse than the funhouse.
"I can't." "Who says you can't?" Redbone said. "You said the box wouldn't be so bad."
Redbone's eyebrows knit in anger.
"You shut up. You ain't even been here a week talking about how the box ain't so bad. You felt all sad for Cleo, but it's worse to be in there than it is to be looking down. When they close it, and there isn't but a little air coming through that hole, it's like you're buried in your grave. You gotta give me the choice, Robert. Let me decide what happens to me if the ash doesn't come. Not Haddock. Maybe I won't tell. But I need a choice if it gets too bad. I'd do it for you."
That hurt. Blue had come between them for a time, but Redbone had been a good friend when he needed a friend more than any other time. He felt like he had known Redbone for years.
"We saw him on the way to church," Robert offered. "Come on. Like you're going to trap him out in the grass? And that was Sunday. It's 3 days already. You told me you talked to Blue after that. Last night. You talked to him fresh."
Robert tried to raise his eyes to look at Redbone, but his skin felt heavy on his bones.
"The baseball field," he whispered. "We can take Boone to the bleachers. I saw one there."
Robert felt Redbone staring. Redbone didn't believe him.
"I did, Bone," Robert said. "I was afraid to tell you." "Which seat?" Redbone said. "Where was it at?"
In his memory, the Haint had been sitting in a center bleacher, and then he had moved to one side, midway up, or up on top. Every time Robert tried to remember the boy with the mangled face, he was sitting in a different place, and Robert had been too far away to count the rows, to know which seat.
"Look at me,"
Redbone said, and Robert raised his head again at last. Redbone's red-rimmed eyes bored into him.
"I know where you saw him."
He said it with such certainty that Robert blinked, startled.
"I heard you talking to him in the bathroom, Robert. You lied and said it was your mama. Maybe she was there too. But that's the reason you won't tell, ain't it? He was right where you were standing in the shower. If it's a lie, call me a liar."
Robert didn't answer, but his unsteady chin told Redbone everything he needed to know. In the dining room doorway, Boone stood waiting. The hog was strung up on a pole beside the slaughterhouse, a long bloody slit carved across the length of the carcass. A cloud of flies circled the head and snout as 2 sightless eyes stared toward the sticky ground. Robert had seen Papa hunt and skin deer, but the dead hog hanging like a bad omen made him think he might never eat ham, bacon, or pork chops again. Talk had spread about a Haint at the well, so a crowd of about 30 boys had followed Robert and Redbone while they led Boone back there. A few of the boys were blood-spattered from the slaughterhouse, and Robert recognized a few from his dorm, and some from the cafeteria, and some from classroom and band. He did not know their names, but he knew them. Crutcher was there, too. He stood, arms folded and face pinched, on the side of the slaughterhouse, away from the bloody hog.
"You saw a haint here?"
Boone said, patting the rusted bucket hanging over the well on a frayed rope. The bucket swung slowly back and forth, twirling. "No, sir," Robert said, and rushed on when Boone frowned. "But I feel one. I think so."
"You think, or you know?"
Boone said. Robert tried to feel confidence that Henry Jackson couldn't resist the sound of his name. Blue had said he would tell him to come to the well. "I feel like a haint was here. Maybe he came before I got here or after I left." Boone studied Robert a long time. His eyes seemed gentle, almost pleading.
"You've been wasting up my dust day after day. I better see something tonight, you hear? I better see a little anthill of ash like at the church and in the kitchen, or you're going to be sorry to your soul."
The threat frightened Robert, more because of its sadness.
"He maybe was by those trees,"
Redbone said, pointing.
"We might need to try twice."
All gentleness leaked from Boone's eyes when they snapped toward Redbone.
"Nobody,"
he said, drawing out each syllable like a blow,
"was talking to you."
A hush fell over the observers. At first, Robert thought the sudden venom in Boone's voice made their hearts skip too, and no one wanted to make him mad. But when he glanced over his shoulder at the crowd, he saw that Warden Haddock was walking up behind them, and boys were alerting each other with anxious taps to be quiet and still. In the setting sun, Haddock's long shadow stretched far ahead of him in the grass as he walked in his snakeskin boots. His shadow made him bigger. Crutcher stood up straighter when he saw him, no longer leaning against the wall.
"Children,"
Crutcher prompted loudly, and most of the boys knew to join him when he said,
"Good evening, Superintendent Haddock."
A few, caught off guard, didn't say anything, only mouthing at the end. Redbone greeted Haddock loudly with the rest, his voice clear and steady, but Robert couldn't make his mouth move. Warden Haddock was looking at Robert, and his eyes seemed to know everything in Robert's mind, about the photographs, the key, his desk, the false reports. Then Haddock shifted down the slant of his cowboy hat, and a shadow fell over his eyes. Robert's bladder had bothered him a little during the walk to the well, but now it bloated. Haddock was carrying his haint jar under his arm.
"Good evening, boys,"
Haddock said, still staring straight at Robert.
"I understand our new haint catcher wants to put on a show for us, to help you boys sleep a bit better at night. Is that so, Robert Stevens?"
Haints might enjoy hearing their names, but Haddock calling Robert's name soiled him and Papa with the sound of his voice. The closer Haddock walked, the more Robert wanted to take a shower and wash him away. Somehow, Robert nodded his head. When Redbone nudged him, he remembered to say, "Yes, sir, Superintendent Haddock."
"That's what he says, sir."
Boone joined in.
"Says there's one at the well, or by the trees."
"Sir," Redbone said, and speaking up might have been the bravest thing Robert had seen him do, the way Boone's eyes burned into him after. Haddock made a fluttering gesture with his hand.
"By the trees?"
he said.
"That sounds mighty vague. There's 24 trees out here. I surely hope it's not as vague as all that."
Boone's jowl shook. He was so mad, and Robert knew Redbone had accidentally made a fool of Boone somehow. That Warden Haddock had come because it was solid, not vague. "Henry Jackson!" Robert blurted. Haddock knocked his hat back on his head, unable to hide his surprise at hearing the name. Haddock knew him, of course. He likely had killed him.
Go on.
His name's Henry Jackson, Robert said. I feel him at the well, but I might have seen him by the trees. He's a grown man. He's tall, about 6 foot. Haddock's eyes shifted to Boone, whose face had gone slack, shocked instead of angry. The buzzing of the flies from the dead hog rose nearly as loud as its dying shriek. Robert glanced around to make sure Henry Jackson had not turned up in the watching crowd, that he wasn't hidden behind the hay bales or a corner of the slaughterhouse shade. Haddock looked around, too, raising his hand slightly in readiness. Haddock did not want to show it, but he was scared. Soon the crowd was glancing around with murmurs, more afraid of Henry Jackson than they were of Haddock.
You all hush,
Crutcher said, and everyone was stone silent again. 2 crows landed on the fence post nearest the hog. One made a call that seemed like a warning. Could that be Henry Jackson, too? Could he have come in the form of a crow? Why didn't he fly to the well, then? Or had he already been?
It may be, Warden Haddock began, that I remember a young man by that name. Do you remember that name, Boone?
Boone nodded.
Yes, sir,
he said.
Went by Hank. Could sing pretty good.
Warden Haddock nodded, snapping his fingers.
That's right. Hank Jackson. He could sing sweet as nat king cole. Then that big dumb fool tried to run. Now that was a sad day.
Again he was staring straight at Robert. Redbone, beside him, went rigid. Robert was sure one of them was about to confess their plan to run away, as Haddock's pale eyes studied them. Not only did Haddock already seem to know the plan, he seemed to be trying to drive Henry Jackson's spirit away. What haint would stay to hear his name mocked by his killers? Yes, sir, Robert said. He's the one. Haddock nodded toward the well.
All right, then. I would love to help put him to rest.
Boone pulled his leather pouch from his pocket.
Come on in, boy. Tell me where to put it down, just like before.
Robert turned to Redbone, maybe for a sign that he should go to the cedar trees first and take a wild guess about the exact spot where he might have seen the haint. But Blue had said the well. Redbone gave him a small nod. Robert glanced around for Blue to see if he might show himself, to give him a hint. But Blue only wanted to help himself, never anyone else. I might not get him on the first try, Robert said, but maybe toss the dust inside.
You saw him way down there?
Boone snapped. No, but...
Then why you want to drop my dust 30 feet down?
Robert felt like he was swimming in the ocean, every limb weary, and no land in sight. This was all just a wild guess, and Boone knew it. Put it on the cover, Robert said, trying to sound firm. Right in the middle. After giving him a glare, Boone followed Robert's instructions, sprinkling the powder from his sack in a loose circle on the canvas covering the well. He looked back to Robert, and Robert nodded. Then they stepped back, as if he had just planted dynamite. The crowd stepped back too, and all of them craning their necks to see. Nothing happened until a breeze blew some of the dust outside of the circle on the canvas, and Robert's heart raced with exhilaration until the dust settled again. The silence was eerie, except the flies buzzing. The silence told Robert that Blue hadn't convinced Henry Jackson to come to the well, might not even have tried to, but he'd come anyway. When Robert had called his name and stood out in the cedars. Maybe it's been too long since he was at the well, Robert said, when he saw Boone's angry lips start to move. But I saw him by the trees today. 1 second, and he was gone. Boone grabbed Robert by his collar roughly, yanking him close to his dark shaving bumps and whiskey breath.
Let me tell you something, Boone said. I gotta drive all the way out to Jacksonville to get dirt from my grandmama's grave. If you make me waste any more dust, you're gonna wish you was dead."
After he let Robert go and pushed him away, Robert's skin still felt knotted in Boone's phantom grip. Boone was strong enough to snap his neck without a thought. He was there. I saw him. That's how I know what he looked like.
"Let the boy work,"
Haddock said. His voice was quiet as the hot breeze. Robert pointed straight down the center of the cedar grove, or he tried to. But was he standing in the exact same spot where he'd been when he thought he saw a man? And had the man been standing just beyond the other side of the grove, or closer to the center, in the shade? With the sunlight waning, the cedar's trunks looked different now. The colors wrong. Too many shadows tricked his memory. Each new spot Robert studied looked like where the man had stood. The trunks separated just enough to hide half of his face.
"Don't just point,"
Boone said.
"Show me."
Robert walked toward the trees, and Redbone started to follow. But Haddock said,
"Not you. Stay where you are."
Robert looked back at Redbone, half expecting to see tears again. But Redbone was staring toward the sunset. Redbone probably didn't think he would find the haint, and was thinking over what to do next. Redbone always had a plan. Robert's stomach twisted. He should have marked the spot by the trees somehow. Why had he put all of his faith in Blue? If only Crutcher hadn't made them leave, he would have remembered to mark the spot. Robert blinked away tears because he couldn't turn back time and fix something so simple, just like he couldn't go back to the road and not kick Lyle McCormick and sleep in his own bed tonight. Would he sleep in the box with Redbone? Dry leaves splintered beneath Robert's boots as he walked in what he hoped was a straight line to where Henry Jackson had stood. This felt as hopeless as looking for blades of grass. Blue had floated above on the way to church, every inch as vast as a mile. Was it here? No, wait. He didn't remember seeing a rotted tree stump so close. Robert adjusted his position 3 or 4 feet to the right. The 2 trunks in front of him now seemed to be the correct distance apart. Not too close and not too far, like the ones that had framed the haint. Robert tried not to notice how many other trunks also might be the right ones. He felt nauseous as Boone's heavy footsteps followed him, and Haddock's moving more slowly.
"You sure?"
Boone said.
"You better be sure."
"It just has to be close, right?"
"Better be within 5-6 feet,"
Boone said.
"That's why they don't trap easy."
And Robert knew Boone was right, because in the church, Robichaux had been caught at one end of the altar, and the laughing boys at the other end hadn't been touched at all. Or at least he hadn't heard them screaming. Robert surveyed the trunks and closed his eyes to try to remember where the man had been standing. And thought just maybe... Robert pointed just beyond the twin trunks in front of him. There, right between. The spot was grass and twigs and dead leaves. Haddock leaned close, inspecting it. The soil was marshier here.
"Hold on,"
Haddock said, and reached into his shirt pocket for a small notebook. He ripped out a sheet of paper and gave it to Boone.
"Set the dust on this."
Robert braved another glance back at Redbone, and this time Redbone was watching too, waiting. Neither of them smiled, but something in Redbone's eyes, beyond words, was the only language that could make Robert feel less afraid, as if he were floating above it all, like a haint. A small brown beetle crawled across the paper Boone had laid on the ground. Robert watched its tiny legs scurry from one end to the other, before forever passed, and Boone finally said,
"Here we go."
Robert's stomach cramped so tightly that he suppressed a cry and couldn't keep from hunching his body like an old man. But Boone and Haddock didn't notice. They were so busy over the spot beyond the cedar trunks, where Boone was shaking out some of his dust, Robert heard every grain patter across the paper. The crow behind them seemed to laugh. Then the awful, complete silence came again. No terrible screeching Robert would have welcomed with all of his heart, and no dancing ashes emerged anywhere near the paper where the haint dust lay still. "Maybe this isn't the exact right place," Robert said, "but I know I saw him." Haddock's eyes narrowed at him.
"I'm very disappointed in you, Robert,"
he said, gravel replacing the earlier kindness in his voice.
"These other boys are too, but I'm quite sure you'll do better tomorrow."
Haddock turned to walk back toward the slaughterhouse, toward Redbone, waiting on the other side of the cedars. Redbone backed away a step from Haddock before he remembered himself and stood still, his arms rods at his sides. Redbone was breathing fast. Haddock slowed, studied Redbone, and then walked past him. The other boys cleared a path for Haddock, avoiding his eyes. Redbone hung his head and sighed, relieved to be out of Haddock's sight. Boone spent some time arranging the haint dust on the paper, salvaging it by making a funnel to tap the dust back into his pouch. Robert watched him work, hoping his mood would improve. At least nothing had been lost. Boone groaned slightly when he leaned on the trunk to bring himself back to his feet. His brow and nose were sweaty.
"Go on back to the dorm,"
Boone said.
"Get washed up."
"I tried my hardest, Mr. Boone," Robert whispered. "I swear I did." Boone wiped his brow with his shirt sleeve, still strangely calm.
"Do what I said."
Boone sounded like Papa when he was too tired to lecture. Robert followed Boone back toward the clearing, where the crowd was still gathered.
"All of y'all, show's over. Go back for check-in."
The boys scattered quickly to obey, some of them running, all of them veering far away from Haddock's solitary path as he walked across the campus ahead of them. Redbone waited for Robert, shifting his weight nervously. They had taken only a step together when—
"Not you, Redbone,"
Boone said. The quiet in his voice was awful now. Robert remembered Boone's promise that Redbone would pay if anything went wrong. "Mr. Boone," Robert said, pleading, "it's not his fault. We can try another tree. I did my best, I swear on my—" Boone's lip curled like he wanted to hit Robert. But instead, he snatched Redbone's arm so roughly that a joint cracked and Redbone hissed in pain. Crutcher was still watching from the shade of the slaughterhouse's tilted rooftop. Robert hoped he would step in and say something like Mrs. Hamilton would. But Crutcher only watched. If only she were here. If only someone could see.
"Shut up and go do like I said, or I'll break his arm,"
Boone told Robert. "Okay," Robert said. "Yes, sir." He pressed his forehead to Redbone's. Redbone's skin was so hot, it felt feverish like Mama's. He was so much more scared than he looked. "But Mr. Boone," Robert said, unable to stop his streaming tears, "I saw another one last night, in the dorm. The one—" Boone wrenched Redbone's arm, pulling him backward, and Redbone cried out, but he never looked away from Robert. "Shh," Redbone said. "Shut up, Robert. I'm not scared." It was a lie, and it was not a lie, because although fear had pounded a fever into Redbone's skin, his eyes were not afraid. He even smiled a little. "It's okay. You'll get one tomorrow. I know it." Redbone knew Boone was taking him to the funhouse, the box, or maybe somewhere worse. But his eyes were unblinking on Robert's, telling him not to be afraid, that he shouldn't tell on Blue or say anything that could mean his mama might get caught in Haddock's jar. Robert kept staring to be sure, and Redbone nodded his head. "It's okay." Redbone said again.
"Oh, no, it ain't,"
Boone said, pulling on him to get him walking, and Redbone stumbled with him in the direction of the horse stables, toward the box. Crutcher sighed.
"I don't know what game you boys are playing with Superintendent Hattie," he said, "but it's a dangerous one. You'll see that now. He's not the sort to play games with, Robert."
"It's not a game." Robert forgot to say sir and didn't care. "We weren't playing." Robert watched Redbone being led away by Boone until they were around the corner and out of sight. When Crutcher turned to leave too, Robert was left alone with the hanging hog carcass and the flapping crows landing beside it. Loneliness was so thick in the air that Robert's lungs rattled with sand. He tried to draw in deep breaths but could not. When he sobbed so deeply that his stomach clenched, his mouth made no sound. It was the purest grief he'd felt since Mama had died. Or maybe worse, since he had let down his only friend. The crows flapped away in a sudden flurry, while Robert waited in the growing shadows. At first, he barely noticed Henry Jackson standing at the left corner of the cedar grove, still in his cap, as if he'd always been there. He wasn't floating like Blue, or the boy in the infirmary, or a giant like the man in the church. He just looked horribly ordinary. Robert heard a low-pitched voice singing words he could not hear. A song of the dead. Even after the man was gone 2 seconds later, his voice carried in the breeze until it died away. Still sobbing. For Redbone. For Henry Jackson. For himself. Robert ran to the spot where the dead man had stood. He ripped a grimy shoelace from his boot and wrapped it around the trunk, wishing again he had done it sooner. Tonight had mattered. He called for Blue all night in bed, whispering in the dark. But Blue did not come to him. Robert never saw Redbone again. 33. Thursday. At breakfast time, Cleo was sitting in the cafeteria, eating lumpy grits at a table by himself. It was the same table where Redbone and Robert had last sat together. So at first, Robert thought he was imagining Cleo. Or maybe he was a haint already. Cleo raised his eyes to watch Robert approaching, but didn't acknowledge him otherwise, eating hungrily. His face was gaunt and pocked with mosquito bites. He sat in a cloud of stink. After a time, Robert decided he was real. Cleo's fingernails were black and stained with what looked like blood, but he only seemed dirty and starving, not the way a haint might try to look to scare him. "I'm glad they let you out," Robert said. "We never told nobody nothing about you. Boone was lying to set you against us."
"I'm eating,"
Cleo said, irritated, his mouth half full. He picked up his fork and turned it over in his hand like a weapon. But Robert wasn't afraid of Cleo when he saw how his hand was shaking. Cleo's eyes were so red that he might not have slept in a week. "They let Redbone out too?" Cleo's eyes turned away, glaring at the wall. "They took him to the box last night. You see him?" Cleo's cheekbones turned sharp as knives. His jaw was clenched so tightly that it looked like his teeth could break. Robert whispered so Cleo wouldn't get madder. "We were at the well, and then—"
"Shut up,"
Cleo said. He rattled his tray so Robert became quiet.
"Ask them, not me."
The worst feeling didn't come until Robert realized Cleo's eyes were red from crying, his eyelids puffy with tears. All this time, Cleo had been sad, not angry, worse than sad. Did something happen? Robert heard himself speak before he felt his mouth move. Cleo's nostrils flared slightly. His damp lashes were matted with mud. His teeth were yellowed, one of his front teeth turning brown. Details about him flooded Robert's panicked mind while he waited for one breath, two, to hear what Cleo knew and what he did not yet know. Cleo only stared down at some ketchup hugging the corner of his plate.
"Robert, come here."
Crutcher's anxious voice called sharply from across the cafeteria, hushing the room. He was standing in the cafeteria doorway, waving his hand to Robert in urgency.
"Don't go near that boy."
Mrs. Hamilton stood close behind Crutcher in the doorway, her face afire with alarm and grief. Filled Robert's mouth with the sourness he had never tasted. He looked back at Cleo, trying to understand before Mrs. Hamilton could tell him what she knew and he did not yet know. The story was in Cleo's eyes. If only he knew how to read them. "What did you do?" Robert whispered. Cleo pinned his lips together to keep his story from spilling out. He rocked slightly back and forth. Even now, Robert wanted to feel sorry for Cleo. He didn't want to feel the pressure rising in his chest that must be a scream. He felt himself lifted up by his shirt collar, his feet not touching the floor.
"Didn't you hear me?"
Crutcher said, pulling on Robert the way Boone had pulled on Redbone, half dragging him. His chair rocked back and forth.
"Leave it alone."
"What'd he do?" Robert said.
"I'll tell you outside."
Crutcher looked to see if any other adults were witnesses, and saw none.
"Lower your voice."
Outside, Mrs. Hamilton waved them farther away from the door. Her eyes told the same story as Cleo's, only different details. Robert nearly gagged on the smell of rotten meat from the garbage bin. He remembered the dead hog and its ring of flies. "I'll take him to the band room," Mrs. Hamilton said.
"Sticking your head in only makes it worse."
"Percy, hush," she said. "I'm taking him. I'll tell him." Mrs. Hamilton clung to his hand and urged him to walk faster as they crossed the field toward the band building. The cornfield fence was in sight, and Robert wondered if the hole was cut in the fence. He wanted to pull free from Mrs. Hamilton and run, so he would never learn the sad story in her eyes. "I have awful news, Robert," Mrs. Hamilton said as they ducked into the band building, where the empty chairs and music stands stood in neat rows. "I've had to give this news many times, but you're so young to hear it, and I'm truly sorry to tell you." New horror gripped Robert. Maybe it was something he'd never considered. "Gloria?" he said in a mouse's voice. "She's fine. I know this personally." Mrs. Hamilton steadied herself. "But your friend has died. August was killed last night. He got into a fight in the box, and he was hurt and bleeding, and he died." Robert did not know anyone named August. His chest swelled with relief. Even when he remembered that Redbone's real name was August Montgomery, he could not be sad because he could still feel Redbone's warm forehead and see his smile, so he could not be dead. "Did you hear me? Redbone, isn't that his nickname? He's gone." The name lashed Robert with grief. "Is he at the hospital?" The nearest hospital for Negroes was in Tallahassee, and Papa and Mama had forever complained about how people in accidents died on the way. No white hospital would let you set foot inside, even if you begged and screamed and bled all over the floor. But maybe Redbone was only hurt, and an ambulance racing with a siren had saved him. No, sweetie. They found him this morning. It was already too late for a doctor. The scream he'd swallowed when he was sitting with Cleo tried to erupt from him, as he imagined Redbone bleeding on the dirt floor in the dark, his throat cinched with a sob. "Where is he?" Robert said, when he could speak again. He's still here. They're burying him today. Who did it? It doesn't matter who, Mrs. Hamilton said. It's another boy. He said it was self-defense. It was a fight. A piece of scrap metal they got in somehow. Boys fight here, Robert. They're scared, and they fight. It was Cleo, wasn't it? Instead of using words, Mrs. Hamilton answered with a sigh. You see how upset he was? He was sobbing all morning. He said it was self-defense. The earth and sky pulled away. Redbone could not be dead, and yet he was dead. And he had died in a cloud of outrageous lies. Redbone never would have attacked Cleo first. Cleo had promised to kill both of them, and Boone had put Redbone in the box with him to die. Then Boone and Haddock had set Cleo free to eat breakfast, like it was an ordinary day. Instead of punishing Cleo for killing Redbone, they stopped punishing him. And Mrs. Hamilton, with her soft eyes and voice, was telling their lies. Cleo had said, "Ask them, not me." They killed him, Robert said. Once he started talking, he said the rest in a hurried breath. Boone and Haddock, they made Cleo do it. They tricked him by telling him lies to make him mad at us. They did it on purpose. They kill people here. There's haints all over this place. Did you know that? Mrs. Hamilton gave him a pitying look. She didn't believe it any more than her brother did. We've all heard the stories. Well, they died here, or died running from here. Who do you think does the killing? It's them. They come to work every day like killing people is nothing. How can they do that? How can they kill kids and nobody does anything? Mrs. Hamilton strained to think of a good answer, or maybe another lie, but she couldn't reply to him for a time. It's wrong, she said. As wrong as anything I've ever seen. Hearing the truth made Robert's bones heavy. He sobbed into Mrs. Hamilton's arms. If she'd been Mama, she would have hugged him for a long while, patting the back of his neck, saying, "All right. Try to be brave like your papa." And then let him lie down and miss his chores. But she wasn't Mama. So when the hug was cut short, he could barely stand. "Listen to me," Mrs. Hamilton said, her words steadying him. "I know." She'd spoken as if she'd seen it all. The dead boys in the photographs, Gloria's map, the haint at the church, every secret thing that only Redbone knew. Had known. Robert felt dizzy when he remembered Redbone was dead. I know what it is to have someone killed by violence, the injustice of it. It's the worst feeling there is. My late husband, he didn't die in the war. He got pulled off a train and beaten to death after he got back home. He never made it back to me. I carried that, Robert. Her eyes were bright with tears. This is yours to carry. There's lots of people working to get you out of here, but you won't find justice in here. If there's any kind of justice, and I do mean if, it's waiting outside. After you're out, you can tell everyone about Redbone, how you played in band together, and he helped you cope with being here. I saw you two laughing together in the infirmary. That was a special friend who could make you laugh in here, especially when you were new. He was covering for me, Robert confessed, each word fire. I didn't tell everything. That's behind you now. Mrs. Hamilton said. Friends protect each other. That's the only meaning of friendship in a place like this. And he knew that, Robert. Only he didn't know it would turn out so bad. Robert sobbed, imagining Redbone bleeding and wide-eyed as he realized he was dying. Maybe calling for his mama. Had Cleo taunted him and called him names when he died? But if he made that sacrifice, you need to keep your head so you won't get hurt too. Friends die for each other, Robert. The secret to war is the sacrifices friends make for each other. And this is your war. Don't let your friend's sacrifice be for nothing. Don't vex Haddock or make accusations. Promise me that, son. It's the most important promise you might ever make. He should go to jail. You've told me, and I heard it. I promise you, I heard it. She held his face then, grasping his cheeks tightly, and his neck gave itself over until the weight of his head rested in her hands. They're going to bury Redbone today, Mrs. Hamilton said. At Boot Hill, they tidied these things up fast. His family's not coming. I don't even know if they've been told. That's the first thing I'll see about, making sure they're told. But you need to be there to say goodbye, Robert. And I can help you. How? You'll play 4 notes on that trumpet you play so beautifully. It's taps, holding that lovely high C the way I know you can. It's a sound only God could have created. I do believe Redbone will hear that horn all the way in heaven. He will, Robert whispered. He hadn't been sure that a boy who stole a car and got sent to the reformatory could go to heaven. He was glad Mrs. Hamilton thought so. I played it for my husband, she said, and I do believe he heard. Robert remembered that Redbone might be a haint now. He might find Redbone leaning against a tree or at the well. Redbone might come to his own funeral to watch himself be buried, legs swinging from a fence railing, making funny faces. He almost smiled. Teach me how, Robert said. Something rattled when Robert lifted the trumpet from the shelf. A small key fell to the floor. Mrs. Hamilton's back was turned, so Robert kicked the key away and watched it spin across the room until it slid under the bass drum. He was so angry he was panting. Was it the key to Wharton Haddock's desk drawer? Only a haint would choose such a silly place to hide it. How dare Blue try to give him the key now, of all times? Robert was far angrier with Blue than he was with Cleo, because Blue should have been able to stop it. And if Blue had delivered Henry Jackson like he'd said, Redbone never would have been sent to the box. I don't want your stupid key, Robert whispered under his breath. Leave me alone. I'm never talking to you again. I hate you. Instead of thinking about Blue and the rage he could hardly keep bottled inside, Robert spent his day learning how to play taps. He remembered the fingering easily enough with Mrs. Hamilton's patient instruction, but he struggled with fixing his mouth properly up and down the octave. His high C squealed and stuttered, and his lowest note rumbled. For hour after hour, as Redbone's memory charged him from every direction, even from the tiny bottle of oil he'd given Robert, which was still standing on the chalkboard rack, Robert drove away his thoughts with his trumpet. When he imagined Redbone dying alone, or Redbone's reflection in the mirror on the wall, he couldn't breathe, except through the trumpet. He played to forget. He played to remember. His lips grew puffed and sore, but he never stopped practicing. Middle C, F, pause. Repeating middle C, F, A. Slightly longer pause. F, A, high C. The longest note, his high C, which he often could hit just right before his descent down the scale. A, F, middle C, and then repeating middle C, F, allowing the final note to float to silence. The music felt like a kind of prayer. Mrs. Hamilton had said he was in a war, and Redbone was a fallen soldier, as surely as if Haddock had shot him down, instead of walking past him near the well. Had Haddock known even then? Had he walked past Redbone thinking to himself how Cleo would take care of him, because he could do anything he wanted to Cleo too? When the scream tried to rise in Robert's throat again, he blew his hot sobs into the trumpet. "Again, please," Mrs. Hamilton said. Her voice always came just when he was about to forget he wasn't alone. 2 firm knocks sounded on the door, impatient. Robert looked around to try to see who it was, but only a shadow moved beneath the closed door. "Keep playing," Mrs. Hamilton said. Crutcher and Boone stood at the door. Robert's heart raced, but he started taps again, keeping the notes smooth, an accusation in the sad beauty. He kept his eyes on the wall and Mrs. Hamilton's charts of music scales. If Boone tried to touch him, Robert thought he would hit him as hard as he could with his trumpet and didn't care what happened to him afterward. Crutcher spoke first, gentle and familiar. "Marion, the boy needs to stop playing that. He's played it 12 times more. He's practicing for his friend's burial. He sounds good enough. The other boys can hear. And it's upsetting. They can dig a grave and bury a child, but they can't hear music?" Robert had played taps an entire time again before Boone took over, less gentle and familiar. "He's got chores. He needs to come on with me." "Chores?" Mrs. Hamilton said. "That what you call telling this boy when he's chasing ghosts?" Robert kept playing, but glanced back at Boone's angry jowls. Crutcher took a step away from Boone, closer to his sister, as if to protect her. The middle C that Robert played was gravelly and flat, as his attention fluttered, but he played on. "You may not be aware of what emotional stress does to young people," Mrs. Hamilton said. "August and Robert were in band together, so I've seen their bond up close. I'm not sure what all this ghost business is or how you're caught up in it, Mr. Boone, but I will tell you that this boy needs time to grieve in a safe environment, and I'm providing him with that." "But Mr. Haddock," "And if that's a problem for the superintendent, you tell him he is free to come here and tell me so, personally." "Marion," Crutcher said, whining. "But while he is here, I assure you I will have some questions about why August Montgomery's family has not been notified of his passing, and how a weapon ended up in those boys' hands, or the fitness of that punishment. The box, on a boy hardly 13 years old." Robert had to stop playing then. His hands were trembling too much. "He won't like that kind of talk," Boone said, with the same weary sadness he'd had in his voice when he knew he was leading Redbone to his death. "I just bet he won't. But if anything happens to Robert Stevens, that's exactly the kind of talk he's going to be hearing. And not just in here." "Miriam," Crutcher hissed, tugging at his own vest so hard he might have torn it. Boone was faking a smile suddenly. "No," he said, his eyes heavy on Mrs. Hamilton. She's right. Terrible thing what happened. It's a damn shame." "And Henry Jackson, too," Robert called out. The words that had been bottled up in him flew free. "And the boys from the fire? A lot of terrible things happened. That's why they're everywhere. That's why he wants them in his jar, isn't it? Does he think I'm going to put Redbone in his jar now? Well, I'm not. Blue, too, he remembered. Blue had suffered a terrible death. It wasn't Blue's fault he was a haint. Robert's face itched from his tears. Speaking the truth had loosened Robert's lungs. Boone was staring at Robert as if he were a haint floating 10 feet high. His lips parted and slack. Even Mrs. Hamilton and Crutcher were wide-eyed. Boone was the first to recover from his outburst. He took off his hat as he ducked inside the band room, taking a step closer to Robert, who remembered how much it had hurt when Boone grabbed him and twisted his shirt.
Yeah, I see now he's talking foolishness,
Boone said.
He needs time to get his head back on straight, so he don't say nothing to get in trouble.
His eyes dared Robert to say another word, and Robert raised his trumpet to his lips to play taps again. Staring back, Robert blew.
We going to Boo Hill at 5 o'clock. You and them other boys he knew,
Boone said, raising his voice over Robert's trumpet.
Here, you bury your friends, and you try to learn so you don't end up in the ground right next to them.
If Robert could have killed a man by squeezing his eyes closed, Boone would have dropped dead where he stood, and Haddock, and Crutcher too, although he wasn't the worst. If he could, he would set the entire reformatory on fire and let all of the boys run with him. He'll be there, Mrs. Hamilton said. When it was time for the band to meet, Robert sat with the sad-faced band students and then helped straighten up the band room. No one mentioned Redbone's name. Robert nudged the big bass drum marked Gracetown School for Boys to the side and found the tiny glistening metal key he had kicked beneath it, just the size for the lock on a desk drawer. Robert slipped the key into his sock and enjoyed the solid feeling of his secret. He didn't feel fear. Even the grief that had sliced his belly all day was squashed to a low pulse of pain when he remembered his plan. Friday, tomorrow, he would find a way to sneak into Haddock's office and open his drawer. He would steal his photographs and his hank jar, even if it meant he needed help from Blue like he'd promised. He wouldn't do it for Blue. He would do it for Redbone, so his true killers wouldn't try to trap his spirit in this awful place. And then he would run. With the jar. With the photographs. With his stories. Even if he died trying. 34. 14 boys came to bury Redbone, most of them from their dorm, where his bed sat empty, but also a couple of older boys who had just met him in band. They took turns with 4 shovels they shared between them to scoop into the ground, clearing room for the pale plywood casket in the back of the white truck. None of them looked toward the truck. Once Robert saw the simple casket in the corner of his eye, the darker wood whorls like eyes staring back, and he remembered riding with Redbone in that same truck, and how Redbone had given him advice about the funhouse. And he couldn't understand how Redbone was lying dead when he could still hear Redbone's voice in his ear. That was the only time he almost cried again, so he made sure he didn't look at the truck anymore. As they worked, the thin grass on the surface gave way to red-brown soil that grew redder and more like blood the deeper they dug, like Mama had said. When it was Robert's turn to take the shovel, he pitched it hard into the packed soil, and his elbows and palms rattled. Maybe he'd hit a rock. Digging was hard work, but Robert welcomed the effort because it gave his anger a place to go as he grunted with each strike. The boys working beside him created a chop, chop, chop chorus as they worked, and an older boy from the band started singing a work song none of the rest of them knew, but they caught on and sang the words. I said I need more power. Power, Lord. I need an everlasting power. Power, Lord. And before they knew it, Crutcher said quietly, That's deep enough, fellas. And the hole for Redbone was dug. A lonely pit in the soil that looked impossibly small beneath the cedars and pines on Boot Hill. Robert noticed that this graveyard had no crosses or headstones, like the cemetery behind his church. No flowers or wreaths or favorite items marked where a person was buried or honored their living. They were about to lay Redbone in the ground like he was a dog. He felt so angry again. The sky above him flared bright pink. Come on, Tex. You're big and strong, Crutcher said to the boy who had led the singing. You too, Calvin. Let's go carry him. Robert felt like he should have said he would carry Redbone's casket too. He remembered Papa's tight face when he'd been a pallbearer at Mama's funeral. But he couldn't make himself speak up. He didn't want to touch Redbone's casket or think about what he looked like inside. Instead, while Crutcher and the two other boys lifted the box out of the truck to move it to the freshly dug hole, Robert looked around desperately to see if Redbone's ghost was watching from somewhere in the trees. But no other Haints or people were in sight. Boone wasn't there either, of course. Or Warden Haddock. They were cowards. Crutcher cursed when they dropped the casket too hard into the hole. And it wasn't even properly nailed shut because the top flew open a few inches and there was a thunk sound as Redbone's body jumped. And in the shadows inside, Robert saw a glimpse of Redbone's thin arm, almost like he was trying to wave to him. And then the casket fell closed again. Robert almost threw up, but he swallowed the sour taste back down into his throat. Lord, Crutcher said, as they all stood in a circle around the casket in the hole. We are gathered to lay August Montgomery to rest. Please bless this soul and forgive him his trespasses, for he was young and had lost his way. Robert expected a better prayer or a passage from Scripture, but none came. Do any of you boys have any remembrances of August? Stone silence, except for quiet sniffling. Robert tried to open his mouth but couldn't. Even now he was letting Redbone down. He made me laugh, said the boy with round glasses Robert had nicknamed Al. The other boys nodded and agreed with murmurs. He never wanted to see nobody get in trouble, another boy said. More agreement. Each one who spoke gave strength to the rest. Another boy remembered Redbone dressing his wound when he cut himself on a saw on lumber duty. A boy from band said Redbone kept good time and would have loved marching with the bass drum on Main Street, struggling to say something, although he had not known Redbone hardly at all. He was a child of God, Tex said, which was better than Crutcher had done. He should have had a chance to live his life. All of the boys agreed. Robert fought to force language from his burning throat. He wanted to say, he died because of me, but he couldn't confess in front of so many mourners. He was my best friend. 5 small words cost so much effort that Robert wanted to curl on the ground. It's time to play now, Robert, Crutcher said. He handed him his trumpet, which had been resting against the trunk of a tree. Robert hesitated. He could barely feel the breath in his lungs. How could he play? You want me to? Tex said. He was first trumpet after all. He would play it better. Robert shook his head, taking the trumpet from Crutcher, blinking acid tears from his eyes. He tried to blow. No sound came at all through the instrument except ragged breath.
Take your time, son, Crutcher said. Tex put his hand on Robert's shoulder, and Robert imagined Tex was Redbone standing tall and alive beside him, and his lungs opened up. Despite all of his practicing, the notes were unsteady and wavered in and out of key, but no one seemed to mind. Robert remembered what Mrs. Hamilton had said about how Redbone might hear him all the way in heaven, so he took a deep breath from his belly before he played his high C, the saddest sound of all, and even Crutcher looked at him with startlement because the note was so sure and strong. Birds flapped out of the trees, shamed by its perfection. Robert held the high C for an impossibly long time, until Tex was nodding and smiling at him. The last 6 notes were easy, his lungs emptying out. The memory of his music floated over them long after he had laid his trumpet down. Mrs. Hamilton had said Redbone died like a soldier in a war, so Robert saluted him, the way he'd seen in picture shows, and the other boys all saluted Redbone's casket too. Then Crutcher said, "All right, let's cover him up now." And their shovels flurried to return the soil they had taken and slowly hide the pale wood of the casket. Although tossing loose soil was less work than digging, Robert's shovel felt heavier in his hands as he watched the last traces of Redbone buried under the dirt. The triumph of his high C note was too small a solace, especially when he realized that no one from Redbone's family was with him. Would his mama just get a letter in the mail saying, "Oh, well, he's dead. Sorry you missed the funeral"? If he died here too, would that same letter go to Gloria and Miss Lottie? Would his family come to Boot Hill one day without knowing where to find him because his grave wasn't marked? None of the boys were crying, since crying on an ordinary day could get them sent to the funhouse. They had trained themselves to hide their crying. All of Robert's crying was hidden in the plan in his head, which was the only thing that got him through burying Redbone. Once the crater dipped only a little less level with the rest of the ground, they patted the soil with their shovels. And then it was done. "Anyone who wants to ride in the truck, climb in back," Crutcher said. "If you walk, no one's holding supper for you, so walk fast, and don't miss dorm check-in." Most of the boys raced after Crutcher to ride in the truck, but Tex and the 2 other band kids decided to walk together. They waited to see if Robert wanted to walk with them. Robert only shook his head. If not for his plan, he might have tried to run right then, headed blindly into the woods far from the spot Gloria had shown him on her map. To stop thinking about running, he remembered laughing with Redbone by the swimming pool, at the idea of Boone crawling on the diving board after haints that weren't there. "I'm sorry, Redbone," Robert whispered. "I didn't know what they would do." A twig snapped from behind him, and Robert whirled around with a gasp. He was so eager to see Redbone's ghost that his knees went weak. But it was only Blue, shoulders hunched inside 2 big morning clothes. "I'm your best friend now," Blue said. Blue hadn't come when Robert called him to try to help with Hank Jackson, but now Blue wouldn't leave Robert alone, walking ahead of him as they headed back to the cafeteria. When Robert tried to veer right or left, Blue instinctively knew which way to veer to mimic his path, like a shadow in front of him. Robert tried kicking the back of Blue's leg as hard as he could, but although Blue appeared as solid as any other boy, Robert's boot passed straight through him. Robert almost lost his balance from kicking so hard at thin air. Blue looked back over his shoulder. "You think you can lick a hit? You think this is me walking here, and not me just wishing I was here, making you see me?" "Where's Redbone?" Robert said.
"Where you just put him."
"Shut up," Robert said. "You know what I mean. Don't you care about him?" Blue was silent so long that Robert thought maybe he didn't care. But Blue finally said,
"I didn't know Redbone would get cut like that. By the time I knew, it was done. And I told Henry Jackson to go to the well just like I said. Hens don't always know how to find one place, especially if they're not visiting somebody they know. It takes practice to get it right. You saw him, didn't you? He came like he was supposed to. You messed it up, not him."
Robert could hardly see for his tears, since Blue was saying exactly what he'd been saying to himself. It was his fault. The hog's cry had distracted him, and he'd missed his chance to catch Henry Jackson just because he hadn't come exactly to the well.
Why hadn't he ever thought the hate might just come close to the well because it was all the same to him? For the first time, with no one but a Hank to hear, Robert's sob rose to a wail. "Crying won't get you free," Blue said, and the promise of freedom was enough to stop Robert from wailing. "And I miss him too, you know.
He's a Hank now, ain't he? He's not with you?"
We don't all sit around in a clubhouse. Is that what you think? Everyone who dies doesn't come back. Most just move to what's next. They die cleaner, or don't feel like there's anybody left here to look after, so they don't get stuck. Sure, Redbone might come around to see after you, but he won't look like me. Not at first. He might come to you in a dream, though. Dreams are the easiest way, but I don't dream like you, so I can't talk to him yet until he learns how. He knows you're gonna make things right here, so he might be long gone without a care. We don't get vexed about everyday things.
If he's gone, is he in heaven?
After I'm not here anymore? Maybe I'll know. But after I know, I bet I won't be able to tell you. You'll see what heaven is about for yourself. Just like me, I guess.
Robert wrestled in silence with the idea that Redbone might be happily away from the reformatory, which felt good. But his grief deepened knowing that he might never be able to see him like he saw Blue. He'd been counting on seeing him. He realized now. How could he see Haints he'd never met and not Redbone? No part of life felt fair since the day Lyle McCormick pushed him. Robert had a hard time remembering why he'd expected fairness at any turn. Mama used to say, "Life isn't fair," when he cried over not getting his way. But he hadn't known then that unfairness was so big, covering the world. The steeple of the Negro church appeared to signal how close they were to the campus. With the downward slope, his pace quickened. He was still mad at Blue, but he didn't have time to waste. He had one chance to get his escape right. "Do you have a plan?" Robert said.
"Sure I do. First thing is to put Haddock in a good mood."
"How?"
"You know how," Blue said. "You already tied the shoelace around the tree. Call Boone out and put Henry Jackson in the hand jar like we planned. He'll let you keep looking for more."
The unfairness of giving Boone and Haddock what they wanted after they had arranged for Redbone to get killed roiled inside of Robert. Could he trust himself not to cuss them out or grab a knife from the butcher shop to see how they liked getting stabbed?
"Do it tomorrow, early. They'll leave you alone tonight."
"Then what?" Robert said.
"Did you get the key?"
"Just lucky I saw it," Robert said. "That trumpet was a dumb place to put it."
"You found it, didn't you?"
Arguing was giving Robert a headache. The sunset's red fireball glared through his skull. Yes, I have the key. Now what?
We'll do it like we said, Blue said. I'll draw him away so you can get in through his office window. He likes fresh air, and that screen on his window is loose enough to break. I rattle it sometimes, right behind his head, so I can cause a fire in the kitchen at supper time. That's what I'll do. It's so easy with all the flames. I can tip over some grease and do that real quick. I know he'll go running if it's big enough. He'll be scared the governor might hear.
Don't hurt anybody, Robert said. You're just as bad as them.
I wouldn't burn up any thumpers, Blue said. Not on purpose. Not if they're quick.
I won't do it if you hurt anyone, Robert said, quick or not. You sure don't sound like somebody who died in a fire. Blue sighed, as if Robert were being unreasonable.
I guess all your talk about sacrifice is just for your own kind, but fine. I'll set the fire when no one's nearby.
Redbone's not enough of a sacrifice?
You're right, Blue said more softly.
Maybe Blue loved Redbone after all. Robert would be less mad at him if he thought Blue had feelings. At least he could trust him a little more. The cafeteria was inside ahead, with the line out the door of boys who had made it late, or who were on punishment so they had to stand at the end, where Robert saw Text and the band students who had returned from the burial. They were still at least 50 yards away, but Robert reminded himself not to be obvious about talking to Blue, in case Boone saw him.
Grab a satchel from somebody's locker, Blue said. You'll need it to carry the paint jar and the photos so you won't drop them. But don't carry anything else. It'll just slow you down.
For an instant, Blue did seem like Redbone, who was always so quick with plans. But Blue knew about things and places that Redbone hadn't known about. Blue looked and acted like a boy, but he had been learning and watching for 30 years. Okay, Robert said. Then when I grab it, I'll just climb back out of the window and run for the hole in the fence?
Do everything else just like your sister said.
How do I know the hole is there?
It's there,
Blue said, certain.
Right behind those weeds near the chairs behind the funhouse.
How do you know?
I saw your Uncle June. That's how, Blue said. He cut that hole today.
That night, when the dormitory was quiet and dark, except for moonlight through the windows, Robert opened his eyes when he heard pages flapping. Redbone was sitting at the foot of his bed, reading a Flash Gordon comic book. The moonlight was bright enough to see the red of Flash's costume as he battled a green-clad figure from another planet. Robert was so intrigued by the comic, he hadn't seen one the whole time he'd been at the reformatory, that for 3 whole seconds he forgot Redbone was dead. Then he sat up, clutching his sheet to his chin. "Bone?" he whispered. Redbone flipped the page before he looked at Robert and smiled. "Damn right." No sign of blood or cuts on him. Redbone was wearing his normal pajamas. Robert checked to make sure no one else was stirring and that Boone wasn't spying in the doorway to try to catch Redbone. "You're a haint now?" "Guess so," Redbone said. He didn't seem interested. "Did it hurt?" Redbone looked away, flipping another page. "Hey, you know who Ming the Merciless reminds me of?" "Haddock, right?" Robert nodded. "Yeah, they're the same." He was going to say more, but he remembered Redbone was a haint, and he felt unsure of what he should say. Had Redbone heard all of the nice things everyone said at his burial? But Robert didn't think Redbone wanted to talk about that. Redbone suddenly closed the comic and put it down on the mattress. He looked at Robert again, his expression serious. "It's a big deal. What you gonna do?" Redbone said. "You're gonna tell the whole world about this place. You're going to get it shut down?
Robert nodded.
Yeah. You scared?
Robert started to shake his head, but that wasn't the truth.
Kind of.
Redbone grinned.
Well, that's why I'm here. To tell you not to be scared. And one other thing. You're not gonna like it, though.
What? Redbone sighed, ruffling the comic pages. He was suddenly wearing his work clothes, not his pajamas, but Haints could change the way they looked easily.
It's about Blue.
That little rat, Robert started, but Redbone raised his hand to make him quiet.
He's not a rat,
Redbone said.
He's like Jack Johnson. He's a fighter.
Robert studied Redbone closely, trying to see if he was really Blue in disguise, since that sounded more like something Blue would say, not Redbone. He went on.
You know how he said he's your best friend now? It's really true, Robert. He is. You need him to get into that office, and you'll need him after the dogs start chasing you. He'll help you get away.
I'll be gone before the dogs even know it, Robert said. Redbone sighed sadly.
No, you won't. You better trust him. That's what I came to say. Even if deep down you don't want to, you have to trust Blue. What happened to me, that's not Blue's fault. Trust him like he's your brother. Don't fuss with him, Robert.
But I don't need him, Robert said. You can help me now. Redbone shook his head.
Nah, I can't.
Why not? Redbone pointed toward the window.
Just look. You'll see.
Robert followed Redbone's pointing finger and looked toward the windows, where the light was starting to glow like morning. The brightness turned to a flare, and Robert sat up in his bed with a gasp. In the near-dark dormitory, everything suddenly felt more solid, from his mattress to the sweaty clothes matted to his back. He knew before he even looked back at the foot of his bed that Redbone would be gone. The comic book was gone, too. He patted the mattress and looked over the side of the bed to be sure. Redbone had just been a dream. Robert's chest heaved a few times as his body decided if he would cry again. But he didn't. Redbone had come to visit his dream, just like Blue had said. Okay, Robert whispered, just in case Redbone could hear him. I promise. The daylight was so new that Robert calculated he still had at least half an hour before he had to get up. He needed his rest for the day ahead. Robert was even smiling a little as he turned on his side, away from the window, to try to go back to sleep. Tomorrow night, he would not be in this bed. Tomorrow night, with Blue's help, he would be gone. 35. Friday, 8:05 a.m. Gloria recognized the sound of old Susie's chugging motor outside the house before she jumped out of bed. Mrs. Hamilton was always gone before 8 in the morning, so Gloria knew she was the only one in the house. She'd been dying to call Miss Lottie because she hadn't spoken to her yesterday, but she had heeded warnings not to use the phone and give away her location. She had barely slept because of her anxieties that Robbie's escape might go wrong. Miss Lottie stood on the front porch, ready to ring the doorbell, when Gloria flung the door open, making Mrs. Hamilton's chimes sing frantically. Miss Lottie was dressed up in her pillbox hat again, no doubt to look nice for Mrs. Hamilton's moneyed neighbors. Come in, Gloria said, before she could ask about the harried look in Miss Lottie's eyes. Miss Lottie only stepped in far enough to allow Gloria to close the door behind her.
Get packed up, then lie down flat. Time to come back with me.
Did Uncle June cut the hole? Gloria said.
Yes, now get your suitcase,
Miss Lottie said.
I'll tell you the rest in the truck.
Maybe we should both stay here, Miss Lottie, Gloria said. She's gone all day. Miss Lottie seemed to consider it, peering around the room, but stepping no farther than the entryway, as if she didn't want to be tempted by its comforts.
"No,"
she said.
"she might come home early. Leave her a nice note, but it's time for you to go. Hurry so we can get back."
Gloria finally saw the worry in Miss Lottie's brow that she had been trying to hide. Something more than her arthritis and sore joints, so she rushed to her room to dress from the suitcase she had not yet unpacked. When she peeked into Mrs. Hamilton's empty room, she found a pad on her desk, so she slipped in to hurriedly write a note. "Thank you so much for all of your help during our family's hard time. I will never forget you. Gloria Stevens, sister of Robert Stevens, daughter of Robert Stevens Sr." She felt unexpectedly sad writing the goodbye note to a woman she'd just met. In Chicago, few people would know the name Robert Stevens or how Papa had tried to help families in years past. For the first time, Gloria let herself feel how hard it would be to leave a place she knew and that knew her family, her history. She thought about Miss Anne and how she'd never written her a note of thanks for the cash still hidden in Miss Lottie's house, which they would use to buy the 5 train tickets to go to Chicago from the station.
"Don't look so sad,"
Miss Lottie said when Gloria emerged ready to go. But Miss Lottie looked sad and small herself. The truck's engine struggled less than usual as Miss Lottie turned the key, but Gloria still wondered how such a rickety, complaining truck would make it to the railroad trestle beyond the reformatory and then all the way to the Tallahassee train station. "June said he was going to fix it," Gloria said.
"June did the best he could with it,"
Miss Lottie said, but her voice was thin. "What's wrong?" Gloria said. "There's something you're not saying." Miss Lottie didn't answer at first as she peered out of her window to back out of the driveway. Luckily, there weren't any other cars on the street, since her swings in reverse were always wide. Once the truck was driving forward and had passed the neighborhood's cheerful sign, Gloria said again, "What's wrong, Miss Lottie?"
"Tonight, at the railroad trestle, it's just going to be you and me looking for Robbie."
"What do you mean?"
"June and Wayman can't come with us."
Stoically, Miss Lottie told Gloria that a deputy had seen Wayman pick up Uncle June on the road by the reformatory and pulled them over. When he didn't like their answers about what they were doing out there, he locked them up for vagrancy. Miss Lottie said she'd gotten a call from Wayman at the jail and had gone to try to get them out, but Sheriff Posey had threatened to lock her up too and sent her away. Such terrible news. But Uncle June really cut the hole?
"Yes," Miss Lottie said. "Wayman was at the cell door and nodded his head at me like everything was all right. Of course, I couldn't ask him on the phone. They hung up that phone on me for I barely heard his voice."
"You know for sure?" Gloria said. "If there's no hole, we can't send Robbie there."
"Wayman wouldn't have nodded like that if it wasn't done. I know him, Pumpkin. He even smiled at me. The sheriff beat him up a little, but he had a look in his eyes like he'd won."
Wayman rarely smiled, so a smile was signal enough. Still, tears warmed Gloria's cheeks. He always said he would end up in jail because it was the white man's trap for him. He just didn't know when. She had counted on having Uncle June and Wayman with them. She hardly knew how to imagine the escape without them. And what would happen to them after the escape? Even helping Miss Lottie manage the steps from the platform to the train would be a challenge.
"Guess the Lord only wanted 3 of us in this truck tonight,"
Miss Lottie said. "Why would the Lord want that?" Gloria snapped, and Miss Lottie stayed silent. Gloria thought about taking it back, but she was too mad, or scared, or both.
"No sense turning on the Lord now,"
Miss Lottie said, although to Gloria it felt more like the Lord, or some other powerful force, had turned on them. Unthinkable words came to Gloria's throat. She could probably find a way to get a message to Mrs. Hamilton, who could get a message to Robbie. Should we call it off for a couple days? See if the sheriff lets them loose after the weekend?
"No," Miss Lottie said firmly. "Spiteful ass crackers might kill that boy in there. Now lie down out of sight. We on the main road."
Gloria obeyed, curling her body down low so that her eyes were level with the glove box. "I'm scared. With just the two of us, Miss Lottie."
"No sense in being scared. Everything else is the same as before. You can get Robbie to Chicago fine, don't you worry. Without paying for those extra tickets, you'll have money for clothes and a boarding house, at least till you find your papa."
"What do you mean, you? We can get Robbie to Chicago."
Miss Lottie clicked on her turn signal, with its regimented rhythm matching Gloria's heartbeat. Miss Lottie didn't answer, so Gloria said,
"You're still coming to Chicago too, aren't you?"
Miss Lottie sighed. "Pumpkin."
Gloria felt as if she were melting through the truck's warm floor to the road below. "You have to come. We're all supposed to go together."
"Gloria, you know how much I love Robbie, but he's your responsibility now," Miss Lottie said. "That's what you told me the day you packed him up and moved back out to your cabin, ain't it?"
"I didn't mean that. I was just—"
"No, Pumpkin, you was right," Miss Lottie said. "Robbie is yours, and June and Wayman are grown, but they're mine. I can't jump on a train with no one left behind to see after them. Make sure they get out in one piece. Besides, child, I don't got but a few years left. No sense in me going up in all that cold when my life is here in Gracetown. That's not so for you and Robbie. Your life is as far from this place as you can get with your papa."
Gloria knew better than to argue. If anything, Miss Lottie had never planned to take that train and leave behind the house she had stuffed with memories. And Gloria had worried that Miss Lottie might not be strong enough for the challenges of the trip, that moving away might cut her life short. But she might never see Miss Lottie again. An idea that hurt so much that she sobbed until she gasped for air.
"Let it out," Miss Lottie finally said. "I already cried enough for the both of us. But when you're through crying, we gotta go over the plan. We'll get it just right for your brother."
Gloria's breath hitched as she wiped her face against her dress sleeve. "Do we have enough gas?" Gloria whispered. She couldn't make out the gas gauge from her angle on the floor, but Miss Lottie's truck usually hovered right near empty.
"That's my girl,"
Miss Lottie said, smiling down at her. She lurched to a stop at a traffic sign, flinging Gloria back against her door.
"Filled up old Susie last night."
The Hatchet sent a traveling suit for Robbie that looked fresh bought, just his size. Since all of his other clothes had burned with the cabin, Gloria just packed his new suit, an old pair of Wayman's dungarees that might fit him if he rolled up the cuffs, and a faded mill shirt Miss Lottie thought might have belonged to Papa. It wasn't much to begin a new life. Once the suitcase with their meager belongings was safely stored under the tarp and the bed of the truck, Gloria set her attention on ways she could be helpful to Miss Lottie, washing and drying her dishes, cleaning old food out of her icebox, pinning her laundry on the clothesline. When she'd lived at Miss Lottie's house while she was working for Miss Ann, her days had felt like one long set of chores. Miss Lottie rarely asked for help, but Gloria had never been able to stand spending so much effort making Miss Ann's life easier, while Miss Lottie had no one to help her. Wayman and Uncle June were good about fixing whatever was broken, but Miss Lottie did her own cooking and washing, although it took her more time and forced her to spend long parts of her day dozing. If Uncle June and Wayman got sent to Rayford for a long prison sentence, Miss Lottie's life would be twice as hard. But the plan was set, so there was nothing left to talk about. Miss Lottie's kitchen radio played Fibber McGee and Molly, while Miss Lottie shook chicken pieces in flour and seasoning in a paper bag before putting them in a skillet to fry. Gloria watched her at every stage, memorizing the amount of flour, how much salt and pepper, the dusting of paprika. Miss Lottie had never written a recipe down for her, but Gloria wanted to remember them all. Gloria savored the scent of the grease as it heated. Only then did it dawn on her that Miss Lottie's kitchen was her favorite place left standing in the world. They would not head out to the railroad trestle so early that they would be more likely to be spotted before Robbie made it to them. But they could not arrive too late, when he might have dogs and guards at his heels. 5 o'clock, they had decided. They would make sure the burners were off and the curtains were drawn, and they would drive out to the old railroad trestle that stood over the creek near the county line to wait. The town was 6 hours away when they said it, but the day whittled away an hour at a time until it was only 4 hours, and then 3. For now, grease from the skillet was popping halfway to the ceiling, and Miss Lottie was laughing at Fibber McGee and Molly fussing on the radio, and Gloria was torn between her eagerness to rescue Robbie and her wish that she could root time still, each drive equal and ferocious inside of her, slowly sawing her to the bone. 36. 4:30 p.m. Henry Jackson came moaning back to the spot where Boone put his powder down, like it was nothing. A further insult after Thursday's failure in front of Warden Haddock. After Boone had carefully swept up his ashes, he looked back at Robert as if to say, "Too bad you couldn't do that yesterday." And Robert wanted to kick him. No one else witnessed the appearance of the ash hill, not even the boys at the butcher's. Robert missed Redbone so much that his insides ached. He hid tears while he replaced the lace of his boot, yanking it tight. His boots would need to be tight for running. The boots from Papa. Boone didn't ask about putting down dust where Redbone had died, although maybe he had already tried on his own. Redbone hadn't been a haint yet when he was in the box, so it probably wouldn't have worked anyway. And at least Redbone was safe from Boone's traps and Robert's dreams. But Boone said Robert could spend the rest of the day hunting for haints if he wanted to. So Robert walked back and forth across the campus, making sure everyone saw him, in case Haddock asked about him later. He passed the schoolhouse where Al and other boys from the dorm were copying from the chalkboard, and Al smiled at him through the window. He passed the doorway of the band room, where he saw Mrs. Hamilton writing music on the chalkboard, and he only said, "Fine," when she asked how he was doing, before he hurried away because he didn't want her to see his escape plan in his mind. He was proud of himself for never telling her, although he had wanted to, but Gloria would have been so disappointed. Besides, he'd told Redbone, and Redbone had died. So telling was bad luck. He was too close now for mistakes. The dormitory was mostly empty and unlocked during the day, except for a couple of boys who had earned privileges in the rec room. So Robert snuck into the locker room to organize his supplies. He found a small satchel in a locker piled with junk at the far end, which seemed fine, except for a small tear in the corner. Blue must have known it was there. When Robert opened his own locker to stash the satchel until later, he found a drawing on a sheet of paper. Redbone! The likeness was so good that Robert recognized him from the part in his hair and the tip of his nose. The goofy grin on his face captured him too. At first, he thought Blue might have drawn it, but it must have been Al. A cloud sketched behind Redbone's head implied that he was in heaven, but Al didn't know about haints. Robert slipped the drawing into his satchel and hoped it wouldn't wrinkle too much. Now he could show Gloria a picture of his friend. Al rarely spoke, but that boy could draw. Maybe if the reformatory shut down, Al might get out and be a famous artist one day, before somebody beat him too bad and broke his drawing hand, or just broke the part of him that liked drawing. He checked for the jar of Vaseline he'd hidden at the rear of his locker, under his tie, and found it untouched. The jar might fall through the hole in the satchel, so he would stuff that in his pocket instead. He would need it When he got out of Haddock's office, crouching in the bushes. "All over, even your hair," Gloria had said. Redbone had said the dogs would chase him, but that didn't mean they would find him. His Uncle June had been a soldier for real. He had help from the living, not just the dead. When Robert heard footsteps in the hallway, he slammed his locker shut too loudly. Since it didn't have a lock, the door flew back and almost hit him. He was pushing it close tight again when he heard boys' voices passing in the hall. No one stopped. No one noticed him. No one knew. "Blue," he whispered, "what time you gonna set the kitchen fire?" But Blue did not answer, of course, so Robert could only wait. Robert stood at the dormitory window beyond the rows of empty beds, staring across the overgrown field toward the cafeteria. Did Haynes even follow time? Did Blue understand how important it was that Robert must start running before check-in? Before dark? Redbone had said to trust Blue, so Robert tried to trust the Haint with all his heart. He didn't know how much time passed before he saw handwriting emerge from the dust on the window pane near his nose, one letter at a time, like a crawling snail. B-U-R-N-I-N-G. No one was writing the letters. They appeared from thin air. So Blue's signal had come in his own way. Robert stared until the slow writing stopped and the word stared back. He'd expected to bolt out of the dorm as soon as it was time, but even with so clear a message, he stood staring longer than he meant to. Being this close to his bed reminded him that he could just curl under his sheet and go to sleep tonight instead of risking his life in the woods. If he even got as far as the woods, he had to go to Wharton Haddock's office first, or Blue would trip him up for sure. He'd been whipped bloody just for asking how anyone ran away. How many hidden graves of boys who had tried to run had he walked over already? He didn't see any smoke from the cafeteria yet, but he thought he saw a small crowd. He had to hurry. Why wasn't he moving? Finally, thinking of Gloria helped. She would be so worried if he didn't come. He slipped to the empty hall to go to his locker. He shoved the petroleum jelly in his pocket and slung the satchel with Redbone's portrait over his shoulder. He untied and retied his laces, making sure to yank them tight. The warm key to the warden's desk still lay safe inside his sock, the only place he dared to keep it. Why hadn't he eaten more of his cheese sandwich at lunch? He was already hungry. He hadn't slept well, so he was tired, too. Robert's stomach was a ball of knots. Maybe this was how Papa had felt when he climbed into the trunk of the Reverend's car to leave them. Forehead creased as he thought about the danger and how it might be a mistake to go. Right before he was free. Robert's nostrils tingled from a smoky smell, but he was walking away from the cafeteria, so this smoke was from the ghost fire, the cursed spot where a shed once had stood, the place where Blue had died. The field seemed to shimmer, so Robert stayed at the spot's outer edges, but sometimes his foot landed so close that his toes felt singed, making him hop away. Would the fire keep burning after he set the Haints free? After he showed everyone the photographs of what Haddock had done? Maybe he could finally put the fire out. Distantly, a bell began an excited tinny clanging. A fire alarm at the cafeteria. He couldn't see the cafeteria from this side of the campus, but he was sure that must be it. 10 minutes at least had passed since Blue's writing on the dirty window, and maybe the fire was good and big now. If Blue had started the fire in the back, where he'd seen the Haint who'd been stabbed, maybe no one had been close to the burners when Blue set them on fire. And since it wasn't dinner time yet, the cafeteria would have been mostly empty. Robert wished he could see the fire to be sure, both how big it was and to be certain no one was hurt. "Trust Blue," he whispered, a reminder. If no one would be hurt, He hoped the fire was big. He hoped they'd have to shut the kitchen down, and the judge would send everyone home. The brick administration building stood ahead, as pretty as a church, but the white truck parked outside that had carried Redbone's body reminded Robert that it was a deadly place. He slowed his pace when he saw a white woman step out of her parked car to go inside, but she never noticed him. Robert ran toward the rear of the building, looking for refuge in the neatly clipped hedges that hugged the length of the wall, so thick that he was hidden from anyone who might pass, except for his boots, and maybe even they were not visible. A line of 6 unevenly spaced windows loomed above, vines crawling up the walls between them, and he realized with horror that with all of his planning, he had never figured out which window was Haddock's. Breathing fast, he crawled to the first window and peeked inside. The lobby. The woman who had left the car was sitting directly in front of him, her back turned. Robert ducked down fast. If she saw him, his escape would be over already. His heart was pounding so hard that he was sure it must be shaking the window pane. Robert took a breath and tried to remember the layout of the lobby. If the first window was for the room where people sat down and waited, the next window might be behind the secretary's desk. As if to confirm his memory, the secretary's phone jangled from the next window, which was cracked open to let in a breeze. She picked it up on the first ring. "Superintendent Haddock's off?" But the person on the line cut her off. "Wait a minute. Just slow down," the woman said. Robert inched slowly down the side of the building, behind the hedges, the jutting bricks scraping his skin white with scratches, like claw marks as he moved. "Oh, my! Oh, my, yes." And she hung up the phone with a clatter. "Mr. Haddock, there's a fire in the kitchen." The third window was dark, but it was halfway open, and Robert was wondering if that third window was Haddock's when he saw movement and the curtains were flung open. He was there. Robert couldn't see Haddock's face from his angle below the window, and he prayed Haddock couldn't see him. But a palm was pressed to the upper window as Haddock stared outside, looking toward the kitchen. Robert wondered if he could see some of the smoke, and if he liked seeing smoke that reminded him of the fire he'd set. "Just go," Robert whispered, hardly louder than a thought. As if Robert had willed it, Haddock's palm disappeared, and his footsteps landed hard across the floor, mingled with someone else's. Haddock was speaking rapidly, a few words flying out of each window as he passed from his office out to the lobby.
"Don't call until I say so. You round up Blake. Call you back. A report."
Haddock slammed his office door closed. Keys jingled as he locked it.
"You hear me, Doris? Don't call anyone till I take a look."
His voice was in Robert's ear as he passed the lobby window. Haddock sounded scared. For the first time, Robert understood the power of enjoying someone else's fear. Haddock had told him the town hadn't forgotten the 1920 fire, so maybe he was afraid a new fire would shut him down. Robert's own fear was gone. He was smiling as he savored Haddock's fear, feeding on it. Robert waited until he heard the white truck's engine start up and Haddock raced off. Even then, Robert counted to 10 to make sure Haddock wouldn't come back. "Bit of excitement?" the visitor inside said through the window, sounding chipper. "Always something on Friday," the secretary said, pretending to match her cheer. But this woman who had called him a scrawny little nigger, the first day he came was probably scared because her boss was scared. Robert hoped her heart was racing so hard that she might faint, the same way he'd felt at the funhouse. Once he was sure Haddock wasn't nearby, Robert inched past the secretary's window to the third, where the curtains were parted like an open mouth. After checking to make sure no one was watching him, Robert stood on his toes to peer inside. The back of Haddock's desk and leather chair were nearly close enough to touch. He could see far across the empty office to the photo of Haddock, with his dead baby sister on the wall. The window was open enough for him to squeeze through without touching it or making a racket. But when he jiggled the loose screen, it held instead of falling. Damn it. He pushed inward harder, and it gave an inch more, but he realized he should have brought something sharp to cut the screen. How had he forgotten? One more glance around, and Robert reached inside the screen to try to feel for a pin that might be holding it in place. Nothing at first. And then, there. With his fingertips, he tried to jiggle the pin left and right. He raised himself higher on his tiptoes for more reach, and it finally gave, and the screen widened maybe 6 inches more into the room. He knew he should try to be patient and feel for another pin, since the screen was still dangling, but Robert suddenly felt desperate to be inside the office and out of sight from outside. Unevenly jutting bricks gave him the footing to lift himself a bit higher, and he began a head-first slide. Gloria used to call him Little Skinny Bean, and now he was glad to be so small. He felt himself catch below the waist and wished he had hoisted his leg in first. At this angle, he would tumble to the floor, but the leather chair's back was close enough to help him gain balance, even as it twirled slightly and rolled forward on the wood floor and hit the side of the desk with a thunk. Robert held his breath until his vision dimmed. But no one came to Haddock's door. He was still only halfway through the window, so he arched his back against the wobbly rim of the screen, which scratched him as he raised his leg to climb inside. The scratch felt deep enough to bleed, but Robert moved more quickly, hanging on to the thin shelf above the curtain rod to keep his balance until his feet landed on the floor. The screen finally came loose on his back, but Robert caught it before it fell to the floor. Perspiration ran into his eyes, stinging him as he panted and waited once again to see if anyone would come. No one. And he was inside. This was the hardest thing he had ever tried, an act so bold that Haddock would never imagine it, and he was actually doing it. Rushing now, Robert sat on the bare wooden floor behind the desk to fling off his boot, which he tied so tightly that he spent nearly a minute fumbling with the knotted lace with sweaty fingers. He heard the clock on Haddock's wall tick as the minute hand moved up, so he noticed the time. 4:55 p.m. It was almost dinner time, so more boys would be flocking to the cafeteria soon, fire or no fire. He might go unnoticed on an ordinary day, but maybe not today. If he didn't make it to the hole in the fence before someone noticed he was gone, he would have no chance to get away. While he worked to untie his lace, Robert glanced at the space under the desk and saw traces of a circle of powder on the floor he recognized from Boone's leather pouch. A trap was laid to keep Blue away, just like Blue had said. If he could just get his boot off. The knot answered his prayer and came loose, and Robert pulled off his boot and sock to find the key buried in the meat of his foot sole, where his calluses were thickest. The center desk drawer and its keyhole stared Robert in the face. With a trembling hand, Robert slid the key into the lock, but he knew even before he tried to turn it, the key was too small to catch. For a few seconds, Robert refused to believe his bad luck, trying again and again. The keyhole was so oversized that he almost pushed the key inside, but he yanked hard to retrieve it. As if it were playing a game, the drawer began rolling open. It wasn't even locked. Robert raised himself to his knees as he rifled through the drawer's neat rows of pencils, blue ink pens, red ink pens, staples, and paper clips. Everything eerily neat. The only papers were 2 certificates from the state of Florida with blue designs in the margins. He reached as far back as he could. Nothing except a ragged old cigarette. It's not the right drawer, he whispered to himself, imagining what Blue or Redbone would say if they were with him. And why wasn't Blue with him? This was all Blue's idea. Cursing Blue under his breath, Robert finally noticed the sets of drawers on both sides of the desk. But none of the drawers seemed to have a lock. Leaning down, he saw that the largest drawer on the desk's left side had a keyhole hidden close to where Haddock's knee would be. On the side, not in front. The keyhole was much smaller than the one for the center drawer. "Please, please, please," Robert whispered. The longer he sat in this office, the more he was daring Haddock to catch him. The key clicked and turned easily. Leaving the key in the lock, Robert pulled on the drawer. It was too heavy to give at first, so he pulled harder, and it rolled toward him. A wooden case of Coca-Cola bottles came into view. The bottles full, except for 2 empty ones. The case was so large that it filled the entire drawer, except in the very rear, where Robert saw a large envelope as golden yellow as firelight, sealed with a string wound around at the top. Robert was so excited to see the envelope that he almost forgot about the Hank jar, and he worried about where the jar was hidden as he pulled out the tightly packed envelope. He smiled. The Hank jar was hidden behind it. This time, his good luck froze him still. It was here. It was all just like Blue had said.
"The 4th of July,"
said Haddock's secretary, passing close to his door.
"My family's in Clearwater, so I'm thinking we'd—"
The rest was muffled. Robert held the envelope but did not open it. The horrible images inside pulsed against his fingertips like a writhing snake. He was sure that if he glimpsed one more photo, he might see Haddock's profane work every time he closed his eyes. Instead, he crammed the envelope into his satchel, barely leaving room to squeeze the Hank jar in beside it. Robert turned the jar's lid to make sure it was closed tight so none of the ashes would fall out. "I've got you," Robert said to the Hanks inside, not sure if they could hear. "I'm going to take you to the creek to let you loose." With the window screen set aside, it was much easier to climb back out of the window than it had been to climb in. The bulky satchel caught on the corner of the window as he jumped down, but it came loose with a tug. He hid behind the bushes, heaving and lightheaded as if he'd just run a mile, dizzy with the size of what he'd just done. Robert patted his pocket and found it empty. Where was the Vaseline? He panicked until he realized the jar had fallen out of his pocket, landing a foot from his boot in the dirt. Robert took his time, careful. By the time he'd slathered his hair and face with the warm goop, except for his eyes, he wished Gloria had given him 2 or 3 jars. He slickened each of his arms and legs with it beneath his shorts, then reached under his shirt to try to smear it across his chest. He thought of several spots he'd missed, even as he scraped out the last of it with his index finger. Damn! But it would have to do. Through the window, Robert heard the woman visitor say maybe she'd better come back on Monday if it was a bad time, but the secretary said she was sure Haddock would be back soon, her voice still pretending everything was fine. Robert had to leave, and fast. He didn't want to bring the empty jar, but he also didn't want to leave it behind. So he scooped up some loose soil under the warden's window and buried it. A sour memory, a burying red bone. That done, he peeked from behind the bushes to see if anyone was in sight. From there, he had a clear view all the way to the funhouse, about 60 yards away, which was always empty and locked until after dinner time. Beyond it stood the cornfield fence, where he prayed the hole was waiting. Robert wanted to take off running, but he couldn't draw attention to himself. So he emerged from the hedges as casually as he could, scanning the rear of the building as if he were searching for Haints. As much as he wanted to go directly to the funhouse, he decided to walk in the direction of the Negro side of the campus, which wouldn't look strange to anyone. And then he would veer toward the funhouse in a wide loop. His heart slowed with each step he took, the plan seeming less dangerous and easier with every stride. Since he wanted to avoid the fire spot this time, his walk took him past a small supply shed that looked locked. But it wasn't locked. The shed door opened, and Crutcher emerged holding a large custodian's broom. Robert was so close to the door that they stood face to face.
"Robert Stevens,"
Crutcher said.
"what in the world are you doing?"
"Catching Haints," Robert heard himself say, before his brain caught up, when he was still hoping Crutcher wasn't really there. Mr. Boone said I could. He prayed Crutcher wouldn't demand to see inside his satchel, which hung heavy behind his back. But what if he did? What would he do if he saw the shocking photographs inside? Crutcher frowned, dabbing at Robert's shiny forehead. What in the world? Sand seemed to clog Robert's mouth. Why hadn't he waited until he was at the funhouse to cover himself in petroleum jelly? All he could think about was Gloria waiting for him and how he couldn't go to her if Crutcher caught him so soon. Even if Crutcher reported the photographs to the sheriff, which he might be too afraid to do anyway, that didn't mean Robert would be free, and he wouldn't be able to free the hates trapped in the jar.
I asked you a question,
Crutcher snapped. Haint. Grease, Robert said. It pulls them to you. That's what his grandmama said. Robert couldn't see Crutcher's face clearly as he stared up because the sun was shining behind him, so he shifted slightly and saw grim disapproval glimmering in Crutcher's staring eyes.
Be careful,
Crutcher said, and he paused so long that Robert was sure he knew Robert was running, until he added,
Don't go to work at the kitchen today. There's a fire.
Robert let his eyes go wide with the surprise he'd been trying to hide. Yes, sir. I won't. I'll go wash up at the dorm. The dormitory was the farthest place from where Robert was going and might delay anyone looking for him. He was proud of himself for the lie. Robert expected him to say more, but Crutcher jogged off toward the kitchen, holding his broom with two hands in front of him, like a weapon. Robert watched him go, breathing fast, and leaned against the shed to regain his balance after his scare. The shed's ragged wooden door was still partially open to reveal a dark space inside that smelled humid and sour, but just like with the envelope, Robert knew better than to look too closely. Hadn't Redbone or Blue warned him about the shed? He crossed to the opposite side, where he would be out of Crutcher's view, and changed his path to walk directly to the funhouse. He'd already explained to himself once. He could do it again. Full of confidence from his successful evasion, Robert walked steadily, even quickly, in direct strides. The funhouse's long white building had seemed so large that first night, but in daylight, it was puny and sad. The truck had made ruts in the grass from driving back and forth so often. So Robert followed the ruts until he noticed that his boots were leaving a pattern behind him in the packed soil. That wouldn't do. He went back and kicked at the soil to cover his tracks, reminding himself that he had to be careful about leaving tracks out in the woods, too. He would have to pretend he was a Seminole Indian warrior, evading cowboys, or a slave running for the North on the Underground Railroad. Robert walked carefully in the thickest grass beside the ruts, leaving no visible signs of his path. With each step, the funhouse drew closer until he could see the chipped paint on the walls. 2 chairs were arranged for the white boys in front and 6 for Negro boys in the rear. Instinct took Robert to the chairs where he and Redbone had sat, just in case Redbone came. But the chairs were empty in 2 neat rows, waiting for that night's unlucky boys. The luckiest of them would go only to the funhouse, not to the box or the shed. Since Redbone wasn't waiting for him, Robert concealed himself behind the far side corner of the funhouse, near an old tire and broken beer bottles hidden in the shadows near the cornfield. The cornfield fence was barely 10 yards from the funhouse walls, stretching in both directions as far as Robert could see. In his imagination, he'd thought only one clump of weeds might be growing wild against the fence. But weeds seemed to be everywhere along the fence line, except for patches where boys had pulled them. There was no marker to help him find the hole. He tried to remember everything Gloria had said. He'd recited her words from visiting day over and over in his head. By the chairs on the colored side. He stayed hidden in the corner of the wall closest to the 6 empty chairs, scanning the fence again. Would they have cut a hole by a fence post? Where the weeds were thickest? The minute he left the shelter of the funhouse, anyone might see him squatting by the fence, so he didn't want to root around for the hole in plain sight. But of course he couldn't see it from a distance. Uncle June was too smart for that. A voice clawed through Robert's calm. Maybe there isn't really a hole. Blue just said there's one to get you to steal the paint jar. And Robert's heart thudded with dread, then sped with rage. Redbone had said to trust Blue, but maybe that had just been a dream, or Blue playing a trick on him. Blue's treachery felt so obvious that tears came to Robert's eyes. "You said you were going to help me," he shouted as loudly as he dared. "I don't see it." Only the wind answered, rustling the corn plants growing beyond the high fence. Robert wiped runny snot from his nose on the back of his hand, and some of the petroleum jelly smeared on his lips with the taste of medicine. Would it sting if it got in his eyes, or blind him? What if he got as far as the woods and couldn't see? The escape plan felt hopeless in 100 ways. Robert's stomach cinched tight. If Wharton hadn't found him with his photographs and paint jar, he would kill him. It seemed obvious now, but Robert wondered how he had forgotten that part while he was sliding back out of Haddock's window, almost grinning. Even if he didn't run away, what would he do if he went back? Could he hide the jar and photo somewhere? Robert wondered if it would be worse to run and be chased by dogs, or stay and be afraid he'd be discovered. Could he put the stolen items back in the drawer? Was there still time? A crow called near him. When Robert looked up, the crow was only Blue, leaning on a wobbly fence post. Blue was wearing a cap and striped tie that looked out of date, maybe the way he had dressed in life. The fence post he was leaning against was the only one that wasn't standing completely upright, like a loose tooth. Robert should have known to look there first. The weeds were thick around Blue's feet to his knees. He meant to say thank you, but instead he said, "I would have found it. I just didn't want anybody to see me." He was so relieved that his heart was racing. Blue shrugged. "Did anybody get hurt in the fire?" Robert said. "Hurry up and get through the hole, or you're wasting the whole point of the fire." But Robert had to know. "Tell me." "Not because of me," Blue said. "Someone got stupid and ran at it with a towel, and he ran too close. He's all right, though. His hand's sore, but it'll heal." He jumped back fast. Robert imagined a boy engulfed in flames, screaming like the boys who had died with Blue. He would hate himself if he made someone hurt like that, or if someone died for him. "You swear on your mother?" Robert said. Blue frowned, but he nodded. "Yes, on my mother." "You have the jar?" Robert tapped the satchel he was carrying. Blue grinned. "Told you it would work. And you were so scared." "I'm still scared," Robert confessed. He expected an insult, but Blue's face softened. "We'll make it. Promise. Like I said, you're my best friend now. I wouldn't let my best friend get caught." "But," Robert hated to say it, "you couldn't help Redbone. He was your best friend before me." Robert waited, hoping Blue would point out a dozen ways he was a different case. But Blue never answered. So Blue couldn't promise safety, only his help. Maybe that was enough. "Will I still be able to see you in the cornfield?" Robert said. "It's hard to show all the time, but I'll come when I can." "And in the woods after that? At the creek?" "Yes," Blue said. "All the way to the railroad trestle. I'll be watching, even if you don't see me. And when I want to call you," he croaked like a crow again, his eyes turning black like a bird's before he blinked, and they looked like normal eyes again. "How will I tell you from the real crows?" Blue laughed. "Real crows get scared. Crows love pecking at dead things, but they sure don't love spirits. If you hear a crow near you, You'll know it's me." Uncle June had cut the cornfield fence links in a neat, regimented line, the loose flap hanging by a nail on the fence post so no one could see it sagging. When Robert unhooked it and pushed the broken fencing down flat in the weeds, he had more space to crawl through than Warden Haddock's window, although his face itched from the ground. Once he had gotten through to the other side, he propped the fencing up, trying to make it look as natural as Uncle June had. He could tell it was sagging, but it wasn't obvious. If no one knew which way he'd run, they were most likely to think he had headed toward the farm road beyond the Negro side of the campus. Maybe they would send the dogs the wrong way. Just like that. Robert was in the cornfield. He would have loved the cover from fuller fall corn, but even the summer corn rows were tall enough for him to crouch down, unseen, as he walked parallel to the fence's straight path toward the woods, which still weren't in sight in the massive field. He occasionally found broken or abandoned farming tools in his path, but none of the work crews or supervisors were in the cornfield so late in the day, so close to supper. Robert tried to stay clear of the fence in case any groundskeepers were working on the other side, but as he ran, he saw glimpses of the reformatory campus through the fence, an old water pump, a storage lot full of large crates, a parking lot with 2 more old white trucks. But he was alone in the cornfield. Truly alone. No sign of Blue now, but he trusted Blue's promise that he was with him even when Robert couldn't see him. He didn't run fast enough to wear himself out or to trip over his feet in the boots from Papa, but he ran at a steady pace between the cleared rows of corn stalks, weeds, and leaves, lashing at his arms. The satchel on his back was uncomfortable as it bumped harder and harder against him the faster he went. But Robert Stevens breathed through his tightly gritted teeth and ran for his life. 37. 5:10 p.m. Thick black smoke billowed from the kitchen side door like a rearing dragon's head. A scream from inside was a 30-year-old echo in Fenton Haddock's ears. He was no stranger to screams, to be sure, but a scream from burning sounded like no other. Haddock had not stood this close to any burning except a bonfire since that night, 30 years earlier, when he had sworn off both liquor and flames. And time both peeled away and slowed, making each footstep interminable as he walked through the wall of smoke to behold the fire's work. Smoke battered his eyes, but he blinked to see tendrils of flame scrabbling like fingers to reach toward the outer kitchen from the fire's nest on the stovetops that were now hidden behind mist. Instead of the pounding fists from behind the burning shed door, "Let us out!" Footfalls surrounded him as kitchen workers and boys scattered and groundskeepers ran inside to help douse the flames. Crutcher led a screaming boy through the doorway. A towel the boy had been clutching was left smoking on the floor. The boy's face was bright with terror and agony. Haddock wished he had brought his camera. The fire was glorious and terrible, but glorious. Haddock's mind felt cleaved in half, one part excited, the other mortified. The hungry flames were a delight. But, dear Lord, if the fire spread and burned down the whole kitchen, or the cafeteria— "Grab those extinguishers!" Haddock shouted, even as the gleeful part of him whispered, "Let them all burn." Luckily, or unluckily, his men were well trained, and fire extinguishers hissed foam in the burning room as groundskeepers beat back the flames. Boone was a quick thinker, using the garden hose to fill a large tub because the hose wasn't long enough to reach the fire. Boone gestured for a burly teenager to help him lift the sloshing tub closer to the smoky doorway. 1, 2, 3. Boone and Boy counted in unison, and they groaned with their exertion as they swung the tub of water with all of their strength drenching the smoking stovetops. The wall within hissed and crackled under the gallons of water, sending more steam and smoke into the adjoining rooms. But Haddock felt the fire die. A groundskeeper stepped in with an extinguisher to spray foam anywhere left smoking. He coughed as he worked. Time was, Haddock would have grabbed a fire extinguisher or the other end of that tub, but he stood watching his men work as if the scene were a picture show high up on a screen. He felt grief that he had arrived so late, despite what a beautiful monster the fire had been. Haddock could not have invited it to dwell with him today. New stoves and remodeled walls would be covered by insurance, but if the fire had grown any bigger, Tallahassee might close him down. As of now, the entire kitchen hadn't burned down, just one of the back rooms. The fire hadn't even reached the shelves of food sacks in the storeroom beside it, and it hadn't reached the new costly freezer, thank God.
"Anyone else hurt?"
Haddock called out. The boy who'd tried to swat the flames was sitting just outside of the doorway, still sobbing, as Crutcher wrapped his burned hand with that oh-so-fancy white handkerchief, always stuffed in his front coat pocket.
"Nah, sir. We got everybody else away,"
Boone said, huffing from his efforts. In his half-fugue state, Haddock observed his men at work, opening windows, sweeping smoking debris. Wasn't that his favorite broom from the shed? Foaming down every inch of the now-ruined back room with his best cook stoves. Fire lived in raging beauty and died in silent ash, painting everything it touched black. For a time, Haddock regretted only that it had died so soon. After the sadness came anger.
"What the hell happened?"
he shouted, and the flurrying motion around him stopped.
"I don't know, sir, but we about to find out,"
Boone said, his face no less angry.
"I was hanging meat in the freezer, and next thing I knew, the room was on fire. I told all them boys in there to line up outside. The funhouse is gonna be busy tonight. The box, too."
When Haddock ducked through the doorway to go back outside, 12 shivering, sniveling boys were lined against the wall in rough order of height. One stoic teenager stood at the far end, staring straight ahead with tear-pooled eyes. Kendrick, who was due for release at the end of the month and had avoided a day of trouble until now. And then a pathetic collection of wiry younger boys, shaken like pine needles in the wind. Kendrick was 16 or 17 now, and from his size, he was long overdue for a trip to the shed. The smaller boy with the burned hand was still crying, lined up with the rest, holding his bandaged hand over his heart. The injured boy looked weakest, so Haddock started with him.
"What's your name?"
The boy said, struggling to speak. "Turner."
"Let me see that hand."
The boy stuck his wrapped hand out, and it wavered, trembling.
"Hold still,"
Boone warned him, and the boy tried. Gently, Haddock rested the boy's hand on his left palm and unwrapped the loose handkerchief with his right until the blistered black and red peeked through. The burn was a doozy, maybe 2nd degree or closer to 3rd. The burned flesh smell teased Haddock's nose.
"How'd this happen, son?"
he said in his Pastor Haddock voice. "When I saw the fire, I ran in with the
"The towel,"
Haddock finished for him.
"You ran in with the towel to try to beat the fire out."
The boy nodded, relieved to be understood. "Yes, sir."
"Then what happened?"
The boy hesitated, lip trembling. Haddock moved his face closer to loosen the boy's tongue.
"I said, what happened?"
"It jumped up at me," the boy said. "It was little on the stove, and when I hit it, it jumped up twice as big and climbed up the wall to the ceiling like it was alive.
Mr. Haddock, that's just what happened, sir, Kendrick said at the far end. His voice rumbled like a man's now, not a boy's. That right, Haddock said to Turner. All right, son. You told it well. Go on and run to the infirmary. Tell the nurse to look after you. Should I take him, Mr. Haddock? Crutcher said. I expect he knows the way, Haddock said. Crutcher watched the boy as he scampered off, nearly tripping on the cement steps because he was half blinded by tears. Crutcher, that impertinent SOB, wanted to challenge him like his bitch sister did at every turn. Crutcher hadn't worked at the reformatory a full year yet, and Boone said he coddled the boys too much. A black eye or loosened tooth might fix that. Later, Haddock strolled the length of the line of boys until he reached Kendrick at the end. Did you see the fire start? No, sir, Kendrick said. He looked over Haddock's shoulders, avoiding his eyes. I only saw Stuttering John run in. Then he got burned. Who's responsible for the cook stoves? Haddock said. You talking to him right now, Boone said, with venom in his voice. Me, sir, Kendrick said. I'm over the cook stoves. And you didn't see the fire start? No, sir. I was helping the boys chop carrots on the counter. Haddock stepped closer to Kendrick until he could smell the fear baking from the sweat on his brow. You're in charge of the cook stoves, but you didn't see it start. Wasn't none of us in there, Mr. Haddock, Kendrick said. You left my goddamn stoves burning unattended? No, sir. I swear to all my people, on my grandmama, none of them burners was on, Mr. Haddock. We was still chopping carrots. They was running late. We hadn't started boiling yet. Wasn't nobody in there. Haddock pressed his palms in a prayer position, his fingertips to his lips. He leaned closer to Kendrick, reminding himself that he could be gentle now, because he would teach Kendrick's lying ass a lesson to remember him by in the shed later. So, you're trying to have me believe that fire started all by itself? Is that what you're telling me? Kendrick didn't have the nerve to repeat the words out loud. He only nodded, his stoicism giving way to a tiny tremor of his jaw. Explain to me, Haddock said, how a fire starts by itself. Kendrick wanted to answer, but didn't. Haddock surveyed the boys' faces and saw their absolute agreement. Not only that the room had been empty, but that they knew the fire had started itself. Awareness brushed the back of Haddock's mind. He stepped away from Kendrick, as if to escape his own fledgling thoughts. The first one of you who can explain to me in plain English how that fire started by itself won't go to the funhouse, Haddock said. The rest get 50 lashes. A small, gap-toothed boy raised his hand. Haddock blinked to make sure he wasn't hallucinating, except for his gapped teeth. The boy was a ringer for Kendall Sweeting, who had died in the fire in 1920. Again, Haddock felt himself slipping through time. One by one, all of the other hands went up. They all knew. Haddock realized he knew too. Haddock pointed toward the boy who looked like Sweeting. You, he said. Hain't, he whispered. Haddock shot a look at Boone. The anger in Boone's brow had caved to nervousness. It's true, Kendrick said. I never seen one, but the younger boys. That room's haunted, another boy said. Always cold, even with all the burners on. We used to see him sometimes. That white boy,
with the knife in his back," said the boy who looked like Kendall Sweeting. "We thought it was done with. Ever since—"
The ground rocked beneath Haddock's feet. Haddock turned to Boone. "Was that where you found the haint in the kitchen?"
Boone nodded.
"Yes, sir. That very room. Like I told you, I never saw nothing like it."
Clint Newsom. That had been his name. Just like Cleo, Boone had promised the slow-witted boy he would never go to the shed again if he buried a butcher knife in that swamp trash troublemaker's back when no one was looking. Clint Newsom had died on that kitchen floor in a mess of his own blood at least 4 years ago, and Boone had just captured him for his jar. Haddock knew haints could touch objects in the physical world. Hell, Lucy had taught him that. Broken windows and rattling lampshades and slamming doors had followed him all his life, but he had never heard of a haint starting a fire. Until now. Could it have been Clint? Had he escaped the jar? Or was another haint taking up his cause? Haddock realized his heartbeat had sped up while the boys were watching. So he took a deep breath until he felt his heartbeat slow. If a new haint had set the fire, he'd put that haint in his jar too. That was what his haint catcher was for.
"Where's Robert Stevens?"
Haddock said.
"He didn't come to the kitchen today,"
Kendrick said. "I saw him by the schoolhouse before," one boy said, "but he didn't come to class." "I saw him by the band room," said another, "outside the window."
"So he's everywhere and nowhere. Is that it?"
Haddock said, raising his voice. Finally, Boone explained.
"I said he could go hunt haints today. But where is he now?"
Haddock said. The pinched look on Crutch's face made Haddock's eyes land on him. Crutcher fussed with his pocket, looking for his missing handkerchief. Instead, he used his sleeve to wipe sweat from his brow.
"I saw him not 20 minutes ago," Crutcher said. "Out by the shed."
In that instant's pause, Haddock could have sworn the man's skin was turning gray.
"I grabbed the broom after I heard the fire alarm. And that's when I saw Stevens. I told him to stay away from the kitchen, and he said he'd go to the dormitory to wash off the grease." "What grease?"
Boone said. Crutcher hesitated.
"On his face. Maybe it was dirt. He was filthy from looking for haints. I was rushing to the fire, so I didn't get a good look."
Crutcher was lying. Haddock could practically smell his lie, but it was apparent in his uncomfortable fidgeting.
"What the hell was Stevens doing in my shed?"
Haddock said. The shed would no doubt be a good place to hunt for ghosts, but Crutcher had no business nosing around. Crutcher, unlike Boone, had never been invited with him into the shed. He brought only men he trusted most. As a treat. Could Crutcher have taken Stevens back there for a quick ride himself? That would be impressive. Maybe he'd misjudged Percy Crutcher.
"No, sir," Crutcher said. "He was just outside, 20 or so minutes ago, as I said." "Find him," Haddock said. "Bring Robert Stevens to me right now."
Marion Hamilton was having a crisis of faith. Not faith in God. If the war and Walter's murder couldn't shake that, nothing could. But her own judgment was suddenly suspect, making her rethink every decision she had made in the past 6 months, starting with coming back to Gracetown instead of moving to Los Angeles to play in a studio band, an offer straight from Louis Armstrong, and buying a house in a community where so few people could afford to buy it from her, or even rent it if she wanted to leave, and taking in a fugitive girl. No, that was no mistake. She was proud to shelter Gloria Stevens. Her biggest mistake, perhaps her only mistake, had been to start volunteering at the Gracetown School for Boys. She and Percy had heard stories of the horrors at the reformatory since they were children, And after she'd seen the troops' powerful reaction to music during the war, she thought music might help heal these boys too. But their horrors were smothering her now as well, interrupting her sleep, making her wonder if she recognized her own face in her mirror. She was changing. She was sure of it. If she were the same person she'd been when she first came to work at the reformatory, she would have quit on the spot and gone to the sheriff, or even better, to the FBI. Haddock was covering up a murder, probably more than one. August Montgomery's death was the first she'd experienced in her short tenure, and she'd known him, even if it was only a few days, and no punishment for the boy who'd killed him, no visit from the sheriff to file a report, a rushed, unmarked burial in the woods with children digging his grave while his family still did not know he was dead. When she'd asked Haddock's secretary the day before, she'd brusquely pointed out the typed envelope sitting in the outgoing mail bin, too late for the afternoon pickup. The boy would be buried for days before his family knew he was dead. Marion had tried to read the name and address, but that spiteful heifer had covered the envelope from her view and told her to stop sticking her nose in the superintendent's mail. Despite all of this, she'd gotten up and dressed for work and driven to the campus like it was an ordinary job on an ordinary day. If she tried to air reformatory business with Haddock's friends in the Gracetown establishment, she might end up behind bars herself on goodness knew what ridiculous charge, or have her house burned down. She knew better than to waste her time talking to that redneck sheriff. But why was she still here? Who was she becoming? For the boys, she whispered to herself in the empty band room, among the rows of trombones, trumpets, and drums she had hoped would deliver joy. I'm here to help these boys. But was she? Could she? Marion didn't usually leave the campus before 6 in case boys wanted to practice late, but she pulled open her desk drawer and began cramming the contents into her handbag. A hairbrush, a pack of Wrigley's gum, her palm-sized photo of Walter. She had come to work as usual today, but no more. She had to tell Percy. Marion sensed someone in her doorway and almost gasped at the shadow, convinced it was Warden Haddock ready to confront her and make good on the malicious promises in his eyes. But it was Percy, his hat in his hand across his chest. His face was wretched. I saw it, Percy said softly. The door was open, so I walked right in. I saw Marion. Marion didn't want to guess what horror her brother might have seen, so she waited for him to explain. That shed, the one behind the administration building. I went inside. He looked pale enough to faint, so Marion pushed a wooden chair to him and he sank down. She closed the door behind him and pulled down her blinds so no one would spy on them. What did you see? Marion said. Percy's glassy eyes stared ahead, miles beyond her. I've driven boys there, bound up like hogs, he said, his voice cracking. I did it just the other day. I thought it was just another punishment, like the box. What's worse than the box? Marion said. We couldn't have put prisoners of war down there without violating the Third Geneva Convention. I've been telling you, Percy. After what happened to August Montgomery, I had to go try to see about the stories. A boy told me Haddock rapes them in that shed. He'd lowered his voice at the end, but not enough to blunt the shock to Marion's ears. She'd heard of beatings and disappearances. But rape, too? Percy nodded to confirm the ugly truth. Boy called Haddock the devil like he meant it. And I saw it, Marion. Not where the brooms and tools are up front, but in the back, past the bed sheet hanging like a curtain. There's a filthy, bloody mattress on the floor, and chains
Just like the boy said. He was telling the truth all along. Haddix barely tried to hide it. The door wasn't even locked. I think Boone knows. Maybe they all know. And I drove that boy there.
Oh, Lord, Marion whispered, the silent prayer slipping from her lips. Lord, have mercy. We have to be away from this place, Percy. We have to tell.
I don't have proof, Percy said. But after what I saw, I just know in my bones.
What about August Montgomery? Maybe we can call the NAACP.
The NAACP almost got Lower Spruce burnt down the other night.
Percy stood up. His strength returned. He rubbed his face as if his veil of conscience weighed too heavily upon him.
You're talking foolishness.
Then we have to leave, Marion said. We have to leave and never come back. We can't be a part of it, Percy. Every day we come here, we make what they do here seem all right. We're no better than them. To her great relief, Percy was nodding. He had made up his mind before he came to her.
Yes, he said, but we can't leave right now. There was a fire in the kitchen.
At her start, he held up his hand.
No one hurt too bad. Haddock is blaming a ghost.
That explains it all, doesn't it? Marion said. With all the filthy, immoral things he's done, no wonder he's half crazy with ghost stories.
He told me to find Robert Stevens. That's his Hank catcher, or whatever nonsense.
Where is Robert? Is he all right?
I don't know, Marion. But I saw him covered in Vaseline, carrying a bag on his back. I was so busy worrying about what I seen in the shed, I didn't think twice. But now that I look back on it, he might be running away.
Part 8. The Hunt. 38. 5:25 p.m. The whole world was summer corn plants. When Robert strayed away from the fence to try to avoid being spotted as he ran, he lost his bearings and thrashed through the stalks in a panic, like the time he almost drowned after jumping from the Misery Swamp dock and Gloria reached down to save him. He wasted valuable time trying to veer back toward the fence rather than running straight ahead in what he guessed was the direction of the promised woods. But even tracking the position of the low-hanging sun couldn't keep him from getting lost and tangled in the endless green field. He wished he had a compass to guide him north. When he found the fence again, he was too close. A loud argument between two white boys on the other side reminded him to duck low. He hoped they wouldn't hear his ragged breathing, and he was sure he heard dogs. Every few steps, he stopped running to listen past his heart's roar to be sure the hounds weren't chasing him. Usually, the barking was only in his imagination. Once, the yapping dog he heard from the road behind him sounded far too small to be a tracker, but he started running faster to be sure. But the quicker he ran, the more he lost track of the columns of corn, panic coursing through his body like lashes from Haddock's whip. How could he make it through the woods if he couldn't even find his way in the cornfield? Haddock was probably chasing him by now, releasing the dogs from their kennel. Soon, Robert was crying from the horror of what he'd done and the hopelessness of trying to run. His legs buckled, and he tumbled down, skinning both of his knees white in the fall. The Hank jar landed so hard that he was afraid he'd broken it, so he rifled quickly through the satchel to be sure it was intact. It was all there. The slightly wrinkled drawing of Redbone, the tied pack of photos, the jar of ash. Nothing was broken or lost, except maybe him. "Blue!" he called out to the sky. "You hear? Which way do I go?" A crow called from above. Robert looked up. A single crow he hadn't noticed before circled him like a buzzard waiting on him to die. If not for what Blue had told him, Robert would have thought it was bad luck and shooed the big crow away. He couldn't stop imagining the crows gathered near the slaughtered hog the last time he'd been with Redbone. "Is that you?" Robert called. He expected the crow to land near him and take a human form, but instead it flew ahead and then circled back, a shadow passing over him. Almost like an ordinary crow, but not quite. The crow was trying to lead him. It was blue, or it seemed to be. Crows had always looked ugly and fearful to Robert, but this one had jet black feathers that shined in the sun, and it struck him that crows had always been lovely. This one was, anyway. That was enough to get Robert back on his feet and dry his eyes. Robert followed the soaring crow toward the woods. The longer Fenton Haddock waited for someone to find Robert Stevens to take care of his newest haint problem, the more he was convinced something was badly, badly wrong. The certainty was an itch in his brain. The voice of his younger self, his less disciplined self, that whispered his worst thoughts to him.
"You let them get the best of you,"
the voice said.
"They're all making a fool of you. You should have let these burn too."
His staff had blocked off the cafeteria door because it was so smoky inside, so dozens of waiting boys were sitting in the grass, organized by dormitory, waiting for sandwiches the kitchen crew was working on from folding tables hastily set up against the wall. Boone said no one else had been hurt in the fire, but Boone was calling off names from his ledger just the same, getting a head count. No boy ever missed dinner unless he was up to no good, and Robert Stevens was still nowhere in sight. Haddock watched for Stevens as every new boy streamed toward the cafeteria. But he did not come. Crutcher had gone looking for Stevens at the dormitory, but Haddock didn't trust Crutcher to the task alone, so he'd sent a couple of other dorm masters out to drive around the campus and look for Stevens too. Boone said he hadn't given him a pass to the white side of the campus, so he shouldn't have been so hard to find, unless he didn't want to be found. Had Stevens taken advantage of the excitement to try to disappear? The voice inside him posed an even more alarming question. Did Stevens set the fire somehow, so he could run? What if a haint hadn't set it at all? The plan seemed cunning and far-fetched for a boy of 12, but Haddock couldn't let go of it easily. The thought made him so nervous that he patted his back pocket for his billfold to find the spare cigarette and matchbook he kept hidden in the folds. The cigarette was crumpled and stale, but he never kept fresh ones because he didn't like the way cigarettes made him cough at night, no matter what the doctors and the radio ads promised about the new filters. His parents had smoked and then coughed themselves to death by the time they were 60, so doctors be damned. But a jolt of nicotine cleared his mind, so from time to time, Haddock allowed himself one spare so he could get enough of what he needed, but not enough to like it. The cigarette was so deformed that he could barely light it, but it finally took. Haddock had almost slid his billfold back in his pocket when he remembered his ritual of checking the zippered change compartment where he kept his spare desk key. His main key was snug on the ring strung to his belt, where he touched it at least a dozen times a day, but he checked on his spare only when he used his billfold. The compartment was empty. His spare desk key was gone. Haddock's lips pulled apart so fast that the cigarette fell to the grass. Haddock tried to slow his quickening heart by quizzing himself calmly on when he might have last used the key. No more than a couple of days could have passed since he'd seen it. Had he left it on his dresser at home? Spilled it out with the change he'd put in the change jar on his kitchen counter? Had his wife been rifling through his wallet and pulled it aside without knowing what it was? He'd slapped her more than once for touching his things, so he doubted she would have the nerve. But it was possible, wasn't it? Because where else?
The smoky smell that clung to his clothes and hair answered his question. If a haint had started the fire, couldn't a haint also have stolen his key? Kendall Sweeting had already pulled his photos out of his drawer more than once before Boone laid his trap. What if... Shit, Haddock said, all calm stripped from his mind. The day's events felt inextricably linked in such an obvious way that Haddock didn't need to hear the voice in his head say, "He's made a damn fool of you, and you better do something about it." Haddock ran for his truck, which was still parked near the kitchen door. He gestured for Boone, who put down his clipboard and stopped his roll call. Haddock was in a hurry, so Boone hurried too. Haddock wished he had 10 men like him. "I don't think any of this is an accident," Haddock said as he drove across the grass to the field that led to the administration building, the truck going so fast that even Boone looked uneasy. "I need to check something in my office. Then we're going to find Robert Stevens ourselves." "I would have seen Stevens by the kitchen," Boone said, not yet understanding, but Haddock didn't have time to broaden his thinking. No, Stevens probably had not set the fire. In fact, he'd been smart enough to steer clear of the kitchen altogether. But that didn't mean he hadn't had anything to do with it, that he hadn't helped coordinate it in some fashion. Haddock had ordered Cleo to kill Redbone, to break Stevens and motivate him to trap Haines without lies or disobedience. But what if Stevens really was like his daddy at his core? What if he made plans instead of getting scared? Stevens was only 12, but Haddock had learned not to underestimate children, the same way he knew never to underestimate Negroes. He hoped he hadn't underestimated this one. Doris stood up behind her desk, startled, when Haddock and Boone came bursting in from outside. The woman he'd been scheduled to interview as a schoolteacher was also in the lobby, her mouth in a surprised "oh" at the sight of them. Business as usual in Haddock's office. No accusations or repulsion in their eyes. No sign of the sheriff. No photographs in view. "Is everything all right?" Doris finally said. Haddock slowed his pace, holding his arm out to bar Boone from moving so quickly. In the small room, Haddock realized how they both reeked from the fire. He could only hope he had no ash on his face as he forced a grin. "Someone left a burner on, and we got some smoke," he said. "Everything's fine now. The boys are eating dinner as usual." Doris's shoulders sagged with relief. She relied on this job to put food on her family's table. Like all of the reformatory's employees, that was the thing none of the Tallahassee blowhards wanted to consider. Without the reformatory, where would the town get its corn? Who would run the printing press? He wasn't just trying to protect himself. The reformatory was like a town unto itself, and his town could perish. It could perish today. He shook the woman's hand and apologized for being tardy, asking if she wouldn't mind coming back on Monday. He even assured her the job was probably hers, and the way her face lit up put his mind even more at ease as he reached for his main key ring to unlock his office door. Haddock heard Doris offering appointment times, so he gave Doris a warm smile over his shoulder, and she smiled back at him, her ears turning pink at his rare affection. But his smile died as soon as he opened the door. "Come in," he whispered to Boone, and he quickly closed the door behind him. Something was wrong, but at first glance, Haddock couldn't have said what. Even at gunpoint, he scanned every corner, trying to spot it. "Stay here," Haddock said to Boone, leaving him standing close to his photo with Lucy. When Haddock walked closer to his desk, he saw that his screen had been removed from his window and propped against the back wall. The curtain swayed enough to remind him that he'd left his window wide open. He usually closed his window when he left his office for long periods, but not always, and not if he didn't expect to be gone long. Haddock ran behind his desk and saw the specter
that had dogged his nightmares for 30 years. His bottom drawer yawned, and the space behind his bottle crate was a dark, empty maw. He leaned over and felt inside to make sure it was empty. Quickly, he tugged on the other drawers to check them. Had a Haint only moved his things around to scare him? No. Nothing. The Haint jar was gone. Even worse, his photographs were gone.
"Boss,"
Boone finally said, worried.
"Someone broke into my office,"
Haddock said.
"Stole the Haint jar. Jesus, help,"
Boone said, more frightened than outraged. Ordinarily, he'd come up with a plan to flush out the thief and how to punish him. But like Haddock, Boone wasn't assuming the burglar was living. What did you do if the burglar was a Haint?
"Jesus ain't got nothing to do with this, Boone,"
Haddock said. He went to his window and looked outside at his limited view. He could see only the cornfield fence and a small swath of the campus that included the shed, about 30 yards down. The shed. Crutcher said he had seen Robert Stevens near there. Boone had walked closer behind him.
"Came in through the window."
Boone sounded relieved when he saw the discarded screen. A window screen probably wouldn't matter to a Haint.
"Let's go see what's outside."
Boone's mind was working more quickly than Haddock's, and why not? He didn't know the whole of it. The terror and the missing photographs. Haddock trusted Boone with many of his secrets, but not the worst of them. Nervous perspiration stung Haddock's eyes, so he mopped his brow with his shirt sleeve and followed his most trusted man outside. The thief had obviously hidden in the hedges, with fresh footprints. They looked like a grown man's. Between the first 3 rear windows, leading to Haddock's, a few leaves had fallen from the shrubs, and scuff marks on the brick showed how he'd climbed inside.
"I'm gonna call and get you bars for that window, boss,"
Boone said, still not understanding that there would be no need for bars across the window if those photos were made public. If a child had stolen the photos, he had a better chance of finding them, but a grown man might be long gone. Boone was crawling under the hedges like a detective, but Haddock's ribcage constricted so hard around his lungs that he had to think to breathe.
"These look to me like boot prints, boss, and I bet I know who's wearing these boots,"
Boone said, like a miracle.
"Robert Stevens, just like you were saying before. This big? He's only 12. Nah, sir. He had brand new boots when he came in, so we didn't have to give him those shoes. They looked big, just like these. Nobody can find him, right?"
"Right," Haddock said, and his lungs opened for a flood of oxygen.
"And Crutcher said he was out by the shed, so he can't be far."
With his panic receding, Haddock leaned over to examine the soil beneath his window and the patch of sunlight evading the hedges. A scoop of soil was missing near his window, with a lumpy pile of dirt beside it that didn't look natural. It might be nothing, but...
"Boone,"
he said.
"Back up. Let me see if something's buried." "Good eye, boss,"
Boone said, noticing the apple-sized lump. He gave Haddock room to kneel beside him. Haddock knew better than to pray to God for his photographs, but he prayed just the same to whatever spirit ruled over the reformatory and fueled the voice that had told him to set the fire.
"Please let it all be buried here."
But whomever he was praying to spat his prayer back at him, because he unearthed only an empty jar of Vaseline with a blue label.
"Stevens,"
Boone said.
"Crutcher said he was covered in this. What'd he do? Grease himself up to slide through your window like a pig at a county fair?"
Slowly, Haddock shook his head. Quick as he was, Boone still didn't see. It couldn't be a coincidence that Stevens had broken in at the same time he'd run off to see about the fire. Haddock's earlier panic was replaced with rage. This little son of a bitch has somehow staged a distraction
while he invaded his private chamber and stole from him. You better make him pay. The voice that had told him to set the 1920 fire rumbled, a voice very much like his own. Make him watch while you spill out his guts. Don't leave it to somebody else. You better kill this one yourself. Ring the big bell and rouse the dog boys, Haddock said. Time to hunt. 5:45 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is for you, not your children, Jack Webb's voice said gravely on the radio between the crackles on Miss Lottie's old receiver in the truck. The subject is of vital importance to you as parents. This is the story of a vicious man. The familiar dramatic horn music came on, and then an announcer's voice. Fatima Cigarettes, best of all cigarettes, brings you Dragnet. Gloria switched the radio off. The music program playing while Miss Lottie had been driving on the main road had soothed her, but she couldn't abide the tension of a police show while they were idling near the railroad trestle, just off of the deserted gravel road that had jounced them for the last 10 minutes of their drive. If Joe Friday were real, he'd be chasing after Robbie right now, because the judge said Robbie deserved to be locked up. Even Joe Friday, who never made a mistake, would be on the wrong side of justice in Gracetown. The creek that ran under the rustling old railroad trestle was so dry that it was mostly a mud puddle with reeds growing high. Gloria hoped the water flowed more like a proper creek closer to the reformatory to help cover Robert's scent as he ran. The water near them was so shallow that he would barely splash, and he would leave footprints. And while Robert would be able to climb up the bank to the truck, it was steep for a hurried climb. She wished she had scouted ahead instead of relying on Uncle June's memory of how it had looked before. With Uncle June and Wayman in jail and the creek so pathetic, Gloria felt certain that the day would end in sorrow if it all went wrong. She would tell the judge that she had led Robbie and Miss Lottie astray, and he should punish her instead. Maybe there was no way for a Negro with fixed ideas to avoid being sent to jail. That water sure ain't much, Miss Lottie said, sharing her thought. He'll get away before anyone even notices. Gloria kept her fears to herself, since Miss Lottie was sweating too much, her forehead dripping even though all of the windows were down. Worry made the air hotter and thicker. Gloria felt her own cheeks, sure she had a fever. The truck sputtered and coughed before the engine ticked off. Damn it! Don't worry, Miss Lottie said, pulling out the key. Probably the heat. We'll let her rest. We have to keep it running, so we'll be ready when he comes. Give old Susie a minute or two, Miss Lottie said. She's earned it. A mosquito landed on Gloria's nose, and she swatted it away. I can't sit here anymore, she said. The drive hadn't taken as long as they expected, so they had been waiting for 20 minutes, watching the creek for signs of Robbie through the archway of leaning cypress trees over the creek bed that might have looked majestic on another day. Gloria opened her door and climbed out of the truck and onto the rocky soil on the side of the road. Miss Lottie whistled to her, reaching over the seat to hand her the pearl-handled .22. Take it, Miss Lottie said. Just in case. But don't shoot Robbie. Even if Gloria hadn't heard her odd, halting speech, she noticed the tremor in Miss Lottie's hand as the gun passed between them, warm from Miss Lottie's clasp. Gloria didn't ask Miss Lottie what was wrong. Everything was wrong. Before Mama died, and she'd seen how brutal life could turn, she would have fretted more over Miss Lottie. But she discovered a frozen piece of her mind, reminding her that she couldn't leave Robbie, even if Miss Lottie got dizzy or sick, or even worse. It was too late to change the plan now. Like Miss Lottie had said, Robbie was her sole responsibility now. Can you reach in the back and hand me June's canteen? Miss Lottie said. Gloria didn't answer.
her face too stony for words. She felt around under the tarp in the far corner, beyond her suitcase, where June kept his army canteen, with the green fabric cover he'd brought back from the war. Gloria took a swallow herself first to moisten her mouth and throat. The water tasted slightly metallic, but it was still cool, from Miss Lottie's kitchen faucet. "Thank you," Miss Lottie said primly, her lips pinned, when Gloria handed her the canteen. Gloria knew Miss Lottie could have made a dozen complaints, but instead, she only swallowed from the canteen and laid her head back against her seat, her eyes closed. Gloria did not ask Miss Lottie if she was all right because she already knew she wasn't, but she had to watch the creek. Gloria walked a few steps down the embankment, trying to find the most obvious path for Robbie that he could climb quickly if dogs were at his heels. She spotted what looked like a deer path winding past jutting roots and weeds not far from the truck. Was it too steep for him? Gloria remembered the rope coiled in the back of the truck she'd seen near the canteen. "Miss Lottie, I'm going to tie a rope here to help him climb up," she said. Miss Lottie said, "All right," so faintly that Gloria almost didn't hear her. Gloria shoved the gun snugly into her deep front pocket, half afraid it would explode in her dungarees. Then she tied the rope securely around a sturdy tree trunk at the edge of the road and tossed the rest of it down to watch it uncoil. The rope got caught in branches halfway down, so Gloria tugged on it to test her knot and then began climbing down herself, holding the rope taut with her right hand while she unraveled the rest on the sharp descent and shook it loose with her left. While her loafers were solidly supported on a jutting boulder about 15 yards above the creek, she shook the rope to unfurl it as far as it would go. The tip didn't quite reach all the way down, but it would be easy enough to see from below. Gloria looked up, imagining it from Robert's viewpoint, and saw the rear of the truck where Miss Lottie had parked it just before the trestle, half hidden in wild weeds. The truck was obvious if you were looking, but it wasn't directly over the creek, where anyone might see it from a distance. Robert would see the trestle before he saw the truck, but he would see it. That was what she told her pounding heart anyway. Gloria slipped on her climb back up with the rope, and she was glad she was wearing 2 big Levi's jeans she'd borrowed from Wayman's drawer instead of a dress, since she was already muddy at the knees. She was eager to check the clock in Miss Lottie's truck to see if 2 hours had passed instead of 2 minutes, the way it seemed in her imagination. When she climbed back up to the truck, Miss Lottie had moved to the passenger side, hunched over as she went through the glove box, the part of Gloria that secretly had expected to find Miss Lottie dead over the steering wheel. Rejoiced. She loved Miss Lottie, but that also would have meant pushing Miss Lottie's body aside to be ready to drive off with Robbie no matter what. "You see him?" Miss Lottie said, eyes hopeful and childlike. "Not yet. What are you looking for?" Now that Gloria had mapped out a safer passage for Robbie, she felt guilty that she hadn't doted on Miss Lottie more. "I got it," Miss Lottie said, weakly holding up her black pill box with a rose image Mama had bought her. Miss Lottie's doctor had prescribed her pills for her chest pain from angina. Miss Lottie raised the canteen to her lips to swallow the pill, and Gloria helped her hold it steady, despite Miss Lottie's irritated glance, because she hated to be treated like she was helpless. "You okay?" Gloria said, the question she had avoided. "Dizzy spell. You better drive, Pumpkin. Don't want Robbie to get this far for me to drive us off the road." Her voice was casual, but Miss Lottie had never confessed that she was not fit to drive, not once, although Papa and Uncle June had been telling her for years. Whatever was troubling Miss Lottie was worse than dizziness. Gloria was partially relieved, but also terrified to see new pieces of the plan crumbling away. She'd laid the road map to the train station on the dashboard, but she didn't trust that she could steer the old truck well enough to make the sharp turn back to the main road with such steep ditches on either side. But she said, "All right," the simplest thing to say, even if it wasn't close to true. Gloria took a step away from the passenger's side window to peer toward the creek again. Not even rabbits or raccoons stirred in the stillness of the woods. Robbie wasn't going to come. The feeling was so certain that she was sure it was the future whispering in her ear. Then a bell began to ring. The bell from the courthouse had a stately and reverent sound that probably would not reach this far, certainly not as crisply. This bell was a sharp, frantic rally with a higher pitch, probably rung by hand, so loud that it had to be much closer than Main Street. The bell sounded like they had been caught already. Lottie straightened up in her seat.
"The runaway alarm," she said. "He's out, and they know he's gone. All these cracker farmers out here will be looking for him. Hope he's quick."
Robbie was quick, but the bell's sound was quicker. Another flaw in their plan. Robbie might not make it alone if he'd already been missed. She checked her pocket for the assuring mass of her hidden .22 and stared at the quiet creek bed where Robbie had not yet appeared, no matter how much she tried to summon him.
"Oh, no,"
Miss Lottie said miserably, and before Gloria could ask what was wrong, she heard the barking. Dogs. The barks were faint, but there was more than one. They might just be excited by the bell, but one bayed so loudly that it could only be a bloodhound. "Miss Lottie, stay here," Gloria said. "I'll drive, but get the truck running."
"Where are you going?"
Miss Lottie said, barely a whisper. She was in pain, but she would not say so, and Gloria did not ask because they only had room for Robbie. "Down to the creek," Gloria said. "I have to find him." 39. 5:50 p.m.
Colonel was Haddock's favorite tracking dog, a bloodhound personally trained since he was a rambunctious pup. Colonel didn't like to use his teeth the way the German shepherds did. He found runners with his tail wagging, like the hunt was a game of hide-and-seek. But it was a forgivable flaw, because Colonel was never wrong. He never gave up. Colonel was the best tracker in the kennel. He knew the bell meant it was time for work, and he'd track all night and through the next day if it meant he'd get his favorite hamburger steak when his job was done. Colonel came tumbling out of the bed of the dog boy's truck, loose brown jowls flapping, along with the 3 German shepherds Haddock had ordered special, and 2 lab mixes who had better noses than they should. They barked and ran in circles, glad to be free of the kennel. Jasper, the willowy ginger-haired dog master, who had started as one of the prisoners and graduated to staff, spoke sharply to keep the dogs focused as they barked, eager to run and chase. The 3 other dog boys who lived in the cottage at the edge of the campus with Jasper were strapping on their overalls and buttoning their shirts like firemen as they jumped from the truck. Jasper clipped Colonel's leash to his harness and handed it over to Haddock. "Where was he at, sir?"
Jasper said. Haddock pointed to his window. As embarrassing as it was to admit, he'd been careless enough to leave his window unlocked. Haddock had called the dog boys to the hedges where Robert Stevens had hidden while the kitchen burned. At Haddock's prompting, Colonel sniffed studiously under the window. Haddock put the empty jar of Vaseline under Colonel's nose and watched his dog's nostrils quiver as he caught the scent of the last person who had touched it, who wasn't Haddock himself.
"You got him, boy?"
Haddock coaxed.
"That's it. That's the one."
Colonel strained on his leash, nose on the ground. If Haddock let him loose, he'd have to search for both Stevens and his dog, since Colonel wouldn't pay attention to a hurricane, much less Haddock calling after him, once his nose had a scent. Even Haddock's training couldn't trump this stubborn dog's instincts to follow a trail. Holding tight to Colonel, Haddock gave the closed, empty jar of Vaseline to Jasper for the other dogs.
"This is all he left behind," he said. "No time to go run and fetch his clothes. But this should do. Let him smell the window, too."
"What the hell'd he use this for?" Jasper said, wrinkling his freckled nose at the jar.
Maybe somebody told him dogs couldn't smell him with that,
Haddock said.
It's not completely a full notion, but he didn't have near enough to cover him.
He pointed to a footprint in the mud beneath the window.
I'll bet 50 bricks he didn't put none on his boots.
Jasper looked bewildered that a Negro boy would have thought so far ahead. But he didn't know Robert Stevens, Jr. Hell, a Hank might have taught Stevens the trick. But with any luck, Stevens hadn't found his way off of the campus yet. He might be hiding in a tree until after dark, when he might believe he could make it out to the road undetected. Haddock hoped this whole ugly event could be put to bed fast. If Jasper or another dog boy found Stevens first, they might see the photos. He might be damned either way. Right on time, Boone drove back up in his white pickup after his trip to the gun cabinet.
"Colonel's already on him,"
Haddock called to Boone, and Boone grinned before he went to pull out the rifles. The younger dog boys got .22 rifles, but Jasper always hunted with a shotgun. Haddock decided to forego a shotgun and use the Colt 45 instead. Less weight to carry to vex his knee. And he was a good enough shot that he wouldn't miss the extra accuracy he would get with the rifle. Colonel would get him close enough to Stevens to shoot him in the face. Haddock noticed that Crutcher was finally returning from his search for Stevens at the dormitory, his sister hurrying beside him. They were both breathless and sweating from rushing. He'd hoped that Crutcher might have thought to bring some of Stevenson's clothing with him from the dorm, but Crutcher was empty-handed. Useless. Crutcher was already shaking his head that he hadn't seen any sign of Stevens. In the distance, the boys from the cafeteria had followed the commotion to gather and watch the start of the hunt. "What's going on?" Crutcher's sister asked.
"Hunt,"
Haddock told her.
"We got a runaway."
He only answered to see the uppity bitch squirm. He made a show of checking the rounds in his chamber as loudly as he could before he secured the gun in the back of his pants. Haddock handed Crutcher a leftover .22 rifle while she watched, and Crutcher held it as if he'd never seen a gun, despite the requirement that all dorm masters knew how to shoot. The shock on his sister's face nearly made Haddock smile, despite everything. She was hanging a few yards back, far away from the dogs.
"Anything moves, you shoot it,"
Haddock said to the dog boys, but he kept his eyes particularly on Crutcher.
"If Robert Stevens gets loose, there will be hell to pay. And if anybody shoots one of my dogs, I'll beat you senseless myself."
Crutcher's eyes were wide with horror he could not conceal. He had never been on a hunt, but everyone had a first time. Haddock winked at him.
"Don't worry,"
he said.
"That rifle's for hunting rabbits. You probably won't blow his head off."
Haddock noticed how Crutcher glanced back at his sister, and she was shaking her head at him, mouthing, "No." Boone patted Crutcher on the back with encouragement and pulled him away from his sister's eyes, since the man looked so sick. Crutcher held tight to his rifle, not refusing his orders. Haddock didn't quite trust Crutcher on the hunt, but he needed every hand. A posse of 7 with almost as many dogs should be able to collect Stevens just fine.
"All right, let's move out,"
Haddock said. He unwrapped the leash he'd wound around his hand, giving Colonel more room to move. Then the dog took off so fast toward the shed that Haddock's shoulder joint snapped and his feet nearly tangled. When Haddock's knee flared, he yanked back on the leash to try to slow Colonel down. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But Haddock was so eager to find Stevens in his photographs that he didn't care how sore his knee would be.
"Good boy, Colonel. Get him."
The dog boys whooped behind Haddock, adrenaline sizzling between them. Boone drove behind them slowly in the truck, in case they needed more speed. The trail took them close to where the burned outbuilding had been 30 years earlier. All traces of it were gone, but Haddock would always know that spot in his sleep. Colonel seemed to know, too, avoiding that place. At first, Colonel steered as if to go to the Negro side of the campus, like Crutcher had claimed. But then Colonel headed straight to the shed, The dogs were barking in a chorus by the time they reached the closed shed door. Colonel's nose was still pointed down into the grass, but the other dogs were sniffing the air. Haddock pulled the shed door open. Could it be this simple? But Colonel backed away from the shadowed space, keeping his nose down near the wooden wall planks. He yanked his leash toward a corner of the shed's exterior, sniffing furiously. The other dogs ran eagerly inside, though, pulling their handlers behind them. Haddock hoped those dogs weren't just excited for the exercise.
I don't think he went in,
Crutcher said as he caught up, out of breath. If not for Colonel's lack of interest inside the shed, Crutcher's uneasiness might have made Haddock suspect he was covering for the boy. But Colonel would never lead him astray.
Come on back out of there,
he called to the dog boys, banging on the shed wall. He didn't need a crowd trampling on his business if Stevens hadn't been inside. He'd barely gotten his order out before Colonel tugged on him again, taking him to the grass beyond the shed, following the trail. The watching crowd of boys in the distance had grown, on both the Negro and the white side of the campus, separated by the large field between them.
Let them watch and see what'll happen to them,
Boone thought.
Ought to bring Stevens's head back on a stick.
Colonel picked up speed as he reached the rutted path in the grass from the truck's tires. His heart celebrated.
Look,
Haddock said, pointing. He yanked on Colonel's leash with 2 hands and had to dig in to prevent the dog from charging ahead. Before him lay a perfect front half of a boot print. The other half was lost in the grass. The size of the large boot matched the print beneath his window. His progress delayed, Colonel sniffed at the boot print and wagged his tail. Haddock scanned the ruts to see if any other footprints had been captured. But all that remained was a disturbance in the soil that looked like Stevens might have tried to cover his tracks.
Smart goddamn boy. But not smart enough. Colonel still had him. Make sure the rest of them get that scent,
Haddock said to Jasper.
All they're smelling is each other's assholes.
Yes, sir, Jasper said, red-faced. He had pride in his dogs. Tracking was harder in the warm months, especially if it was dry, but that was no excuse. Only Colonel was on the trail. The other handlers crowded around the footprint with their dogs, giving irritated commands.
All right, Robert Stevens,
Haddock said, half to himself.
Where you headed now?
Colonel knew. As soon as the pressure on his leash eased, Colonel's nose led him to the grass parallel to the rutted soil, as if Stevens had stepped aside a few feet to hide his tracks. Colonel quickened his pace until Haddock had to jog to keep up with them, but he was glad they were running when he saw the funhouse in their direct path. Another clever place to hide. Behind him, the dog boys echoed Haddock's excitement with whoops and hollering.
He's in the right place, all right,
Boone called from his truck, keeping pace beside them.
Yeah, doggy, doggy, doggy.
Haddock cupped his mouth.
We got you, Stevens.
Taunting the boys in their hiding places was half the fun of the hunt, pricking their terror to flush them out. He hoped Stevens would get scared and bolt from the funhouse so the dog boys and their trackers could get the chase they wanted. Colonel didn't have a taste for blood, but those German shepherds would eat that little bastard for dinner when they caught him, especially Scout. Stevens couldn't tell anyone about the photographs, with his face eaten off. And if half the boys at the reformatory saw it happen, all the better. No one else would run in a long while, would they? The growing grin on Haddock's face faded when Colonel avoided the funhouse entrance and followed the scent toward the rear. He nosed around the chairs assembled for the Negro boys, knocking one aside in his fervor. But then Colonel paced the rear wall, back and forth. Haddock glanced nervously at the adjoining 100-acre cornfield, glad a tall fence topped with barbed wire separated the field from the campus. He'd had to fight to pay for that fencing a few years back, but the peace of mind was worth every penny. He scanned the barbed wire for signs of torn clothing just the same, but no child in his right mind would try to climb that fence. Again, Jasper and the other dog boys were clamoring inside the funhouse in search of Stevens, even though Colonel had already told Haddock they would not find him there. But where, then? Haddock wished he had a cigarette or even a swig of water. The panic that had smothered him when he first discovered his photographs were missing was cooling from his cheeks and fingertips. He prayed Colonel was about to round the funhouse and go to the front entrance after all. But instead, the dog's nose sniffed at the grass on the way to the cornfield fence.
"No way,"
Boone called out from the truck, idling just off to the side.
"Maybe he lost it. Colonel doesn't lose a trail,"
Haddock muttered. But he hoped Boone was right, as the dog sped up again, pulling Haddock toward an iron fence post. Colonel plunged his head into the weeds around the fence post, snuffling like a hog. As Colonel burrowed, a large panel of the fence hooked to the post shivered more than it should.
"No,"
Haddock whispered.
"Damn, boss, look it,"
Boone said. Colonel was pushing himself through the fencing as the panel trembled until a flap fell away from the post, flattened. Colonel's front paws were already on the other side, his thick haunches sliding across the grass as he slipped through what had become a gaping hole, more than large enough for a bloodhound and a 12-year-old child.
"He got through the fence,"
Boone called to Jasper and the dog boys.
"Get out here!"
The cacophony of barking sent Haddock's head spinning, his thoughts hard to catch. If Stevens had crawled under this fence close to 20 minutes before or longer, he might have made it to the road already. How had this happened? How had he been bested by a child? Colonel was already on the other side of the fence, pacing as far as his leash would allow through the hole. He looked back at Haddock as if to say, "I thought you wanted to catch him."
"I'm going under with Colonel,"
Haddock said.
"Boone, load up the dog boys on the truck and drive around the fence. I want the dogs covering the field and the truck covering the road. Let's make up for lost time and catch 'em before dark. Boss, you want me to call on the Hewitts and—" "No,"
Haddock cut him off. The last thing he needed was for those photographs to land in the hands of Lance Hewitt, who was with the State Highway Patrol and beyond Burge jurisdiction. Some of the reformatory's neighbors might already be patrolling because of the bell and the standing $50 reward, but he wouldn't tempt fate.
"We'll get 'em ourselves."
"You sure, boss?" Boone said. He didn't question instructions often, but of course he was worried that Stevens was already to the road and beyond if he'd been running fast.
"Yes, I'm counting on you, Boone."
Ideally, Colonel could lead Haddock straight to Stevens without a pack on his heels to see the photos. But if Stevens had too much of a head start, Boone would see him on the road, or another dog would catch him hiding in the corn.
"He has my private belongings. No one sees my private things except you. Here? Not the dog boys. Not Hewitt. Nobody." "Yes, sir."
Boone honked his horn in a long, persistent note that sent Jasper and the dog boys scrambling to climb back into the bed of the truck with their dogs. Crutcher stood watching. He wasn't Boone by a long shot, but Haddock wanted to keep an eye on him during his initiation.
"You come on under the fence with me,"
Haddock said.
"Take off that coat so you don't dirty up that pretty suit."
"Yes, sir," Crutcher said in a defeated mumble, taking off his coat and draping it over a branch. Crutcher might not survive this hunt if he couldn't get his heart behind it, or if he saw too much. Haddock had warned Crutcher the day he interviewed for the job that he could not be soft on the boys, or they would be ruined as men. Today was Crutcher's first real test. Haddock lowered himself to his knees, pushing the loosened fence panel down as far as it would go, while Colonel tugged on his leash, barking impatiently for him to hurry up. Colonel pulled so hard that a sharp edge of the severed metal gashed Haddock's upper right arm as he crawled through, leaving a red stripe of blood through his torn shirt. The cut wasn't too deep, but it hurt more than any injury in years, and would likely leave a scar. When Haddock roared a curse, Colonel whimpered and looked back at him with hangdog eyes, snapped from his scent euphoria. Colonel lost all his passion for hunting if Haddock yelled at him. And of course, Haddock had never hit Colonel. Haddock couldn't train his bloodhound the way he trained the boys.
"It's all right, boy,"
Haddock hissed between his teeth, patting Colonel's head and running his hand down his flapping ears.
"I'm not mad. I promise."
Then his command,
"Get him."
Colonel's tail wagged. He pressed his nose back to the soil. Once again, Haddock's celebration was cut short as he followed Colonel's lead. He'd expected Stevenson's trail to turn south toward the road, but the dog was tracking north through the crops and more or less parallel to the fence. Haddock thought Stevens might have run the wrong way at first and would correct his path, but Colonel's pace north only quickened.
"What's back this way?"
Crutcher said. Haddock mapped it in his memory, since he had considered purchasing that land for the reformatory. The cornfield ended on the unincorporated property beyond the county line that was still mostly untouched woods. Nothing was out there except a creek, once a river, that ran out just beyond the abandoned railroad track and was long overgrown with weeds. This route held none of the promise of the peanut mill or the main road leading back to Lower Spruce. But if Stevens thought the Vaseline would keep the dogs off of him, maybe he thought the water would too.
"The creek,"
Haddock said as it dawned on him.
"That little son of a bitch."
Crutcher quickened his pace to try to catch up with Haddock.
"Should I tell the others? They'll figure it out if those dogs are worth a damn. If not, I don't need 'em."
Haddock reached back to pull out his Colt so it would be ready in his hand.
"Superintendent,"
Crutcher began gently.
"why are the guns? Surely he doesn't have one."
No, Crutcher would not pass this test.
"I'd surely love to know who cut my fence,"
Haddock said, mimicking him.
"Stevens didn't do that by himself. You got any ideas?"
"No, sir."
"Not at all."
Haddock waited a moment to decide if he believed Crutcher, while Colonel sniffed at another boot print beside a browning plant. By God, Colonel was on Stevenson's trail.
"How'd you like what you found, Crutcher?"
"Sir?"
"Out in my shed. You said you were messing around in there. How'd you like it?"
In the long silence, the other dogs barked a racket, still heading the wrong way. He and Crutcher would be alone, at least for a while.
"I found a room,"
Crutcher said.
"That's all. That's the trouble when you go through another man's things,"
Haddock said.
"Did it dawn on you to wonder what I use it for? Besides sweeping. Maybe I'm just dumb,"
Crutcher said, an almost laughable claim from a man as hardy as he was.
"But I don't understand your meaning, Superintendent Haddock."
Haddock hated being lied to. He considered turning on his heel, raising his Colt, and seeing what kind of mess he could make of Crutcher at close range. He'd tell Bird he was so surprised by the footfall behind him that he'd shot Crutcher by accident. Not that Bird needed more than half a reason, but he didn't want to slow down Colonel's momentum. A gunshot would upset his dog.
"Only 2 things you need to know on a hunt,"
Haddock said instead.
"Number 1, you make an example of the runner, or others will try it. Number 2, you keep your mouth shut and don't ask questions. Don't make me tell you twice. Some mistakes you don't come back from."
Crutcher did not answer, even to say yes, sir. Haddock heard his silent loathing and judgment behind him. But if Crutcher wanted to shoot him in the back, so what? Crutcher would have a hell of a tough road explaining the shooting to Bird, even if he tried to claim it was an accident. Negro men didn't shoot down white men if they wanted to live another day. Haddock ventured a glance over his shoulder so he could see Crutcher's tight, angry lips and let him know he didn't give a damn. Haddock smiled.
"Watch and learn,"
he said. The leash snapped as Colonel ran faster, leading them toward Robert Stevens. 40. On the unfenced end of the cornfield, Robert ran into a wall of trees, with dogs barking behind him. Real dogs, not the noises that had fooled his ears as soon as he was under the fence. Robert had hoped that liberation from the corn plants meant he could wade straight into the creek. Instead, he was wading into a tightly packed thicket of thin tree trunks and nests of brush beneath them, barely passable and harder to see past than the ordered rows of corn. If not for the dogs and Gloria waiting for him, he would have turned back. These weren't the tame woods where he lived, thinned by traffic paths to the turpentine camps, with easy gaps between the trees for games of tag. He never would have played with Gloria in these woods, where any toy would instantly be lost, and every step was met by twigs poking and scraping his chest, arms, and shins. If not for the dogs, and maybe snakes, the thick woods would be the perfect place to hide. But they were not good for running, or for finding his way. For the first time since the crow had appeared in the cornfield, Robert was forced to slow down until he wasn't running. And then he was hardly walking, fighting against the underbrush, his arm raised to protect his face. But it was impossible not to get scratched, and Robert pressed one hand over his right eye after a twig smacked his face so hard that he thought he'd poked his eyeball out. The sting almost made him cry out, but the barking behind him reminded him not to make a sound. Was the barking farther away? Robert was afraid to trust his ears because he wished it so much, and wishes weren't real. But at least the dogs didn't sound closer. Not yet. He didn't see the crow anymore either. The crow had come in and out of sight in the cornfield, but Robert hadn't seen it in the web of trees. Now Robert wondered if the crow had been blue, or if he'd only hoped it was, and despair licked at his stomach again. He felt let down, by both Blue and by Gloria, although it pained him to admit that he was frustrated with his sister. She hadn't described the woods this way at all. She'd promised a creek, and instead thick woods were a trap slowly catching him like a spider's web to hold him for the dogs. And holding him for Haddock. Robert knew he must be coming too. No wonder most runaways ran toward the road instead. Why hadn't Blue told him what to expect? Or did Blue know these woods himself, after being trapped at the reformatory? Blue might not have ever set foot in the land behind the cornfield, or even known how to get there. Robert's doubts and worries cramped his lungs as he gasped harder for air, although his pace had slowed to a crawl. The more slowly he moved past the thickets and fallen timber, crisscrossing his path as if to block him, the harder he breathed, as the air was hotter and thicker. But his fear of Haddock and the dogs kept his feet moving, despite his aching muscles and overworked lungs. He squeezed himself past the pine trunks and tried to duck as many branches as he could, ignoring the scratches. As he was finding his rhythm, he was yanked backward so hard that he almost fell from his feet. He turned around in terror, afraid Haddock had somehow snuck up behind him. But his satchel had only caught on a broken limb. When he pulled to try and free himself, he realized the limb had caught in the satchel's hole, not the strap, and had ripped the hole so big that the paint jar fell to the ground, with the envelope beside it. "No, no, no," Robert whispered. He didn't know if he was more afraid of breaking the paint jar or seeing Haddock's photos. But he rushed to collect everything that had fallen out. The jar had a chip in the glass now, but it had not broken enough to release the ashes inside. The envelope was still tied tightly, but Robert tightened the string a little more just to be sure. He would have to carry the torn satchel in his arm like an infant. A dog bayed behind him, shockingly close. He heard Haddock's voice calling in the wind, saying, "Here, doggy, doggy." Haddock was going to catch him. Despair froze Robert where he crouched. He was afraid to move or lift his head too high. When he was still, his breathing and heartbeat were so loud that he was sure Haddock would hear him a mile away. He started to crawl forward in the prickly brush, but he noticed that the drawing of Redbone had flown free from the bag, lying 10 feet to his right. The drawing was more wrinkled than it had been and seemed to have a tear, but Robert would not leave Redbone's drawing behind. Leaving it behind would not only be a sign for Haddock on the trail, it would feel like leaving Redbone's spirit behind too. Still breathing fast, perspiration falling into his eyes, Robert crawled toward the drawing, which had landed on a flat stone beyond another fallen tree trunk. He strained to reach through a gap beneath the fallen tree to try to grab it. But as soon as his fingers got close, the paper shivered and flew out of his reach, hopping 5 more feet away in a light breeze. Cursing, Robert climbed over the tree trunk to try to reach it again. This time, the paper whirled up higher and away from him, like it had been snatched and was dancing 8 feet in the air above him, rocking gently back and forth before it got stuck in a tree branch and flapped there. "No," Robert whispered again, near tears. He didn't have time to climb up, and the paper freed itself, hovering above Robert so that Redbone's face showed. Then it floated farther ahead, rocking lazily on breezes that Robert could not feel. "Redbone?" Robert whispered, hardly daring to hope. "Or Blue? Is that you?" An invisible crow called. Robert was so excited that he nearly shouted for joy. "Will you show me?" he whispered. "Can you show me where to go?" The floating paper whirled in a circle and then charged forward, nearly out of sight past the treetops. "Wait, not so fast!" But he followed. If Blue or Redbone or both of them were driving the paper's path, as he hoped they were, they had saved him a harder time. Because his direction had shifted slightly, he fought past untamed brush until the floating and dipping paper revealed a deer trail he had not seen from his previous position. He might never have found the thin trail of orange soil, where it was so much easier to run and seemed more likely to lead to a creek. He noticed that his boots were leaving prints on the path, but the loud bang behind him told him he didn't have time to cover his tracks. The dog knew where he was. He only hoped he had enough of a head start to outrun the dog and locate Gloria and the truck. But did he? Clasping the broken satchel and its contents to his chest, Robert begged his aching, pulsing legs to keep running just a bit further and faster. He was quick in short races, but he wasn't used to long distances, and his entire body was complaining. His feet were sore, chafing against the insides of his 2 big boots, and his lungs were howling for rest. When his stomach lurched, he braced himself against a tree trunk with one arm while he bent over and threw up the food he'd eaten that day, splattering the mess against the soil. He kicked at pine needles to cover it. He didn't want to give Haddock the satisfaction of knowing how tired and scared he was. "Here, doggy, doggy, doggy," Haddock's voice called. Haddock sounded close enough to tap him on the shoulder, so Robert stumbled into a run again. And the dog, the howling sound wasn't like the choppy barks from Red McCormick's dog Duke when he chased you down the fence. The low, wounded baying sounded like Henry Jackson's song by the old well, as if the dog were telling stories about Robert's short, sad life. Where was the paper? He had lost sight of it when he threw up, but he noticed it caught in some branches overhead, more torn than before. For an instant, he was sure it was just an ordinary piece of paper that had been blown by the wind, and maybe he was completely off track by now. Why had he ever believed he could steal from Haddock and get away? Why had he believed that Gloria could rescue him when she'd barely been able to feed him? Or that Hance could lead him to freedom when Blue was trapped himself? But as Robert ran on the faint trail, the paper yanked itself free from above and sailed a few yards ahead of him, twirling. The paper's frolicking reminded Robert of newsreels he'd seen of Air Force jets doing tricks in the air. Robert laughed with the hysteria he could not control as he gasped for air. The paper was a Hance somehow, And the haint was leading him just as Blue had promised, and every time he thought of it, he laughed harder, because no haint he had ever seen in a scary movie looked like a plain old piece of paper. The treetops whispered as he ran, rustling so loudly that they obscured the sound of the barking. Gooseflesh sprang across Robert's arms as an energy like electricity jolted his skin, like being held and rocked and sung to, like being carried. When the path cleared up and Robert saw an opening ahead he hoped led to the creek, his feet were moving with longer and longer strides before he touched the ground, and it dawned on him that he might be flying instead of running. Was he floating over the stones and dead leaves and pine cones, his legs freed from their burden as they churned above the ground? As soon as he looked down, Robert's feet landed on the path hard, but he didn't lose his balance. Propped up by imaginary arms, he leaped up again to see if he could fly, just as his dreams had always promised, or some memory of long ago. And as his legs pumped, he felt himself rise until a tree branch above him thwacked the side of his head, and a dead leaf went into his mouth. But that only made him laugh harder. His feet couldn't feel the chafing against his raw ankles anymore, gliding instead of running. Then he landed so hard that it hurt his soles and made him stumble, scraping his knees. The path had led him to a clearing, and a Negro woman in a white dress like a church usher was standing 20 feet ahead. She was smiling at him, so familiar that he almost called Gloria's name. But the shape of her face and frame made him gasp as he realized. "Mama," Robert said. Calling her broke the spell, or maybe it was the baying dog behind him. But the woman was gone when he blinked away droplets of sweat. The leaves' powerful rustling was gone too. Along with the electric feeling Robert was now sure she had given him to help him move faster and find his way. She'd appeared in the middle of the creek ahead, wading in the water like the spiritual Miss Lottie had sung. A crow called, and this time Robert saw the bird perched on a branch above the water, close to where Mama had been. Robert's knees gave way until he was kneeling at the edge of the path, panting, new tears mingling with the sweat stinging his eyes. His excitement at finding the creek couldn't overcome the pain of seeing Mama so briefly before she was gone. He had seen a dozen ghosts at the reformatory, but only Mama's ghost truly mattered, and she'd been the hardest to find. Maybe it was because she had never visited the reformatory in life, as Blue had said, and she had only appeared in a flash to let him know she was there, that he had reached the creek he was looking for. The unfairness opened new sorrow in Robert, even as he whispered, "Thank you, Mama," because coming to him must have been so hard. As if in comfort, the pencil drawing of Redbone floated back down in front of him and onto the ground. The journey had nearly torn the paper in half, but Redbone's grin still showed through the rips and creases. Sobbing now, Robert folded the paper as well as he could with shaking hands and shoved it into his back pocket, hoping it would be safe there. The crow called again, sounding impatient, and Robert let go of any doubt it was Blue. "Okay, dang," Robert whispered. "I'm coming." The creek stretched in two directions, lined by nearly identical trees and mud banks, but the crow was perched in a thin tree, cracked in half like a matchstick above the water. So that was the way Robert went. Upriver, he remembered Gloria telling him, although without the crow's help, how would he have known? The water was a still pool, not flowing in any direction, mostly clear but clouding from mud every time Robert took a step. Warm water seeped into his boots, soaking his socks and feet, making each stride heavier as the mud sucked at his soles. Gloria had said the water would reach his waist, so he held the satchel high on his chest. But even after he'd waded several yards into the warm creek, the water barely reached his knees. Was it enough to cover his scent the way Gloria had promised? Haddock would know he had come to the creek, but if he moved quickly, Haddock might not know which way he had turned. Robert tried to increase his pace, but he nearly tripped on something solid, hidden under the placid green-brown water, and he had to move more slowly so he wouldn't fall, trying not to disturb the water too much so the ripples would not betray him. Untouched woods grew on either side of the creek, with debris clogging the center from fallen branches. He had to walk around. The dog chasing him bayed mournfully again. A stitch in Robert's side stabbed him as he grew more anxious, straining to see the railroad trestle. He could smell every pore of his skin and drop of sweat on his body, but he hoped the dog would not. How far did he have to walk in the creek? Haddock would see him from a distance. The crow's call sounded annoyed this time, although it was hard to tell with crows. The bird slowed ahead of him, circling. But Robert walked stubbornly on. If the crow was blue, Robert knew what he wanted. But he didn't have time yet. The dog was too close. "I'll set them free when I see the railroad trestle," Robert said, breathing hard. "I can't stop and let Haddock see me." But Blue wasn't satisfied. The crow made another annoyed sound and swooped close to Robert's head, making him duck by instinct. "Hey, cut it out," Robert hissed. "You're going to make me drop it." It occurred to Robert that Blue wanted him to drop the jar in the creek so it might break and free the ashes. If Robert could be sure that would work, he would have tossed the paint jar away as soon as he got to the water. But if the glass didn't break, Haddock might find it floating. Redbone wasn't captured in the paint jar, but all of the spirits inside deserved to get away from Haddock. But Blue had a different idea. The longer Robert hurried through the water, the closer the crow dove at his head. Hot air flapped from its wings, and a talon scratched through Robert's hair to his scalp. He wasn't sure, but he might be bleeding. Robert was so startled by the pain that he tripped and splashed into the murky water, soaking his clothes. He held the satchel over his head, clutching the hole tightly closed so nothing would spill out. If the photographs in the envelope got wet, they would get stuck, and the images might be ruined. "You got my picture of Redbone wet," Robert complained as he stood up as quickly as he could. He didn't have to look at his shorts to know how wet they were. His clothes clung to him like a second skin. He didn't try to pull the drawing out of his pocket because he was sure he would only tear it up worse now. He would have to wait for it to dry and hope he could still recognize Redbone's face, so he would never forget him, even when he was an old man. The crow landed atop a pile of branches collected in front of Robert in the creek, gazing in a way that dared him to keep moving. Robert never wanted to see another haint his whole life, unless it was Mama. If he had time, he would have cussed Blue out good. The barking behind him was still too close, but no closer than it had been before he reached the creek. Had Haddock seen the water yet? Was he trying to decide which way to go? The creek had turned with a slight bend, so Haddock might not see him when he emerged from the woods. Maybe Blue was right. Maybe he did have some time to set the ashes free first. "If I get caught, it's your fault, Blue," Robert muttered, pulling the jar from the satchel. The crow shook water from its shiny black wings, waiting. Robert was sure it was Blue, because it had grown to be the biggest crow he had ever seen, the size of a young turkey. Robert had to keep one hand on the satchel, so he pressed the jar against his belly as he tried to open it with his free hand. The lid was tight. Damn it again! Even when he maneuvered his left hand to hold the jar steady, he could not make the metallic lid budge. Petroleum jelly had greased up his fingertips, so he couldn't get a good grip. Somewhere behind him, the dog bayed again. Panic made Robert's mouth taste rotten. He plunged one hand into the water, feeling around. At first, He only clutched pebbles. But finally, his fingers landed around a fist-sized stone, slimy with algae. He cradled the haint jar against the crook of his arm and smashed at it with the stone as hard as he could, more afraid of Haddock and the dog than he was of cutting himself. With the first try, the blow only vibrated across his arm with a dull ache, leaving the bottle intact. His second try, even harder, made a large crack across the word royal in the glass. The third blow with the stone finally cracked open a hole the size of a silver dollar. Still breathing fast, Robert shook the bottle to fling the ashes out. A breeze flew some of the powdery ashes across the bridge of his nose, and Robert coughed, panicked, turning his face away. When he had shaken out as many of the ashes as he could, he submerged the bottle to let the water soak inside and poured out the gray mixture of creek water and ash until the bottle was cleared. That done, Robert thought maybe he should say something like everyone had done at Redbone's burial. He had not known the boys, not even Henry Jackson. So he remembered what text had said, declaring, "They were children of God. They deserved to live their lives." Then he added something he had heard Pastor Jenkins say at Mama's funeral. "Please lead your children home." "Amen," a voice said, and Robert jumped. Blue was standing on the creek's bank in black mourning clothes. A crow no more. Robert forgot his anger when he saw Blue. It was good to see him looking like a regular boy again. Emptying out the haint jar might have been the most important thing he had ever done. Bigger than breaking into Haddock's office. Bigger than running away. "Did it work right?" Robert said. "Are they free?" "Yes," Blue said. "See?" Blue pointed to the water at Robert's feet, which bubbled as if dozens of tiny guppies were feeding, the circles of ripples colliding. The guilt Robert had felt for helping Haddock capture the haints melted as he watched the creek water dance. "Are you free now, too?" "Yes," Blue said. "I won't have a reason to stay. Not after we're done." "Done running?" Robert said. He tossed the empty, broken bottle into the creek, watching it sink so it would not betray his path. The glass didn't gleam beneath the water. Good. Blue shook his head. "I'm sorry. No. I was afraid to tell you." Everything was a trick with Blue. Nothing was exactly what he promised. "Tell me what?" Robert said. "About Haddock," Blue said. Robert's bottom lip shook. "What about him?" Blue stared at Robert with the same scrutiny as the crow, with eerily round black eyes. When Blue blinked, his eyes turned normal. "You're not the only one running," he said. "That kid Tex from band? When he saw the dogs after you, he led 10 other boys with him to the woods on the other side of the dorm, headed in another direction. They're gonna try to make it to that side road while everybody's looking for you. And Haddock's got this kid from the kitchen, Kendrick, locked up in the box so he can hurt him later. You're not the only one in trouble." "When people see the photos, they don't have time to wait for that," Blue said. "It's up to us." "Up to us to do what?" Robert said, his heart racing with new dread. Whatever plan Blue had kept from him was bound to be terrible. Blue had never cared about him running away or whether he ever saw Gloria and Miss Lottie again. "We've got to kill Haddock, Robert." Blue's garbled voice sounded half like a crow's, half like that of the young boy he'd been. "Before he hurts anybody else." "Liar," Robert said. "You don't care about those other kids. You just want Haddock dead because of what he did to you." "Don't you?" Blue said. "After what he did to Redbone?" With all Robert's heart, he did. He'd wished Haddock dead since the night Haddock whipped him at the funhouse. but especially since Haddock had sent Redbone to die. He'd always believed killing was wrong, but no jailhouse was good enough for Haddock, not even the electric chair, although Papa said the worst punishments were mostly for Negroes. The photos he carried might not prove enough to put Haddock in jail. He might make up explanations other white people would believe. The sheriff wouldn't believe Robert's claims against Haddock, the same way he'd never believed Papa. Maybe no one would. But Gloria was waiting for him. Boone was a liar, but had been right when he said Haint's whispered ways to die in your ear. Robert knew he should still be running instead of wasting time talking to Blue in the middle of the creek. Haddock might see him at any time. He suddenly felt so tired that he wondered how he could take another step. Blue's demands were taking the wind out of him, even while the dogs baying, so much closer now, made his skin itch to run. I don't want to kill anybody, Blue. Not even him. I just want to go home.
You don't have to kill him. I will, Blue said. You only have to let him catch you.
41. The creek's bank was so choked with brush that Gloria stepped into the water close to the shallowest edge as she hurried toward the barking. Birdsong overheard, and the gentle stirring of small creatures in the reeds concealed the true horror of the day. The bloodhound was closest, but at least 2 other dogs were audible now, although she didn't think they were in a pack. Not yet. Intuition flooded her as she ran, flowing freely with her breath. Haddock wanted to hide his secrets, but other dog handlers were catching up, and Haddock had a gun, his trigger finger untroubled by decency or conscience. Haddock didn't only want to capture Robbie. Haddock planned to kill him. Mama used to say Gloria rushed into plans without thinking, just like Papa, so she tried to think as she navigated the creek with all the speed she dared. As she ran, splashing her loafers and the cuffs of her denim dungarees, Gloria asked herself what she was willing to do to save Robbie. She could rescue him from 1 dog and 1 man, maybe, but she couldn't prevail against several. Could she die for her brother? The resolve pumping through Gloria's veins with her heartbeat was so fierce that she knew she could. She had not believed she might die today, when she woke up in Mrs. Hamilton's comfortable guest bedroom on a quiet new street, free from crowing roosters. But she might have reached the place where she would die. Not Miss Lottie as she feared. Her. She squeezed her eyes closed to try to see what was to come, but as always, she couldn't see when she tried. Gloria tested the idea of dying to see if it would paralyze her or make her want to turn back. But she only ran faster, her feet slipping slightly in unseen hollows. Until that moment, she had not known that she was not afraid to die. But she might not have to. She could shoot a dog without thinking twice, and she was sure she could shoot a man too, even if it would mean going to jail. But could she shoot more than 1 man? She didn't know, but maybe she could. Newspaper reporters and the sheriff would claim she had lost her mind, like they would say about Ruby McCullum in Live Oak one day soon. But her soul knew the truth. Rescuing Robbie from a killing place would not be as immoral as leaving him there. The stench of pain and death from the reformatory reached all the way out to this creek, dripping from aerial roots reaching toward the water. And if the law said she was wrong to shoot at the men chasing her brother, the law was wrong too. Uncle June had said he didn't think his killing in the war was a sin because those men were trying to kill him. She would know the truth at least. Miss Lottie, who had given her the gun, would certainly know. Papa would too. If she lived long enough, one day she would write a book about how she had helped set Robbie free. She'd tried the courthouse, hadn't she? She'd brought Harry Timor and the glorious John Dorsey to try that way. But justice in Gracetown didn't exist for Negroes. She'd told the judge about Lyle McCormick's true-life violations, and all he'd cared about was Papa's imaginary one. No one was left to look out for Robbie except her. Gloria heard a woman singing and realized the voice was hers. She didn't remember hearing it before, but the melody and lyrics popped into her head like a song she knew well and had sung with her arms clasped with others who were not afraid to die. She sang with a low, soft voice, keeping rhythm with her splashing feet. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching to freedom land. It was a freedom song. Gloria didn't know how she understood there was any such thing, but it was a song for church, and also for street marches in a sea of determined Negro faces. No music had ever lifted her spirits like the song on her lips. She finally understood how Mahalia Jackson's praise music sounded to Miss Lottie. The melody was old-timey, but it was a song from the future. Maybe it was a song from her future, or Robbie's. The song made her feel like she could remake the world. If she lived, saving Robbie might only be the beginning of what she could do. The song led Gloria through twists and turns as the creek widened and deepened farther into the woods, away from the safety of the waiting truck, toward the chaos of the barking. Nearly whispering, she sang her way past branches and stones, brushing off bugs and spider webs so thick and strong they once would have made her scream when they touched her hair. And then she saw him, 20 yards in front of her. Robbie was standing dead center in the creek, like a nature portrait on a museum wall. She grinned, but he was facing the bank instead of looking ahead at her. Whispers of his voice carried on the water surface. Who was he talking to? Gloria crouched behind a shrub on the bank in case one of the trackers had found him. Gloria's heart stuffed her throat. Shooting someone had been easy in her imagination. What if it wasn't Haddock? What if it was some silly young boy hardly older than she was, like the deputy who had arrested Robbie, just doing what he'd been told? But no one was in sight, although Robbie was so intent on his conversation that he hadn't noticed her approach. And Robbie's tone was measured, not scared, so soft she could not hear his words. The only other creature she saw on a branch above the bank was some kind of bird, maybe a raven or a crow. But even the crow was gone when Gloria blinked a gnat from her eye. Why had Robbie stopped? Why wasn't he running? Was he praying? After 30 long seconds of watching Robbie, Gloria decided it was safe to call for him. She tried to whistle at first, but her lips were trembling and mostly blew out only breath. Gloria opened her mouth. The bloodhound was so loud that it could be in her ear, and brush rustled nearby. Gloria clamped her mouth shut with both hands to keep any sound from bleeding through. She ducked farther into a cluster of air plants growing against a mangrove trunk. Water sloshed a racket as her weight lurched, her knees suddenly unsteady and worthless as she clung to the tree. Her veins felt like they were filled with acid instead of blood. But Robbie did not move or jump, as if he had been waiting. "Here, doggy, doggy, doggy," a deep, languid voice taunted, a voice she had never heard, but knew as well as the song in her head. Then she saw Haddock, abnormally tall, wearing a Western-style hat that made him look like every slave catcher from Mama's history lessons. She might have met him in her nightmares, long before this terrible day. Haddock was limping on the bank, pulled forward by a black and brown bullhound that was squirming with excitement because it had tracked its target. Gloria dug into her pocket to pull out a gun. Haddock was too far to shoot with her little .22, and besides, with Robbie standing in the center of the creek, she might hit him by accident. But Gloria didn't see a weapon at first and hoped Haddock was not armed. Maybe she wouldn't have to shoot him. She could surprise Haddock from her hiding place and wrest control away from him.
"I got you now, boy,"
Haddock called out.
"Quit running before you get hurt."
Something in Haddock's right hand gleamed in the golden sunlight. A gun, and much bigger than hers from the shine. Haddock was hiding the gun from Robert's view, but Gloria saw it when he turned slightly to the side as he made a careful approach to the edge of the water. Why didn't Robbie run? Why didn't he seem afraid? The water was shallow, but even if he dove down, Haddock would not have a good shot at him, and Gloria might get lucky. The other barking dog seemed much closer, picking up speed, but so far Haddock was alone. Except he wasn't. A panting Negro man with a rifle caught up to Haddock and stood a few feet behind him when Haddock raised his gun hand to signal that he should stop. The Negro man eyed Haddock's gun warily, keeping his rifle pointed at the ground.
"I do believe,"
Haddock said to Robbie, his voice almost friendly,
"that you broke into my office and took some things that don't belong to you, son."
Robbie finally moved, turning away from the bank to face Haddock, his back to Gloria, just when she'd been ready to try to signal to him that he wasn't alone.
"I don't know who told you dogs can't track in water, but it isn't quite true."
"I broke your jar," Robbie said, with a confidence that shocked her. "I set those haints free."
"Did you now?"
Haddock said, taking only one slow step forward despite the bloodhound's frantic pulling.
"Then you must be real proud of yourself. Where's my envelope?"
"Does he know what's in it?" Robbie said, pointing to the Negro man.
"I don't share my private belongings with just anyone,"
Haddock said. One more step, until the water reached above both ankles.
"I think you know that, Robert. Why would I tell everyone my business? I only told you because you're special. Boone was right about you."
"He's a killer," Robert shouted to the Negro man behind Haddock. "He killed his baby sister. He takes photos of all the kids he's hurt. That's what he wants, so I won't show them." Haddock looked back at the Negro man as if they were sharing a joke. But even at a distance, through the spindly plants, Gloria could see the sober concern in the Negro man's face.
"Quite an imagination you've got there,"
Haddock said, grinning back at Robbie.
"Robert,"
the Negro man said, pleading,
"don't talk back. Don't put up a fight. Just give the superintendent what he's looking for. Settle the rest later."
Gloria knew his voice. It was Mrs. Hamilton's brother, the one named Percy who had come to her house. Gloria longed to call out to him. He had a gun too, and if she could think of the right words, she could pull him to her side, the two of them against Haddock. Papa had helped their family. Gloria's lungs heaved as she tried to decide if it was smarter to act or to wait for a more perfect moment. If Robbie had stolen something Haddock wanted badly enough, he might not kill Robbie until he had it back. Robbie must have hidden the envelope he'd taken. His hands were empty.
"You hear that, Robert? Mr. Crutcher here is talking good sense."
One more step, then two. Haddock was striding into the creek, less than 25 feet from Robbie. The dog was within 15 feet of Robbie, at the edge of his leash, trying to swim toward him since he could no longer run. The dog whined, frustrated, almost like he wanted to play. Robbie took a small step away from the dog. His first sign of fear. The water rippled gently around him, the wavy circles reaching the dog and then Haddock, enfolding them all. "He set the fire in 1920, Robert yelled to Crutcher. "He's got photos of all the—" Gloria's intuition showed her what would happen, seconds before life imitated her vision. So she was suppressing a cry before Haddock turned to Crutcher with his gun raised and an explosion ripped through the woods. Crutcher grabbed at his chest with a muffled yell, more of surprise than pain, before he dropped his rifle and curled to the ground on the creek's bank. He didn't stir an inch. The distant barking grew frantic. Haddock's dog yelped, startled, wading in a confused circle back toward Haddock.
"Now you see what you've gone and made me do,"
Haddock said, voice still languid as he turned back to Robbie. Robbie was the only one who screamed. "The worst of the worst of the worst," Blue had said about Haddock, but that hadn't prepared Robert for the rose bloom of blood on Crutcher's white shirt after Haddock had shot him. Mrs. Hamilton had lost her husband, and now her brother too. And it was Blue's fault. If he hadn't listened to Blue, he might be at the railroad trestle by now, instead of only feet away from Haddock and his gun that stank of killing. Every path he took with Blue meant walking past someone else's dying. Robert hated for Haddock to see tears in his eyes, but he couldn't hold them back.
"You've got a big mouth, Robert. This is what happens when you say things you shouldn't,"
Haddock said. He almost sounded sad about it.
"That's a good worker lying dead on the ground because you talk too much. That social worker from the state said you got done wrong by the judge. And I'll confess, he had me wondering about it my own self. But it turns out you're a thief after all, like the rest of these dumb monkeys in swamp trash, and a liar. We had a deal, Robert. We toasted it, and anyone knows a toast is as good as a handshake. I'd say even better. Don't you remember our deal? You'd catch the haints. I'd let you go."
Robert sobbed. He still hated himself for toasting with Haddock and agreeing to be his hank catcher, to help Haddock cover the wrong he had done. Haddock went on.
"But that isn't what you did, is it? You and your slick-mouthed friend Redbone made it into a game."
"Shut up!"
"You had to know I wasn't going to let that pass," Haddock said. "You had to know you would pay the piper. So tell me where you put my photo collection, and I'll let you die quick. If you don't tell me, when those dog boys find us, and you can hear them on their way, those leashes are gonna slip loose. Whoops. Have you ever seen somebody who got chewed up by a dog? Not a bite. I mean chewed down to the bone. I do believe Scout's palate has developed a taste for stupid boys. You're gonna taste real good to Scout, Robert. There's no good way to die except maybe in your sleep. But no one since the beginning of time wants to get eaten alive."
"I'm not scared of you," Robbie said. After the reformatory, he doubted he could ever be scared of a new thing again.
"Really?"
Haddock said, wading another foot closer.
"I think you ought to be. And you know why? You're plenty smart, I'll give you that. But you're not as clever as you think you are. You made a mistake with that Vaseline. It didn't hold off Colonel here at all."
At the sound of his name, the dog whined and wriggled against his leash, trying to reach Robert again.
"You made a mistake with the creek, because here we are. You, me, and Colonel. And you got yourself good and wet, so I can see straight through your shirt. It's all black skin, except for one square spot right across your belly. So I'm gonna guess that's where you hid my envelope. I'm fairly certain I can see the edges poking against that thin cotton. Ain't that right?
Robert didn't answer, but Haddock had spotted the envelope he'd hidden. Blue had advised him to toss away the satchel and hide the envelope from sight to buy him time, since Haddock had a sickness and would not be satisfied until his photographs were in his hands again. "Be sure to get him in the water," Blue had said. "You sure about that?" Robert said. "Then come and see. I dare you." Haddock laughed. His smile faded with a moment's uneasiness, but then he smiled brighter than before.
You dare me?
He said. He pointed his gun at Robert so he could see the wide hole of the large revolver's muzzle. Every part of Robert wanted to duck and run, but he held himself steady. Blue had told him to stay where he was no matter what. "If you shoot me, and you're wrong, you'll never see your stupid, nasty photos again," Robert said. "Ever."
"But I'm not wrong,"
Haddock said. A gun sounded. Robert thought he had died, until the water 6 feet beside Haddock sprayed and bubbled with a stray bullet, and Haddock leaped away. Robert realized he had felt the bullet sail past him. He looked back at Crutcher, praying he was awake and alive. But Crutcher had not moved, his gun still abandoned. Of course not. The shot had come from behind him. "Leave him alone," Gloria's shaky voice said. "That was just a warning. Drop your gun, or I'll put the next one in your head." Robert whirled around. Sure he had slipped into a dream. Gloria was standing near the bank, a small pistol raised like she meant it. Gloria barely seemed real, dressed in 2 big men's pants, talking like a mobster with a gun in her hand. If he was dreaming his sister so vividly, maybe he'd dreamed these past days at the reformatory too. If Blue hadn't told him to stay exactly where he was, Robert would have run to her. The only person more shocked to see Gloria was Haddock, squinting his eyes in her direction, pointing his gun toward her instead. That was the only way Robert was sure she was real, and pain bloated his belly. He'd never thought Gloria would come to try to find him, although now it seemed he should have known he would lose everyone he loved. Mama first, then Papa, and now Gloria was in a place she shouldn't be, face to face with a man who was the closest Robert had seen to the devil himself. Nothing had been right for him in the world for as long as he could remember, so of course Gloria was about to get killed while he watched.
"I'll be goddamned,"
Haddock said.
"That explains this whole thing. You had help."
He didn't sound the least bit concerned about the gun. He'd flinched at the gunshot, but now he was at his full height again. The bloodhound barked angrily at Gloria, tugging hard on his leash. "Put the gun down," Gloria said again, although her voice was less steady.
"Who was that, Robert?"
Haddock said.
"Is she kin to you?"
Robert didn't answer, as if telling would cause Gloria immediate harm. If he moved at all, Haddock might shoot her, or he might shoot him to spite her. Gloria didn't have good pistol aim. She was just playing a part to try to seem scarier. But Robert was sure Haddock loved to practice.
"Ah,"
Haddock said, and a small smile returned to his face.
"I bet that's the sister who came to visit on Sunday. Is that when y'all hashed this crazy idea? Is she the one who cut the fence?"
"Drop your gun!" Gloria said again, screaming with rage now, although clearly Haddock had no plans to obey her. Her gun seemed to mean nothing to him.
"With all due respect, miss,"
Haddock said,
Turning to Gloria, I admire your gumption, but I will not. I'm betting that wasn't a warning shot. You just missed. Now, you can come closer and try to shoot me again with that little lady pistol, but I guarantee you, Robert will be dead before you can get a bead on me. You're lucky you didn't clip your brother at that angle. I think we both know that, don't we?
Robert heard Gloria breathing faster, frustrated and frightened. Blue landed on the tree branch, watching as a crow. He called so Robert would see him. Finally! Robert's relief died when Haddock fired back at Gloria, and wood chipped from the tree trunk near her head. Gloria ducked away with a shriek, splashing in the water. Robert felt faint with worry that she'd been shot, but she was stirring behind the brush, climbing to the bank to hide. The dog barked and growled madly now, wading toward Haddock.
Now that was a warning shot,
Haddock said.
See the difference? But I'm not going to kill you yet, little miss. I want you to see this.
Robert covered his ears, which were ringing terribly from gunfire so close, especially the ear Red McCormick had heard.
Gloria, get back!
Robert yelled at her.
I don't need your help.
Again, Haddock looked at Robert with nervous confusion. He was more worried about Robert than he was about Gloria. Maybe, deep down, he knew.
What's got into you?
Haddock said.
Now, Blue!
Robert shouted.
What are you waiting for?
Haddock crouched slightly, looking over his shoulder to make sure no one else was coming. When nothing on the bank moved, Haddock canted his head as he glared at Robert.
You've wasted enough of my time. I'm getting that envelope back. Move an inch, and I'll shoot you where it'll hurt most.
Haddock waded toward Robert, so close that Robert could see his rage-reddened eyes.
First, I'm gonna kill you. Then I'll get your sister, too.
The water around Robert's knees turned cold, as if he was standing in a freezer. He thought the cold might be from fear, his limbs losing sensation, until the fog began to rise. In his last moments of life, Fenton J. Haddock thought about his baby sister. It was a lie to say he'd never wanted a sister. The idea had seemed fine at first. Someone to dress up, someone to tease who couldn't cuss him like his mother, or beat him like his grandfather, who at once made a living whipping slaves he tied to an oak tree on the McCormick plantation. But he'd quickly learned that a baby drained away what little time and care his parents had for child-rearing. And it wasn't long before he'd hated how they only smiled at Lucy and never at him. They didn't notice whole days he missed school or the wild rabbits he caught to torture in cages in the barn. Lucy had been staring up at him with those giggles that turned so easily to tears. And one day, he'd had enough of his parents' new favorite pet. He didn't plan it out or choose the day. He simply picked up her blanket and covered her face until her crying stopped. He wasn't sure she was dead at first, since he hadn't pressed the blanket especially hard. He was a little surprised at the new color of her face, how her breathing had stopped, along with her wailing. But he made his peace with it. He'd been more superstitious as a boy, thinking God would storm into his room and drag him straight to hell. But it never went that way. If anything, he gained more sweets and a later bedtime because his parents coddled him after Lucy died. Maybe he tried to make it up to Lucy by brushing her thin hair so pretty and heating up the iron all by himself so her dress wouldn't have a wrinkle on the photo-taking day. But while he posed with her on the sofa with her feeble weight on his lap, her skin cold, eyes closed, he felt certain that Lucy would exact her revenge one day, Sure enough, that very night, a drinking glass flung itself from his nightstand and broke to pieces on his bedroom floor. A piece of glass he missed when he tried to clean up the mess cut his foot so deeply that it had left a blood puddle that could never be washed away from the wood. That was the first of his long association with spiteful haints, and this ordinary summer day in Gracetown might be his last. Haddock suspected it as soon as the creek turned to ice water, but he only knew when Kendall Sweeting appeared in front of him, blocking his view of Robert Stevens, solid as living flesh. Even Colonel saw Sweeting, the dog yanking so hard on the leash that he finally freed himself as Haddock's hand went slack. "You," Haddock said, the last word he would ever speak. Sweeting shook his head. "Us," he said. The water, so still before, churned like rapids against Haddock's knees while the treetops swayed above, a sudden and impossible storm. Colonel growled and barked, confused and wild-eyed, but he was moving toward Sweeting as if for protection. Smiling at Haddock with perfect white teeth, Sweeting laid his hand across Colonel's head to scratch him behind his ears. "Colonel knows me from the kennel," Sweeting said. "Colonel knows us." The new cool fog hanging low over the creek should have been enough to warn Haddock to move out of the water. But it was too late now. He felt a small, short-lived victory when he put the rest together. Stevens had emptied out the Haint's ashes in the creek, so he'd been standing in their midst the whole time. Who knew how many spirits were conspiring against him now? Could Lucy be with them too? Haddock felt the greatest terror of his life as he thought he saw his baby sister's face framed beneath the bubbling water, laughing at him. Other faces shimmered beneath the pale creek water. Some he remembered, some he didn't. But Lucy's was his greatest torment, a long-ago promise, finally fulfilled. Too late, Haddock turned to run toward the safety of the bank. "Get 'em, boy," Sweeting said, his voice mimicking Haddock's, nearly buried by the water's roiling. Colonel splashed after Haddock with savage growls, his sweet nature twisted by the Haints, unrecognizable. Between awkward, stumbling steps in the water, Haddock reached over his shoulder to try to shoot the dog, which he now knew he should have done as soon as he'd seen Sweeting petting him. But Colonel sank his teeth into Haddock's wrist before he could squeeze the trigger. Haddock dropped his Colt in the dizzying blaze of pain as Colonel's teeth raked through his skin, snapping the bones of his fingers and wrist. Haddock roared with agony as he stumbled and fell into the hostile creek. One or two of his fingers might be gone, but he couldn't tell for sure. In his hands' pulsing agony, all he saw was fur and Colonel's bloody muzzle. Haddock started to say, "No, boy," as he choked on the bitter water clogging his mouth, but Colonel's teeth clamped across his neck and stole his words. And his throat clean away. 42. Gloria hadn't known dogs could feel shame until she saw Haddock's bloodhound, coat-drenched, soupy red, dragging itself out of the creek. The dog was shaking as much as she. Gloria raised a wobbly arm as she climbed over brush to get closer to the dog and Robbie, ready to shoot the animal if she had to. But the blood-spattered dog didn't look her way. It didn't sniff at Mrs. Hamilton's brother, who was now groaning and stirring on the bank as he raised himself to a sitting position. She knew the sheriff would put down any dog who killed a man, but she didn't have the heart to shoot the dog that had saved them. The dog trotted off to the woods, back the way he and his master had come, tail slung between its legs. Whatever strange fever had sparked the dog's attack against the reformatory's warden had passed. She'd felt the fever too. For a minute, maybe two, the world had slid off kilter to a place where still waters churned white with foam and tree branches whipped without wind. Somehow, in the confusion, the dog had gone mad, or come to its senses, or something. But the other dogs were still coming, and she could not expect a miracle twice. Gloria wanted to help Mrs. Hamilton's brother, but first she went to the edge of the creek to look after Robbie, who was staring at the mess left floating there. Gloria looked quickly away from the gore so it wouldn't sear her memory, although she would never forget the sight of a man's neck so thoroughly shredded. Robbie was standing only feet from the mess, still staring. He had not looked away once during the attack, had not seemed to hear her calling for him. "Robbie," she said. For the first time his eyes snapped up, but only his eyes. He looked so much like he wasn't himself that Gloria tensed, afraid that whatever fever had gripped the dog might have infected her brother too. "Don't look!" But his eyes went right back down to the mutilated corpse barely held together by clothing, half floating in the water.
"Hey,"
Crutcher half called, half groaned.
I'm sorry I didn't shoot him when I had the chance."
He let out a vigorous yell of pain as he used his rifle to try to prop himself up. His shirt was a bloody mess too, but not as bad as the one in the creek. Gloria ran to him. "Are you all right?" she said, an empty question that ignored obvious answers, but she didn't know how to ask if he was dying. He nodded, biting his lip.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"Mostly got my shoulder. I had to play dead. I'm sorry. I thought he might try it. I was waiting, and I turned just enough."
He heaved, peeking beneath his shirt at his wound.
"Just enough so he'd think he got me."
"Why'd his dog do that?" Gloria said, hoping he might know. His eyes glimmered, as if he might have the answer for the strange things she had seen. But he only said,
"I don't know, but I praise God he did. You and Robert, you need to go. Now. They're close. They're at the creek by now, moving fast in the water. Stay in the water, too. I'll point them the wrong way to give you time. Do you know where you're going?"
Gloria nodded. "My godmother's waiting." He smiled a sickly, pained smile.
"That's good. Get far away. As fast as you can. Go."
"Thank you," Gloria said, his face wrenched with pain.
"Don't thank me. I didn't do nearly what I should have. Should have shot him first. I knew what he was deep down. Didn't want to believe the stories."
"Robert has proof, I think," Gloria said.
"Keep it,"
he said.
"Take it with you. Don't give it to the sheriff. Take it to—"
"The NAACP," Gloria said, thinking of John Dorsey. She imagined what Thurgood Marshall would do with evidence that the reformatory was hurting and killing children, or Robert's testimony that Haddock had shot his own man and tried to kill him in the woods, or an envelope filled with atrocities.
"I was going to say the governor,"
Crutcher said, with the same pained smile.
"But that works. No doubt who your father is. Go on now. They're almost here."
He swatted her away with his good arm. He'd said Haddock only hit his shoulder, but he was sweating a river and looked ready to collapse. She tried to decide if he would be all right, and thought he would. The intuition didn't blaze as strongly as when she'd known that Haddock had murder in his heart, but it felt real enough. He would recover. He would survive. Maybe they all would. Gloria could no longer ignore the urgency of the dogs drawing closer. Taunts and whistles skated across the creek water to accompany the barking. 6 men might be on their way. Gloria gave Crutcher a last grateful look and ran back to Robbie. Gloria tried to maneuver around the remnants of the man killed by the dog, but the water swirled bright pink in a ring around the body. Maybe that would keep the trackers busy. When they heard what the dog had done, they couldn't possibly blame such a gruesome killing on a man. She wondered what kind of tale Crutcher would tell to explain it. Still, Robbie had not looked away from where he stood, standing over the bobbing corpse. "Come on," she said, and tugged on his arm, trying to ease him from his thoughts as gently as she could, to wake him from this unspeakable dream. "Don't keep looking." Robbie stared up at her with haunted eyes. "I just want to be sure he's dead," he said, his voice cracking. Half man, half child. "If you're dead, stay dead." He whispered the last words to himself. Robbie was not the same. He would never again be the Robbie she had known. Gloria wanted to scream her rage and grief to the sky. But he was alive, she reminded herself. She had found him. She would take him to Chicago, where they would find Papa. The future was waiting. Robbie slipped his hand into hers, and she squeezed his. They ran in the shallows. A crow soared ahead of them, wings spread wide. Blue was gone without a goodbye. Robbie kept his eyes on the crow flying off as long as he could see it. But soon, the black dot was out of sight, either too far or vanished into the air. Blue was headed somewhere Robert could not follow him. Not yet, anyway. Robbie hoped wherever Blue was flying next would be a mystery for a long time. But he would write down the rules for Haints so another kid who met another Blue would think twice before putting their life in a Haint's hands. Haints can look different ways. Haints usually come if you call their full names. Haints don't like to be called Haints. Haints can be fun as friends, but you have to look out for yourself, or you might die like Redbone. Haints don't say goodbye, except when they visit your dreams. And Haints can kill you. Robert's memory overflowed with red-foamed water and torn flesh. The entire creek seemed to fill with blood, splashing crimson against his calves and boots as he and Gloria ran. A nearly buried part of him almost screamed, but Gloria squeezed his hand when he tightened his grip, and the creek's water turned normal. "Thanks for coming for me," Robert said. Gloria rubbed his head. "You knew I wouldn't leave you here." They had so much to say, but talking was hard while you tried to avoid tripping. The dogs were still coming, so they couldn't catch their breath. Robert guessed the trackers hadn't spent too much time with Crutcher, or maybe they hadn't believed him when he told them he and Gloria had gone another way. The barking was never far behind. "There's only 2 trackers now," Gloria said. "Others did what Mr. Crutcher said." Robert glanced over his shoulder, scared the new trackers might be in sight already, without Blue to help them. But the wild woods blocked his vision. "How do you know?" Robert panted. "Just do," Gloria said. If anyone had a sister better than Gloria, Robert didn't know who it could be for all of time. She'd taken care of him after Papa left. She threatened to shoot Haddock down to save him, and she could see things other people couldn't. Almost like a Haint. "I saw Mama," Robert told her. "When I first got to the creek, I think..." He almost told her he thought he'd been flying for a short time. But instead, he said, "I think she helped me get out of the woods." Usually, Gloria shrugged her shoulders when he talked about Mama's ghost. But this time, she said, "I know she did," Did you see her?" Gloria didn't answer for a moment, and Robert remembered how she'd pretended she didn't believe him when he first told her Mama was visiting his room when he slept. But he'd seen her jealous pout. "Nope," she said. "Just you. But you can feel her? Every day." "Me too." More dead and broken limbs clogged the creek, so they concentrated on not falling. The water was so shallow that it barely reached the tops of Robert's boots. They would leave tracks. Robbie was about to ask Gloria if they should try to find places where the water was deeper when he saw a rusting metal column up high ahead, something unnatural in the woods. "A bridge!" "There it is," Gloria said. "But where's the truck?" "Maybe we can't see it yet. Come on." Gloria tried not to sound as surprised as she looked that the truck wasn't there. He followed her out of the creek to the steep slope, which was just as thick as the woods toward the cornfield, but much harder to move through because of the climb. His legs, only sore before, felt like jelly on the uphill hike. "I tied a rope from the top. See?" Gloria said, as she trudged closer to the trestle. He did not see the rope, but he trusted her in a way he had never trusted Blue, clinging to jutting roots and stones so he would not slip back down. Splashing was coming from the creek behind them, so close now. "Hey!" a reedy voice shouted from a distance, but not far enough. "Stop!" They'd been spotted. The trackers' guns would start firing next. Robert imagined the bloody body in the creek again, but this time he saw himself. Gloria's gun fell out of her jeans in her hurry to climb. It tumbled down into the brush. Robert knew without Gloria saying so that neither of them could slow down to find it, just when they needed it most. Gloria was scaling the hillside so fast above him that Robert worried he would not keep up. She could not hold his hand now like in the creek. The soles of his boots were slippery, sliding on the moss when he tried to get a good footing. He glanced up at the trestle again, the angle slightly different, and still saw no truck waiting. "Is it Uncle June and Wayman?" Robert asked. "Maybe they drove off, Gloria." "No," she said firmly. "They didn't." Robert wondered if she knew that, or if she was just guessing. But he decided she knew the same way she knew Mama's ghost was watching. Worrying would not help him climb faster or outrun the dogs. Gloria grabbed the rope, which met them only halfway up. He was relieved when he saw the ease with which she pulled herself up two-handedly like a mountain climber. After moving around a prickly dead tree, Robert finally reached the frayed end of the rope after her and held tight. His palms were no longer slippery, so his grip was strong. He held the rope with only his right hand so he would not drop the envelope he'd hidden down his shirt, pinned by the waistband. Pebbles sprayed down from Gloria's shoes, but he didn't complain, trying to keep her in sight above him. Robert felt so much more scared now than he had facing Haddock in the creek, when having Blue on his side made him feel like he could do anything. The railroad trestle had felt like a fairy tale then, but now that it was real and solid, his desperation to reach it made it hard to catch his breath. "Gloria," he said, "I can't breathe." "You're just scared," she said. "Me too. Keep climbing, Robbie." Red spots and shapes wiggled in front of Robbie's eyes as he felt dizzy, but he never let go of the rope, forcing his wobbly legs on. Gloria's silhouette blazed above him in the setting sunlight like an angel. He held on to the rope. He followed his sister. He tried not to think about breathing as his lungs and throat burned. The rapid splashing in the water below did not sound like men. Robert risked one glance back down and saw two loose dogs running toward them, German shepherds, like Mr. Red's dog, Duke, but bigger, and moving fast. "The dogs!" Robert called to Gloria, and she did not look back before she somehow climbed even faster. She was already only 3 feet from the road. "Come on, Robbie, the truck's here!" Gloria couldn't hide the relief in her voice. When he looked up again, he saw the white paint on the back of Miss Lottie's truck. The brush below rustled with the dog's approach. They ran as fast as demons. Robert's foot slipped, and he swung wide on the rope, his feet wheeling as he tried to touch something solid. His weight pulled on Gloria as she grabbed the rope and cried out. For a long moment, he was certain she would fall on him, and they would both tumble into the jaws of the dogs. But his hand slid down only a few inches, scraping his palms raw, and he held on. Then he pressed one hand back against the envelope, just as it was jarring loose. "You okay?" Gloria called down to him. "Hurry up!" 2 more big steps, and Gloria was at the top. Robert thought she would wait and pull him up, but she vanished toward the road. He heard her say, "Miss Lottie, dogs, start it up." The truck wasn't even running, and Miss Lottie was driving.
"I got old Susie turned around, but she needed another rest,"
Miss Lottie's voice said, from where she sat just out of sight.
"Where's Robbie?"
"He's coming. Start the truck. Hurry." 1 foot up, his other foot up, then the other again. While he climbed, Miss Lottie's truck choked as she tried to start it just out of sight. The second time Miss Lottie tried, the truck came to life, the engine as loud as an angry baby. "Start driving slow. We'll catch you," Gloria said.
"You sure, Pumpkin?"
Miss Lottie said.
"Shouldn't I? I'm sure."
Gloria's face appeared from 6 feet above, open-mouthed and scared. She reached her hand down to him. "Robbie, look out," Gloria said. Robert looked. Pale brown fur moved past the brush with growls like death, close enough for Robbie to see gnashing yellow teeth. Robbie didn't have time to think before he kicked Papa's boot in the dog's face as hard as he could. Then the dog tumbled back down several feet with a yelp. The other dog tangled with him in the brush. His last piece of luck, he thought. Maybe his sure kick had been a gift from Blue, or more likely Mama. Robbie could breathe again, carried by his memory of flying in the woods. Robert scrambled up the rest of the slope without the rope to support him. Gloria's hand was there to meet his, clamping tight. She pulled him with the strength of a grown man, and the ground was flat beneath his feet again. They emerged just below a railroad trestle that hadn't been used in years, wrapped in rust and weeds. The road under the trestle was just as old, more weeds than dirt. Miss Lottie's truck was chugging forward, already 15 yards beyond them. She leaned out of her window to look back, waving with a grin, only because she was happy to see them. She didn't know the rest. Her smile was so full of light that Robert vowed he would never tell her. "We gotta go," Gloria said, but Robert was already running behind her. Gloria sprinted ahead of Robbie, grabbing the truck's rear panel, while he trailed her by 10 strides. Pressing his hand against the envelope so tightly was slowing him down. Gloria took a leap to hoist herself into the back of the truck. "Robbie, come on," Gloria yelled. "Don't look back." But Robert had to see for himself. One dog had made it to the road, the larger German Shepherd uninjured, at a full run, while it barked ugly plans for him. Maybe this was the dog Haddock had said would eat him alive, before he was eaten himself. A last burst of speed took Robbie within 5 strides of the truck, then 4, then 3. Again, his sister's outstretched hand waited. The truck's lurch made him miss Gloria's hand when he tried to grab it. "Miss Lottie, drive straight," Gloria said.
"Hit a hole," Miss Lottie said. "Sorry."
With the dog running behind him and gaining fast, Robert flung himself forward, and Gloria snatched his hand before he could fall, holding on, even as his feet dragged on the road before he could climb up with help from Gloria's unbreakable grip. The dog panted and growled on his heels as if it might jump in the truck too. "You got him!" Miss Lottie called back. "Yes," Gloria said. "Faster!" The truck sped up so quickly that they were both knocked against the side. But Robert was too full of joy in his sister's arms to feel bumps or bruises. He watched the dog fall farther and farther behind until it slowed to a trot. Then the dog just sat still in the middle of the road, watching them go. Too late, the second dog and 2 handlers emerged, too far back to see well,
and too far to get a good look at the truck. The men yelled and shot their rifles in the air before the road curved and took them out of sight. Those men would hardly be able to tell the sheriff what color the truck was, much less who had been driving it. The sheriff would never expect the getaway driver to be an old woman. "Praise the Lord!" Miss Lottie cried from the driver's seat. "Praise Jesus!" "Miss Lottie, you're not sick?" Gloria called. "Only with worry," she said. "Better now. When we get to the state road, I'm going to take the shortcut to Tallahassee. Those hillbillies don't know these roads like I do." The truck swerved when Miss Lottie laughed like a young girl on a joyride, like Redbone, and her laughter spread to Robert and Gloria as they hugged to keep from falling over. Robert laughed until Gloria rubbed his shoulder and said, "Don't cry, Robbie. We've got you back now." And he realized he was sobbing because Redbone was dead. Gloria's touch, so much like Mama's, made him vibrate with the horrors that had happened to him since the deputy picked him up and took him away from her. The reformatory was the hell from Pastor Jenkins's sermons, hidden at the edge of Gracetown, while people drove their cars and played with their children and ate ice cream cones on Main Street. Every sight around Robert amazed him. The woods speeding past them so fast, the empty road ahead, the crows in the treetops, so normal and everyday, with hell so close by. "Where are we going?" Robert said. "To take a train to Papa in Chicago?" Gloria said. She kicked away the tarp beside them to reveal a hidden suitcase. "We're going home, Robbie." Home was wherever Papa was. "Y'all get down now," Miss Lottie said. "Duck so nobody sees you." Robert and Gloria hid beneath the warm tarp and held hands, nestled in their dark hiding place, while Miss Lottie's truck rocked and swayed. They closed their eyes and felt their bones rattle as the old truck sped on the road to the train station, like astronauts taking off for the moon. 43. For the rest of their lives, the swamp and the truck ride would reside only in flashes of memory, waking them when they tried to sleep or in foggy dreams. They would remember the surreal relief when the woods opened up to paved roads, stoplights, and concrete, and peeling off blood and muddy swamp water for pressed collars and stiff, clean fabrics under the truck's tarp, and the tearful goodbye with Miss Lottie, clinging and sobbing before she practically cussed them out and sent Gloria to the ticket counter. Mercifully, perhaps in the way Mama had said she didn't remember all of the pain of birthing, over time, they would willfully forget their time at the churning creek, although they would forever flinch at the sound of barking dogs. "Go on to your future, girl," Miss Lottie whispered to Gloria, the last words she would hear from her godmother, when she could feel her breath against her ear. They arrived after dark at the Tallahassee train depot, which looked like the Coliseum to her. She and Robbie were still seeped in each horrific moment, bones still ringing from their ordeal, even as Gloria counted out their fares and carefully pocketed the rest, afraid to loosen her fingers from the bills. Robert huddled close to her, pushing his face under her arm, both hands gripping so she could not pull away even if she wanted to. They both knew she never would. Their clothes were cheerful and alive, but inside of them, they were living ghosts. Until the train began moving, they thought it never would. Every white person they saw on the train platform seemed to be looking at them even when they weren't. Every sound was a gunshot. Please just let us get to Papa, Gloria thought, and the train car lurched forward at last. It was perhaps an hour later when Robbie was sleeping against her,
still holding tight, that Gloria noticed how filthy the Negro train car was. The smell broke through her fugue state first. The car smelled like a spittoon. None of the other half-dozen Negro passengers were chewing tobacco, or looked like they would, but a quick glance at the empty seats across from theirs revealed horrible stains. It's not from the passengers. It's from spiteful white train workers, her mind whispered to her. She was afraid to look at her own seat, which she was sure had stained the back of Miss Lottie's pretty pink dress and Robbie's new suit by now. The train was Jim Crow on wheels. But in the morning, the windows unveiled a wonderland passing at terrific speed, the trees and landscape a revelation. The red soil she had known her whole life was gone. The route map at the depot said the train's 2-day journey would hurtle them through Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee, then up to Missouri and Illinois. As excited as she was to find Papa, Gloria felt like she was being swallowed inside the endless world. Robbie reluctantly had agreed to allow Gloria to take hold of the satchel he'd carried with him through the swamp, which he had miraculously kept dry. "But you can't look inside," he told her. As much as Gloria's fingers itched to unwrap the string and open the large envelope he had stolen from the warden, the look in Robbie's eyes had convinced her that whatever was inside might prevent her from ever sleeping again. Once she gave it to Papa, he would give it to the NAACP, perhaps John Dorsey himself, and maybe no other child in Florida would have to suffer as Robbie had. But she also knew the way of things. Everyone would try to say that only the warden left mold in the creek had created the unholy suffering at that place, when the whole town had had a hand. Robbie slept for most of the first day on the train. Gloria noticed that he was holding a tattered piece of paper and leaned over for a better look at the wrinkled sketch of a pleasant-looking boy's grinning face. Gloria did not recognize the boy. A giggle from Robbie surprised her, but he was still asleep. Somewhere in his dreams, he was at play. She didn't know how she knew that he was visiting his dead friend, but she did. The sandwiches and pound cake Miss Lottie had packed for them lasted the first day, but their stomachs were growling as supper time approached on the second. Liberation and hope were the only joys of the journey. Everything else was hateful, from the stench to the heat to the poor bathroom facilities. At every stop, white passengers glared as they passed their windows like Negroes were a zoo display. Gloria did not dare try to leave the train at any of the stops. What would be the point? They would not have time to find food that would be served to Negroes, and she did not want to be left behind. Not when they were so close. Now entering Illinois, a sign beside the train tracks proclaimed, and her heart sang with a revelation. She thought about Papa's story of seeing Mama eating ice cream on Main Street in Gracetown. But they weren't in Gracetown anymore. They weren't even in the South. Gloria patted down her hair and tried to straighten the creases in her dress. She spit on her palm and dabbed at dried flecks of mud on Robbie's face. They both must still look a fright, but she couldn't fix that now. She clutched the oversized pocketbook Miss Lottie had given her, which held both her money and the warden's envelope. "You hungry?" she said. Robbie nodded. He had barely said a word since the reformatory, seeming younger than he had been before, not as old as his haunted eyes. He needed more time. That was all. Gloria stood up and held out a hand for him. "Come on, then." They swayed with the train cars as Gloria led Robbie away from the stench of the Negro car to the gangway outside. The air was already so different, cooler and lighter across their faces. Robbie's hand tightened around hers when they entered the train car with white passengers. "Don't pay them any mind," Gloria said, and they kept their eyes fixed ahead. Gloria had never ridden on a train before now, but she'd seen plenty in picture shows. This one looked exactly as she'd imagined, with white passengers sleeping or hidden behind their newspaper pages, riding free from bad smells. "Are we going to get in trouble?" Robbie whispered as they walked. Gloria couldn't be sure, in truth, but she promised him they would be fine. Finally, they reached a car unlike the rest, with crowded tables instead of just seats. They met a din of clinking silverware and conversations that dipped only slightly when they appeared through the doors, eyes rising to look at them. Gloria took her own advice and ignored the staring eyes, instead slipping into the first empty booth she saw. Instead of sitting across from her in the waiting space, Robbie squeezed in beside her. The table had a white linen cloth over it, like a church picnic, and a basket of bread rolls. Plates, silverware, and glasses were already arranged. Robbie's hand hovered over the basket of bread, waiting for her permission. Gloria nodded, and Robbie stuffed a roll into his cheeks practically whole, glancing around nervously, expecting someone to object. A stout Negro man in a white uniform and chef's cap came to their table and put down a menu. Robbie looked up at him with wide-eyed trepidation, as if he reminded him of someone he wanted to forget.
"Y'all can afford these prices,"
the man said gently, and Robbie relaxed at the kindness in his voice. Gloria glanced at the menu's dinner offerings of pot roast, swordfish, and stewed chicken. She had never heard of spending so much for a meal, but she counted out $5 and laid it on the table. The man smiled at her, impressed and bemused.
"Where y'all from?"
the man said. "Florida," Gloria said.
"Me too. Marianne."
He tipped his chef's hat.
"Welcome home."
Union Station in Chicago was a city unto itself. As soon as Gloria and Robbie climbed down the steps, they were lost in waves of people rushing with casual urgency, so different than in Gracetown. A sea of men in stylish hats and women wrapped in long, thin coats, even in summer. The night air nipped at their earlobes and fingertips. Whites and Negroes blended, matching each other's strides, crossing each other's paths without threats and epithets. Someone was playing a saxophone, whose sultry song flew up across the ceiling nearly as high as the sky. Gloria had memorized the address where Papa's letters were mailed, so they only needed to discover how to get to him. Would it be by taxi? A city train? Miss Lottie had had no knowledge of Chicago, so she had told them to find the information desk. Miss Lottie had also promised to try to find someone to meet them at the station, but she told Gloria that she might have to navigate Chicago on her own, at least at first. For a bare instant, Gloria wanted to turn back and return to the train. At least the train was something she knew, and every new sight in Chicago paralyzed her with the realization that she alone was responsible for Robbie now. She felt sick to her stomach at the thought of heaping yet more suffering and uncertainty on her brother. Robbie was pulling close to her again, clinging as he had as soon as they climbed out of hiding in Miss Lottie's truck. Gloria spotted the bright block letters at a booth in the center of the giant station. Information. White men and women in company uniforms waited at the counter, cheerfully answering questions and pointing out the way in a maze. Gloria hated the part of herself that hesitated to go to them, bracing for sneers or curses, even if they were not in the South. Papa had told them that most white people in Chicago didn't like Negroes either. They were just more quiet about it and didn't post it on signs. Even after her first meal on an integrated train car, the memory of Mama eating ice cream without a care could not move her forward. "What now?" Robbie whispered to her. A knot of soldiers parted in front of the information desk, and Gloria was relieved to see the dark brown skin on the nape of a well-dressed man's neck standing a few feet in front of them. His back was facing them, But Gloria could see how self-assured he was as he scanned the crowd. Standing at his full height, with his hat canted to one side, his coat folded across his arm, a city Negro, who might have been John Dorsey if he had been taller. He did not cast his eyes down from passing white men, and white women passing close to him did not shy away in fear. "I'll ask that man there," Gloria said, pointing, and Robbie nodded with relief. The man whirled around as if they had called his name. Before he had fully turned, they recognized his chin, his profile. Gloria was afraid to trust her eyes, which were mirrored in the eyes of the man who turned to face them. His mouth fell open with the same surprise and wonder. Robbie pulled his hand free from hers. "Papa!" Robbie's shriek turned heads, but even strangers smiled at the reunion of this father and his children. How he lifted the boy up from the ground and swung him with deep laughter, and how he and his daughter hugged and swayed, openly weeping, like a photograph from Life magazine of a soldier returning from war.
"You did it,"
he said to Gloria.
"I don't know how, but you did it, girl."
"We did it," Gloria corrected him, hugging Robbie close. "Robbie got his own self free. Miss Lottie and I were just there to drive him away." That wasn't the whole story. At the train station, Robbie didn't tell his father about the living friend he had lost and the dead friends he had made. Those would be stories for another day. Gloria did not yet tell him about the evidence of atrocities she had hidden away. But just as she had once seen the ribbon into Ruby McCullum's future, for once she saw her own. They would be a family in Chicago. It would not be easy, but it would be easier. One day, she would walk on a college campus just like Mama had wanted for her. In years to come, she, Papa, and Robbie would sing freedom songs like the one that had come to her lips when she was afraid for their lives in the swamp. When Robbie stared across the expanse of the train station, with his father holding one hand and Gloria holding the other, a woman in a white dress shimmered in a bright shaft of light that shone from the ceiling like the roadway to heaven itself. Mama. He didn't see her anymore after he blinked, but no sadness dampened this reunion day. He learned that the dead walked beside the living. Sometimes, the dead could help you fly. Author's note. Although I had a true-life relative named Robert Stevens who died at the Dozier School for Boys in Marianna, Florida, in the 1930s, the Reformatory is a work of fiction. None of the characters, even young Robert Stevens himself, depict the lives and histories of real people. Gracetown is fictitious. I wrote this novel to honor the memory of Robert Stevens, so I depicted Redbone stabbing as an homage to Robert's purported stabbing death in 1937 while he was imprisoned at Dozier. Robert's earache reflects what University of South Florida forensic anthropologist Aaron Kimmerell revealed to me about his remains, which were unearthed in 2015. He had an ear infection so severe that she could see evidence of it nearly 80 years later. I interviewed family members and survivors of the Dozier School, but no one I interviewed actually knew Robert Stevens or his parents because he died so long ago. His story in this novel is entirely fiction, including the persecution of his father, Robert Stevens Sr. But I wanted to give Robert Stevens a happier ending. This character of Wharton Fenton J. Haddock is also entirely fictitious. I created Haddock as an amalgam of a system of violence in children's incarceration, but the truth is that no one person can explain away the reported events at the Dozier School, or the Alabama Industrial School for Negro Children, or the indigenous schools in Canada where so many children were buried. No one person can be blamed for our nation's current nightmare of mass incarceration. The reformatory has a central villain, but the actual villain is a system of dehumanization. As my character Gloria herself notes in the final chapter, everyone would try to say that only the warden left mauled in the creek had created the unholy suffering at that place, when the whole town had had a hand. I named Gloria after my late mother, civil rights activist Patricia Stevens Dew. Whenever I wondered what Gloria should do next to try to free her brother, I asked myself, what would Mom have done? Likewise, attorney John Dorsey is modeled loosely after my father, freedom lawyer John Dorsey Dew Jr., who is 88 years old at this writing. Dad told me about his experiences negotiating with Jim Crow judges in the 1960s, and he helped me craft the scene at the Gracetown courthouse with the judge. He also accompanied me on several meetings and research trips to the grounds of the former Dozier School in Marianna, Florida. This novel honors my parents, too. Too many children are still behind bars. Too many families have been torn asunder. To learn more about the true life horrors in juvenile incarceration, read the book Burning Down the House, The End of Juvenile Prison by Nell Bernstein. To learn more about how the Jim Crow depicted in this novel in the 1950s still lingers in our prison system today, read The New Jim Crow, Mass Incarceration in the Age of Colorblindness by Michelle Alexander, and watch the Netflix documentary 13th by Ava DuVernay.
The Reformatory, a novel, was written by Tananarive Dew and read by Jonice Abbott Pratt. Editing and post-production by Chrissy Farrell. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Reformatory, a novel, is available in print from Saga Press.